The Orb of Binding, The Starsea Cycle. Written by Kyle West. Narrated by Rob Rinkmann. 1. "No," Kairu admonished. "Wrong again." Lucian heaved a sigh of frustration. "I did exactly as you told me." Kairu's brown eyes narrowed. 3 months after his acceptance into the Volsung Academy, the insufferable talent still hated him. "Put the shock spear away, Lucian." He hesitated only a moment before retracting the practice weapon and latching it to his belt. Emma watched from the periphery of the training yard, though she was trying not to make eye contact. Maybe she was afraid of catching second-hand embarrassment. "Let's take a step back," Kairu said. "What do you think went wrong?" That was easy. She was not letting him do things his way as usual. He couldn't say that, though, not unless he wanted extra chores. When Lucian answered, his voice was properly meek. "I don't know, Talent Kairu." Kairu's expression was stony, and she was all but throwing up her hands in exasperation. She took a moment to collect her thoughts. "Always remember your focus," she said. "Your focus is the key to streaming all magic always, all the time. Nothing more, nothing less." To emphasize her point, she extended her shock spear. Not a moment later, electricity sizzled along its length. Lucian stared, trying to fathom the inexplicable detail he was missing. It was as if she believed Lucian could learn to stream simply by watching her do it. When the electricity dissipated, Kairu's eyes opened and her features relaxed. "Now, you try." "You're only showing me," Lucian said. "How do you expect me to learn just from watching?" He had to keep his frustrations under control. Without calm, a mage was too distracted to hold his or her focus. And without a firm grip on the focus, streaming was impossible. At least according to the teachings of the Transcends. Never mind the fact that the only time Lucian had streamed was during his fight with Dirk on Volsung Orbital. During those 2 confrontations, nothing like a focus had come into play. How long ago that seemed. In the 3 months since, he thought he would have learned something more by now. 3 months in the Volsung Academy, and all he had were some useless meditations to show for it. "You can learn," Kairu said. "You're just as stubborn as a mule. Do you not remember anything I taught you about your focus?" Lucian did remember, but those instructions hadn't done him any good. Diligently, he had practiced maintaining his focus every day, every hour even. It was usually a mental image, such as a stone or tree, something simple a mage could recall in immaculate detail. That focus became the gateway through which magic flowed, while magic itself stemmed from the incorporeal substance called ether, which collected in the focus and could be streamed outward. Ether was what powered magic, and was drawn naturally to mages through the ethereal background, which was said to permeate the entire universe. Such was in line with everything he'd learned from Emma and Vera aboard the Burung. Since arriving at the academy, Lucian had learned something more. While ether naturally built up over time, a mage could also extract more at need in a process called overdrawing. Overdrawing happened when a mage ran out of ether but needed to keep their streams going. Overdrawing granted the mage more ether, but it was also dangerous, advancing the process of fraying. As such, it was strictly forbidden at the Volsung Academy. Only the ether that had accumulated naturally in a mage's focus could be used for streaming. It was deemed safe enough, though of course, many mages said even that wasn't safe. Here at the academy, they taught the path of balance. A mage could only stream the ether that had naturally accrued, nothing more, while not letting it build up too much. which was also dangerous and could lead to manifoldic wreakings. These were all new concepts for Lucian, and even after 3 months, he didn't understand. The focus he had chosen was a stone he'd found on his first day that he carried around in his pocket. It was drab, gray, and could easily fit in the palm of his hand. He jokingly called it his slate. During his copious hours of meditation, he would stare at it, memorizing every detail. After 3 months at the Volsung Academy, he could close his eyes and imagine the stone for hours. He'd learned every nook, cranny, and pockmark of his stone, all for the sake of learning to stream. Of all the things he had expected to learn at the Volsung Academy, memorizing a stone was at the bottom of the list. It was only once he'd gotten that down that the talents allowed him to attempt streaming. If he didn't learn to stream, and soon, he might suffer the same fate as Emma, manifoldic poisoning. The buildup of ether would lead to sickness, seizures, and eventually, death. Kairu was still staring at him. How long ago had she asked him about his focus? "That's what I don't understand," Lucian said. "The one time I did stream, I didn't even use a focus. I've tried your way, Kairu, but—" "My way?" she challenged. "This is the Transcend's way. The Transcends who have agreed to train you against all reason and logic. There's no place at this academy for those who spurn their teachings. You will learn nothing, Novice Lucian, until you place your faith in those wiser than yourself. Control your emotions. Streaming under duress is possible, yes, but it is dangerous. You are likely to overdraw, and overdrawing leads to the fraying." Kairu seemed on the verge of losing the self-control she preached. How could he take her seriously when she was about to fly off the handle herself? Emma stepped forward, her features placating. "We should take a break. We've gone over time anyway." Kairu stared hard at Lucian a moment longer, and he responded in kind. The talent was the first to relent, collapsing her spear and pocketing it. "Fine by me. We'll try again tomorrow. And Novice Lucian, try to figure out what went wrong. Your progress is slow. It behooves you to listen, even if listening goes against your nature." She just had to get her shot in. It took great effort to bite back the sharp-worded response that wanted to fly off his tongue. This week with Talent Kairu couldn't be over fast enough. He collapsed his spear and stared darkly as Kairu retreated toward the academy. Emma approached him, and he tried not to focus on the way the wind played with her hair, or her face filled with concern and pity. Emma stood a safe distance away, so no impropriety could be noted. She was the only good thing about this place. Volsung's yellow sun cast her eyes an almost amber hue. He noticed there were fewer freckles on her cheeks now. Her face had gone paler under this northern alien sun. He tore his gaze away before he could remember old feelings they had agreed to bury. "How are you feeling?" she asked. He sighed. "I don't know what I'm doing wrong. She keeps telling me to use my focus, as if that is supposed to infuse my spear with electricity. It doesn't work like that. I don't work like that." Emma seemed to consider before responding. "Well, I haven't been successful either. Progress doesn't come overnight, Lucian. Your focus is a dormant muscle. You need to train it before you can use it." Was that not what he'd been doing for the past 3 months? Several new novices had arrived since he and Emma had joined the academy, novices who were already streaming, albeit in paltry amounts. Lucian would have taken anything at this point that signaled forward progress. "It's been 3 months," he said. "If anything, coming here has slowed my progress. I streamed on board the liner. Here, I've streamed nothing at all." "The point isn't just streaming, Lucian," Emma said. "It's to build a lasting base for long-term success. If you don't learn to sense your focus, and through it your ether, you will overdraw. And if you do that... She didn't need to finish. The core of the Academy's lesson was to never stream beyond your ether, to draw from the manifold itself. In that way lay the fraying, along with the pain it unleashed and the slip from sanity that followed. The path of the mage was one of balance. Don't stream too much, or too little, and you would be okay. Probably. Talent Kairu had taught him to be aware of signs of overdrawing, euphoria, the absence of pain, the unwillingness to let go of the stream, even as it burned you alive. This was why the talents instructed that magic must be streamed in an emotionless state. It couldn't feel good, because if it did, it would lead to drawing more and more, until one day fraying resulted. Plenty of mages had chosen that path. Zara Malice, for one, and those who had followed her. The result had been billions of dead, worlds ruined, and fleets obliterated during the Mage War. Lucian hadn't just learned about focuses and magic during his time here, but also history, much of which had been omitted from school lessons on Earth. He learned about things Vera had only mentioned in passing, if at all. He sometimes wished she were here so that he could ask her opinion on things. Of course, that was impossible. He had chosen to come here. Vera, Transcend White's twin sister, who was the most powerful mage in the worlds. He still couldn't believe she had offered to train him. The Transcends had sworn him and Emma to secrecy concerning her. There was so much more to it, but Lucian didn't dare to ask. Besides it not being his place, a Transcend hadn't so much as spoken with him since his arrival, outside of the weekly lessons one of them gave to novices. It was the talents who did most of the teaching, while the Transcend's instruction was reserved for talents. He often wondered, if he had known then what he knew now, whether it would have changed his decision. Even he couldn't answer that. How long had he and Emma been standing shoulder to shoulder along the cliff? She must have been lost in her own thoughts, too. "We should go," Lucian said. "I'd like to get some lunch before the next lesson." It was a moment before Emma responded. "You go on. I think I'll keep practicing." "You're pushing yourself too hard, Emma." "I need this, Lucian. If I can't figure this out..." She didn't need to finish. She already suffered from reekings, the first sign that ether had built up to dangerous levels. She, more than anyone, needed to learn to stream. "I'm sorry," Lucian said. "I'm being an ass." "Well, they say self-awareness is half the battle." "All right, you're the ass now." She giggled. "I can live with that. I mean, I feel the same way you do. I just managed to whine a lot less." "Easy for you to say. All the talents love you." "Maybe it's because I listen. You should try it sometime." "Are you allergic to being on my side every once in a while?" "Being on your side doesn't automatically mean agreeing with you about everything. Sometimes a good friend is the one willing to slap you in the face when you're not acting too clever." "It's that bad, then?" Emma nodded sagely. "Yep. That last bout was pretty painful to watch." Lucian sighed. It wasn't just the training. It was this cold, blasted world. It was this academy. It was the talents ordering them about on endless, pointless chores. And to top it all off, they often lacked food, proper sleep, and ample solitude to practice on their own. It was as if the instruction were designed to make them fail. There was little room for friendship here. Even this small conversation between himself and Emma was the first they'd had in weeks. "If you need some time to train on your own, I understand," he said. "I'll leave you to it." He turned to go, but hadn't made it a couple of steps before she called after him. "Lucian, get back here." He turned to face her. Her expression was one of amusement, but also firmness. "I mean this in the nicest possible way. Please, Please be more open to things. I know you don't like Kairu, but you're not going to get far unless you keep your mouth shut. Lay down your pride and learn. If anything is holding you back, it's that. She was staring at him hard, her joking manner gone and replaced with a no-nonsense expression. So, you're buying into all this stuff? Her eyes narrowed. Yes. If I try to do this my way, my life is at stake. As novices, we're expected to submit to the will of the transcends. And that means following the teachings of the talents. That means doing chores. That means following the rules. She watched him closely. I know you like to do things your way, but you can't do that here. The stakes are too high. You get what I'm saying? Emma and her rules. Why did she always have to lap up everything the talents said without question? They were fallible too. Rules didn't give salvation. One's own will and agency did. Or was that Vera speaking? Why were her ideas so firmly rooted in his mind months later? Whatever Kairu's trying to teach, it isn't working, Lucian said. I streamed without even trying back on the ship in Volsung O. But down here on the surface, everything's different. It's not, Emma said. Streaming without a focus is the exact opposite of what they're trying to teach us. That's how you fray. What you did on the Burung was done in ignorance, and it could have killed someone. It might have even killed you. You're using that incident as the standard to measure everything against. But that was a mistake that should have never happened in the first place. You need to learn to stream properly, and you can never do that if you're stubborn. Lucian knew she was right. That didn't mean he had to admit it, though. All this talk about magic and ether confuses me too. I'm not even sure of the difference. You really don't listen in lessons, do you? It's like magma and lava. Lava doesn't become lava until it surfaces, and ether doesn't become magic until it's streamed and manifested into one of the 7 aspects. Who told you that? Because now it makes perfect sense. Transcend Yellow said it in the lesson last week, she said. Lucian had probably been half asleep. All this to say, she said, you're not the only one who's struggling, and there are people with bigger problems than you. Lucian heaved a sigh. I know, you're right. Of course I'm right. Do you know what I think your problem is? You keep thinking of what would have happened if you'd gone with Vera. Lucian was struck silent. How had she known that? You need to let go of the past, Lucian. It's holding you back. The what-ifs, the conflicting information, it's all holding you back. You've got to get Vera out of your head. Her way would have ended up killing you anyway. She took his hand, a move that surprised him, since they were not far from the academy entrance. Her expression softened. You're here now. Nothing is going to change that. If you don't give up, you can make steady progress toward the goal day by day. You have to trust the process, even if it looks like you're going sideways. Why did she always have to make so much sense? I've always been skeptical of things, I guess. Seems that skepticism is holding me back right now. You can't let anything stand in the way of your training. You must leave everything at the door, including preconceived notions. You chose the academy, right? So why are you wondering how things might have been? Lucian made himself nod, even if the movement didn't seem natural. I don't know. It feels like I am going sideways. It's cold here, I hate the long nights, and this tiny island makes me feel like a rat in a cage. Emma rolled her eyes. I get it. You're just venting, right? I guess. Okay, I'll make you a deal. She held up her index finger. You get 1 vent session per week, no more than 10 minutes. And then we get back to learning to stream without killing ourselves. Deal? He couldn't help but laugh. Sounds fair. They lapsed into silence. The cool breeze whipped their brown, novice robes, along with the heavier brown cloaks worn over those. Both drew up their hoods to keep warm. Everything they had brought, the Transcends had confiscated. Lucian knew what the Transcends were trying to do: remove every aspect of their old lives and replace it with the new. They stood at the precipice of the southern cliff, near the only tree on this plateau. The flame tree and its red, stringy foliage looked out of place up here. Indeed, flame trees were not supposed to grow this far north. And yet, here it stood, its white trunk thick, its roots deep, and its boughs spread wide. Maybe in time, Lucian could learn to be as rooted as that tree, able to weather any storm thrown his way. But that day seemed far away indeed. The vast ocean of storms extended far into the distance. That horizon seemed too near still. Lucian wasn't sure his earther eyes would ever get used to it. Emma closed her own eyes, the wind gently tugging at her hair. Her composure seemed the opposite of his, one of acceptance and openness. It was hard not to be a bit resentful of that. For whatever reason, he remembered something Vera had told him. The Transcends didn't want an individual. They wanted a vessel to mold. Isolated out here, that would be an easy thing to do. Already he had changed. How long had it been since he'd thought of his mother? Little news reached the island, the only source being the occasional supply boat out of Karandas. For all he knew, the Swarmer fleet was glassing Earth, and he would have no way of knowing. He had escaped Earth, but now he found himself in another kind of prison. Then again, the whole universe could be a prison if he thought of it that way. He wanted his slate back. He wanted to talk to his mother. He wanted to eat something other than the plain, if nutritious, food the novices were responsible for preparing. He had grown weary of the regular fasting, sometimes for as long as a full Volsung day. He was sick of the mandatory meditations, the incessant training. He had never wanted this, and despite some mental progress, he was still having trouble accepting that this was his new reality. Emma was right that complaining didn't help. For some reason, he didn't want to let go of his past. Maybe he needed to do that. Maybe he needed to be molded into an obedient little mage, following the rules to a T. It seemed to work for Emma, so why not him? Lucian couldn't help but wonder what Vera's teachings would have been like. Different from this, surely. Conversations with her had been back and forth, debates even. When he disagreed with her, she fought for her position, as he did for his. He respected that. He usually lost those debates, but he learned more that way. Here, there were no debates. You did as the talents ordered, and if you didn't, well, then you were simply wrong. There was little in the way of reason or justifications. He could see why the Transcends had been hesitant to take him on. Even he was self-aware enough to know his opinions were holding him back. He was here for one reason and one reason only: Transcend White's mysterious rivalry with her twin sister. That alone meant he should have been working a lot harder to change his attitude, but Lucian just couldn't bring himself to do it. Lucian became aware of Emma's gaze. Lucian wondered how much of his inner thoughts had been written on his face. "You're not alone," she said. As he looked at her, he couldn't help but wonder. It was hard, but he had to give voice to his thoughts. If he couldn't tell her, then who? How much of us will be left by the time they're through? Emma was quiet for a long time. Lucian watched her until, at last, she responded. "I don't know. This is our reality now, and we must embrace it, willing or not." "Are you willing?" She seemed annoyed by the question, from the way her eyebrows lowered. "I have to be. Sometimes actions come first, and the heart second." He didn't like that answer. "I'll try, Emma. I'll do what they say." What's the harm other than my pride? It's not like I have a choice. We always have a choice. We're stuck here, Lucian said. Where's the choice in that? The choice is in how we choose to view our circumstances. Wouldn't Vera have told you the same thing? Again, she was right. But it would take time for him to process. You are right about one thing, though, she said. What's that? She smiled. It's far past time we ate lunch. They went back inside the academy, swallowed by its massive entrance. The sunlight was hidden behind a layer of gray clouds as the cold breeze blew harder from the north. 2. When Lucian and Emma reached the small dining hall, a pot of stew was waiting for them on the serving table. The colorless, tasteless concoction had all the nutrition the human body needed, but the thought of eating it again made Lucian want to dry heave. Spices other than salt were a rarity. Food at the Volsung Academy was fuel for the body and nothing more. Even taste might serve as a distraction on a young mage's path to talent, or so Lucian thought they would have him believe. Whatever the food was, he hadn't died eating it yet. Quite the opposite. He was the healthiest he had ever been, with more lean muscle mass than ever. He wasn't sure how that had happened, but his arms and chest had thickened. His thighs and legs had also grown, probably from the physical training and the constant hikes up and down from the beach. He watched the same transition happen to other novices who arrived at the academy. They went from pudgy to lean, their features sharpening with strict diet and exercise. He was never truly hungry, except on fasting days, but he never really got to be full either. He had noticed the same transition happening to Emma. It sometimes made concentrating during training sessions with her difficult. Lucian and Emma filled their bowls and sat at one of the two long trestle tables placed in the hall. The other table was used by the talents. It was later than Lucian realized. They were alone, meaning the other novices had already eaten. They ate quickly and without speaking. Lucian wasn't sure they'd have time to clean up before their next lesson, one of the weekly Transcend lectures, which this time would be led by Transcend Green. Lucian downed the tasteless slop as quickly as he could. Once done, they cleaned their bowls in the wash basin, swept the floor, and scrubbed the empty serving pot. After that, they half ran to the entry hall, where the lesson was to take place. So far, Lucian had seen 6 of the 8 Transcends. The only 2 he hadn't met were the reclusive Transcend Violet and Transcend Red. Transcend Violet spent almost every waking hour in meditation, while Transcend Red was said to be off-world on League business, which was usually code for hunting rogue mages. As he and Emma hurried down the dark corridors, the academy felt so empty. The place could have held a great many more mages than it now did. At its height before the Mage War, it was said 1,000 mages had been based at the Volsung Academy. Such a thing was difficult to imagine today. Now only a quarter of that number remained. Really an eighth, since at any given time, half the talents or transcends were out, sanctioned by the League to run some errand that only a qualified mage could do. There were about 100 novices in total, who could never leave Transcend Mount except under the supervision of a superior. Still, the massive academy was a sight to behold. Lucian had learned the first mages in the middle of the 23rd century had carved it out, creating a grand space dedicated to the research and instruction of metaphysical abilities. Before discovering the danger of the fraying, they had used magic to carve out its halls, entire wings and towers, intending a wonder that would last the centuries. These days, its outer surface was greatly eroded from Volsung's non-stop tempests. It was believed, during its days of construction, that magic could be used to keep it in great repair at all times. However, the first mages had not foreseen the danger of the fraying, meaning the Volsung Academy now had a weathered and decrepit air. They reached the entry hall where about a dozen other novices had gathered for the lesson. They stood in a single line, all in their brown robes, ranging in age from late teens to mid-30s. As Lucian and Emma hurried into line, a wave of relief overcame Lucian. Transcend Green hadn't arrived and wouldn't know they were late. Lucian was grateful for the warmth of the central brazier. The first nip of autumn was in the air, even though it was only late summer. Here on Volsung, winter came early, especially at this latitude. The cold was even more apparent since the doors to the yard always seemed to be open. Already the temperature was colder than anything Lucian had ever experienced. Not cold enough to snow, but certainly cold enough to make him shiver if he were outside any longer than an hour. South Florida had never felt farther away. It was late morning by now, but on Volsung, that would correspond to early evening by the standard clock. It was hard to decide whether the climate or the 54.5-hour days was the bigger adjustment. Even after 3 months, Lucian wasn't completely used to it. Dayside, the mages woke a little before sunrise and went to bed in the early afternoon. They woke again just before sunset and slept just after midnight. Of course, this varied with the changing of seasons. Like Earth, Volsung had an axial tilt that made the winter days shorter and the summer days longer, though that tilt was not as pronounced. Days were filled with instruction at the feet of various talents, individual training, and of course, chores. Nights were for meditation, self-reflection, and study. Lucian tapped his foot and tried to stifle a yawn. Apparently, only Transcends had the privilege of being late. As soon as he had that thought, Transcend Green strode into the light of the brazier. His verdant green robes shimmered the color of emeralds, and greenish shadows danced along the worn stone floor from the light of the brazier. It was said the Transcend's robes had been created with magic itself by the first 8 Transcends, and had then been passed down accordingly. Lucian watched Transcend Green, an elderly man who looked the part of the wizard, with his long gray beard, astute dark eyes, and wrinkled face. The line of novices held their breath as Transcend Green regarded them, one by one. When the Transcend's eyes met Lucian's, they seemed to hover a hair longer. But the Transcend relented and turned to the opposite end of the line. "Novice Rhea." Though his voice was soft, it carried well. "Would you care to lead the lesson today?" The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Rhea blinked in surprise. She was pretty, but a bit of a teacher's pet. Well, a Transcend's pet. She did have the most seniority of this group, having been at the Academy for 2 years and tested. That meant she had participated in the grueling trials, held after the autumn equinox, though she had not passed them to become a talent. That wasn't alarming. Normally, it took at least 5 years or more before a novice was proficient enough at streaming to become a talent. Beyond those facts, Lucian knew little about her, other than the fact that she was extreme in her dedication. She stepped into the light of the brazier. The light reflected off her pale, freckled complexion. Transcend Green stepped aside to give her space. She looked nervous under the weight of the novice's attention. "What shall I teach, Transcend Green?" The Transcend gestured toward the novices. Lucian wondered whether he wanted to give Rhea a chance to prove herself, or whether he simply didn't want to teach today. It was like school when the teacher put on a holo that had little, if anything, to do with the subject. "Today," Transcend Green said sonorously, "I'd like you, as the most experienced novice here, to teach the things that have helped you stream for the first time. Relate your struggles and how you overcame them. Most here have not emerged yet, and could do with a lesson in that regard. A swarthy young man in his mid-20s, well-muscled with coppery skin, spoke up. I can help her if you wish, Your Eminence. No, Novice Damien, Transcend Green said. I'd like Rhea to teach. There is no better way of learning a subject than having to teach it yourself. At this observation, Rhea shifted her feet. I'm not sure I'm qualified. Believe in your abilities, Novice, Transcend Green instructed. 2 years you've been here. That is over a year longer than most in this room. Rhea nodded, but from her face she didn't look convinced. All right then. I'd like all of you to form your focus. What if we can't do that yet? One of the girls, about Emma's age, asked. She was small of frame with short brown hair. Her plump cheeks told Lucian she hadn't acclimated to the diet of stew they subsisted on. Rhea's face colored. Sorry. I didn't consider that there might be some who haven't progressed that far yet. Let them try anyway, Transcend Green said. Carry on with the lesson. She gave a nod. Okay. First, recall your focus. Lucian did as Rhea instructed, imagining the stone. He imagined its scars, its pockmarks, its cracks, and the various flecks of black mixed within. He recalled it, bringing the details in sharp relief until the focus dominated his mind. Now, starting with Novice Emma at the end of the line, Rhea said, try to move the flames of the brazier. Use the psionic aspect to do so. He opened his eyes, keeping the imprint of his focus fresh in his mind. Emma's eyes remained closed for a moment. Then, she opened them to stare into the flames with intense focus. After half a minute of concentration, those flames did not so much as flicker. At least, not because of psionic magic. In the end, Emma shook her head and took a step back. Novice Lucian, Rhea said. Your turn. Lucian pushed down his nervousness, closing his eyes and forming his focus. Once sure the image of the stone wouldn't flee his mind, he opened his eyes. For what seemed the 1,000th time since he'd arrived at the academy, he extended his hand to stream. He reached through his focus, seeking the ether to stream. But he felt nothing. He strained his concentration, watching those flames in the hopes they did something this time. He not only had to stream, but to isolate the psionic aspect to do so. At last, he could not hold his concentration any longer. His focus shattered as he let out a breath. That will suffice, Novice Lucian, Rhea said, primly. Novice Damien, your turn. Give me another minute, Lucian protested. I almost had it. You've had your chance, Novice Lucian. Now it's Novice Damien's turn. No, I have it. Emma's voice was filled with trepidation. Lucian? He ignored her. If he could move those flames, prove to everyone that he belonged here. What is this? Came a female voice from behind. Whatever resolve Lucian had evaporated at that very moment. Lucian turned to see Kairu looking at him, seeming amused. What was she doing here? He forced himself to look back at the fire, even as he felt her eyes on his back. Now, though, the flames were moving, as if an invisible gust of wind were blowing over them. Damien stood beside him, arm extended, his face a mask of concentration. Both of his hands were extended, palms facing outward, each glowing with dull violet light. Very good, Novice Damien, Rhea said. Now for Novice Rollick. Lucian tried to hide his disappointment. That was difficult to do, especially when Damien had the gall to look over and smirk. The guy had been here for over a year now. What was there to gloat about? Lucian kept his expression carefully neutral, not wanting to give him the satisfaction. In the end, Damien was the only one who could stream psionic magic. The rest of the novices failed to do anything. It only made Lucian feel marginally better. A pale novice named Lance who was last, attempted the feat for about half a minute before giving up. Last of all, Rhea extended her own hand toward the brazier and assumed an expression of concentration. It only took a few seconds for the flames to extend sideways. "Good," Transcend Green intoned. "Very good." Rhea released her stream, allowing the flames to burn straight again. "Remember," Transcend Green continued, "it is neither posture nor hands that allows for the streaming of magic. It is the muscle of the mind, your focus, well honed and practiced. Though progress may seem slow, every time you meditate, every time you recall your focus, you are building a foundation. One day, with enough practice and patience, you will be able to do everything I can do." He looked at each of the novices in turn, while Novice Rhea went to join the line. "Thank you for the lesson, Novice Rhea. Now I ask that you pair off and face one another." Emma and Lucian broke off from the rest of the group and stood a few steps away from each other. "Continuing with the theme of psionics," Transcend Green continued, "I want you to reach out to the other's mind and forge a psionic link. Take turns. The person who isn't reaching, assume your focus and be the recipient of your partner's link." Lucian understood little of what Transcend Green was talking about, though he knew that reaching was the way mages used their focus to home in on where their stream would go. "You can go first," Emma said. He hardly felt recovered from his failed effort to push the flames, but he didn't want to argue. Lucian assumed his focus. Instead of struggling like last time, he allowed himself to relax. He waited until the image of the stone was firm, and he felt a calm permeating his entire being. Only then did he reach, seeking a connection to Emma's mind. For a moment, it felt as if something were building up, but almost as soon as he was aware of the feeling, it dissipated. He fought to regain control, but already frustration was forming a block. He reached again, but there was no connection to magic. Only him, fumbling in the dark of his mind. "Lucian?" He opened his eyes to see Emma watching him. "Nothing." "It's okay. Let me try." Lucian nodded. It wasn't going to happen today. He recalled his focus and prepared himself to accept her link. "Lucian? Can you hear me?" He blinked. Had she done it? It was Emma's voice, no doubt of that. Lucian opened his eyes, thinking she might be speaking to him, but both her eyes and mouth were closed. That meant only one thing. All he had to do was speak to her in his mind. "I heard you." Emma's face became exultant. She squealed and smiled wider than he'd seen in weeks. "I did it!" It was amazing how quickly the atmosphere in the room changed. All the novices looked at her in surprise and delight. "Yes, I sensed a fluctuation in the ethereal background," Transcend Green said. "Novice Emma, congratulations." Her eyes shone with tears. Lucian knew exactly why. She needed this. It would all but cure her of the reekings that had plagued her for the past year. Reekings that would have one day killed her. He couldn't help but smile himself, especially as her gaze lingered on him a moment longer before turning to the others. "Congratulations," Damien said, holding out his hand. "You nearly beat my time to emerge." "Good job," Rhea said with a nervous smile. "Well done." As happy as Lucian was, he couldn't help but feel a stab of jealousy. How had she managed it? He knew the feeling was inappropriate, given the situation. He didn't understand how he could be capable of such pettiness. Then again, being aware of it didn't make the feeling go away. She was watching him now, expecting him to say something. "Well done, Emma. I'm proud of you." "It's going to be okay," she said, tears running down her face. "It's all going to be okay." She didn't even seem to notice him, surrounded as she was by the adulation of the other novices. Lucian tried to let her be, She had emerged now, so he would be the one playing catch-up.
"This is cause for celebration," Transcend Green said. "I can order Talent Roland to bake a cake for the novices' table tonight."
This probably caused more excitement than the breaking of Emma's block. They continued training, but Emma couldn't reproduce her results. Until she had trained further, her focus would have difficulty latching onto her ether supply. That didn't take away from her elation, however. Breaking the block was the most difficult part. It became easier after that, at least according to the talents. The novices returned to their training. Lucian set his mind to work but didn't feel any closer to the goal. Shouldn't he have streamed something by now? He knew he had to tread carefully. If he focused on others' progress instead of his own, it would be to his detriment. The talents taught that each mage's journey was personal, to not measure one's progress against another's. But that was hard, and it rankled even more because he had streamed before. Could it be that since he had already streamed the wrong way, he might never learn to do it the right way? Even Transcend White had cited that as her reason for not accepting him at first, before she learned about her sister. When Transcend Green called off the lesson, Kairu was waiting in the wings. Having returned after watching Lucian's earlier failure, she approached Emma and didn't so much as look at Lucian. "Novice Emma," Kairu said. "And Novice Lucian." She added his name as if he were an afterthought. "Follow me to the back courtyard. There are a few more things I'd like to show you." Lucian almost started to protest. It was close to dinner, and he was exhausted. It wouldn't be a good idea to voice his protest, though, especially considering his performance. He faced Kairu, forcing a smile. "Can't wait." 3. They followed Kairu to the courtyard, a promontory jutting into the northern ocean. It was windy, bleak, and small compared to the more sheltered southern yard where the practice fields were. High cliffs fell several hundred meters to sharp rocks below, frothing with surf. Dozens of icebergs floated across the northern expanse. The island of Transcend Mount was only 1,000 or so clicks from the northern ice cap, and it showed. One day soon, Lucian imagined he'd see nothing out there but an endless sheet of ice. "Stand here," Kairu instructed Lucian. "Emma, face him." They did as they were told. Lucian was already exhausted, but a mere novice couldn't argue with a talent. Being pushed beyond one's limits was par for the course in this place. Matters were only made worse by the bite of the cold wind straight out of the north. If this were summer, Lucian didn't want to think about what winter would be like. Even now, it had to be a few degrees above freezing, despite the blue sky and long daylight hours. A few purple flowers clung to life in the scrubby turf, the only thing of color in this place. If there was beauty here, it was of the bleak sort. "Draw spears?" Kairu said. Lucian withdrew his practice shock spear, extending it with only a thought that could be read by the spear, through electric impulses beneath his skin, the workings of which were lost on him, though he knew it was some form of dynamistic magic. He spun the spear neatly a few times, an action that was easy due to its lightness. He had deft hands. It was a shame he couldn't use the spear to its full use. "Stream," Kairu intoned, watching him. Lucian recalled his focus, that damnable stone he had imagined for the greater part of the day. Emma seemed to be doing the same thing, standing only a few meters away. "Feel the ether resonating within you," Kairu said. "Magical potential waiting to be unleashed. Let it flow through the aspect of dynamism, running along the length of the spear." As usual, Kairu did little in the way of explaining things. She didn't have the patience for it. It was one of the things that annoyed Lucian most about her. She expected her students to understand lessons immediately. For most of his questions, she just told Lucian to look it up in the library. Emma gasped, breaking Lucian from his thoughts. Her spear was now glowing.
shining with a brilliance that had nothing to do with the weak sunlight. She'd done it again, with seemingly little effort. Electricity streamed from her hand and up the spear's length. That stream was weak, but there was no doubt. It was dynamistic magic. "That's it, Emma," Kairu said. "Imagine your focus. Imagine it expanding. Fill it with the aspect. See the spear in your mind's eye. Feel your ether flowing into it." That was when Emma's hand ignited in a wreath of electricity. It sizzled outward, dancing along the length of the spear. Her eyes went wide as she watched the display of power. "Hold the stream," Kairu said, her face taking on intensity. "Now, the sequence I taught you." Emma spun the spear, snapping with unleashed energy. Lucian took a few steps back. The electricity was collecting at the spear point, the flows joining in a single ball of energy. The weapon gave off an eerie whir as Emma went through the forms, dancing with that spear almost as adroitly as Kairu. It was strangely beautiful, and Lucian found himself mesmerized. "Let it flow," Kairu said. "Good." Emma's eyes focused as she moved. Step forward, crack, spin, cut, static. Emma's features were stoic with concentration, as if she were walking a tightrope over a pit of spikes. Lightning flowed through the flashing graphene weapon as more and more energy gathered at the tip. Emma's hair began to rise, as if it too were infused with energy. "Yes," Kairu exclaimed. "You've got it. Keep the stream flowing. It's open fully now. Keep it going until your ether is depleted. Hold on and do not overdraw. Remember the path of balance." Emma nodded, never breaking stride. Lucian watched as Emma went through the same sequence 2 more times. With each movement, less magic emanated from her hand, while the orb of light at the spear point pulsed more weakly. The final streams raced toward the point. With a final crackle, Emma whipped the shock spear, pointing it north toward the ocean. A fork of lightning shot outward. It was hard to say, but it was at least a good 10 meters long, and its flash blindingly brilliant. It was over almost as soon as it had begun. There was no doubt now. Emma had broken her block and had begun her first major step on her path to being an academy mage. When the energy dissipated, Emma's shoulders sagged, her chest heaving with exertion. Her eyes were dumbfounded and disbelieving. "Excellent," Kairu said. "I wanted to see it for myself. There is so much more to learn, but now your true journey has begun." Emma seemed deaf to the praise. She only looked at her spear, incredulous. "I feel empty. I can reach for my focus, but there's nothing there. No power." "That's the point," Kairu said. "Judging from the length of that lightning, you had quite the ether build-up. How are you feeling?" She shook her head. "Empty, but in a good way. I feel much lighter." Emma collapsed her spear and pocketed it inside her robes. There was a moment's pause as Kairu's attention shifted to Lucian. Her eyes no longer held praise. To Lucian, they seemed to only hold judgment. "Lucian, your turn." Lucian looked at his spear doubtfully. "I don't know if I can do that." "You must believe you can. You too have ethereal build-up. Let it go." But all he suppressed was a sigh. He made himself nod and gripped the spear tightly. He recalled his focus once again for what seemed the 1,000th time that day. He tried to feed it his nervousness and doubt, to clear the way for magic to flow. "You can do it, Lucian," Emma encouraged. Lucian pushed everything from his mind until only his focus remained. Thoughts ran by in a stream, but Lucian did not attach himself to them. Why was it when he was trying to concentrate, thoughts came rushing in? He held that meditative stance until there was a curious tickling in the fiber of his muscles. Goosebumps covered his arms. Was that magic? The manifold shifting the shadow realm? Or was it only the cold breeze? The goosebumps faded, and that hint of potential dissipated. It slipped like sand through the cracks of his consciousness. Lucian opened his eyes to see Kairu watching him. He tried not to think of that intense stare as accusatory. Emma's expression was a disappointed mask. She didn't even bother to hide it. It was as if she believed it would happen for him today, too. Of course, nothing was ever that simple. He let the spear fall to his side. Not today. Kairu nodded as if she'd expected that. Lucian, you can dedicate tomorrow's meditation to your block. You can report to me what you've learned the next day. Until you dismantle your block, you will continue to fail. Lucian wanted to thank her for the encouragement, but that would not be wise. He instead forced himself to nod at the harsh lesson. Remembering his talk with Emma, he couldn't let pride get in the way. I will do my best. Not only that, you must listen to instructions. Your skepticism of our methods has not gone unnoticed. Was it Lucian's imagination, or was that a slight smirk tugging at her lips? Pray that it escapes the notice of the transcends. She glared at him a moment longer, before relenting. Both of you, clean up. Dinner is in less than an hour. As he and Emma parted ways, Lucian breathed a stream of curses. It seemed the only stream he was capable of right now. He would show her. He would train until he got it right, until he was the one leaving everyone behind. 4. Lucian cleaned up in the bathhouse connected to the northern wing. He didn't have time to warm the water, nor could he stream to do it. So he settled for scrubbing himself with soap and cold water, and drying and warming himself by the hearth. He rushed through the back courtyard in a fresh brown robe, cutting across it toward the dining hall in the eastern wing. Finally, it seemed this long day was winding down. The dining hall buzzed with conversation, mostly from the novices, while the talents had a more sedate conversation at the other table. In all, there were perhaps 50 people gathered. Though there were about 100 novices, not all ate at the same hours. Even with the 50 here, it would be easy enough for Lucian to slip in unnoticed. Lucian always wondered where the transcends ate. Perhaps they subsisted on nothing more than ether itself. The thought was ridiculous, but it seemed to be the image they wanted to project. He knew their quarters and towers were on the 3rd level, and were barred to novices and even talents who had no reason to be there. Novices couldn't even go to the 2nd level, where the talents stayed and trained, without permission. Even though there were 2 tables, all the novices crowded at the one farthest from the fire, where a large pot of stew simmered. There didn't look to be a single spot for Lucian to sit. Lucian filled his bowl with stew, chocked with a smattering of ingredients haphazardly thrown in. The longest Lucian had seen the same stew simmer was about 2 weeks. It should have been flavorful, but a stew could only be as flavorful as the ingredients that made it. On Transcend Mount, the food was nutritious, if mostly flavorless. He noted the empty plate on the nearby serving table, where only a few crumbs of Emma's cake were left. He pushed down his ire at Kairu. If not for her, he would have been here in time to get some. Lucian approached the novices' table, at the end next to Emma. She made room, telling others to scoot. They grumbled, but a small amount of space was cleared, enough for him to squeeze in. Lucian was glad he had an advocate here, especially one as well-liked as Emma. She had no trouble making friends, something Lucian couldn't boast for himself. He took up his spot and ate. He hoped the conversation would focus on anything but him. However, it didn't seem as if he would get his wish. How did training with Kairu go? Damien asked him. Thankfully, Emma was the one who answered. Good. I don't think I can stream another drop. That's great, Rhea said. Looks like that block is gone for good then. I hope so, Emma said. I've only had the reekings twice since being here, so let's hope that's the last time. She looked like a talent there for a minute, Lucian said. She was streaming like she's done it all her life. Emma's cheeks colored. Really, it was nothing. Dynamism might be your primary, Rhea said. Primary? Emma asked. What does that mean? Rhea pursed her lips. It was against the rules for novices to teach unless asked by a superior, and that included casual conversation. That prohibition made it hard to acquire information sometimes. Even talents didn't reveal much, only wanting to focus on the basics. Your primary is the aspect you're best at, Rhea explained, slightly lowering her voice. I won't say more. The transcends like to reserve that type of teaching for themselves. What exactly are aspects? Lucian asked, somewhat cautiously. I've heard them mentioned before, but nothing in depth. The aspects of magic were something everyone seemed to know. Everyone but him. He'd tried to look it up in the library once, but a passing talent set him to work tidying the stacks. He'd learned enough to know that dynamism and psionics were two of the aspects, plus the 5 others Vera had mentioned, but most of that had slipped his memory by now. Rhea seemed hesitant to say more, but Damien filled in the gap. I don't see the harm of telling them the basics. Before Rhea could protest, he was already explaining. Mages divide magic into 7 aspects. They're the ways magic manifests itself in our world. Dynamism is one of those 7, for example. Rhea was saying Emma might be a dynamist if that's her primary. The primary being what a mage is considered best at. What are the others, then? Emma asked. You'll get to that in time, Rhea said, casting a nervous glance toward the talents. For now, it's best if we don't overcomplicate things. That only set fire to Lucian's curiosity, but apparently, more than a passing understanding was frowned upon. Things were done a certain way here, and curiosity did not seem to be a virtue, at least for the novices. Damien raised his clay cup. To Emma! For those of you living under a rock, she broke her block today. Even some of the talents were looking over now. May it be her first step on the path to talent. There were cries of, Hear, hear! And the slamming of clay cups on the wooden table. Every novice drank to Emma's progress, and most of the talents, too. Lucian raised his cup with the rest. It felt wrong to do it with water. Lucian had been taught that was bad luck, but everyone else was doing it, so he didn't want to stick out. While the novices chattered, Lucian added to the conversation only enough to not be noted. Despite the exertion of the day, he found he had little appetite. I have some cake left, Lucian, Emma said. Would you like to try it? Everyone was looking at him. The stubborn part of him wanted to refuse, but he forced a smile. Just a bite or two. You've earned it. She cut off more than a bite or two. The flavor hit him like a punch in the face. The cake was so creamy, with vanilla, buttercream, and raspberry jam, so light as to melt in his mouth. After months of porridge and stew, he had never tasted anything better. Despite his mood, he was powerless to resist the smile tugging at his lips. Everyone was looking at him, watching for a reaction. Where are they keeping all this sugar? The others laughed at that. Break your block and you'll get your own cake, Damien said. Once the novices finished cleaning up, Lucian headed back to his room. Emma caught up to him in the corridor. Hey, she said. Sorry about that back there. Sorry about what? There was an awkward silence. Did she suspect how jealous he was? If she could tell, so could everyone else. Never mind. I'm going to be dreaming about that cake for a while. Yeah, me too. Listen, Emma. He stopped in the corridor and she with him. Her eyes looked at him with concern. He didn't have the heart to meet her gaze. It would only make things worse. Sorry if I'm acting weird. I'm happy for you. I really am. It's hard not to be a bit jealous, and that's not right. He felt his cheeks burn. You've earned this. Oh, she touched his arm. I understand. It'll happen for you soon. You'll see. The words felt little more than a platitude. I'm sure it will. You've worked so hard, it's inspiring in a way. She shrugged. I had no choice. It's do or die for me. Yes, that was true. Anyway, congratulations. Maybe you'll be good enough to stand the trials this year. I'm not holding my breath. I'll see you in the morning. That is, 2 standard days from now. Right, because of the night meditations. It was hard for Lucian to wrap his head around the schedule, even after 3 months. See you then. They watched each other a moment longer. Today he'd talked to Emma more than he had in weeks. He didn't want the conversation to end. But there were appearances to keep up. If the Talents even suspected his feelings for her, it could ruin everything for both of them. So, Lucian returned to his room. The walk back was cold and lonely. The outside air made the interior halls chilly, and Lucian only felt relief once he was in his room. Once he lit the candles, he closed the door to find himself in blessed silence. Lucian settled into his bed, propping himself against the stone wall. He picked up a worn book from the Academy's library on his nightstand. He had meant to finally get started on manifoldic theory before bed, and almost didn't open the book due to his exhaustion. But when he opened the cover, he found the title page was quite different from what he had expected. A translation of The Prophecy of the Seven by the transcend Ariane. Lucian heaved a sigh of frustration. He had checked out the wrong book, probably due to his exhaustion. Still, this one was by Ariane, too, the same author of Manifoldic Theory. Perhaps there was something of value in it. The pages were faded, and Lucian could see the book was quite old. Ariane had taught at the Academy during its early years, so the tome could be as much as a century old. Lucian started at the beginning, but the prose was incomprehensible, almost as if it were another language. The foreword, by some long-dead transcend or other, revealed Ariane had abandoned his conscious mind to delve the manifold itself, giving his body to the fraying to discover its secrets, which resulted in this text. Well, if anything, this would be a good resource for falling asleep on restless nights. From the jumble of words, he doubted even the most hallucinatory drug trip could reproduce such a text. The book was a symbol of everything else this place had to offer: impenetrable, incomprehensible, and maddening. He was about to blow out the candle when there was a knock at the door. With a frown, he went to answer it. 5. Lucian was surprised to see Damien standing there, beaming a friendly smile. There was something in his demeanor, though, that said this wasn't just a friendly visit. Mind if I step inside? I'm pretty tired. Can it wait till tomorrow? Damien's smile widened. This won't take long, I promise. I think you'll be interested in what I have to say. Lucian suppressed a sigh and nodded toward his room. The swarthy Damien stepped inside, turning his wide upper body just to fit through the half-open door. Damien had the build of a sports star, an effect dampened somewhat by his humble brown novice robes, which were a bit too tight. Maybe the Academy didn't have a set large enough for him. Damien was the first person from Ludus Lucian had met, a world with a gravity 33% greater than Earth's. He had a thick and muscular frame, which Lucian heard was typical of people from higher G planets. Damien sat in the room's only chair, made simply of wood. Lucian took a seat on the bed. What's up? Lucian asked. Damien stared intensely at Lucian for a moment, as if he saw him as competition. What a strange thought. Lucian was so far from reaching Damien's level of skill as to be laughable. Then again, Damien seemed to see everyone as competition. Even today, during the lesson, he hadn't missed an opportunity to compare himself with others. Either he was confident or making up for something lacking. I hope to offer you a bit of advice if you'll have it, as a new novice. I've been here 3 months. There are some newer than me. As long as you haven't streamed yet, you're new. Damien leaned back in the chair. I've been here over a year. I was a slow learner too. At times it felt like I would be left behind. Were Lucian's shortcomings so obvious? Why are you telling me this? Damien chuckled. Don't take this the wrong way. I have a thick skull, and it can take a while for lessons to sink in. He gave a conspiratorial smile. Takes one to know one, right? Maybe. Certain things were holding me back. The first 6 months were the roughest. I hated this place. Cold, miserable, sea ice as far as the eye can see in the dead of winter. Spring and summer were a little better, but at least there was sunshine. He shook his head. Ludus is warm and dry. My family has a nice estate by the Gartavian Sea. They grow wine, olives, that sort of thing. Fishing's good out there. Sea is calm as glass. His eyes became distant. My father always wanted me to take things over when the time came. He shrugged. Well, my time did come, just not in the way he imagined. You took your metaphysical. Damien nodded. That's right. Went in for my metaphysical one day, and within the week, I was being shipped here. Oh, how I hated that. Still do sometimes, truth be told. He shook his head as if the pain of the past were too much to talk about. I missed home. Hell, I still do. It got in the way of training. Eventually, I learned to let it go. At least enough to proceed. That was the source of my block. How'd you get past it? I won't say there was a eureka moment. I took it day by day. The past recedes if you let it. He chuckled, though Lucian thought the laughter held a bitter note. Haven't heard a thing from back home. Of course, I figured out soon enough they don't allow that. Only if something drastic happens, like a death. Oh, they'll let you know then. Then you're forced to let go. They'll have you not only in body, but in mind, too. You sound resentful. Do I? He shook his head. Well, I didn't come in here to talk about myself, and I see I've done nothing to encourage you. For all the teaching they give us about letting go of ego, there's still a lot of ego going on around here. A lot of novices don't want to help the newbies. They see them as competition when the trials come up. Yeah, I'm competitive. But I like competition as motivation to move forward. It's good for both people. Besides, I don't think I have much to worry about. My results speak for themselves. He flashed a smile. There are novices here who'll be nice to your face but trip you up the moment they get the opportunity. Some of them even go on to be talents, even transcends, I suppose. Not shocking. Why was Damien sharing all this? Lucian couldn't help but wonder. What about you? Damien asked. What do you think's holding you back? I don't know, Lucian said. Of course, I miss Earth. I miss home. He paused. I miss my mom, too. I still don't want to be here, not really. The following silence was uncomfortable. I don't think that'll change anytime soon. That's tough. Damien drew a deep breath. Well, we both chose this place because it was the only real option, right? We have a new life now. No choice but to accept it. The more experienced talents can leave, but only for a specified purpose. And of course, the damn League must approve it from their offices in Nova Bergen. Visiting family doesn't fall under that. Damien's eyes became distant. I wonder when I'll get to leave this place. By the time I get to go back home, what will it be like? My mother and father will be older. Maybe even dead. My little sister all grown up. Married. It might be a decade or more before that even becomes possible. And that's only if my mission takes me to my backwater planet. He shook his head. Making peace with that is hard. The hardest thing about being here is the past. It's an anchor weighing you down. If you don't cut it loose, you're going to sink. I don't have much of a past, Lucian said. I've been on my own most of my life. What about your mom? Lucian didn't want to talk about that. It's complicated. All right, I get it. Well, remember what I said. Because of what we are, our lives can never be anything close to normal. Maybe one day the Transcends will have everything figured out, and the fraying will be a thing of the past. Until that day, we must atone for the wrongs of the past. We mages have a gift. A dangerous gift, but a gift all the same. We have the potential to help a lot of people out there in the galaxy. Something is redeeming in that, don't you think? Lucian nodded to show that there was, but he wasn't sure how he truly felt. The galaxy was a messed up place, so what could one person do to right the wrongs of the past? It seemed a senseless errand. Better to love and protect those close to you than to try and be a hero. That thought just made him think of Emma. She was something he had to let go of too. Could that be what was holding him back? His wish that things would be different? All he knew was that he was tired, and he just wished Damien would go. But Damien seemed inured to Lucian's wishes. My main advice is to forget the past, Lucian. I took long walks around the island, did a lot of meditation. I had to let go of who I thought I was. Sometimes who we think we are doesn't line up with who we need to be. It's funny. We can decide who we get to be, anytime, any day, and yet we don't want to let go and change. But that's the path to peace. No, it's never easy. It can be downright painful. I'll leave you with something Talent Relissa has always told me. She's my main mentor here. Ego is the enemy. Talent Relissa? She's the scion of Transcend Red, right? He nodded. Yeah, I'm lucky she's patient with me. Without that, I wouldn't be sitting here now. A stab of jealousy pierced his chest. Kairu was anything but patient, and she was far from being a mentor, and no other talent had seemed to take to him either. He only had himself to blame for that, walking around as if his life were over. Where would you be without her? Lucian asked. Damien whistled. Man, you're going to make me go there, aren't you? What do you mean? Damien's eyes widened. What? You don't know? At Lucian's look of confusion, Damien's expression sobered. Well, I guess it's not talked about much. I knew coming in what would happen if I didn't prove myself. That's part of the reason I felt so pressured to succeed. Lucian wanted Damien to just spit it out, and he also didn't want him to. A tendril of fear snaked in his stomach. In the end, Lucian had to prod Damien to continue. If there's something everyone here knows that I don't, then it's only fair that I know too, especially if your whole reason for coming here was to help me. From Damien's guilty expression, Lucian knew he had him. You're right, Damien said. Well, here goes. The timing of it varies, but after a certain point, if you haven't made enough progress, Damien snapped his fingers. You get on a boat, and you don't come back. Lucian went quiet as he considered his words. They didn't make sense at first. You get on a boat? To go where? The place mages go if they can't be in an academy. The realization struck Lucian like a thunderbolt. No, that can't be right. But as he thought about it, it was the only possibility that made sense. All mages outside an academy's purview were bound for the Mad Moon, and that included those who couldn't make it here. I'm sorry, Damien said. I thought you knew. Have you? Lucian trailed off. Has anyone left since you've been here? Damien was quiet for a while, his face solemn. Several times. The biggest cuts come a few weeks after the trials. They cut you slack the first few years, of course, but if you fail repeatedly, he snapped his fingers. Gone. We don't say their names anymore. We try to forget them as soon as possible. The most recent was this guy named Biru. Traveled all the way from Hephaestus. A nervous guy who didn't talk much. He and Talent Kairu set off on the boat a few months back. A couple of days later, she came back. With you and Emma. That gave Lucian a chill. Kairu, of course, hadn't said a word about that. He wondered if Emma knew. I don't know more than that, Damien said, his face falling. Biru went without a word or struggle. I'm sure it's not a decision made lightly. We're told the Transcends try not to admit novices who can't make the cut. Sometimes, though, even they make mistakes. All Lucian could think about was how they almost hadn't admitted him. At this very moment, his position hung on the edge of a knife. One wrong move, one misplaced word, might be all it took. If they hadn't accepted him, he might even be on Psyche now. The moon was 3 gates away in the Cupid system, about 3 months of interstellar travel. Damien was readying to leave, but Lucian remained seated, paralyzed. Damien looked down at him with a somber expression. Do what they say, Damien said. Everything, without question. There's no room for error, no room to do things your way. I almost made that mistake. Without Relissa, I would have been on a prison barge by now. He gave a nod as if to confirm that immutable fact. I hate to leave you with this. I came here to lift your spirits, not drain them. No, it's fine, Lucian said, half-dazed. I appreciate knowing the truth. It puts things in perspective, doesn't it? Damien nodded. That it does. I wish you well, Lucian. I truly do. At last, Damien closed the door behind him. Lucian sat there, a numb shock permeating his entire being. He sat there for a good 10 minutes without moving a single muscle, and when he finally did move, it was only to pace the tiny room back and forth. This cell reminded him of his time in the brig on the Burung. Coldly, he wondered how this was any different from that. Of course, someone who couldn't be trained couldn't stay here, just as someone who showed signs of fraying couldn't. Lucian had barely been admitted into the academy, and the only reason was because of Transcend White's mysterious rivalry with her twin sister. At least, that was Lucian's reckoning. He had been a fool to give up that opportunity. Then again, the penalty for failing Vera might have been even steeper. If he had known this beforehand, would it have changed his decision? It was impossible to say. He couldn't change the past. He was here, locked in, and had no choice but to try his best. The other option would be to suffer a fate worse than death. A mage prison world, doomed to fray without the proper training, was the last place he wanted to spend his life. A life which would no doubt be short-lived. 6. A knocking on Lucian's door jolted him awake. Again? He opened his eyes to see only darkness. The candles had burned out, and the tiny cell only had a small, high window to the outside, which, of course, was dark right now since it was night. Lucian got up, throwing on a fresh set of brown robes and slipping on his leather boots. He stumbled toward the door, taking a while to find the latch. When the door creaked open, it was the last person Lucian expected. Scion Gaius, the apprentice of Transcend White herself, stood in the hallway. Lucian's eyebrows shot up. He had to have the wrong door. The Scion's cold blue eyes stared at him, set in an angular face shrouded by heavy black brows. The brows were a stark contrast to his balding head, where a thinning ring of graying hair clung like a laurel. The respect due to someone of Scion Gaius's stature was almost equal to that of a transcend. Lucian lowered his head. Scion Gaius, what can I do for you? Scion Gaius's thick brows lowered. Transcend White has summoned you. Lucian's blood went cold. They couldn't be kicking him out this soon. There was no choice but to obey. Of course, Scion Gaius. I'm aware of the quiet hours, Gaius said. This takes priority, per her words. He nodded toward his room. Wash your face, straighten your hair, and do your best to compose yourself. Of course. Lucian debated whether he should shut the door. He settled for cracking it. He splashed cold water on his face, the shock doing a good job of waking him up. The transcends simply didn't summon novices, and the hour was long before the usual waking time. Upon his return to the hallway, Lucian followed Scion Gaius down the corridor to a set of stairs. For the first time, he would be seeing the Volsung Academy's upper reaches. They made it to the second-floor landing. The corridor extending outward looked much the same as the first floor. Lucian followed Gaius up the next set of stairs until they were on the third level of the academy, the purview of the transcends themselves. Gaius strode forward, sure of his destination. Other than the heavy silence, nothing about the transcends level was starkly different, at least not until Lucian felt the coldness of a breeze hitting him from around the corner. He immediately saw why. Around the corner was a long colonnade which ran alongside the academy. It was completely open to the elements, supported by stone pillars on his left side. Open archways on the right led deeper into the academy, but all of them were dark. Between the pillars stretched the wide, dark expanse of the northern ocean, the sky above teeming with foreign constellations. Any time he saw the stars here, it only reminded him of how far he was from home. They walked to the other side of the academy until they reached a wooden door that led into the academy's northeast tower. This must be Transcend White's office and quarters. Scion Gaius gave 3 firm knocks. A reedy voice emanated from within. Enter. Gaius opened the door and bowed. Lucian followed suit, making sure to bow even lower than Scion White. He couldn't humble himself too far, especially considering what Damien had told him. Thank you, Scion Gaius, Transcend White said. You may go. Scion White bowed again before departing, casting Lucian a bemused expression that seemed to wonder what he was doing here. Well, that was 2 of them. When the door closed, the following silence was heavy. Transcend White seemed to ignore him at first, focusing instead on some papers on her desk, behind which she was seated. Lucian shifted his feet and tried to keep himself from wringing his hands. There was little in the room that might give Lucian a clue about who she was. There were few trappings, only the bare walls, floor, and ceiling. A fire burned in a small hearth near the transcend's oaken desk, lending ample warmth. That desk was well made and had a few open books upon it, along with some old-fashioned pens that used ink. Today, her hair wasn't braided and flowed as freely as her twins. He suppressed a shudder. He might as well have been staring right at Vera. What was their story, and the nature of their disagreements? Lucian valued his life, so he didn't mean to ask. When the silence had gone for a torturous length of time, Lucian wondered if he should be the first to speak. He held out until he could no longer stand it, even if it was a breach of decorum. What do you wish of me, Your High Eminence? Say not a word, she said, cutting him off. She scanned her papers, her eyes roving back and forth as if madly searching for some clue. Another minute passed before she leaned back in her seat and raised her eyes to meet his. That gaze was identical to the one she'd unleashed on him the day they met 3 months ago. Lucian had the feeling, as her eyes bored into his, that she was doing more than looking. A strange chill covered his skin, as if static were pulling at the hairs on his arms. What was that feeling? In the end, he must have imagined it, because as soon as he noticed it, it was gone. Transcend White steepled her fingers. "Sit, Novice Lucian." He sat. "I've heard reports that you are struggling with the training." He wasn't sure if he could speak yet, so he remained silent. She seemed to be waiting for an answer, so he decided to risk it. "My progress has been slow, but I'm working as hard as I can." "Are you?" Her expression seemed to question that. "I hope so." She studied him a moment longer. "It gives me no pleasure to say this, but it would seem my sister was mistaken about you." He blinked. Was it happening already? "What do you mean?" "I'm almost her equal in magic," Transcend White said. "And yet, I cannot fathom what it is she saw in you. Your progress has been slow, completely unremarkable. My sister would not have offered to take you on as her scion unless she had seen something in you. And yet, your block remains resolute. You struggle every day to overcome it. For one reason or another, the manifold remains closed to you. Enough to the point where I'm beginning to doubt your story." She shook her head. "But no, I can't deny it. You did meet my sister. She did see something in you. Only why could that be?" It was almost as if she were speaking to herself, each question spoken in a rhetorical tone. "I told Vera myself there was nothing special about me." Transcend White's eyebrows shot up. "And her reaction?" "What I said before, Your Eminence. She didn't seem to think so. She mentioned something about me being marked." "Well, you may just be a slow learner. Why do you think that is, Lucian?" "I don't know," he said. "My mother often said the same thing." Her eyes widened slightly. Why would him saying that surprise her? "Yes, about that." She looked at him a bit longer. "This will not be easy, so I'm going to come out and say it. I didn't summon you here to only talk about your progress, though I am interested in that." Lucian straightened in his chair and tried not to betray his nervousness. "I hate to say this, especially when you are already struggling so much." Why was she hedging? He became more alert, his heart beginning to race. "If it's about my progress, I promise to try harder," Lucian said. "Yesterday I felt like I was close." "It's not that, Novice," she said. "It was strange you mentioned your mother because this is about her." At those words, Lucian's heart nearly stopped. Before he could say anything, Transcend White continued. "There was a battle outside Starbase Centauri. Though the League fleet ultimately prevailed, swarmer bombers destroyed the carrier your mother was stationed on." Everything went cold, like a shock of cold water. But then he felt resistant. It couldn't be true. She couldn't be dead. Did she manage to get off? From Transcend White's lack of response, he knew the answer to that question. "That's impossible," he whispered. "Chiron is a first world. If the swarmers are in Alpha Centauri..." His mother. "No, you must be mistaken." He leaned back in his chair, vertigo making him dizzy. That was when Transcend White pushed a piece of paper across her desk toward him. "This is the dispatch." Lucian picked it up with trembling hands. He scanned it, reading it once, twice, then 3 times. Numbness crept into his hands, down his arms, into his heart. His eyes watered with tears, making the words difficult to read. "I regret to inform you, on behalf of the UNE Navy's Chief of Staff, Zira Giro, of the untimely death of your mother, Captain Mira Abrantes. She died on 5 August 2364, defending humanity against a surprise swarmer fleet. Her ship was shot down by a torpedo that slipped past the UNS Refuge's point defense systems. The destruction was total. A service will be held on 10 August aboard the UNS Encouragement. Given the impossibility of you or any next of kin's attendance, a subsidy of 2.5 worlds credits will be deposited in your name and can be collected at any League fleet office in the League of Worlds to make funeral arrangements. Again, on behalf of the Chief of Staff, please accept the Consolidated League Fleet's deepest condolences. Images of his mother flashed through his mind. The one brutal fact he was aware of was how little they had seen each other over the years, how precious and few their memories. The sense of loss wasn't only for what was, but what might have been. He had always thought there would be more time. He'd been wrong. He was blind and deaf to everything. He was barely even aware of Transcend White, watching him from behind her desk, with not a trace of emotion on her face. You have my condolences, Lucian. It seems your mother was a brave woman, and it would seem the worlds are in for dark days again. Why was she saying was? The tears flowed freely now. He wiped them away furiously. What would she think of him, not being able to control his emotions? Through his blurred vision, he could see Transcend White holding out a clean kerchief. Lucian watched it for a moment, then took it to dry his face. He drew a deep breath to steady his nerves. He sat there, dazed. Take the night to process the news, Transcend White said. Here on Transcend Mount, many come from troubled pasts, and many have suffered a similar loss while training. As difficult as this situation is, know that you are not alone. The words sounded trite and pointless. He wanted to be anywhere but here. May I go now? Of course. But one more thing before you leave. Lucian stopped, his hand shaking on the door handle. Not a word about the swarmers. If word gets out, we will know it was you. We Transcends will address the Academy in our own time. We don't want to cause undue panic or distract the novices from their studies. It would seem this is a single fleet, against which the League prevailed. We pray that is the end of the matter, and we mages will not have to get involved. There was no choice but to nod his agreement. He left her office, stumbling down the pillared colonnade for the staircase. He clung to the dispatch in his hand. It was dated August 5th, and Lucian had no real way of knowing what that corresponded to here. He'd lost track of the standard calendar long ago. If the dispatch was true, then it meant his mother had been dead a month, possibly longer. The news must have been freshly delivered. The funeral had happened. For a whole month, his mother had had a funeral. He had been training, struggling, fighting, and all the while she had been cold and lifeless, never to move, laugh, or breathe again, probably in a million pieces floating in the cold vacuum of space. And why had Transcend White delivered the news? It didn't seem like something she would take upon herself. Lucian couldn't think of that now. Whenever it happened, one fact was immutable. Lucian would never see his mother again. Going down the stairs, all the odd, sequestered fears from childhood became freshly opened wounds. Back then, he would lie awake at night, wondering when he would get the news. He had mostly put those fears behind him, but now they were manifested. And he was here, light years away, helpless, alone. She was dead. He would never hear her cheesy jokes, never get her support, never get another word of advice. And the swarmers were back, But here on Transcend Mount, that fact seemed so distant. He'd heard not a word about it. So how many knew? The Transcends, surely, and perhaps some of the talents. Lucian wandered the dark halls and corridors. He favored areas far from people. To his relief, he didn't pass anyone. He wandered down hallways that likely hadn't seen a footstep for weeks. Most of the novices and talents would be in their rooms or meditation chambers. Lucian walked in an almost unconscious haze, feeling as if he were in a dream. Every time she had deployed, she came back. Sure, she came back with more lines and wrinkles, but her eyes were the same. But now, she would never come back. Transcend White had no reason to lie about it, no reason to forge an official dispatch. He thought of his conversation with Damien, how uncanny that he had mentioned they only told you about family in the case of a death. He could only hope other parts of the conversation with Damien didn't prove so prophetic. Somehow, without even realizing it, Lucian ended up in the back courtyard, on the northern part of the island. He stood alone in the darkness. He strode toward the cliff, overlooking the dark, cold ocean. There, he gazed at the bleak scene. How easy it would be to jump. Was there any point to staying alive? He would never be a proper mage now, not with this distracting him and his progress already so slow. All his hopes that things would turn out fine were an illusion. His life now had two possible roads. He could follow the training, follow orders until he rose high enough to give them, or he could fail. And if he failed, he had nothing waiting for him but Psyche. Of course, there was a third option. Take but a few more steps north, and all this would be over. Lucian doubted he would be the first to do such a thing. That rocky shore below must be littered with at least some bones. I won't have it. His voice sounded small, weak. Why had he come here instead of following Vera? Why had he let his mother go off to fight again? He should have convinced her to go to Hulia and live with his Uncle Ravis. Would that have been so hard to encourage? As an executive for Corrales Intergalactic, he could have given her a job that paid as well, or better. Sure, they were on bad terms, but he could have convinced her to make that choice. If only he had the power to change the past. But no one, not even a mage, was as powerful as that. I won't have it! The wind carried his words away, rendering them unheard. He curled his hands into fists. A hot, familiar fire burned at his core, spreading to every limb. That fire spread, suffusing his muscles and bones with boundless, burning energy. The air warped before him, the stars elongating in long, bleeding streams that curled against the black void above. This power demanded an outlet. The burn had become unbearable. It demanded release. But how? Such pain. Lucian screamed, pushing the energy out of him in a concentrated wave. That power found an outlet. A distant iceberg, floating a kilometer out. Resistance pushed back against him. Great resistance. The iceberg was far, and Lucian knew his magic might not find a connection. He needed more power. More ether. He was beyond caring at this point. His body burned hotter, and his focus extended to the iceberg itself. He tried to control the rush, but the image of his stone collapsed in the torrent of magic. He pushed against the berg, feeling it buckle beneath the magical wave. His accompanying roar was eaten by the wind. Surely, such power would cause him to fray. But at this point, he didn't care. Then, the iceberg moved, crumbling into the dark water as a fissure tore through its center. A thunderous crack echoed off the northern walls of the academy. Lucian's bones vibrated with its force. The fire within was extinguished. having ripped from him completely. He felt empty, hollow. His shoulders sagged, his lungs burned for oxygen. Lucian gasped at the cold air. Sweat coated his skin. He watched in fascination and disbelief as the iceberg continued to crumble. Large bluish chunks of ice splashed into the dark surface of the ocean. He stumbled back from the precipice, his brown robes swirling in the wind. The iceberg was obliterated by now, broken into hundreds or even thousands of pieces. Flotsam of ice were being borne by the currents of the ocean. He had finally streamed. It had only taken the death of his mother for it to happen. He ran back to the academy, fearful that someone might have seen. He had to get inside before the noise drew people out here. He could only hope everyone was busy at their meditations, if anyone were looking out here at this very moment. He was almost inside the academy when he thought he saw a face from the second-floor colonnade, but it was gone almost as soon as he'd spied it. The shadows were so deep there that he couldn't be sure he'd seen anything at all. He would have written it off, but for some reason, he could think of no one other than Talent Kairu. 7. Lucian entered the academy and turned down a dark corridor. He clung to the shadows, waiting to make sure no one was coming. It was wishful thinking. Voices echoed from around the corner, voices that seemed to be coming his way. He shrunk into an open doorway, empty of articles except for a dilapidated desk. Feet passed the door, making straight for the courtyard. He waited there at least 5 minutes as 10 or so people passed, most speaking in hushed whispers. Lucian could join the flow to pretend as if he were investigating it himself. It was the natural thing to do. It might be more suspicious if he were the only one absent. Lucian listened to make sure the hallway was clear. Then he walked back out into the cold courtyard. 20 or so people, novices mostly, but also some talents, had gathered by the cliff. All were looking out at the shattered iceberg, talking in low voices. Once Lucian was close enough, his heart racing, he could hear what they were saying. "Someone hammered that thing," one of the male talents said, whose name Lucian didn't know. The person he was speaking to, Lucian did know. Gaius regarded the remnants of the iceberg in cold silence. Everyone seemed to be watching Gaius for a reaction, but his expression was still as stone. The ether required to destroy that. The scion shook his head. Someone overdrew. "Who?" a newer novice asked. Gaius clenched his jaw. "That's what I mean to find out." "Hey!" Lucian jumped as Emma approached him from behind. "Oh, hey! Just got here. What was that noise?" Her eyes went wide at the sight of the destroyed iceberg, which was still in the process of breaking apart. "Who did that?" "No one knows," Lucian said. "Someone powerful with magic, that's for sure." Maybe that would throw them off the scent? Some of the talents shifted their feet. Lucian had spoken more loudly than he'd intended. Scion Gaius turned to face them, and with that action, he and Emma became the focus of everyone's attention. It wasn't a position Lucian wanted to be in, but the Scion's eyes went above them, seeming to address everyone in the crowd. "If anyone knows what happened, speak now." No one suspected Lucian. How could they? He hadn't streamed a drop of magic since getting here. No one would suspect him unless someone observed it. How long had he been out there? 2 to 3 minutes? Most of the mages would have been at their meditations, though it was conceivable that 1 or 2 might have been looking out at the courtyard. The front yard was a more popular place to meditate, but it was too cold for many to do so outside. Had that been Kairu on the second-floor arcade? If it was her, she would be reporting him this very moment. She was notably absent from this assembly. Transcend's blue and green joined the throng, Their faces were stern masks, and all went quiet at their approach. Transcend Green was the one who addressed the crowd, his long beard blowing in the wind. "What happened out here?" "Someone destroyed the iceberg," a female talent said, with a red sash that denoted her as a talent of Transcend Red. Transcend Green's attention immediately went back to the crowd. "Which of you did this?" Dead silence was his only answer. Lucian kept his eyes down. He couldn't risk looking at the Transcend. After all, Vera and Transcend White seemed able to read thoughts. Maybe Transcend Green did too. "If one of you did this," Transcend Blue said, scanning the small crowd, "a choice lies before you. Tell the truth or pay the price for your silence. Either way, we Transcends will discover the truth of it, rest assured." The two Transcends waited a moment longer, as if to give the perpetrator a chance to confess. But Lucian wouldn't say a word. If they knew it was him, he would be expelled. After that moment had passed, the Transcends returned to the academy. In the absence of further instructions, Scion Gaius took charge. "All right, back to your meditations. There's nothing more to see here." At these words, the novices and talents dispersed with low murmurs. Lucian looked up at the pillared colonnade where Kairu might have been earlier, but it was empty. He must have imagined her there. However, if it hadn't been his imagination, then his time at the Volsung Academy would be soon coming to an end. Lucian returned to his room to meditate, but in reality he lay in bed, trying to process what had happened. Transcend Blue said they would find out, one way or another. The real question was whether Lucian should believe that. The right thing to do was confess, but that would only get him expelled, and that would be the end of his short tenure at the Volsung Academy, and the beginning of his long tenure as a prisoner of the Mad Moon. There was only one person he could trust here, but Lucian didn't know where to find Emma. If she were in the women's novice quarters, he couldn't go there. He would have to hope she was somewhere else on the grounds, perhaps in the library, where she spent a great deal of her time studying. It wasn't much, but it was all he had to go on. Lucian was always a bit awed by the library's scale. It was the only place in the academy that opened to all 3 floors, extending to the height of the roof. Thousands upon thousands of books crowded the shelves. Since the use of electronics was forbidden, all the Volsung mages' knowledge was contained here. Metal spiral staircases circled to the upper levels, and the entire space was lit dimly by oil lamps, while each mage at study had their own lamp by which to read. Emma was sitting at one of the central tables, along with a few other novices, including Damien and Rhea. Each had their nose buried in a book. In complete obedience to the Transcend's mandate of silence, they didn't so much as look up as he approached. Lucian stood by Emma. When she finally noticed him, Lucian nodded toward the open doorway and left. He was sure others had noticed that, but he needed to talk to her. "What is it?" she asked, once they were out in the corridor. There was no point in hedging. "It was me." Her expression remained still, the news not registering, and then her face blanched. "No, it couldn't have been." She looked at him as if for confirmation. He nodded, and her face went even paler. "Lucian! Oh, God! If they find out, I'll get kicked out of the academy for good." "What? No, you won't. This means you've broken through your block. That's what they want, right?" "It's not that," he said. "Scion Gaius said whoever did it overdrew. So if they figure out it was me..." Everything was hitting him at once. Combined with his mother's death, all he could feel was sick to his stomach. "Lucian?" Emma took his hand. "What's going on?" His eyes met hers. "My mom died." She blinked, her face not seeming to comprehend. What do you mean? How do you know that? Transcend White summoned me to her office. His voice was thick. She handed me this. He reached into his pocket and gave her the dispatch. She scanned it. Lucian. Her eyes were filled with unshed tears. When she hugged him, Lucian could only feel numb. It's hard to believe. It doesn't feel real yet. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to grieve. Grieve? How was it possible to grieve when it didn't even feel real? I don't know what to do, he said. I can't leave. They already held the funeral weeks ago. I don't know what this means about the swarmers. He looked at her. Don't tell anyone about that part. I won't. Her eyes were filled with sadness. If you need anything, I'm here. Try to think of her, okay? Process it. Remember all that was good. The last thing Lucian wanted was a lecture. He managed to nod. I should go. I just needed to tell someone. Let me be with you. You shouldn't have to deal with this on your own. Thanks, but I just need some space. She watched him a moment. Don't bottle this up, okay? If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here. He left her standing there. It felt wrong to do that, but he just didn't want to talk about it right now. He didn't understand why he'd sought her out in the first place. Rather than return to his room, he walked until he reached the front entrance of the academy. The wide-open lawn outside was empty. He descended the outer steps until the short, lichen-like grass was beneath his boots. He didn't understand what he was doing or why he was doing it. He headed to the flame tree, standing alone at the edge of the southern cliff. Its fiery foliage was thick above its white trunk. This very tree was imprinted on the stones of the academy at various points. Though no one had ever told him so, Lucian figured it was something of a symbol for the Volsung Academy. Lucian stood at the base of the tree, and after considering a moment, began climbing. He was probably not supposed to be doing this, but he had already broken one rule, so what was another infraction? Besides, he wasn't in the mood to care. Due to the thick foliage, there was little chance of anyone seeing him. He just needed to be alone. The foliage seemed to break the wind. Sheltered within the tree, he could sit for hours and think. When he'd exhausted himself of that, he entered a silent torpor. It was as if he didn't exist, as if the cold didn't exist. He unconsciously recalled his focus and fed his emotions into it. Oblivion was all he wished for at this moment. For a few hours, he might have it. The stars wheeled across the sky. Even Volsung Orbital passed along the southern horizon, about the size of Earth's moon, a shadow blocking the stars above. He was content to exist without thought or motive, at least for now. But thought eventually returned, and those thoughts were cruel. If he had only mentioned her going to Halia to work for his uncle, she might be alive right now. She wasn't supposed to be a part of that battle. Voices emanated from the direction of the academy. Lucian didn't let go of his focus, but instead allowed it to enhance his senses. He adjusted the limbs for a better view. What he saw broke through the numbness. Transcend White was strolling across the yard toward him, along with a red-robed figure that could be none other than Transcend Red. She was back from the hunt, then. How long had she been here? Lucian had heard Transcend Red was the youngest of the Transcends, being in her late 30s. As both Transcends drew closer, Lucian could see Transcend Red was a strikingly beautiful woman, with long blonde hair, full red lips, and a long, pale face, illumined by the starlight. Her beauty was only slightly marred by a sour expression that gave her a mean look. As they drew closer to the tree, Lucian remained still. If they knew he was in here, then there was little that could be done about it. It wasn't as if he could run without them noticing, but to his relief they stood at the cliff's edge, about 20 meters away. They spoke in low voices, of which he could not hear a trace. The wind covered their words completely. From the side profile of Transcend Red's face, Lucian could see her small but well-defined jawline, aquiline nose, and creamy skin. The wind tugged at her light blonde hair as she watched Transcend White, whose back was to Lucian. All Lucian could do was remain still. There were a couple of times where it seemed like Transcend Red saw him, but if she did, she pretended not to notice. As she spoke, her demeanor was stern, and her gestures a bit harsh. What could they be arguing about, and why was she so angry? All Lucian could do was hope they didn't look his way. The two Transcends spoke for at least half an hour. At last, they seemed to come to some form of consensus, at which point they began walking back to the academy. Lucian waited another 15 minutes before easing himself from the tree. His muscles had gone stiff with inactivity, and his hands were numbed from cold. The weather had grown even more frigid, cold enough for it to snow, perhaps. Shivering, he hurried back inside. He was grateful to find the entry hall empty, save for a young talent in her 20s, who was the night's timekeeper, whose job was to light the 55 torches arranged in the entry hall, 1 per hour. Lucian warmed his hands at the central brazier before heading toward the dining hall. He was almost there when a stern female voice apprehended him. "Novice Lucian?" He spun to face Kairu. Where had she come from? Though shorter than him by a good measure, she seemed to tower over him from body posture alone. "The Spectrum has summoned you." All of them? That could only mean one thing. From Kairu's superior smirk, he realized that seeing her among the columns hadn't been his imagination. Lucian almost asked her why she hated him so much, enough to rat him out to the Transcends, but pride stopped him. There was a faint chance this summoning could be about something else, small chance as it was. "Make your way there now," she said. Lucian nodded. This was a battle he could not win. 8. Lucian collected himself outside the spectrum chamber, assuming his focus to steady his nerves. Then he drew a deep breath and stepped inside. Across the tiled floor, all 8 stone seats were occupied. Each Transcend was regaled in their shimmering robes, each according to their color, and each of those seats was flanked by 2 small flames, burning with the Transcend's color. The inner chamber shone with multicolored brilliance, a rainbow of light dancing along the walls. Each of those faces wore a severe expression, expressions that Lucian couldn't meet for long. From left to right, it began with Transcend Red. Illumined by red light, her sharp and beautiful features reminded him of a bird of prey. Then there was Transcend Orange, an overweight man of Indian descent with dark skin and white hair. Next came Transcend Yellow, a willowy woman with skin of copper and long weaves with streaks of gray. Then came Transcend Green, with whom Lucian was already familiar. He stroked his long gray beard, his face an inscrutable maze of wrinkles. Next to him, Transcend Blue stared at Lucian, his manner businesslike and brusque. Transcend Violet, like Transcend Red, was relatively young and beautiful for a Transcend, probably in her early to mid-40s. She had pale skin, wide blue eyes, and wavy brown hair. Those eyes seemed to pity him, if anything at all. Transcend Gray, the oldest save for Transcend White, stared at Lucian without expression. His sickly form was shriveled, and he seemed to be almost asleep, eyes half-lidded. Last of all, of course, was Transcend White herself, who stared at Lucian hardest of all. The effect of their colorful array was like a rainbow, beautiful and terrible to behold. The colorful fires illumined each figure, deepening the colors of their robes, lending more power and majesty. The light even hurt Lucian's eyes, as if he were some lowly creature who couldn't bear to look at the radiance of gods. He had to lower his head as he approached. If humility was not chosen, then it would be forced. Lucian knelt and suffered the power of their collective gaze. He knelt for almost half a minute, a time that seemed to stretch into eternity. His brown robes caught none of the colors of the spectrum. It absorbed the light rather than reflecting it. "Your Eminences," he said, his voice barely audible above the crackle of flames. "I've come in answer to your summons." There was an uncomfortable pause as he awaited their answer. His heart thundered within, his throat clamped, and his stomach was doing leaps. "Rise," Transcend White said, her voice reedy but powerful. "You need not hide your face from us, Novice Lucian." Despite the pain, he could not refuse the command. To his surprise, the intensity of the glares had lessened. "No doubt you know the reason for your summoning," Transcend White went on. "We sensed a large discharge of ethereal energy tonight. If not for Talent Kairu, we would have never figured out the source on our own." So it had been her. Small surprise there. "Your Eminences." "Silence, Novice!" Transcend Red snapped. "You speak only when asked a direct question." She nodded toward Transcend White. If any of the Transcends were fazed by this, they gave no sign. Transcend White least of all. "As you may have guessed," Transcend White continued, "we do not take this lightly. What you did was dangerous. A mage is never to use their powers so thoughtlessly and in such a chaotic burst of emotion. That is the path to the fraying." Transcend White's hard stare scanned her fellow Transcends. "We've gathered here today due to the seriousness of your case. We could not ignore it a moment longer. We are debating an important question about you, Novice." She paused, either for effect or because she didn't relish what she was about to say. "We were discussing whether it's time for us to dismiss you from the Volsung Academy immediately." Lucian did his best to not quail under the verbal assault. She was right, of course. He had made a stupid, terrible mistake. And for what? Would they see grief as an acceptable reason? He very much doubted it. "Have you anything to say in your defense, Novice?" Transcend Grey asked, his voice weak. Lucian shook his head. "What I did was wrong. I wanted to vent, I guess." Transcend Yellow addressed him serenely from her seat. "And by venting, you did something that many of the talents cannot do, and at such a great range." Her tone held the unmistakable tone of awe. A Transcend, awed by what he'd done? Lucian did not dare look up. He could not let them think he was interpreting that as praise. But he could sense them watching him for some reaction, some sort of explanation. They were trying to figure something out. But what? "Tell us where you've received training before," Transcend Blue finally said, "and why you didn't disclose such training upon your initiation." Lucian looked at Transcend White. Something in her thunderous expression warned him to not breathe a word about her sister. "I've received no training," he said, "unless grief counts as training." "What do you mean, Novice?" Transcend Yellow asked. Again he looked at Transcend White for permission to explain about his mother. At her slight nod, he cleared his throat. "I learned today my mother died in the battle in the Alpha Centauri system. I know it's no excuse for what I did, but it might offer some explanation for my lapse of judgment." Lucian couldn't make himself continue. He knew he should be making his case, defending himself. But he didn't have the heart, even if the consequences of not doing so were perilous. "We rarely give second chances," Transcend White said, "especially when considering matters of this magnitude. The death of your mother, however, is a relevant detail. Of course, a mage should never stream under duress, but you are a child in this place, and children deserve more leniency than those who know better." She stared at him sharply. "There is no doubt among any of us that you are a mage of great potential. Only hours ago I wondered whether we had made a mistake in admitting you. I'm still wondering that now, but for different reasons. Suffice it to say, we haven't seen a mage of your potential in this academy for many, many years." "Not since," Transcend Blue began to say. Transcend White raised one of her gnarled hands, cutting him off. "No." What had Transcend Blue been about to say? Lucian kept his face lowered, to hide his curiosity. "Come now," Transcend Red said. "Can we not share at least something of that episode, for instructional purposes?" Transcend White stared her down. Transcend Red held that gaze for a moment in challenge. But in the end, she broke away, her dark eyes smoldering. Transcend White returned her attention to Lucian. "I'll say this much. Once, long ago, we made the mistake of training a powerful mage, despite clear warning signs. We were all humbled by that experience." Some of the Transcends looked at her, surprised that she had said that much. But Transcend White's attention remained transfixed on Lucian. "You must learn to control yourself, Novice. There will be none of this ever again. The manifold is not something to be trifled with. It does not exist to please our egos or quell our sorrows. We exist to serve it, to use it conscientiously and only at direst need. And we must never draw beyond the ether that has naturally accrued in our focus. Overdrawing is the path to fraying, and your actions tonight are those of a frayed mage. The signs of fraying are not always obvious at first, especially to the one going mad." Lucian kept his head lowered, not daring to speak. "Rarely do we all gather on such short notice on account of a novice," Transcend White continued. She leaned back in her seat. "Consider this your first and only warning. Learn to stream the right way with our training, or you can learn to do so in the pits of psyche. Trust me, that school is much harder than ours." Her face was as solid as stone, but Lucian thought there was something else there. Disappointment, maybe? "You may go," she said, "and consider yourself lucky. Meditate and do penance. Tomorrow your training begins anew. It's clear that your powers have developed far beyond what any of us had thought." She clenched her jaw. "We will keep you on for further training, though the rope you walk on is slender indeed. Pray that you don't fall off." Lucian lowered his head further. "Thank you, Transcend White." "Fool!" Transcend Red said with vitriol. "Learn to be silent. If it were my decision, you would be banished forevermore." Lucian bit his tongue. "Do you dissent to my ruling, Transcend Red?" Transcend White asked, her tone dangerous. Though there was no betrayal of emotion on Transcend Red's face, her hands clenched her seat. "No, but I must say that time will tell, will it not?" Her dark eyes narrowed on Lucian. "We will see if this proverbial slap on the wrist is enough to temper such wild proclivities." "Mercy may be shown once," Transcend White said, but only once." At this, Transcend Red went quiet. "If there is nothing more to discuss," Transcend White said, "you may leave, Lucian. Go with Transcend Red." Now Transcend White gave a small smile, barely perceptible. "She will oversee your atonement." Transcend Red's face became a mask of affront, but that expression only lasted half a second. One would think she was the one being punished. Lucian stood, with Transcend Red also rising from her seat. She regarded Lucian a moment with her intense, hawk-like gaze. If looks could kill, he would have been dead 10 times over. "Come with me, Lucian. We begin immediately." Lucian had no choice but to follow. 9. Lucian followed Transcend Red out of the spectrum chamber in silence. Not a word was spoken as she led him to the front yard. She walked quickly, seeming to want this over with as soon as possible. The brown grass almost glowed under the light of the star-filled sky. His stomach rumbled. He hadn't eaten a bite since the evening meal yesterday, but he was not about to complain about it, especially now. Once they reached the eastern cliff, they came to a stop. "Stand here," Transcend Red instructed. Lucian obeyed. Her red robes swirled at a gust of wind as she donned her hood. She looked like a pissed-off Little Red Riding Hood. It took all his self-control not to laugh at the thought. "Is something amusing, Novice?" Her cloak shifted slightly, revealing a shock spear at her hip. His urge to laugh dissipated completely. "No, Transcend Red. I'm prone to laugh when I'm nervous." "Indeed? Well, you must learn to control your emotions. That's the entire reason you're here to begin with, is it not?" He tried not to balk at her superior tone. It wouldn't get him anywhere. "It is, Transcend Red." "The focus is the key to controlling emotion, not just magic. Close your eyes, Novice." Lucian did so immediately. Slacking in obedience would only make things worse. "Imagine your focus," she said. "Recall it well. Are you confused, Novice, that your punishment might only be further training?" She gave a throaty chuckle. "I find that punishment rarely has the intended effect. At best, it only makes the recipient fear you. Fear can be useful, but fear is not the goal here. Competency is." Lucian nodded, to show he understood. "Imagine your focus upon a black void. That part is important. There is naught but the focus, the foreground against an endless black." Lucian followed her directions, imagining the black void first, and then his stone. The image held firmly, but at the same time, thoughts, fears, and memories intruded. The image swam in and out of consciousness. "Now," she continued, "feed everything into it. All your thoughts, all your fears, all your distractions. Feed them to the focus. Each distraction only serves to make the focus stronger and more dominant. As its roots deepen, so do yours." A pause. "You are the focus. You are what grows in power. You are the conduit." She was training him. How many novices could say they received personal instruction from a transcend? He wondered what her game was. With difficulty, he forced his thoughts into the focus, until nothing but the stone remained. The world fell away, along with the cold wind and Transcend Red's droning voice. But the stone loomed larger than ever. A tendril of fear snaked in his stomach, a sense of coming dread that went beyond the worries of the moment. At this nameless fear, his focus collapsed, driven from his mind in a single moment. He shook his head. "It's no good." "Again," Transcend Red said. "I want you standing here until you learn to break your block the right way. Understood?" "I'll freeze to death before that happens." "Open your eyes." Lucian opened his eyes as Transcend Red watched him severely, a slight smile tugging at her lips.
If you believe that's true, then you will freeze to death.
With that, she stalked off, leaving him standing there on the cliff. Was she serious? She couldn't be. But he didn't dare leave. One did not disobey a transcend, no matter how seemingly insane the order. So, he did what she said. He imagined that damned stone as the cold front blew from the north. He would learn to stream or die trying. Lucian had plenty of frustrations to feed the stone, but for every frustration he fed, 2 more took its place. Lucian didn't know how long he stayed out there. The coldness no longer bothered him. It seemed a distant thing in the deepness of his meditation. What must have been hours later, Lucian had no trouble holding the image of the stone, even as his hands and feet went numb. It was progress, however small.
Lucian?
His focus shattered as he opened his eyes to see Emma watching him with a worried expression.
You must be freezing standing out here.
His mind had been floating in another reality, and it took a moment to rejoin this one. The stars had shifted positions. How late was it? Emma was still watching him, waiting for an answer. Transcend Red told me to stand out here and practice my focus, and to not stop until I'd learned to stream. So, that's what I've been doing.
Transcend Red? She asked. She told you?
Lucian nodded, and for the first time he realized how cold it had gotten. His teeth began to chatter. It's my punishment. They found out it was me. Is it dinner yet?
Dinner's over. Rhea mentioned she saw you out here.
I see, he said. Well, the Transcends decided to keep me on, at least for now. Kyrie reported me to them. She saw it all happen. Emma shook her head.
Well, I can see her doing that. It's well below freezing out here, and they didn't even let you grab your heavy cloak. You have nothing on but that robe.
Builds discipline, haven't you heard?
Stop, she said. Let's go inside. Some of the talents were talking about a snowstorm, and I don't want you to turn into a popsicle.
Indeed, a few flakes were already floating down, touching Lucian's face. A sheet of low, menacing clouds was approaching from the north, blocking out the stars. The hammer of northern autumn was about to fall. Once inside, Lucian and Emma warmed themselves by the central brazier. Then they headed back to the dining hall, where there was still a pot of stew over the hearth. Hadn't she already eaten? He didn't understand why she was following him. Then he remembered. It was because of his mother. She wanted to be near him, to make sure he was okay. Just the thought of his mother made icy numbness spread outward from his chest. He wanted nothing more than for this day to be over, to sleep and to know nothing more.
I can't believe Transcend Red had you out there after what happened, she said,
joining him as he sat down.
I'd heard she was cold, but I guess we know personally now.
A couple of talents, both women in their early 30s, entered the dining hall. They took up their bowls of stew and sat at the talents table. It was quiet for a minute, until Lucian overheard one of them talking. Lucian thought her name was Pila. She had a pinched face and black hair set tightly in a bun. Lucian continued eating, focusing on their conversation.
Who do you think did it? They say Novice Lucian was out in the yard, doing penance, the other talent said.
Lucian couldn't remember her name, but he thought it was Lana. She was tall, with close-cropped hair and sharp blue eyes. From both talents' purple sashes, they were disciples of Transcend Violet.
Lucian?
Pila snorted.
I won't deny he was doing penance, but not for that.
Well, then who? Lana asked.
A novice could never do something like that. Not ever.
The two lapsed into silence, and Lucian focused on eating. It was as if he weren't even there because they didn't bother to look over. Perhaps because he was facing away, They hadn't recognized him. He had half a mind to turn around and tell them off, but what was the point? Why earn himself extra chores on top of everything else he was going through? Emma turned around, her cheeks red, but Lucian touched her arm. "Don't." "But, please," he said. "It's not worth it. They'll just give you sweeping duty or something." He let out a sigh. "I should go anyway." "You've barely eaten, though. And if you leave now, it might look weird." He was confused at first, until he saw her looking at the two talents. Yes, it might look suspicious if he left so shortly after the talents' conversation. They would know he had heard, and perhaps had a guilty conscience. They waited until the talents left, and then Emma and Lucian cleaned up. He had never felt so tired or defeated. The sooner this day was over, the better. He felt a sickness, in body and spirit, that was too heavy for words. But he had to go on. He had to keep up a front. Talent Eurus, a green talent with a pasty complexion, came in for his meal. Lucian couldn't help but feel Eurus's eyes on him as he cleaned. Finally, the older talent saw fit to break the silence. "Is it true? What people are saying?" Lucian didn't have the energy for this. "Is what true?" "Did you do it?" "Do what?" "Stop playing coy, Novice. The iceberg." "Are you kidding? I haven't even broken my block yet. You think I could break an entire iceberg?" Talent Eurus studied him, his thick black brows knitting together on his pockmarked face. His giant ears made him look like a monkey. "You were summoned by the spectrum, right?" Lucian paused, considering his next response. "Where'd you hear that?" "Half the Academy knows by now. I heard it from Talent Pila." Emma watched the conversation with a worried expression, but didn't intervene. "Whatever the spectrum and I discussed isn't your concern. If you wish to know, maybe you can ask them about it." If the talent didn't get the hint from that, Lucian didn't know what else to say. Eurus didn't get the hint. "I've heard many things about you, Lucian. It's hard to guess the truth from lies." "I'm sure you have heard many things. How could you not?" Eurus looked confused for a moment, until Emma giggled from beside the fire, where she'd been cleaning up. Eurus's cheeks and then his enormous ears reddened. "This is unbecoming of you, Novice." "Forgive me," Lucian said. "Talent Eurus." Eurus's face reddened even further. "I'll see you on chamber pot duty for such insolence, unless you have something else to add." "I do not. Good night, Talent Eurus. And for future reference, it's unbecoming of a talent to take part in rumors that may or may not be true. That is, if we are both following the same rules prescribed by the transcends." When Lucian left, Eurus didn't push the issue further, nor did he give him any details about his chamber pot duty. Emma joined Lucian and they headed back toward the dormitories. Once out of earshot of the dining hall, she turned to him. "That was amazing! I've always wanted to tell a talent off like that." "I'm beyond caring at this point." His tone seemed to pop her bubble. "Okay. Well, let me know if you need someone to talk to." "Thanks for being here for me. I know I'm not easy to be around, especially now." "I understand. I'm here for you, all right? Don't be a stranger." All Lucian could do was manage a nod. He hurried back to his room. When he closed the door, he lit the candle on his nightstand. He sprawled on his tiny bed, a feeling of numbness overcoming him. Everything ran through his head in an interminable stream. It was as if he had 3 different channels on, each vying for control. There was his mother, the spectrum, and his standing at the academy. How could he ever survive here with all this going on? He tossed and turned for the longest time, feeling possessed by a demon. Was this what fraying felt like? Was it already happening? It was hours before the oblivion of sleep took him. 10. When Lucian woke up, all he wanted was to close his eyes and go back to sleep. That wasn't an option, though. If he stayed in bed, his absence would be more than noted. It might even be enough to make the Transcends regret their decision of letting him stay. The first thing he did was form his focus. He found himself relying on that stillness to set aside all emotion. It wasn't natural yet, but one day, he wouldn't feel anything at all. That day couldn't come soon enough. When the image of the stone finally collapsed, all the pain from yesterday hit him at once. His mother was dead, and they expected him to go on as if nothing had happened. After he washed his face, he joined the flow of novices heading to the lawn for morning meditation. Another cold, gray dawn on Volsung was not far away. Outside, half the novices had already gathered, kneeling toward the western sky. In the distance, the gray tinge of dawn hinted at the coming daybreak. The wind cut like a knife. It was even colder this morning than last night. Frost crunched under his boots, clinging to the short dead grass stiffened by its embrace. He made his way toward the cliff, picking a spot distant from the others, and knelt on the cold, bare earth. He hated this posture. The ground always dug into his knees. He had the suspicion that it was meant to be uncomfortable, like everything else here. He picked a spot near the front, close to the cliff, so if anyone looked his way, they couldn't tell whether he was doing the meditation. He opted to watch the gray ocean, wondering what lay across it and dreaming about another life, a life free from the curse of magic. He closed his eyes and tried to picture his mother's face. To his surprise, the image was not as clear as he would have liked. He remembered her from 5 years ago when she had come home from the Second Swarmer War. Even then, she had seemed younger and lighter on her feet. They had spent a whole year together before she deployed again. Looking back, despite all the fights they'd gotten into, it was probably the happiest part of his life. From that point on, they saw each other every 6 months or so, leading up to the final time. Tears ran down his face, which he wiped away. When he opened his eyes, the barest glimmer of the orange sun was peeking above the distant horizon. It cast its warm, gentle rays on his face, the only source of warmth on this forsaken island. That sun would rise later and later every day. The effect would be quite noticeable once the equinox had passed. He gazed over the cliff, toward the shoreline hundreds of meters below. There, the roiling surf crashed against artificial cliffs. Lucian started to think about what he wanted from this place and himself. He was used to going it alone in life, but in the back of his mind, he always knew his mother would be there for him. He no longer had that safety. This was his only home now, and the thought of that was terrifying. This remote northern island didn't seem much better than a prison. Some talents had been here for years, decades even, never having left. There were only 8 Transcends who had the power to leave at will, but there would never be more than 8. From the looks of things, it didn't look as if they got out much either. By necessity, the life of a mage was a life of limitation. No one trusted them, as well they shouldn't after the Mage War 50 years ago. Lucian wondered what the point of it all was. Everything seemed to go back to what Vera had told him on the Burung. The worlds, as bickering as they were, agreed on one thing. Everyone with the spark of the manifold, every mage, needed to be contained. If he ever got off this island and anyone found out what he was, it would be his end. But then there was an anomaly, Vera. Somehow she had eluded not only capture, but fraying, the threat that seemed so present here. Lucian was reminded of it almost every day. She claimed to know the answer to the fraying, discovered during her time with the Starsea mages, an idea Transcend White didn't even react to when he'd told his story during his admission. And now, Lucian would never discover that secret. He was the definition of a fool for coming here. He formed his focus, the stone materializing on a black void. He found it easier today, his concentration not breaking as much. He tried to feel his ether, where the power of the manifold had gathered, but his block was resolute, as impassable as it had been 2 days before. All he felt was hopelessness. How would he ever last here? While eating breakfast, Lucian felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to see Kairu. "Walk with me." The other novices quieted as he followed her into the hallway. She stopped a few meters away from the dining hall entrance. "Transcend Blue would like you to attend the entry hall lesson today." "What about my instruction with Talent Pila?" "This takes precedence." "Isn't this a lesson for the novices who have already streamed?" Lucian almost winced at those words. Of course he had streamed, just not in the right way. "I don't make the rules," she said, eyes narrowing. "Just go." After that, she stalked off in typical Kairu fashion. Lucian went back to finish his meal, then headed to the entry hall. Once there, Lucian took up a spot a few meters away from the central brazier at the end of the line of novices. Most of them were tested, those who had been through the trials at least once. Lucian, Emma, and Damien were the only novices there, out of 12 or so who weren't. Rhea was among the group as well, along with others Lucian hadn't talked to yet, the novices who had been here for years in some cases. They acted as if they were talents in their own right, sitting at their own end of the novice table. Transcend Blue stood in front of the central brazier, the fiery light dancing off his shimmering blue robes. Sunlight spilled through the open entrance. Lucian noted it still wasn't very bright outside, even though it was sunny. At this hour on Earth, it would be mid-morning by now. But here on Volsung, that point was still several hours away. Transcend Blue's gaze hovered on Lucian just a moment too long. "Today," Transcend Blue began, "we are going to touch on a subject most of you are already familiar with which you could do with a review." The novice's chatter immediately stilled at these words. "Of late, we had many promising new novices who have yet to learn about the aspects in full." Lucian listened closely. "The aspects can be thought of as different manifestations of the manifold into the shadow realm." Looking around, Lucian noticed a good half of the novices looked bored. This was an old lesson for them. "That said," Transcend Blue continued, "there are 7 aspects, represented by 7 colors, each worn by a transcend. That transcend, as you might have guessed by now, is the recognized master of that aspect." He spread his arms. "I, for example, am Transcend Blue, the master of binding. Binding is the ability to manipulate the very forces that bind matter together." Transcend Blue retrieved a pen from the pocket of his cloak. He held it out in his hand, showing it to the line of novices. Nothing happened at first, but after a moment, Lucian could see the pen giving off an ethereal blue glow. Transcend Blue's hand also glowed blue. Not a moment later, the pen shot upward, hitting the ceiling far above at breakneck speed. There was a murmur of surprise as the pen remained rooted to the ceiling. "It's bound," Transcend Blue explained. "This is only one manifestation of binding, of course. As 2 different things might be bound together, likewise they can be driven apart. the purpose of which I shall not show here, as it can be highly dangerous, as reverse binding the natural bonds of matter can lead to drastic consequences. That said, it is exceedingly difficult to accomplish, taking a great deal of magical power. A young fresh-faced novice named Elia raised her hand demurely. She had arrived about a month after he and Emma, and like them was untested. The talents must have seen her case as promising if she was being included here. "What are the other aspects?" she asked primly.
"I was getting to that,"
Transcend Blue said.
"The remaining 6 aspects are thermalism, represented by red. There is atomicism, represented by orange. Then there's dynamism, represented by yellow. There's radiance, the manipulation of light energy, represented by green. Blue is binding, which we've already discussed. Gray is gravitonics, and violet represents psionics, the manipulation of kinetic and psychic energy."
So far, nothing was conflicting with what Vera had taught him, though he hoped Transcend Blue would go into greater depth.
"So, in summary," Transcend Blue continued, "there's thermalism, atomicism, dynamism, radiance, binding, psionics, and gravitonics. They are sometimes labeled red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, and gray magic, due to the color of their streams when they manifest in the Shadow Realm, which is, of course, our reality. Of course, all mages have some skill in each of these aspects, but their natural inclinations usually lean them toward one in particular. When a talent apprentices him or herself to a transcend, they must decide, 1 year after ascension, which aspect to dedicate themselves toward. Usually, at the end of 1 year, the ascended talent's primary aspect becomes abundantly clear."
Emma raised her hand.
"Yes?"
Transcend Blue asked. "You said there are 7 aspects, but there are 8 transcends. What about Transcend White?" Transcend Blue smiled, pleased at her astuteness.
"White contains all the colors, no? White is our leader, and being our leader, she is the most powerful mage of our number. Transcend White is required to have a fair amount of skill at each aspect. That said, Transcend White was formerly Transcend Violet before her ascension."
"There's something else I've been wondering," Elia asked, without bothering to raise her hand this time. Lucian frowned. If he had spoken without being called on, he'd have been chewed out. Elia smiled prissily. "I hope I'm not being disrespectful by asking, Transcend Blue, or showing my ignorance, but do the Transcends have personal names?" Transcend Blue regarded her for a moment.
"Our names are one of the many things we give up upon ascension. It is a symbol of our death to our old selves and our commitment to the cause of the Academy and mage kind."
That was something Lucian hadn't even thought about. Lucian wondered what Transcend White's name was. Transcend Blue moved on with the lesson.
"As novices, your training will consist of being paired off with talents of all the transcends. In this way, you'll get a taste of all the aspects and learn which feels the most natural to you. Some of you may not even be able to stream certain aspects at all, at least at first. But after several months of training, you'll find some come easier than others, and one should be abundantly easier. That is how you identify your primary. Also, some aspects, as primaries, are rarer than others. Psionics, for example, is the most common primary aspect. It can be streamed by almost any mage, with rare exceptions. Atomicism, in contrast, is rarest. Transcend Orange only has 2 talents under his tutelage. When practicing, they must travel afar to stream. Atomicism is particularly dangerous."
That was easy to imagine. Nuclear weapons were still the most devastating weapon of war, and fusion power was the engine of the interstellar economy. Splitting or fusing atoms through magic had to have incredible and terrible consequences. Lucian could understand why the League wanted mages quarantined. Imagining what a frayed atomicist was capable of was nothing short of horrifying. Transcend Blue continued.
The onus is upon us to be wise stewards of our powers. That's why it's so important that you never stream beyond your inner pool. The temptation will be there, as it will every day for the rest of your life. But that path leads to fraying, and we must do whatever we can to prevent that. If we don't stream beyond our natural pool of ether, nor do we allow it to build up too much, we can walk the path of balance. Balance is the inner state where all is in inner harmony. Knowing where the line is and how to walk it is the most important component of your training. Our emphasis on the path of balance is why our mages are the longest lived in the League.
With Transcend Blue saying that, it was hard for Lucian not to feel self-conscious about the previous night. He wondered what aspect he'd used to destroy that iceberg. If it were kinetic force, then it would have been psionic magic. If he'd reversed the force binding molecules together, that would have been binding. Or it might have been thermalism. Superheating a part of the iceberg could have caused it to collapse on itself. And of course, it could have been a combination of all three for all he knew. That was when Lucian noticed Transcend Blue looking at him directly, along with everyone else. When some of the novices giggled, he realized he had been asked a question. "I'm sorry, Transcend Blue. I missed what you asked me."
I asked, by way of example, what do you believe caused the iceberg to collapse last night?
Had he read his thoughts? It was hard to keep a straight face, even if Transcend Blue's expression was a mask of innocent inquiry. I don't know," Lucian stammered. "I would think it was psionics, but I can't be sure." Transcend Blue looked at Lucian a moment longer, before turning to Damien.
"And what do you think, Novice Damien?"
Damien cleared his throat before answering.
"Binding."
"And what makes you say that?"
He shrugged.
"For an object that size and distance, it seems unbelievable it could be psionics. Psionics works most effectively at close range, with the notable exception of telepathy, which can work at a great range under particular circumstances. So, it was binding that drove the berg apart."
"Specifically, it was reverse binding," Transcend Blue said. "Even given the difficulty of reverse binding, it's still easier than psionics at that distance."
Damien nodded.
"My thoughts exactly, Your Eminence."
Lucian didn't believe Damien had known that for a second. He was just kissing ass. Transcend Blue surveyed the gathering.
"Novice Damien is correct, and his logic sound. Binding, unlike some other forms of magic, is quite effective at distance. Psionic streaming, as Novice Lucian hypothesized, requires a shorter distance."
"So who did it?" Damien asked. "That's the more important question to me."
Transcend Blue ignored Damien.
"Now, since it is my day to teach, we will focus on the aspect of binding."
"Wait," Lucian said. "I have a question."
He almost winced at that outburst, especially as Transcend Blue glowered at the interruption. But Lucian just had to ask, especially keeping in mind the dream he'd had during his metaphysical. That seemed ages ago.
"Yes, Novice?"
"These aspects," Lucian said, feeling his heart race. "Are they anything physical?" Some of the novices laughed at that, but he needed to know the answer. The voice in the dream had told him to find the aspects. How could Lucian do that unless they were something physical? Transcend Blue held up a hand, stifling the giggles.
That is a matter of debate. It's a strange story, a story that first gained popularity before the Mage War, with the old masters of the Volsung Academy.
The novices were listening, rapt.
In those days, it was believed by many that there existed physical manifestations of the 7 aspects themselves, in the form of hyper-concentrated ether. The concentrations were so great that the ether could be seen in the shadow realm itself, that is, our reality. As far as we know, ether only gathers within the mage themselves, and it cannot be measured in any detectable way, making this story dubious.
Transcend Blue cleared his throat, somewhat nervously.
It is nothing more than a story, and has no bearing on our lesson today.
Now I want to know it more,
Damien said. Other novices voiced their agreement. Transcend Blue sighed.
Well, I'm not one for tangents, but since all of you seem interested, I don't see the harm. No mage worth their salt believes such wild stories, but they are interesting. I will grant that much. In the early days of the Volsung Academy, the mages were many. They labored night and day to expand the academy, and many came here to study. Magic, then, was much more of a mystery, and the fraying unrecognized. It seemed the possibilities were endless.
Lucian listened, captivated. Looking around, he saw he wasn't alone.
The first mages did not understand the dangers of the manifold, and the toxin laced within ether itself, not as we do today. The fraying was not even a named term until shortly before the Mage War over 60 years ago. As such, it was common for the first mages to delve the manifold, seeking to understand ultimate reality.
Delve the manifold?
Elia asked. Transcend Blue nodded.
It means to form a psionic link to the manifold itself. Incredibly dangerous. It accelerates the fraying greatly. But the mages of those days discovered a wealth of information, some true, some false, some uncertain. That was how we learned of the 7 aspects set in the septagon. What they were, how they worked, how they interrelated, and most importantly, how a mage might stream them.
Transcend Blue paused, and from that hesitation, Lucian somehow knew he was about to get to the crux of the story.
However,
he continued,
there was something called the Prophecy of the 7, written by one of the first transcends, Ariane.
Lucian's ears perked up at that. That was the book he had on his nightstand.
The 7 oracles who revealed to Ariane his prophecy were said to be beings living within the manifold itself, each claiming control of one of the aspects, like gods, perhaps, or something else. He wrote of his journey into the light realm, claiming to see past and future, among other things. He wrote those things down in a tome known as The Prophecy of the 7. The text is obtuse, not exactly written in another language, but written in a way that makes almost no sense. His original prophecy is lost, taken with him when he one day disappeared from the Volsung Academy forever.
Where did he go?
Emma asked. Transcend Blue shook his head.
None know. All we do know is that he never returned, and all we have of his prophecy are imperfect copies of the original, copies where the entire meaning was changed. According to the writings of the old masters, Ariane had lost his wits at the end. Back then they didn't understand what they were dealing with.
Frayed, Damien said. Transcend Blue nodded sagely. If Ariane had frayed, then that explained why the text was complete nonsense to Lucian. He could hardly believe he had checked out that book by mistake.
Whether a mage frays or not upon manifoldic delving is a coin flip, Transcend Blue said. The practice has been forbidden for many years at the Volsung Academy. In the light realm, the source of the manifold, there are horrors beyond our imagining. Horrors the human mind cannot comprehend.
He shook his head.
No one has tried to delve for decades.
What about the prophecy of the seven? Emma asked. What about the aspects?
We're getting far off base here. But never let it be said I left a tale untold.
Transcend Blue cleared his throat.
The prophecy says there are 7 aspects of magic, and they are not only how magic manifests itself in the shadow world, but physical objects. These aspects are said to be orbs, ancient artifacts of great power, manifestations of pure ether. Holding one of these orbs is said to allow a mage great power over its attendant aspect.
The novices stared at Transcend Blue, wide-eyed. Is any of that true? Emma asked.
Transcend Blue laughed. Of course not. Ariane's delvings were the mad ramblings of a frayed man. It wouldn't be the first such false information uncovered during a delving. Nonetheless, it hasn't prevented certain mages from seeking these orbs. To no great success, I might add. They are a madman's ravings, nothing more. Ariane was an accomplished mage, but that was before his final delving.
And these orbs are something physical that can be touched? Lucian asked.
Transcend Blue watched him shrewdly. That's what Ariane believed, and these orbs were what his disciples, called the Starsea mages, sought to obtain.
Some of the novices gasped at that.
Transcend Blue continued. It was much of their reason for breaking away from the academies. It's safe to say that Ariane's words cut the mages in two, and for that, he is certainly a divisive figure, even to this day.
Looking around, he seemed to remember he had a lesson to teach.
I've said too much. Suffice it to say, Ariane never intended for there to be a war, nor to cause the defection of Zaramalis and her followers. He believed that the mages should seek and gather these orbs before a prophesied cycle of destruction returned. Unfortunately, certain mages took him quite seriously.
And none have been found? Damien asked.
Transcend Blue scoffed. Of course not. It is a mad story. I won't say it can't be true, but to me it is the fantasy of a madman. Had he never written his prophecy, there would have been no mage war, and I don't use those words lightly. He may have ironically begun the cycle of destruction he prophesied merely by warning against it. Of course, some have supposed the fraying itself is the foretold cycle of destruction, not the mage war.
Transcend Blue shook his head.
Whatever the case, it is outside the object of our lesson here, and I will speak no more on the subject.
The Transcend continued the lesson, but Lucian found his mind drifting elsewhere. To others, it was only a story. But what about his dreams? What about the voice that told him to find the aspects? How could his mind have thought of something so crazy with no prior information? Was it prophecy or madness? There had to be something to it, unless he were going mad as well, hearing things directly from the manifold just as Ariane had. And then there was Vera, hinting that she and the Starsea mages had the answer to the fraying. Could their answer to the fraying be the same as finding these orbs, as Ariane prophesied? Ariane, whom the Starsea mages held in esteem? As soon as the lesson concluded, Lucian wanted nothing more than to return to his room and study the text of the prophecy himself. But he had an obligation, along with Emma, to attend a training session with Talent Kairu. 11. When Lucian joined Kairu, the Talent gave no sign she had ratted Lucian out the night before. The lesson proceeded normally enough, normally meaning Kairu criticizing Lucian's every move. "Center yourself," she said. "Embrace your focus." He tried to take her advice, forming an image of his focus, that damnable stone. The image took root as if it stood before him. At least he had this part nailed down. "Good," Kairu said, in a rare bit of praise. "I can feel the potential of your focus, even now. The next step is to reach for your ether and stream dynamism through your spear." For a moment, Lucian felt a curious pressure forming in his mind. No matter how much he tried, though, the dynamistic aspect wouldn't manifest itself. Lucian clung on, letting his focus remain resolute. This time he was determined to not let it shatter. "Calm," Kairu said. "You're doing well. Focus." Something in her tone suggested she was surprised at his progress. It was as if she were trying to get under his skin. All at once, Lucian felt a surge of power, a fire prickling beneath his skin. It was here. His eyes opened in shock. "Control it," Kairu said firmly. "Let it flow through the spear." Lucian imagined the energy leaving him in a steady stream. He saw the spear alight with electrical energy. He could feel the graphene infused with his magic. The wind began to pick up, and the spear was glowing. The spear turned red hot. Awesome amounts of heat began to radiate outward, heat which began to flow into his hand. "Stop," Kairu said, eyes wide with fear. "Stop right now! Cut your stream off!" It was like trying to stop a rushing river. The only thing he could do was drop the spear. It fell to the frosty ground, hissing and smoking in the process. Kairu hopped back as if it were an adder, while Emma watched with widened eyes from the side. At last, the fire within Lucian subsided. He was panting as if he had sprinted across the entire lawn. Kairu's expression was one of shock, with her mouth slightly agape. "Why did you do that? He was supposed to stream dynamism, not thermalism." Lucian blinked in surprise. So that was why the metal had started heating up. "I don't understand how to stream one aspect over another," Lucian said. "How can I do that without practice? What's more important is that I broke my block, in the way you told me to." Kairu folded her arms. "The way I told you to? No, far from that. You could have gotten yourself killed with a bit of misdirected magic. What would have happened if the heat had spread to the handle?" "Well," Lucian said, "at least I managed something this time." Her look was all too knowing. "Let's not pretend. We both know what you're capable of. Next time, do as you're told and nothing different." Arguing was pointless. He nodded, meekly, as much as that grated him. "Yes, Talent Kairu." This mollified her, if only a little. "This bears repeating, since it seems my lesson from earlier didn't take hold. You must imagine the thing you wish to manifest once your focus is formed, and only then stream. What were you thinking about to produce a thermal stream?" He thought he had been thinking of electricity, until he remembered he had also been thinking about that fiery feeling beneath his skin. Perhaps that had been enough for the magic to come out that way too. Kairu reached for the discarded spear, which was only warm now. She handed it back to Lucian and then gestured toward Emma. "Your turn. Of course, Emma had no trouble streaming electricity through her practice shock spear. She held it aloft as the magic raced from handle to point, crackling at the spear's tip. After half a minute, she cried out suddenly, "It's getting harder to hold." "Let go of your focus," Kairu said. "Your ether is almost depleted." Emma immediately stopped, the electrical magic dissipating. "Not bad," Kairu said. "You'd make a good dynamist. That would depend on your spear work, though." "I'm not much of a fighter," she said between breaths. "Dynamists do more than spear play," Kairu said. "There's shielding and warding, too." Shielding sounded like fighting to Lucian, too, if only in a defensive way. "Why are we being trained to fight, anyway?" he asked. "I thought the mages were forbidden to use their powers for war." "On their own, yes," Kairu said. "We serve the League at its discretion, though we maintain control over our internal matters." "That doesn't answer his original question," Emma said. "Why are we taught to fight at all?" "Because," Kairu said, "we've proven ourselves invaluable. The League guarantees our right to exist, and one day, as in the Swarmer Wars and even as far back as the Mage War, we will be needed for the League's defense." With the Swarmers back, that only begged the question, would the mages be getting involved once again? "The other academies train their mages for warfare as well," Kairu went on. "There are only two others officially sanctioned by the League, the Irian Academy and the Mako Academy. However, the League has decreed the Volsung Academy ascendant. Transcend White not only leads us, but all the academies if war ever returns." Lucian almost informed her that war had returned, until remembering Transcend White's prohibition. "What Transcend White says goes, then?" Emma said. "Correct," Kairu said. "Those academies are so distant that they are practically fully autonomous. If there ever is another war, that will change. Until then, our job is to vet every mage who can be trained." "And if they can't be trained?" Lucian asked. Kairu glowered. "You know what happens, Novice Lucian. It's not something anyone relishes, least of all the transcends." Emma looked at him in warning, but he had to know. "But there are mages who aren't part of any academy, right? Rogues, I mean?" Kairu's eyes narrowed. "Yes. Rogue mages slip through the cracks. The border worlds especially lack the infrastructure for widespread metaphysical testing. When a report reaches the academy of a rogue mage, a team of talents deals with it. Depending on the severity, a transcend might go as well. It must be rare, because I haven't seen many talents come and go," Emma observed. "Oh, our talents are out there. The more experienced ones. You wouldn't know what they are on the surface, and that's the point. But they are there on academy business, dealing with something only a talent can deal with." She gave a small smile. "If you train hard and prove yourself valuable and loyal, that could be your future too." "How can I reach that point?" Emma asked. "It takes a lot before the transcends are willing to trust a talent with such a task. They must be sure of their loyalty and abilities. Rogue mages are highly dangerous, and it's not unknown for talents to be killed in the hunting of them. That's why a talent is seldom sent alone. At a minimum, two talents will work together, whatever their stated mission." As an aside, she added, "Usually, one of the talents sent is a radiant. Radiants are good at sensing." At Lucian's confused look, she added, "That is, detecting deviations in the ethereal background, which can pinpoint a mage's location." Emma's eyebrows arched at that. She could do that, at least when she was close to another mage. From her silence, she chose to not share this with Kairu. "This is only a fraction of our number," Kairu said. "At any point, half or more of the talents are gone on errands. This can be anything from consulting local governments, seeking out new mages, conducting research, or hunting rogues, Lucian finished. Yes, that too. Transcend Red recently returned from such a hunt of a rogue mage on Arion. Kairu collapsed her spear and stashed it inside her robe, signaling the end of the lesson. It's a rarity for the entire spectrum to be here at once. I can't even remember such a thing happening, and I've been here almost 7 years. And a talent for how long? Emma asked. Lucian wondered why Kairu was volunteering so much information about herself, especially to novices like them. 4 of those years, Kairu said. I advanced quickly, but that's because they saw my dedication. If becoming a talent in 3 years was considered quick, then Lucian had no hope of getting off this island for a long, long time. 12. Hours bled into days, and days into weeks. Lucian threw himself into his training and studies, using them to forget his old life. He dedicated himself as he never had before. Isolated on the island of Transcend Mount, there were no distractions. There was only the training and those beside him on the same journey. It was amazing how quickly the concerns of the outside world fell away. Even the fear of a new swarmer war seemed distant, and through force of will, he set aside his grief for his mother. He was always aware of it, but as the days passed, he dealt with his daily training as well, or even better than before. As he acquired new knowledge, former mysteries began unraveling. When he wasn't learning about the mages, their history, or the 7 aspects, he was meditating on them, strengthening his focus, learning to isolate each aspect with precision, and streaming each aspect under rigorous concentration. Some were easier to grasp than others. Psionics came easiest to him, while dynamism was a greater struggle. Still, he trained, building his focus until he could imagine the stone with perfect clarity and hold the image for hours. And then his focus changed. One day, when he imagined the stone, he could see 7 lights floating around it: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, and gray. At first, he thought he was losing his concentration, but the more his meditation deepened, the more vivid the colors became. When Lucian shared this with Damien, he nodded as if it were normal. You're transitioning. Transitioning? The stone you chose is just a training tool. A mage's focus, their true focus, is them using their mind to connect to the manifold. And the way that reality manifests in our mind's eye is the septagon, the shape upon which all 7 aspects are placed. The septagon? There are some charts you can look up in the library, but it's basic manifoldic theory. They don't teach the novices early on because they don't want them getting distracted. But as a mage's focus grows, the septagon naturally becomes their new focus. So, should I start imagining this septagon? No, Damien said with a laugh. You aren't ready for that yet. Let it transition on its own. But now that you are aware of it, you won't be alarmed as it happens. In the meantime, try to sense it. Isolate each of the aspects upon it, and stream through those lights. Now you know why we call each aspect by its color. It's because those lights you're seeing are common to all mages once they become strong enough to detect them. Strong enough? Was he finally getting the hang of things? He might not get expelled after all. As Lucian trained further, he tried to do as Damien said. He continued to use the stone as his focus rather than the septagon. In the meantime, he did his own reading on the subject, checking out a book from the library, the correct one this time. The first time he saw the septagon, with its labeled aspects, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. It was rendered almost exactly as he had imagined it in his mind. It looked like some strange occult symbol, something that would scare the living daylights out of a believer if they ever saw it. It not only showed each of the aspects placed upon one of the septagon's 7 corners, but lines interconnecting the aspects. Aspects were connected by the border of the septagon, but additional lines connected aspects 2 apart. He learned what the lines meant. The closer the aspect to one's primary, the more easily and efficiently it could be streamed. Dynamists, for example, found streaming atomicism and radiance easier than streaming gravitonics. Lucian wondered if his primary was psionics, since it was the easiest for him to stream. It would explain why he found dynamism so difficult and unnatural, which was 3 slots away from psionics. Then again, he learned there was another school of thought that said the septagon shouldn't be taken too seriously. If a mage believed they would be bad at something, it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Belief was an important component of streaming. It was generally agreed that a mage had 1 strength, 1 or 2 secondary aspects they were middling in, and tertiary and quaternary aspects that were far weaker. Lucian was still too early in his journey to know exactly where he fell. 5 months into his training, the autumn equinox passed, and the days grew even shorter. By now, Lucian could almost always stream, even if it were only a little. At least he was no longer the least accomplished. New novices had arrived, and one day, without any sort of warning, another was exiled. She was a quiet young woman named Katya, who had jumped at every shadow. What was more, she was one of the tested. The novices talked about that in hushed tones the day they realized she was gone. And after that, she was never mentioned again. After that, the novices worked much harder at their studies, with less joking and laughter. No one wanted to be next, and the trials were on everyone's minds, drawing closer and closer. Lucian tried not to concern himself with the successes and failures of his peers, and he did his best to not let emotion enter the picture. At night, he only felt numbness. The only way he could weather his inner turmoil was by not acknowledging its existence. The change startled him, but in his mind it was a necessary change. If emotions ruled him, he would never make it here. Even his feelings for Emma, which had seemed so powerful at first, had dampened. Or had they merely been displaced? Whatever the case, that prospect of being with her was receding into the past. Yes, his heart still ached at seeing her, but those feelings threatened to undo his accomplishments. Every day he denied them, the closer he came to walking the path of balance. He was changing. He didn't allow himself to think whether that change was for the better. This was reality, and any change was for the sake of not being the next exile. As the weeks passed, he and Emma saw less and less of each other. Aside from mealtimes, he hardly saw her at all. She focused on her studies, and he on his. They were assigned to different talents and different aspects almost every week. From Scion Gaius, Lucian learned psionic theory, the manipulation of kinetic and mental magic. He learned to recognize its pulsating flow with greater ease than the other novices. Each aspect had its peculiarities. Psionics was all about releasing powerful waves of magic with almost no control, and for some reason, Lucian showed much promise at it. Dynamism remained challenging. It seemed to rip right out of him and had to be held tightly to remain in control. Thermalism was steadier than dynamism, but once it built up, became powerful. The classic test for novices was to either heat a pot of water to boiling or freeze it into a block of ice, using a forward stream or a reverse stream, respectively. He found it easier to control than dynamism. Damien far surpassed him in thermalism, a fact Lucian learned when both were paired with talent Relissa for training. Damien could instantly cool a pail of water into ice and sublimate it within seconds. Relissa all but doted on him, even more so because she was from Ludus too. And so it went with each of the aspects. Every week, the Transcends paired novices with a new talent. That talent taught the novices everything they could about their aspect. A few times a month, they might receive advanced instruction from the Transcends. But as autumn took hold, this happened less often. The Transcends were busy with their own concerns. By his 6th month, Lucian could stream basic psionic, thermal, and binding magic with confidence. The other aspects, radiance, gravitonics, and dynamism, came with greater difficulty, mostly because he had received less training with them. But he could at least tell the difference between the aspects now, and how they manifested. The one aspect he did not learn was atomicism, which was not permitted on Academy grounds due to its danger. As always, the conversation shifted to the trials. Novices who passed would rise to the mantle of talent. If they failed, they had to wait until the next year's trials. And of course, failing them too often or too spectacularly placed a novice in danger of expulsion. By the end of his 6th month, there was only one aspect Lucian had yet to learn about: atomicism. The subject was only taught twice a year, in the spring and the autumn, in dedicated day trips to a distant island. Talent Isaac, one of the Academy's 2 orange talents, informed the novices that the trip would take place the very next day. The deck of Lightsail was a welcome escape from the dour Academy grounds. The day even proved warmer than the past few weeks, though the breeze was still bitingly cold. Before setting sail, the Academy's 2 orange talents, Isaac and Hamel, gathered the novices near the bow. The talents didn't speak until the chattering novices had settled down. "Before we leave, we need to review atomicism," Talent Isaac began, his sandy brown hair whipping in the wind. His heroic, square-jawed face seemed to be carved from stone. More than a few of the female novices were gazing at him in admiration. "First, it's the only aspect that novices are not allowed to stream. Besides being difficult to master, it is dangerous. We only allow 2 lessons a year, and that lesson consists of listening to everything we say, and not attempting to stream, or following our streams." He looked around. "Is this understood?" Lucian could not help but notice the disappointed faces around him. One of the novices, named Eric, and a native of Volsung, spoke up. "I understand atomicism is dangerous, but how are we supposed to learn anything if we can't even stream it, much less follow along?" Talent Isaac watched him sternly. No one can stream the atomic aspect until he or she is accepted as a talent by Transcend Orange. The atomicists under Zara Malice laid waste to entire systems with their magic. They also overloaded the fusion reactors of League warships. They were perhaps the greatest weapons of the Mage War. Isaac looked at each of them to better let his point sink in. The novices, having received that lesson, remained silent. Talent Hamel stood at Isaac's side, his thick, hairy forearms folded beneath his barrel chest. That thick arm hair was a sharp contrast to his completely bald head. His defining feature was a long scar slashing from his left temple to the bottom of his nose. When he spoke to the novices, his voice came out in a low growl. "We're heading to a nearby island for the demonstration. Should take a few hours." "Are you going to create a nuclear reaction this time?" Damien asked. "Last time, it was only a bit of transmutation." Talent Hamel growled in response. "We are not here for your entertainment, novice. If you disagree, maybe scrubbing the bathhouse floors for the next week will be lesson enough." That made Damien go quiet, and the rest of the novices stood to attention. "Creating a viable nuclear reaction takes a lot of ether,
A lot. Enough to make us fray even. And afraid atomicist is the last thing you want to deal with.
So, how is atomic magic applied in real life? Lucian asked.
Finally, a good question, Hamill said.
Lucian blinked in surprise. Was that praise from one of the talents? For once?
Hamill continued. Say a starship is low on fuel. Well, it would be possible to transmute some simple matter into the helium-3 needed for a starship's reactor. It would only need to behave as helium-3 for as long as it took the reactor to use it. Now, true transmutation that sticks around takes a lot more work and is more dangerous. Flux transmutation, that which only lasts a moment, is easier and more common. Assuming there was enough matter on board, atomicists could keep the ship going without the need to refuel. The fleets commanded by Malice, for example, moved more quickly than conventional fleets. They could maneuver in ways that were impossible without atomicists.
They were close to winning, weren't they? Damien asked. Talent Hamill surprised Lucian with his answer.
Yes. Malice was perhaps the most powerful mage there ever was. She was a brilliant strategist, albeit half mad with the fraying.
He shook his head.
Half the things we know about magic and the manifold is because of her. For all the ill she's done.
Why did she start the war? Emma asked.
We're getting off track, Hamill growled. Time to set sail.
The questions were cut short as the talents went to the bridge, and Light Sail embarked. Despite the cold wind and choppy water, Lucian couldn't help but smile. It was the closest thing to freedom he'd experienced since his arrival. Nothing made him happier than seeing the gray, dismal island of Transcend Mount shrinking into the west. For the first time in months, the novices could laugh, play, and joke around. At least until the two talents gathered them on the deck to make use of all the directionless energy. Within minutes, the novices were back to practicing meditation and forming their focuses. Forming his focus was simple for Lucian now. It should have been after 6 months of doing little else. The stone floated in the void of his mind. His feelings were something to be considered, not embraced. Even the cold, whipping wind was something far away. More than that, the stone seemed to thrum with potential power. Lucian knew he had only to allow that power to grow, and he would be streaming. Beyond his focus was the manifold itself. Against that, his ether was but a speck of dust against a star, or maybe against the entire universe. He couldn't help but wonder what it might be like to stream that kind of power. A dangerous thought, the kind of thought that had surely started Zara Malice on her path to destruction. Lucian refocused on the stone, as he had been taught. Any kind of thought while streaming could be dangerous. Time itself slipped away as Lucian held his focus. When his eyes opened, the boat was slowing. The temperature was warmer, almost pleasant, and the sun shone brightly. Before the ship rose an island, nothing more than an outcrop really, but it excited Lucian all the same. The other novices were emerging from their meditations as well. Everyone went to the bow to watch the ship approach. There was only a single landing point, so they anchored in the surf about 50 meters out. They cast off in 2 rowboats, each holding a talent and 8 rowing novices. Once on shore, they ate their packed lunches on the rocky beach. Once done, they climbed the steep slope to the plateau above. Lucian wondered what the orange talents had in store for them. 13.
Line up, Hamill called out.
Lucian stood with Emma on his right and Damien on his left. He risked a glance in her direction, and their eyes met for a moment. She offered a small smile, but before Lucian could return it, the talents came back. Lucian judged this small island to be more desolate than even Transcend Mount. For one, it was smaller and didn't have a single building, or even a tree. There were likely tens of thousands of such islands scattered across the face of Volsung. It was cold, too. Whatever warmth the sun had cast earlier was now hidden behind a layer of clouds. Lucian longed for the warmth of his home city he had always taken for granted. It was only a little past mid-morning, and the only sign of life on the island was the odd patches of pink lichen clinging to rocks. The sky was heavy with clouds and seemed ready to unleash a tempest of snow or ice at any moment. As the novices huddled closer, Isaac and Hamel found a fist-sized stone. Facing each other, they held the stone together, staring at it intensely. When the hairs of Lucian's arms stood on end, he knew it had nothing to do with the cold. The talents were streaming. The stone glowed with orange light, subtly at first, but then with increasing brilliance. A collective gasp escaped the novices as they shielded their eyes. Lucian didn't see how the talents could hold that stone without their hands burning. The rock should have been scalding by now. When the brightness receded, Lucian tried to blink the spots in his vision away, and noticed other novices doing the same. The world that returned was dim in comparison to the stone's former brilliance. What was once a plain stone was now a small, yellow, and glinting nugget of what had to be pure gold. Much smaller than the original stone, but probably the same mass. Before Lucian could even marvel, Isaac chucked it as far as he could. The gold nugget sailed in a wide arc toward the water below. Even the cloudy sky couldn't keep it from glimmering before it was lost to sight.
"What'd you do that for?"
Damien demanded. Isaac shrugged.
"We can always make more. This was for demonstration purposes." "But gold isn't even worth much anyway," Talent Hamel said.
"It is on Ludus." Lucian wasn't sure why Damien was trying to argue with the talents. Pointless didn't even begin to describe it.
"This is but a taste of the power of atomicism," Hamel said. "Now pay attention. See that outcrop out there? Watch."
Hamel took a few steps until he stood at the southern precipice of the island. He focused on a rock rising about 100 meters away. That craggy outcrop had been battered to hell and back. It was thinner toward the center, where entire chunks had been ripped out of it. This could be seen from the rocky flotsam piled at its base, through which the surf churned. The novices stood, watching. Not a moment later, the outcrop became a fountain of earth and rock, shooting high into the air. Everyone ducked, even though the rain of rock had no chance of hitting them. Most of the debris shot straight upward, and many of the stone pieces were already splashing into the gray ocean below. Once the dust settled, Lucian could see that the outcrop had a new hole blown in it. It teetered for a moment before steadying. After that treatment, even the slightest wind might be enough to crumble it for good.
"Thought I might kill it this time,"
Hamel said. He turned to face the novices.
"Any guesses on what I did there?"
Novice Elia raised her hand timidly. "An explosion?" Some of the novices laughed at that, but Hamel surprised Lucian by nodding.
"That's right. No need to make an answer more complicated than it needs to be. This demonstration was to show you that you don't need to use fission or fusion to create a lot of havoc with atomicism." He licked his thin lips. "I focused on the middle of the rock and transmuted some of the atoms into carbon, oxygen, and nitrogen. I bound these atoms to create a modest amount of trinitrotoluene, which I heated with a thin flow of thermalism to cause an explosion." "What's whatever you called it?" Emma asked. "TNT, as it's more commonly known," Talent Isaac said. "A somewhat primitive explosive that's still sometimes used in mining operations.
As you can see, atomicism is as much about chemistry as it is about magic. Of all the aspects, it requires the most study. Get one atom in a molecule wrong, and things can get deadly amazingly fast. What about atomic reactions? Rhea asked. How are those done? If you mean fission or fusion, Isaac said, that is beyond either Talent Hamill's or my abilities. We understand the theory of it, of course. A lot of complicated reactions occur within a short time. If you don't know what you're doing or get one of the steps wrong, you'll end up doing a lot of damage or even getting people killed. As such, it's forbidden magic here at the Volsung Academy. What about simple transmutation then? Emma asked. Why can't we try that? Isaac chuckled. Simple? No. Nothing is ever simple. It took a couple of years of intense study for me to do something as simple as transmuting hydrogen into helium. Wouldn't that be fusion? Emma pressed. No, Hamill answered. That would be combining two atoms of hydrogen, for example, to create helium. That's not what we mean by transmutation. Through the manifold, we can use magic to bend the rules of the shadow realm. The closer two atoms are to each other on the periodic table, for example, the easier the process. It's easier to trick hydrogen into being a certain isotope of helium, for example, rather than tricking it into being tungsten. And there are two types of transmutation. Flux transmutation, which lasts on the order of nanoseconds, and permanent. Permanent transmutation requires more magic, plus the setting of a ward, usually dynamistic in nature. Now I'm even more confused, Emma said. That is beyond the lesson for today, Hamill said. Suffice it to say, it took two of us combining our streams to create that gold earlier, and it drained most of our ether. Talent Isaac is better at supplying the ether, while I'm better at rearranging molecules, the actual chemistry of it. The point is, you have to feel what's there. Atomic magic requires sharp senses, as well as being skilled at other aspects. That's why there are so very few of us. Of course, it's better to use what's there rather than transmute raw material, much less dangerous and ether-intensive. Hamill and Isaac continued to lecture the novices for the next hour. When the sun had reached its zenith, the novices were still huddling from the biting wind. The talents ended the lesson, and everyone returned to the boats. After rowing out to sea, they lifted the vessels back on board. Once all was secured, everyone crowded into the bridge as the ship set sail. Isaac brewed some hot tea for everyone to share in the wardroom. The water grew choppier, the wind blustering against the hull with powerful gusts. The storm that had threatened all morning was now falling upon them. The ship flew across the water as dismal sleet pelted the deck, coating it with ice. The cold filtered through the cracks of the door, and ice coated the windscreen. Lucian was grateful the ship was completely automated, or they might have been in trouble. The wardroom was cozy, and the tea did a lot to refresh him. In a few months, Hamill began gruffly, to an audience of novices hanging on his every word, the entire northern ocean will freeze over. It gets cold out here. Damned cold. It'll freeze the blood in your veins if you're out too long in it. You'll know true cold a couple of months after the trials are over. That's when the worst of it happens. And you better believe they'll have you training out on the lawn, even when a blizzard's blowing. Hamill took a sip of his tea, hardly having time to swallow before Emma pelted him with yet another question. How long does the ice last? What happens if someone needs to leave? He looked at her with an amused expression. You don't. You can expect half the year to be completely impassable. This very ship modifies into a hovercraft. It'll do that once the ice is thick enough to hold it at rest. Transcend Mount would become an island of life in an icy desert. Then Lucian would be truly stuck here. For some reason, the iced-over ocean seemed a greater barrier than boundless water. Lucian was relieved when the ship pulled into the short dock. Once Lightsail was moored, the party made the long climb back to the academy. The weather was still foul, snow mixing with freezing rain. All was a monochrome gray. The visibility was too poor to even see the ocean from the trail. This cold was nothing Lucian had ever experienced. It even hurt his nostrils to breathe. Once they were back inside the cavernous entrance of the academy, Lucian heaved a sigh of relief. This place that had seemed so strange and forlorn at first had quickly become his refuge. It was hard to completely hate it, as he had just a few weeks ago. There were positives he had never considered. There was the daily discipline he had been lacking before. And even if the training was difficult, his devotion made other worries fall by the wayside. There were new worries too, however. There was always the fear of not being good enough, and the consequences of that were very real. This place, his training, was all he had left to live for. What kind of life was that? He realized with growing coldness that the question didn't matter. This was his life now, for better or for worse. The sooner he accepted that, the better. 14. Good as Talent Hamill's word, the weather grew colder. Much colder. By the passing of the equinox, the entire front lawn and back courtyard lay buried beneath a thick layer of snow. The novices had to shovel it without the aid of magic. If the drifts grew too high, they brought in the talents to blast them with thermal magic, which meant the novices had to clean the muddy slurry that remained. It was back-breaking repetitive labor. But at least the constant work kept Lucian warm under his thick winter robes. Most of the time. The days grew short until what remained of day was about as long as a typical Earth day. That meant the mages of the academy spent most of their hours in darkness. Lucian's spirits fell along with the sun, and he noticed a similar reticence in the other novices. It was getting harder to remember what it was all for. He knew he needed motivation that went beyond survival, but he didn't know what that was. Vera had foretold that there would be no room for self-expression in this place. Not for the first time, Lucian noted how right she had been. Here at the Volsung Academy, it was either the Transcends way or no way at all. For all his inner rebellion, Lucian did exactly as he was told. 2 more months ticked by, and the anticipation of the trials grew closer. Lucian had lost count of the standard calendar. He was almost 100% certain his birthday had come and gone, which would make him 21. He didn't bother telling anyone. It seemed there was never any reason to celebrate here, unless it was a tangible milestone. A novice breaking their block might earn special food, but there was little to look forward to beyond that. And as much as Lucian wanted to learn about the trials, tested novices were forbidden to speak of them, and trying to pry information from the tested was like pulling teeth. They set themselves apart from the untested, and unless you were good friends with them, they just weren't going to share their secrets. The trials pitted the novices against each other. A small bit of advice might be enough to tip the scales. The Transcends only selected a few talents every year, and sometimes they raised no talents at all. When the rolls opened for the novices to enter, Lucian signed up on the first day. He knew he wasn't likely to pass. Generally, it took at least 2 years of dedicated training and study to even have a chance. But the knowledge of the trials alone would be worth the price of participating, and anyone could join if they had been at the academy for at least 6 months. And Lucian didn't want to wait another year. Besides, the novices who didn't try out would be stuck doing the chores of those who were. For that reason alone, Lucian thought it would be worth it. Assuming the Transcends chose him, which he knew wouldn't happen, the next step was to take a year to decide which aspect to dedicate himself to. He would become a talent of one of 7 Transcends. Transcend White herself did not teach, aside from her personal scion, Gaius. There was still so much to learn, and, like most of the novices participating, Lucian was nowhere near ready. Only the ones who had been here for years had a chance of wearing the gray robes and colored sash of a talent. Rhea, of course, was one of the top contenders. Though she had only been here a little less than 2 years, she'd had promising results in last year's trials. Damien seemed confident that he'd learned enough as well, despite being at the academy for only a year and a half. As for Lucian, he didn't have much hope. Though his progress had picked up, he still lagged behind most of the others. No new novices had arrived since the equinox, nor had any been sent home. More experienced novices whispered it was after the trials that dismissals would come. Lucian tried to keep his mind off that, as difficult as it was. As the trials neared, as the late autumn snows fell, Lucian labored all the harder. He could identify and stream the basics of all 6 of the aspects permitted to him, even his weakest aspect, dynamism. His streams would not be as practiced and efficient as someone like Rhea, but he was proud of how far he had come. The question was, would it be enough? At last, the day came. After a crowded breakfast, around 50 novices and a third of that number of talents gathered in the spectrum chamber for trial assignments. Lucian was surprised that there were so many. It only meant more competition. Not that he had a chance, anyway. It was at least an hour before the subdued murmuring subsided. The transcends stole into the room, taking up their stone seats. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, gray, and finally, white. As each sat, the sides of their seats lit with colored flames, casting the chamber in rainbow brilliance. Lucian's eyes widened at the sight, and he noticed several other novices staring as well. The transcend's colorful robes shone with a radiance that was almost too bright to look upon. All attention was on Transcend White, seated in the far right seat. Rarely did they get to see the entire spectrum arrayed in their dazzling colors. Soon, the novices would know who would rise, who would stay another year, and who would be sent away. Transcend White's steely gaze scanned the assembly. Today marks the first day of the Volsung Academy trials. You will be split into 7 groups of equal number, and the trials will last for the next 7 days. For those of you unfamiliar, this is how it works. You will spend each day with one of the transcends. They will test you on their respective aspect. If you fail any of the trials, then you will not be raised to the mantle of talent. These trials are a basic competency test that will form the basis of more advanced training. Transcend White allowed a pause to let the point sink in. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Transcend White, came the unified response. Good, she said. Then let the trials commence. The novices were split into their trial groups by the gathered talents. The assignments must have been decided for a long time because they went fast. Lucian was placed in a group with Damien, Rhea, and a newer novice named Marcus. There were 14 groups in all. Half of those groups would undergo the trials in the morning, the other half in the afternoon. Lucian was in the morning group. None of the novices dared break the silence. The trials may have already begun, and Lucian figured no one wanted to mess that up. They waited while the transcends conferred amongst themselves. At last, Transcend White nodded. Each of the transcends went to a predetermined group of novices. Transcend Blue was making his way over to Lucian's group. His dark, grandfatherly face, with its trim gray goatee, betrayed no emotion. Your first trial will be with me, he said. It will be in a training room on the 2nd level. Transcend Blue, without a word, led the way down the corridor outside the spectrum chamber. They went up the staircase to the second level. The second level wasn't much different from the first. A long corridor stretched before them for well over 100 meters. Blazing torches lined the walls, and many open doorways and arches led into interior rooms. Most of the cells they passed were dark and empty. The sun still hadn't risen, despite it being past mid-morning. About halfway down the corridor, Transcend Blue entered an archway on the left. It opened into a spacious room with training mats spread across the floor. A large chest stood in the middle of the room. The setting made Lucian wonder if they were going to be pitted against one another in duels. Mages could certainly use binding in a fight. Looking around at everyone else's nervous faces, Lucian could see he wasn't alone in wondering what came next.
"Stand in a line, about a couple of meters between each of you,"
Transcend Blue instructed. They hurried to do as instructed. Transcend Blue was already opening the chest. He retrieved a spherical stone, about 30 or 40 centimeters in diameter.
"We are starting with Novice Damien," Transcend Blue said. "Take this sphere from my hand using a binding tether."
Damien's eyes widened. He looked at the other novices for a moment, as if shocked he'd have to perform in front of everyone else. That had to be purposeful. The Transcends wanted to see if the novices could stream under pressure. Damien extended his hand with his palm facing outward, closing his eyes. It was dead silent for a long moment. Damien had often bragged that binding was one of his strongest aspects, but Lucian knew that couldn't be the case, because he also claimed thermalism was his strongest, and that was on the opposite side of the septagon. Now, Damien had the chance to put his money where his mouth was. A small part of Lucian wanted him to fail. Humility was not Damien's strong suit. Just as Lucian had this thought, the side of the sphere emitted a bluish aura. It shot toward Damien's open hand, also glowing blue, while a line bridged the 2 points. Upon contact, Damien's fingers clasped the sphere. The novice opened his eyes and let out a breath. Lucian had to keep from gaping. Damien had made it look easy. Transcend Blue nodded.
"All right, now bind it to the chest to put it back in."
This part didn't take as long. After a short moment, the top of the open chest glowed blue, and the sphere shot out of Damien's hand. It bounced off the lid's inner casing to land snugly inside. He closed his eyes, breathing a sigh of relief. Next up was Novice Rhea. As soon as her trial began, a good 5 minutes passed without anything happening. To Lucian's surprise, Transcend Blue didn't call anything off. He only watched her intently. Lucian couldn't help but feel bad for her. But that feeling subsided when, in a sudden burst of energy, the sphere glowed and shot into Rhea's hand. It moved so fast that it had to have hurt as it made contact. However, Rhea betrayed no pain in her expression.
"Now bind it into the chest,"
Transcend Blue said. Rhea did so in even less time than Damien, but the effect was ruined when the sphere bounced too hard, causing it to roll across the floor. Transcend Blue retrieved it with his own binding, placing the sphere inside smoothly. Rhea's pale complexion burned red with embarrassment.
"Novice Marcus?"
The nervous youth had been at the academy for almost as long as Lucian. Lucian had never seen him stream. They had to wait for at least half an hour. Sweat collected on the novice's brow, dripping on the mat below. His face a mask of intense concentration. After a few more minutes passed, Transcend Blue cleared his throat.
"That will be enough, Novice Marcus."
He sputtered, his eyes widening. "Transcend Blue, if you could give me but a moment longer."
"You have had your chance, Novice. Thank you."
That cut off any more arguments. Marcus nodded, his face coloring. That was when Transcend Blue's attention turned to Lucian.
Novice Lucian, tether the sphere if you would.
Lucian drew a deep, centering breath, closing his eyes as he formed his focus. His stone appeared in his mind's eye. Hours upon hours of practice had manifested into perfect calmness. He was no longer in this trial. There was nothing but the focus, his breath, and his pool of ether waiting beyond consciousness. There was the stone of his focus, and then the sphere Transcend Blue held. That sphere would become the bound object. Both floated and melded in his mind's eye. But even beyond his focus was the desire to succeed, to outdo the rest of the novices, to prove himself the best and most worthy. At this thought, the hairs on his arms stood on end. He felt the coolness of the chamber in sharp relief. Now, all he had to do was stream in the way the blue talents had taught him. He reached through his focus, feeling the smooth outer surface of the sphere in his mind. That surface became infused with blue binding magic. The binding now only awaited a focal point toward which to be drawn. That point would be his hand. He might be the first to complete the trials with less than a year of training. Who said it wasn't possible? If he was the first, then his position would be secure. No one could ever doubt him again. It was fuel to keep going, to keep pushing. While maintaining the anchor point on the sphere, Lucian streamed the focal point on his outstretched hand, just as he had been taught. Lucian tested the tension between the anchor point and the focal point. Balance between the two was important. Too much power in the focal point, and the stone would fly too fast, causing injury or even death. Too little, and it would move too slowly, unable to resist the pull of gravity. Something as seemingly simple as this had a lot of moving components, and Lucian's concentration couldn't slip for a moment. He was competing not only against this group here, but all the groups that would go through this same trial. Was it worth the risk to add his own flourish to catch Transcend Blue's eye? Lucian had delayed too long, already proving himself less proficient than Damien. If he wanted to stand out, he had to do something special. Before he could doubt himself, he streamed more magic into both the anchor point on the sphere and the focal point on his hand. When Lucian opened his eyes, he saw a long line of brilliant blue extending from his open palm to the stone. What was this? There was no time to wonder at it. He increased the magic in the focal point and watched as the stone floated slowly toward him, spinning at the same time. The air filled with a curious thrumming. Ether burned through Lucian in a torrent. Whatever he was doing, it was draining his pool too quickly. Cold sweat trickled off his brow. There was nothing left but to see this through. A fire was burning beneath his skin, with intoxicating hints of sweetness coupled with flashes of pain. That pain, the same he had felt during the fight with Dirk, was a sure sign he was overdrawing. It wasn't supposed to hurt like this. But to complete the trial, he'd have to stand the pain. And below that, the sweetness of the additional ether made it difficult to let go. He had to finish quickly before anyone could guess he'd crossed the point of no return. Lucian sped the rate of the stone's passage a bit. When it touched his hand, he closed the stream with great effort, cutting himself off from the manifold. He let out a gasp, his arms shaking, and his skin bathed in a cold sweat. When reality returned, an acrid taste burned his tongue, and the fire beneath his skin was a molten afterglow. It felt as if he had a sunburn beneath this skin, while he was panting as if he had sprinted for 5 minutes straight. Now for the hard part, moving the sphere to the chest. He had already used up all his ether, but to complete the trial, he had to overdraw again. He knew what he should do, refrain from doing the rest of the trial, but even if he failed this one, He still couldn't get out of the rest of the trials. The Transcends had made that clear. Once a novice took part in the trials, they had to be completed, unless the novice was somehow incapacitated during them. All Lucian had to do was the same thing, only flipping the anchor point and the focal point, so that the focal point was streamed onto the top of the chest. He drew more ether, which entered his focus like white-hot fire. The sphere shot from his hand, bouncing off the top of the casing and bouncing inside. He let out a breath and let go of his stream, his arm trembling. "Good, Novice Lucian." Transcend Blue's neutral mask betrayed no emotion. Did he know he had overdrawn? Lucian couldn't begin to guess. Certainly he had never created a stream so strong, except perhaps when he had destroyed that iceberg. In contrast to Transcend Blue's neutral expression, the other novices stared at him. Marcus's eyes burned with envy and anger. Rhea's face was pale, even ashen. Damien seemed suspicious, with a single eyebrow arched.
"This concludes the binding trial," Transcend Blue said. "Tomorrow you'll meet with Transcend Gray in the entry hall after breakfast. Don't be late."
Transcend Blue looked at each of them in turn, and Lucian last of all, seeming to watch him longer than the others.
"You are dismissed. Use this time to rest and study for the gravitonics trial tomorrow."
The novices left the training room, walking down the stone corridor to the stairs that would take them to the first level. Lucian hung back, hoping the others would go ahead of him, but Damien walked by his side, only speaking when the others were well ahead. "What was that?" he whispered. "What did you do?" "I'm not sure," Lucian said. Maybe he could play dumb. "I think I streamed too much by mistake." "You think?" Damien asked dryly. "You overdrew, didn't you?" "I don't know." "You've been here over half a year and you still don't know your limits?" Damien shook his head. "It starts to hurt like a muscle cramp, but all over. Like your entire body is on fire. As soon as you feel that, you know you've gone past your limit." Well, that answered that. "I don't know. I guess it felt a bit like that." Yeah, okay. Do you realize you can get kicked out for streaming too much? They will end you." Lucian realized that he had already gotten a pass back when he had destroyed the iceberg. If Transcend Blue knew he had streamed too much, drawing beyond his limits. "I know it's tempting," Damien continued, "but you've got to control yourself, man. It gives you an unfair advantage over the rest of us who are trying to pass fair and square." "I wasn't trying to cheat," Lucian said. He couldn't help but feel defensive, even if he knew Damien was right. "Sure," Damien said. "It's only a friendly word of advice. They aren't just testing us on our skill, Lucian. They're testing for other things, too." "Other things like what?" By now, they had made it to the first level. They stopped in front of the staircase. "Do you really have to ask?" Damien asked. "I can't prove you overdrew, but no novice can do what you did. If I was thinking it, others were too. I've felt that fiery feeling before, several times. Then you better watch it. I'm only trying to help you. Good luck tomorrow. You're going to need it. They say the gravitonics trial is always a killer." When Damien walked away, Lucian couldn't help but be glad. This wasn't Damien's business, even if the older novice had something of a point. Even if overdrawing had been a bit painful, it had also felt rapturous, for lack of a better word. He wanted to stream again, if only to catch that feeling. But sanity prevailed. The last thing he needed was more ether. He needed rest, especially if the gravitonics trial was going to be as difficult as Damien hinted. He hadn't had much training in gravitonics. All he'd learned in that aspect was to stream anti-gravity disks to levitate stones and the like. Lucian made it to his room. The last thing he wanted was to be around people. Having time to rest was rare, so he wanted to take advantage of it. Lucian could only relax when he closed the door behind him and had the candles lit. He sprawled on his bed, a wave of exhaustion coursing through him. He was spent, and it wasn't even lunchtime yet. Before he knew it, he was dozing off. When he awoke, he was unsure how much time had passed, and he had a throbbing headache. That acrid taste on his tongue was back, his entire mouth feeling as if it were coated in filth. An effect of overdrawing, perhaps? He got up, brushed his teeth, and vigorously cleaned his tongue. It helped, until a sudden wave of nausea sent him into a dry heave. He couldn't get sick. Not now. He lay down a few minutes longer until the world stopped spinning and nausea subsided. He needed to eat to keep up his strength. For all he knew, it was evening now, but he had no appetite at all. Is this what happened when a mage went beyond his or her limits? Damien was right. He'd streamed far too much. He was sure his pounding headache, foul breath, and nausea were a side effect of reaching too far. Ether was poisonous, a fact proven by the fraying. He would have to learn from this mistake and resolve not to give in to the temptation again. Lucian left his room for the dining hall. When Lucian returned from dinner, all he wanted was to sleep. He was about to do so until he saw the book. The Prophecy of the Seven by Ariane was so unassuming on the nightstand. With its plain and worn leather cover, there it had sat for the past 2 months, so long that Lucian had nearly forgotten it. A thin coat of dust had even settled upon it. But Transcend Blue's story returned to him. Despite his weariness, he lay back in the bed, propping his back against the wall. By the light of the candles, he began reading. He forced himself to read through paragraphs of nonsense. He didn't understand why. There was something about the words that were intoxicating, as if he were reading poetry in another language. That sentiment was reflected by the actual text. Words out of order, words made up, all running together in a nonstop stream of consciousness. Because of that, he reeled when a voice spoke in his mind, a voice that was not the words he was reading. It startled him so much that he nearly stopped reading altogether. But for whatever reason, he couldn't help but home in on the words being uttered within his psyche. I saw the 7 aspects, floating orbs in the black void, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, and gray. The aspects of magic, ether unadulterated. They spun like jewels of a septagon crown, whirls of color and heavenly light. I stared for eons into the time-slip of eternity. They whispered to me secrets of Starsea and creation. They told me to find them. They told me to bring them together. The Starsea cycle must be completed. And then the lights faded, and with each fading it felt like death untold. And then there was an 8th orb, shining like a black sun in the center of the 7, and it spoke unto me. Find them, it said. Bring them to me. I can cure the darkness. I can stop the cycle. Starsea shall rise again. Lucian shut the book, unable to make himself go on. When he forced himself to read that gibberish again, the voice was gone. He searched the pages to the beginning of the book, but there was no longer any voice. He didn't know why he was bothering. Perhaps he was just hearing things. Besides, he had much greater concerns, so this was the last thing he needed. If he allowed distractions, it could mean the difference between passing and failing the trials. Despite the troubling nature of his thoughts, he was quick to sleep. 15. The next day, Lucian woke with a pounding headache and groaned at the mere thought of having to go through another trial. There was nothing for him to do but get up, wash his face, and get dressed. He layered himself in his thick, fur-lined winter novice cloak. Rumor had it the trial would take place outside. Most in his group sat at the end of the novice table. Lucian grabbed a bowl of porridge and joined them. Rhea and Damien chatted about the trial ahead, while Marcus and Lucian ate in silence. Emma's group sat next to them, and only she was able to draw him out of his sullen silence. "Nervous?" He cleared his throat. "A little." "Same. Gravitonics is one of my weaker aspects. Too much concentration." "It isn't so bad," Rhea said, overhearing the conversation. "Just takes a bit of practice." "Gravitonics is her primary," Damien explained, "along with seemingly everything else." "Hey," she said playfully, "don't be jealous." Damien's eyebrows shot up. "How could I not be? You're a shoo-in for talenthood." At this, Rhea's cheeks flushed with pride. "And what about me?" Emma asked. Damien gave a winning smile. "I wouldn't be surprised. You broke your block quickly." "I was only joking," Emma said, though Lucian could tell she liked the praise. "We have a tough trial ahead of us," Marcus said, coming out of his silence. He hadn't eaten much. Of all the novices undergoing the trial today, he had the least chance of success. Lucian didn't understand why he had signed up. Then again, he was hardly one to judge. "That we do," Damien said. "It will be a good experience, if nothing else. I hope it doesn't last too long. I don't like the cold." "I suppose it'll be even colder when I go out after you guys," Emma said. "Why does it have to take place outside?" "I guess we'll find out soon enough," Lucian said. As more talents filtered in, the novices shifted the conversation away from the trials. Lucian forced himself to eat his porridge, even if his stomach was unsettled. Damien, unflappable as ever, returned with a second helping. "If only they'd built an academy on Ludus," he said. "It's warm year-round and no seasons. Gentle rains once every few days fall like clockwork. You'd only have to get used to the gravity." "Even this gravity is hard for me to get used to," Emma said. "It's getting better, though." "I was the same way," Rhea said. Lucian realized he had never heard Rhea's story. "Where are you from?" "Mimir," she said. "Just one gate away. Similar world, just darker and drabber. A backwater if there ever was one. Still, some people like it for the Yggdrasil trees." "I've heard they're beautiful," Emma said. "I wish I could see them." "I suppose I never really noticed them," Rhea said. The conversation was cut short when it was time to get moving. The morning groups bussed their bowls and headed for their meeting spots. "Good luck," Emma said. "Thanks," Lucian said. "You too." Lucian walked with Damien, Rhea, and Marcus toward the entry hall. When they arrived, they were the only ones. They warmed themselves by the central brazier, gathering as much warmth as they could before the inevitable. A few minutes passed before Transcend Grey appeared. He was short and shriveled in his silvery robes, approaching without a word. He walked with the aid of a cane, seeming so frail that a stray gust of wind could blow him away. Outside the spectrum chamber, Lucian noted how sickly he seemed. His skin was pallid, his face ashen beneath his scraggly white beard. He wheezed as he breathed, and the two gray talents flanking his either side seemed ready to catch him at a moment's notice. The first talent was a tall woman, in her 30s with hawkish features, and the other a short, brown-skinned man of similar age. The novices stood straight as the transcend approached, lowering their heads in supplication.
"These are two of my talents, Gale and Zarin," he said, his voice scratchy. "They will be helping me administer the trial today."
His rheumy eyes seemed to take in each of them before he spoke again.
"We will begin immediately. The trial will take place on the beach."
They followed Transcend Grey and his two talents into the dark, frigid night. When the first breeze whipped at Lucian's robes, his thick winter robes seemed to be for nothing. The wind cut to the bone, and he put his hands inside his sleeves while throwing his hood overhead. The cold air stung his nostrils as he breathed. The scrubby grass crunched beneath everyone's boots, the only sound to be heard besides the wind. He could only hope the shoreline in the inlet was more sheltered. They hiked down the steep trail leading to the beach. On the south side of the island, the wind wasn't as bad, but Transcend Gray set a maddeningly slow pace. The way was lit by a single light sphere held by Talent Gale, which followed the group. Down on the beach, Lucian could see an orange light. There was a fire, at least, and enough starlight to see that ice already encased large stretches of the rocky beach. It took a half-hour to reach the bonfire at Transcend Gray's glacial pace. Once there, everyone huddled around it for warmth, the Talents included. Transcend Gray seemed inured to the cold as he took a few steps toward the icy ocean. He wasn't going in, was he? All the other novices seemed to be wondering the same thing as they watched Transcend Gray with widened eyes. Talent Gale released the light sphere, leaving only the fire by which to see. The only thing Lucian could see beyond the fire's glow was the ice buildup on the shoreline. Even after 8 months on Volsung, Lucian wasn't used to the lack of moon. The waves were smaller here, created by wind alone. On a windy night like this, though, the surf was almost as high as it would have been on Earth. Rhea and Marcus's teeth chattered as a particularly cold breeze gusted. A wind sprayed them with bits of icy water. Transcend Gray conferred with his talents for a moment, nodded, and then turned to face the novices. The Talents walked with purpose toward the surf.
Gravitonics has many uses, and is complicated to stream, Transcend Gray began. If you feel you lack the experience to complete this trial, speak now. I will make an exception, given the danger of being unprepared. There is no shame in attempting it next year.
It was true that Lucian had almost no training in gravitonics, but there was no point in giving up, especially when he had to wait a year to try again. At everyone's silence, Transcend Gray nodded.
As you wish.
He turned back toward the surf, raising his hands as if in benediction.
Tonight, we walk on water.
It was at that moment that Lucian noticed that Gale and Zarin had stolen off. Shadows moved out on the surf, supported by nothing more than glowing gray discs painted upon the dark surface of the water.
I can't do that,
Marcus said, his thin voice almost eaten by the wind. Lucian only stared in disbelief. He couldn't. His short lessons with Talent Zarin had taught him nothing more than basic anti-grav streams, good for nothing more than levitating stones. He tried not to think of sinking into that freezing, dark water.
Those of you who choose to take part, Transcend Gray said, his voice sonorous, approach the tide line now.
Lucian tried not to focus on the ice chunks floating on the waves. About 50 meters from the shore, the gray Talents stood, silent and shadowy sentinels. The gray discs underneath their feet might have been just another piece of ice at this distance. Damien was casting a glance his way. His expression was determined and competitive. It was almost as if he was telling Lucian to give up, that he couldn't do this. That all but firmed Lucian's resolve as he looked back out at the ocean.
Your trial,
Transcend Gray called, his voice resounding,
is to walk out to the Talents and back without sinking.
He nodded toward Rhea.
Novice Rhea will begin.
She recoiled at the mere mention of her name. Might need some time to prepare my focus, Transcend Grey.
I encourage you to do so, Transcend Grey said. And I suggest all of you do the same.
Lucian closed his eyes and latched onto his focus easily enough, and the surrounding world faded. Despite the cold wind piercing his cloak and robes, his focus served as a layer of mental armor, insulating him from the elements. He knew it wouldn't be enough to save him if the worst happened, if he sank into that cold, dark water. But for now, all eyes were on Novice Rhea. The wind gusted through the novices, Rhea's long blonde hair whipping like a banner. The novices waited, not wanting to pressure her. 5 minutes must have passed before Lucian heard the crunch of gravel beneath her boots. He paid close attention. By following her stream, he might find a way to pull this off. Rhea paused about a meter from the edge of the swirling surf and drew a deep, steadying breath. Then, she stepped onto the water. The same gray disk Lucian had seen below the talons appeared beneath her boots. He shifted his focus until it was upon the disk itself. There wasn't much time. He memorized every aspect he could before it dissipated. Rhea took another step upon the next disk, and the original dissolved, oscillating like smoke. Lucian shifted his focus to the next one, but Rhea was moving faster now. He couldn't hold his focus for more than a couple of seconds for each one, and as she became more distant, it became much harder to follow. He was forced to let go. He was already streaming too much trying to learn to do this. He felt Damien's eyes on him, but he didn't dare look. Lucian wasn't sure if what he had done was against the rules, but he didn't want to face those accusing eyes. Lucian watched as Rhea made her way over the dark water, her form ghostly from the light of the disks. She made it to the two shadowy figures in the distance and then turned back. Lucian suppressed a shiver as a particularly chilly gust blew. Transcend Grey watched, the cowl of his hood obscuring his pale skin, his long white beard blowing in the breeze. After a few minutes, Rhea returned. Her robes were soaked up to the knees, but she hadn't sunk any lower than that. She was shaking, her teeth chattering, and her face was paler than usual. As she stepped onto the shore, Transcend Grey lent her a hand. "I got a little wet on my boots," she said between shivers. "It was the surf. I hope that doesn't count against me."
"Go warm yourself by the fire, Novice Rhea. Well done."
Rhea did as instructed while Transcend Grey turned to Lucian.
"Novice Lucian, your turn."
Yesterday he had gone last, and for some reason he had expected the same thing here. He was nowhere near ready, but he couldn't refuse. He had to take what he had learned and use it, as little as that was. Of course, he had the option to sit this one out and wait until next year, when he was better prepared. It would be the wise thing to do. It would be terrible to fail, and perhaps even fatal. Just because there were two great talents out there didn't guarantee they would reach him in time if things went awry. But he had come this far and wasn't about to back out now. "Yes, Transcend Grey," Lucian said, making his voice firm. "I'm ready." Lucian reached for his focus. The stone appeared upon the black void. At least this part was easy. Lucian made sure the image held before reaching for his focus. With luck, it would be enough to get him through the trial. He needed to stream anti-gravity disks beneath his feet, perfectly balanced against Volsung's gravity. That was no easy thing. But assuming he found that balance, it was just a matter of whether he could ration his ether long enough to finish the trial. But after burning through his ether so quickly yesterday, he might be hard-pressed to complete the trial today. He pushed that thought from his mind. There was no room for doubt. He deepened his focus. trying to access the memory of the stream Rhea had used to create her discs. Before Lucian could second-guess himself, he reached for the gravitonic aspect. It was difficult to isolate, since he hadn't much practice with gravitonics. Everything was muddled in his mind's eye, his focus intermixing with the septagon. He streamed and hoped for the best. An unseen force pushed an incoming wave, while his hands gave off a violet aura. This was psionic magic, not gravitonic magic. Shaking his head, he reset his focus, clearing his mind for a second attempt. He tried to ignore the other novice's stares. He had to deepen his focus until only magic remained. When he streamed again, a sudden burst of light went off like a firework over the water, illuminating the dreary beach in a blinding flash of brilliance. Lucian hastily cut off that stream. The wrong aspect again. That must have been radiance. Lucian blinked away stars and found his focus again, his heart pounding.
"There is no shame in deferring the trial, Novice Lucian," Transcend Grey said.
A twinge of annoyance curdled Lucian's stomach. "Please give me one more chance, Transcend Grey." Transcend Grey said nothing more, but now the pressure was unreal. If Lucian didn't stream the right aspect now, he would end up looking even more incompetent. Stopping while he was behind was the wise action. But he couldn't give up. To give up meant failure. It meant waiting another year, and another year was just that much longer to wait before he even had the chance of leaving this place. He reached for his focus again, probing that unfamiliar aspect. It felt heavy. Its unfamiliarity told him it was either gravitonics or atomicism, the two aspects he had the least experience with. If he streamed the latter, they would kick him out of the academy for good. It was a coin flip. The stakes were just too high, and it was irresponsible to go on. But Lucian couldn't bring himself to give up. He had come this far, and he couldn't get Damien's smirk out of his mind. He took a deep breath and streamed, summoning as much confidence as he could. It wasn't atomicism, that much he could feel, so it had to be gravitonics. He fought to remember Rhea's discs, allowing gravitonic magic to fill the grooves. He directed his focus to the surface of the water, into which magic flowed like hot metal filling a mold. Now all he had to do was hold the stream steady. The nature of the stream was incomprehensible to him. He was only doing what he had seen Rhea do. Lucian opened his eyes to see a gray disk bobbing on the surface of the water, about a meter in front of him. With intricate lines and curves that swirled from its center, he drew a steadying breath and took a bold step outward. His foot was supported by the disk, perfectly balanced against Volsung's gravity. He could hardly believe it. He only had to hold the design of that disk in his memory. It was simply a matter of imprinting it a few dozen times before returning to the shoreline. The only question was, did he have the ether to complete the trial? There was only one way to find out. Lucian created another disk about a meter out. He took a long stride and was pleased to find this one held too. It was unreal to see the dark, cold water passing beneath his boots. He released the original disk to conserve his ether, as he had seen Rhea do. He moved forward, creating more disks and taking long strides between them. They oscillated on the surf like lily pads. One after another, the disks manifested before him. He tried not to think about the cold, deep water. Lucian gasped when a particularly high wave sloshed against him, chilling him to the bone. His focus threatened to crumble, but out of sheer stubbornness, he held onto it like a lifeline. Already, he couldn't feel anything beneath his shins. But if the discs held, Lucian would be fine. The warm fire back on shore would be his reward for a trial completed. Nervousness fell by the wayside as his focus deepened. He let intuition do the steering, and the discs appeared, one after another. He was halfway to the waiting talents silhouetted in the distance. So long as he streamed at a steady and efficient rate, he would have enough ether to go the entire distance. That was the thing, though. He was burning through his ether pool quickly. Too quickly. But if he lessened his stream, the discs would not be as solid. He had two choices as he saw it, to overdraw or to find a way to stretch his limited reserves. Or move faster. Much, much faster. Damien's warning from yesterday resounded in his mind. The transcends were testing him not only for competency, but wisdom. He may have gotten away with overdrawing yesterday, but that was no guarantee he would this time. The only solution was to stream more efficiently or move faster. He slowed the rate of his stream while also moving faster, but somehow, slowing the stream changed the nature of the discs. They were darker now, almost completely blending in with the water. They no longer seemed strong enough to keep him above the surface. Lucian heard some shouting in the distance, but he could hardly pay attention to that. His knees had already slipped under water. The icy surface pierced his skin, stabbing him like thousands of knives. Lucian scrambled to stream properly again, but the water was up to his waist. It was so cold that the breath went out of him. Whatever was left of his focus was completely shattered. Worse, he was only getting heavier. Something was wrong with the stream. He shouldn't be sinking this quickly. It was time for desperate measures. Lucian had to overdraw. He deepened his focus, desperate for any drop of ether, even if it made him sick, even if it would someday kill him with fraying. Because if he didn't have power now, he would die. Before he could even do that, though, a wave crashed against him, knocking him off what remained of his disk. He streamed gravitonic magic below him, desperate for anything to get him out of this death spiral. Even as the fire burned beneath his skin, icy water pricked at it from above, and he sank lower. He tried to swim, but he was so heavy. It was impossible to fight the gravity pulling him down. He took one final breath before the icy water claimed him. He was a meter underwater now, and already the darkness was near absolute. He gave up trying to stream gravitonics, opting instead for psionics. In an uncontrolled burst, he pushed the water surrounding him. It blasted away long enough for him to draw another deep gulp of air. But the water returned, heavier than before. Lucian clawed, trying to swim upward. He was still so heavy, as if he wore leaden boots. With mounting horror, he realized he was sinking, deeper and deeper toward the bottom of the ocean of storms. 16. Lucian sunk into a cold, silent world, the botched gravity stream doing its deadly work. He fumbled and attempted to reform his focus as the water crushed him. How far had he already fallen? His lungs burned for air, even as this watery, icy hell surrounded him. It was quiet down here, peaceful even, and he was so tired. But Lucian knew that if he closed his eyes, even for a moment, he would never wake up again. A strange sense of déjà vu struck him, as if he had lived this before. It was like the first dream during his metaphysical, all those months ago. The reminiscence was dashed when he struck the rocky bottom. Lucian made a feeble attempt to push himself up, but he was still so heavy. He thought of Emma, how he would never see her again. Of his mother, whom he might see in some form of an afterlife, assuming there was one waiting for him. He opened his eyes to see a shimmering rope descending from the surface, the only light in the darkness. By its reflected radiance, he could see swarms of fish and teeming eels. A voice entered his mind. "Reach for it, Lucian." It sounded like his mother. But that couldn't be. She was dead. The rope was too far. How could he reach it? And yet the rope was there, drawing nearer. What if he touched it? What if he tried to save himself? It wasn't too late. Lucian reached, but his hand found nothing but cold water. Water so cold that it burned. The rope was just an illusion then. With that realization, Lucian relaxed. There was nothing left to fight with, and nothing left to fight for. The voice returned, unmistakable and snapping like an authoritative whip. "Stand!" Lucian stood on the rocky bottom. That wasn't his mother at all. That was Vera. "This isn't the end for you. Are you going to die here at the bottom of this forsaken sea? The manifold means greater things for you, if you have but the courage to reach. If not, then I was wrong about you. So very wrong." "Vera? How are you even—" "Reach now! Do it!" Something within him stirred. Lucian formed his focus. It materialized in the void, firm and sure. A fire burned within him, and warmth, real warmth, spread throughout his limbs. He was streaming thermal magic into his very bones, reviving his body which had gone cold. How had he known to do that? He couldn't think about it. His lungs burned for air. Might he transmute the water into breathable air within his lungs? That was too complicated. He needed something simpler, something more direct. The solution came to him in a sudden burst of clarity. Lucian formed a new gravity disk beneath him. This time he formed the imprint that had sent him to the bottom, only he did so backward. It was a long shot, but any shot at all was better than nothing. He reached for his focus but found it was empty. So he reached even farther, for the manifold itself. It was there, waiting, roaring like an oncoming tsunami, one that promised life and freedom. There was nothing to do but embrace that gargantuan force and let it carry him wherever it may, even if it carried him to the fraying. Ether passed through him in a torrent. He drew the disk on the rocks beneath him and streamed as much gravitonic magic as he could. As soon as the stream was complete, Lucian released it. The disk rose, carrying him with it. Frigid water rushed past his face, and Lucian clung to the disk, holding it for everything he was worth. Faster and faster, he surged upward through the water, the pressure lessening. The disk was gone, lost somewhere on the way, but Lucian's momentum was too great. He was still rising and had somehow broken the gravitonic hold that had dragged him down. Just as he was about to draw a deep lungful of water, he broke the dark surface, hacking and coughing as he arced through the air. He drew a deep, sputtering breath before crashing below the surface. He clawed upward until he was swimming among floating chunks of ice. He treaded water, trying to find the direction of the shoreline, the rush of magic ebbing. Half delirious with cold, he swam. His focus was gone, and he could not recall it. He no longer had the strength. His only hope was to get to that bonfire or die in the attempt. And yet, the will to live overpowered all else, even if it was tempting to give up and let the sea take him. It took a minute of swimming before his feet could reach the bottom. At first, he wasn't sure he could touch it because his feet were so numb. He shambled out of the water on frozen legs, the wind freezing the water to his skin. Frost framed his face and solidified on his cloak. Forward. He had to keep moving forward. He could see the fire in the distance. He opened his mouth to shout, but his voice escaped as a groan that was eaten by the wind. All this effort to save himself was wasted. The fire was too far, and they would never know to look for him here. By the time daylight revealed his frozen body, it would be too late. He was so tired. So awfully tired. He took a few more pointless steps. At some point, his body would stop working, no matter his determination. He was no longer even shaking. Every ounce of his energy went to his legs, moving toward the fiery light in the distance. There was a good 50 meters to go, and it was too dark for anyone to see him. He coughed and hacked, salty seawater spewing from his lungs. His leaden legs were so heavy that he could hardly lift them. How ironic it would be to die here, just a few steps away from warmth. Lucian stumbled, his vision fading. He had one hope left. With his last bit of consciousness, he reached for the manifold again, wresting enough ether to stream an illuminating burst of light. He could only hope it was bright enough as he collapsed to the ground. As Lucian faded in and out, he could see the ground moving beneath him. He heard voices, too, talking soft and low. He didn't even have the energy to let out a groan. Then, he swam through dark dreams. Most of them were nightmares, one fading into another. In the first, he was on a boat, going on a long journey from which he could never return. A cold gray island where he was waiting for something terrible. And then a vast golden palace set in the foothills of some impossibly high mountain. When Lucian opened his eyes, he burned with fever. A fire crackled in the stone hearth about 2 meters away. When his eyes focused, he found himself in a small room. It had several beds, all of which were empty. The masonry told him he was in the academy, though he didn't know where. He became aware of a gray-robed talent seated next to him on a stool, reading a book. From her wide, pale face and slate-blue eyes coupled with her gray sash, he knew it was Talent Gale. Lucian coughed, and the talent set down her book while clicking her tongue. "Some of us were wondering if you'd ever wake up." Lucian was too tired to argue. For his part, he couldn't believe he was still alive. He closed his eyes, not having the strength to even remain conscious. When he woke up later, there was a familiar voice. Despite the sheer difficulty, his eyelids fluttered open and Emma's face materialized in front of him. His eyes found hers. "Emma?" She gave a playful smile. "Have a nice swim?" She would joke with him now, after he'd almost died. "It was cold." "Well, that much is obvious. Here, drink this." She held a clay cup to his mouth. When the cool water touched Lucian's lips, he realized just how thirsty he was. He drank greedily. His throat felt like sandpaper. When she took the cup away, Lucian motioned for more. "Hold your horses," she said. A moment later, she returned with a full cup. Once he'd finished, Emma looked down at him. "What were you thinking, Lucian? Or were you thinking at all? You're lucky to be alive." "Something went wrong with the stream. I don't know anything beyond that." "They say you made a gravity amplification stream," Emma said. "It doubled your weight when you stood over the disc. All you had to do was jump off and it would have been fine. But they say you fought to reverse it instead." Jump off? Had it been as simple as that? "I was in over my head," he said. "Where am I exactly?" "The infirmary." "Well, I'm alive." Lucian didn't feel the sheer gratitude that should have accompanied those words. "I guess my light worked." "What light?" Lucian had trouble remembering. "When I got to the beach, I streamed some light. I guess it got people's attention." "Oh, I suppose it did." She shifted in her seat. It's morning now. I thought I'd come by to check on you before going to my trial.
Morning. If only he could summon the strength. Emma placed a hand on his chest. Even with that feeble weight, it might as well have been a gravity amplification stream.
You're not going anywhere, Lucian. Besides, they wanted me to take your spot in the trial this morning. I guess in hopes that you might be better for the afternoon.
He couldn't so much as move, not with her pressing down on him like that. I've ruined everything, haven't I?
Truth is, neither of us had much of a chance. I bombed the gravitonics trial.
What happened? She sighed.
I got the first few discs fine. It was the ones after that I couldn't hold.
She smiled.
At least I only dealt with water up to my waist.
Count yourself lucky. Emma stood, smoothing her robes as she did.
I should get going. My trial will be starting soon.
Good luck, he said. At least it's not over for you.
We'll see about that. Don't push yourself too hard. If you haven't learned your lesson by now, then I don't know what to say. Just don't be stupid, okay? Is that too much to ask?
It was harsh advice, but she said it kindly enough that it didn't matter. I'll try. She walked out of the room, leaving nothing behind but her empty presence. Lucian slept a couple more hours, and when he woke again, all he could think about was how all the other novices were busy at their trials. And here he was, out of the running because of his stupid mistake. To his surprise, he felt much better, though his fever still ran hot. All was quiet in the sick room, save for the crackle of flames in the hearth. His condition, he supposed, was stable enough for no one to watch over him anymore. He didn't know where the Radiance trial was taking place, and even if he did, what good would it do? He was in no state to stream. He realized his nausea could be from drawing too much ether as much as his icy plunge. Every time he closed his eyes, his head spun something fierce. Feeling any better? Lucian startled at the voice, opening his eyes to see Scion Gaius standing in the doorway. What was he doing here? Lucian did his best to recover. A little, I suppose. Do you have the strength for a walk? Lucian wasn't sure of that, but he didn't want to refuse Gaius. He planted his feet on the stone floor, finding his socks and boots waiting for him. He laced them and stood up. His head swam with vertigo for a moment, but it was only for a moment. When his vision steadied, he walked over to Talent Gaius, who watched him with neutral blue eyes. Lucian knew he should still be in bed, but he was also curious about what Gaius wanted. Being asked to do something by a scion was almost as serious as a transcend. Once out in the hallway, he followed Gaius to a set of steps leading to the talents level. He worried the climb would be too strenuous, but he held onto the railing and took deep breaths. Gaius waited for him at the top, even giving Lucian a moment to catch his breath. Gaius led Lucian toward the arcade on the Academy's northern face. Lucian felt the cool wind, warmed only a little by weak daylight. Once they reached the first columns, the breeze stole whatever warmth the sun rendered. The day was gray and bleak, and visibility poor. In short, it was another day on Volsung. The cutting wind only served to remind Lucian of his ordeal. But he didn't want to show weakness by requesting a warmer spot. About yesterday, Scion Gaius said. I've heard everything. Novices killing themselves is more common than you would think. It often saves the spectrum the trouble of having to expel them. Lucian resisted the urge to wince. I guess everyone knows by now? Gaius's cold, blue eyes regarded him. There's at least one death a year, usually more. Magic is dangerous, and we talents and the transcends can't shield you from that danger. The best we can do is train you to make the wisest choice.
That's why we leave it to the novices to decide whether they're ready for the trials. Lucian had never thought of it that way. All he'd done was compare himself to his competition. He should try to be more like Marcus, knowing his limits, rather than like Damien or Rhea, who'd been here a year longer. Gaius continued his lecture. Magic is any action that tampers with reality as it should operate. It is both a gift and a curse, far beyond our understanding. We can't be sure at all times of the true effect of our magic. Even those of us who have been doing this for years can be caught off guard by it. Of course, safety is relative when speaking of the manifold. Therefore, we warn novices that they can never be too careful. We watch for those whose competitive fire can lead them awry. Gaius smiled, and that smile was almost as cold as the wind blowing through the columns. Your ambition has been noted, Lucian. Courage is never a bad thing, except when it gets you killed for no good reason. Lucian tried to make his voice as respectful as possible. Scion Gaius, why are you telling me this? He shrugged. I don't even know myself. As you know, I'm Scion to transcend white. My master has taken a keen interest in you. That much is clear. For one reason or another, she expects great things of you. As Gaius watched him, Lucian did his best to make his features a mask of humility. In truth, that affirmation terrified him to his core. My only advice is, don't ruin it by doing anything stupid. The favor of Transcend White is a rare thing indeed in this place. Let yesterday be a lesson. Take your time. Don't burn yourself out, and for the stars' sake, commit yourself to your training. You have the potential to go far, even if none of us can see what Her High Eminence sees. Be warned, her favor can shift faster than the weather. I don't feel like I have her favor at all. It's her favor that got you in here, Gaius said. Her favor is the only reason you aren't on your way to Psyche right now. You would do well to remember that. Those words made him go cold, and it didn't help that he felt like a fraud. As soon as everyone else discovered that too, they would certainly expel him. Lucian's voice held a tone of impatience he didn't mean to convey. I'll be careful, Scion Gaius. Watch your attitude, novice, Gaius said with an edge. When a superior gives you advice, you'd do well to be humble and take it. Lucian resisted the urge to grit his teeth. Yes, Scion Gaius. Forgive me. Even if the apology sounded forced, Gaius did not comment. If you're feeling up to it, the afternoon Radiance trial will begin in half an hour in the back courtyard. You can tell Transcend Green you have my permission to take part. It was a testament to Scion Gaius's authority, that his word was good enough to override Transcend Green's, at least in this situation. Lucian almost protested, throwing back the Scion's own words at him. Hadn't Gaius said to take things slow? Then again, Lucian did want to take part in the trial, and if Gaius was encouraging it, it was a tacit admission that Lucian wasn't out of the running yet. Are you sure? Go, Gaius said. And remember, nothing stupid. Lucian left the Scions standing by the columns and rushed down to the back courtyard. 17. Lucian approached the group of 4 novices standing by the cliff at the edge of the courtyard. Their faces registered shock upon seeing him. Everyone likely saw him as the stupidest novice at the academy, and for all Lucian knew, he probably was. So Lucian stood away from the group and tried to ignore their hushed whispers. Out here in the cold, he was starting to feel a bit sick, but he didn't want to lose face by going back inside. There were 5 other trials to face, and if anything, Lucian wanted the transcends to note that he hadn't given up early. He couldn't help but feel the novice's eyes staring at him. Two of them, fresh-faced girls with light-brown skin and dark hair, probably had less business doing the trials than Marcus. Both were making a concerted effort not to shiver. Like Lucian, they probably had come from a warmer climate. The other two were older, among the tested, and Lucian had seen them around the academy. Lucian couldn't remember their names, but both were in their mid-20s. The closest of the two was kicking rocks off the cliff. The other watched, guffawing when the kicker tripped over his robes. If this was the competition, Lucian might have a shot of passing after all, sickness or not. "You're Lucian, aren't you?" One of the girls had spoken to him. She was pretty, her brown eyes set in a heart-shaped face. The other girl was tall with long hair, and her eyes held something of a mocking quality. "That's me." The male novice, who had been kicking rocks, lost interest in the activity. "I thought you were dead." "Not yet." "You did almost die though, right?" the tall girl asked. "Unfortunately." "You weren't supposed to be talking about the trial," the other young man said, his face stern. "Where's Emma, anyway?" "She did the trials this morning, Petros," the shorter girl said. She looked back at Lucian. "You're friends with her, right?" "Yeah," Lucian said. "I like Emma," the girl said. "She's really nice. My name is Hannah. I'm from Sani too, like Emma." "Nice to meet you. I'm Lucian." "Yes, I know that," she said with a laugh. She nodded toward the other girl. "This is Corinne. She's from Sani too, but we didn't know each other from before." Were all women from Sani so beautiful? Lucian almost mentioned that before thinking better of it. "Quiet," Rockkicker said. "He's coming." Everyone went still as Transcend Green walked into the courtyard from the back entrance of the academy. He had no talents with him. Perhaps his trial would be simple. If Transcend Green was surprised to see Lucian, he gave no sign. The novices lined up and stood to attention. Transcend Green surveyed them for a moment before beginning.
Today's trial will be relatively straightforward and will consist of 2 parts. First, I need you to stream a basic light sphere to be maintained for 1 full minute. After that, you must receive and interpret a radio stream I send. You must stream the answer to me again by radio. That is the essence of today's trial."
The first task sounded simple enough, though Lucian had never held a light sphere for as long as a minute. 10 seconds at the most. Unless there was some trick to holding the orb longer, it should be rather simple. The second task, however, would be tougher. Lucian had not learned much about streaming radio waves. Mages usually opted for psionic links, since psionic magic was more common between mages, and there was no risk of interference. But radio streams also had their place, being more efficient on the ether reserves.
"Novice Lucian," Transcend Green said, "we'll begin with you. Stream a light sphere and hold it for a full minute. You may start when ready."
That was it then. No time to even prepare himself. He reached for his focus, grasping it with ease. However, the mere act of forming it sent waves of nausea coursing through him. He let go, bending over and drawing a deep breath.
"Are you well, novice?"
Transcend Green asked. Lucian made himself stand straight. "I'm fine. Please give me a moment, Your Eminence." He didn't feel fine, though. His eyes drifted upward, to the columns on the 2nd floor. To Lucian's surprise, Scion Gaius was there, watching. He couldn't back down. The Scion would note his refusal to take part, and that information would be inevitably passed on to Transcend White. Lucian waited a moment longer to get his bearings. His ether had regenerated somewhat from last night. With luck, it would be enough to get through the trial. Lucian closed his eyes and reached for his focus, becoming one with it. He could feel the power of the manifold waiting beyond, but he could not let himself draw directly from it. Not today. All he had to do here was stream a light sphere and hold it in front of him. Simple enough. Radiance was one of his stronger aspects. The only question was whether he could do it while feeling so weak. He could feel the aspect ready to be streamed. The light sphere grew in his mind's eye. All he had to do was keep the stream steady. Lucian allowed the magic to flow. To his satisfaction, a sphere of light materialized about a meter ahead, halfway between himself and Transcend Green. So far, so good. It shone bright enough to make the other novices shield their eyes.
"Not so bright, novice,"
Transcend Green said. Lucian nodded and slowed the stream. To his relief, the light ebbed. He held it, only feeling the strain after the first 30 seconds had passed. It felt like holding his breath, only different. He maintained his focus, not allowing any other thought to intrude and disrupt the flow. Passing the trial depended on that. For something so simple, it had to be executed unfailingly. That minute seemed to take forever, and the longer it went, the harder it was to hold the stream. Ether burned through him at a steady clip. Just when he felt in danger of losing control, Transcend Green nodded.
"Good."
Lucian let out a breath and stemmed the stream. He had executed it almost perfectly.
"Novice Garrett,"
Transcend Green said.
"You're next."
Rockkicker cleared his throat and shifted his feet. He was so gangly that his robes billowed outward with every stray breeze. His cheeks were rosy, as if someone had pinched them. Garrett closed his eyes, and after a full minute of intense concentration, a light sphere appeared before him, too. But his was dimmer than Lucian's, and its intensity warbled notably, especially toward the end. Garrett held the sphere for a full minute, letting out a breath when Transcend Green called time.
"Novice Petros,"
Transcend Green said.
"Your turn."
Petros started at the mention of his name. But when the time came, his sphere was perfect, in both intensity and duration. It didn't deviate for a moment, while not being too bright to look at. Next were the two girls from Sani. Hannah could only hold her sphere half the time, and it was too bright. Corinne's sputtered in and out over the duration. Once everyone had finished, it was clear that only 3 novices had a shot at passing.
"Good,"
Transcend Green said, stroking his gray beard.
"Now for the second part of the trial. Go stand over there by the bathhouse wall, while I move to the opposite end of the courtyard. I'll stream a radio wave to each of you. Your object is to receive my message and relay the answer back to me. We'll go in the same order as last time."
He looked around at the novices, his face as wrinkled as a prune.
"Understood?"
"Yes, Your Eminence," they said in unison. Lucian went to the appointed spot and reached for his focus. He waited for Transcend Green to arrive at the opposite end of the courtyard, about 100 meters away. Was he streaming already? Lucian couldn't feel anything yet, and he wasn't sure if he should have. And his head was already swimming with the effort. He hoped he had enough energy to not only complete the trial, but to figure out how to do it in the process. He knew from his reading that receiving and transmitting radio waves using radiant magic was all about finding the right frequency. Given he could do that, he might have a shot at passing. Lucian began by releasing a thin stream of radiance. Radio waves were long, requiring little ether. He expanded his focus, becoming aware of the radiant aspect in the world before him. Details sharpened. It seemed he could see farther, a sign that his magic was allowing him to interpret the visible spectrum more efficiently. This, too, had its uses, though it wasn't the purpose of today's trial. He needed to slow the stream until he could perceive radio waves. The world shifted entirely. He saw new colors, violet beyond violet, and he let out a gasp at its vibrancy. No, this was the wrong way. He knew he was seeing into the ultraviolet spectrum, burning what remained of his ether at an alarming rate. But there was still time to correct it. The ultraviolet spectrum subsided until all became as red as blood, redder than red, until the red stretched so far that the world itself disappeared into a black void. Here, he could see an unintelligible babble of voices, radio waves. The din was overwhelming, on-world, off-world, and even farther out than Volsung's system. There were thousands of them. He had the strange thought that if he were a god, this was what it would be like to hear everyone praying all at once. Of all those voices, he had to isolate Transcend Green's. That was easier said than done. Lucian was aware, even under the cacophony of noise, that there had to be an easier way. He tried to block everything out, limiting the reach of his focus. Voices fell away until there were only a few conversations within the garbled static. He limited the range even further, honing it down, sensing for the right frequency. He felt the rate of his ether burn increase. Seeing radio waves was easy. Distinguishing the right one among thousands was the hard part. And there was only so much time before his ether ran dry. After a couple of minutes of searching, just as he burned what remained of his reserves, he found one he knew to be the right one, though he couldn't have said how.
"Congratulations, you've passed the trial. That is, if you can find a way to thank me."
Lucian opened his eyes to see Transcend Green watching him from the other side of the courtyard. Hearing the transmission was one thing. Lucian still had to respond to it. He kept his focus attuned to the frequency. Once sure, Lucian responded. "I heard you. Thank you, Transcend Green." Transcend Green nodded, and Lucian felt the connection sever. He let go of his stream and let out a breath. He'd done it.
"Next, Novice Garrett,"
Transcend Green called. Lucian stood aside, in disbelief and exultation. Against all odds, he'd finally managed to not screw something up. He looked up at the second-floor arcade, but Scion Gaius was gone. Lucian watched the other novices go through their own tests. It was impossible to see if they had failed or succeeded, the only clue being facial expressions. Garrett seemed confident and sure. The two Sawney girls' pallid expressions revealed they were out of their depth. Petros's face was an unreadable mask, but Lucian suspected that he had completed the trial, given his performance during the first part. Once all were done, Transcend Green called a halt for the day.
"This concludes the Radiance trial," he said. "Lucian, you will be with your assigned group tomorrow."
Lucian lowered his head. "Thank you, Transcend Green." After Transcend Green was out of earshot, the novices gathered to discuss the trial. "Do you think you passed?" Garrett asked Petros. "Of course I passed," he said. "Radiance is my primary." "I did well enough, I think, for my secondary," Garrett said. "What about you, Lucian?" "I think I did well." "Took you a while to find the frequency, didn't it?" Lucian nodded. "Yeah. Look, I should go. I'm pretty beat." The girls were already inside the academy, likely not wanting to discuss their trial. Lucian made a beeline for the academy as well. Now that he was no longer streaming, he was starting to catch a chill, and his head felt as if it were floating, and it was all he could do to keep himself moving. He had been drained to his limit, to the point where he wasn't sure how he'd be ready for the dynamism trial tomorrow morning. Since he'd been moved to the afternoon group today, he'd have less time than the rest of his group to recover. Normally, it would be too early for dinner, but during the trials, food was always kept ready. Lucian headed toward the dining hall, bumping into Emma in line. "Up already?" She took one look at him and seemed to guess where he had been. "Wait, don't tell me you did the trial." He nodded. "I'm feeling better, and Scion Gaius let me, so why not?" I thought I told you to take it easy.
I feel fine, he said. He filled his bowl with a generous portion of stew, even if he was feeling a little sick.
Okay, she said, sounding unsure. How'd it go then?
I did well, Lucian said. Simple enough. She ladled stew into her bowl.
Well, as long as you didn't kill yourself this time.
You're the one killing me.
She smiled. You know I'm joking. You do look a little pale, though.
A warm fire and a bowl of stew are all I need. She gave him a suffering look before going to the table. Lucian sat across from her. Emma took one bite of her stew, her nose wrinkling.
I'm so tired of stew, Emma said. What I wouldn't give for a big, juicy burger, with lots of cheese and onions.
A fan of American food, huh?
I like all food, she said. Just not stew. There was this burger joint on L5. Burgers, fries, milkshakes, and all that sort of unhealthy stuff.
She stared at her stew wistfully.
I'll never get to have real food again, will I?
Become a talent, and you could make that restaurant your first stop if you want.
Yeah, right.
Lucian smiled. I thought we weren't complaining about things anymore.
She rolled her eyes. I'm starting to regret those words. Complaining feels good sometimes. She sighed. I only have to sink 10 more years in this place. Then maybe they'll trust me enough to go on expeditions.
She poked the stew with her spoon glumly. Poor Emma, Lucian said. Maybe one day when I'm a talent, I can bring you something to go.
Huh, what makes you think you'll make talent first?
He shrugged. I am rather talented.
Well, so am I. I think you're full of yourself, Lucian.
Aren't most people generally full of themselves? Who else would I be full of?
Good one. What I meant was, you're quite full of yourself for someone who took an unintentional swim in the ocean of storms.
Well, not just anyone can make it to the bottom and live to tell the tale.
Maybe so, she admitted. I never would have thought not dying would be impressive.
You must have found it impressive. You came to check on me today, after all. She smiled.
Maybe I have a soft spot for charity cases. She turned and put a finger on his chest. And you are most definitely a charity case.
We'll see if you're still saying that when I come back with some real food. Someday, I might even warm it up for you with a little thermal magic. My soft spot is for women in distress. She smiled.
Wow, as if.
Her mood became glum again.
With the way my gravitonics trial went, anyways, there's no way I'll make talent. So maybe I should take you up on that offer. Not that I had a chance, anyway.
Well, I'm not making it either. I did well enough on the Radiance trial, but the rest is a real shit show. She laughed.
Yes, that's quite apt. And we must pass all of them to even have a shot. And all these trials are supposed to be basic competency. Can you imagine what advanced training will be like?
Lucian couldn't. He'd never even seen the talents training on the second floor. Surely they were practicing things far more advanced than what the novices were doing. The closest thing he'd seen was Kairu's practice on board Lightsail on their way here, and that was months ago. If her work with the shock spear and dynamism was any indication, the talents had earned their namesake. We'll be much better prepared for next year, Lucian said. We've got dynamism tomorrow. If our lessons with Kairu are any sign, I don't expect to do well there.
I should do well. Dynamism comes pretty naturally to me.
Maybe you can give me some tips, or some training.
Training? She laughed. I need my energy for tomorrow.
You just see me as competition.
Well, as much as you're my friend, I do have to look after myself sometimes.
Before Lucian could get another word in, she stood.
Good luck, Lucian.
He couldn't help but watch her walk away, a bit regretfully. Their relationship could never progress beyond this light flirting and banter. It was almost enough to foul his mood, despite doing well on the Radiance trial. After dinner, Lucian knew he should head to the library to study, but he was too sick and tired.
He went to the bathhouse, finding the male side empty. He filled the tub with cold water from the basin and placed it over the flames to warm. He could practice his thermalism here by warming his water with magic, but he didn't want to drain himself further. He waited a good 15 minutes for the water to warm, and then stepped inside. There he soaked for half an hour, luxuriating in the feeling of warmth re-entering his bones. He needed this reprieve after last night. Once done, he headed back to his room to sleep. 18. Lucian dreamed of drowning. The icy cold of the ocean of storms was as real in his nightmares as it had been yesterday. Lucian tossed and turned, finally waking up with a sense of impending doom. His body was burning one moment and cold as ice in the next. He wanted nothing more than to scream as he closed his eyes, only to see images of his death playing out repeatedly. A knock resounded from the door. He had no idea what time it was. After hours, any conversation between novices was forbidden. He hurried out of bed to answer. When he opened the door, Talent Kairu glared at him, seeming to tower over him despite the fact he had a full head and a half on her. Her face was stern and very Kairu-like. "Transcend Yellow demands your presence." Lucian blinked drearily. "What? Now?" "Yes, now," she answered brusquely. "Follow me." All Lucian could do was shake his head. He was due to have his trial with her tomorrow. What could she possibly want? Kairu led him upstairs, not to the talents level, but the 3rd floor. Coming here brought back bad memories. Whatever the reason he'd been summoned, it couldn't be good. Kairu stalked ahead, her footfalls heavy. Lucian got the impression she was angry. Angrier than usual, anyway. Perhaps she deemed this summoning an honor of which he was unworthy. Even if it were an honor, Lucian would rather be anywhere else. Kairu paused before a door about halfway down the corridor. "This is her office. She instructed you to go in straight away." Lucian looked at her for confirmation, but Kairu was already walking off. The thought occurred to him that she could be playing him, trying to get him in trouble at a crucial time. It was almost enough for him to leave. But Kairu would not risk herself in that manner, and ignoring the summons would certainly guarantee his failure tomorrow. Lucian almost knocked, to be sure. But he decided it was better to do exactly as Kairu had specified. He put his hand on the gleaming copper handle, still waxy from a recent polish. He took a deep breath and opened the door. Transcend Yellow sat behind an ornate desk, covered with papers, journals, and books. Her oval face, dark skin, and long braids with streaks of gray lent a dignified air. She gave a wan smile as Lucian stepped inside. That smile put Lucian on guard for some reason. "Novice Lucian," she said. "Thank you for coming so late. Please have a seat. There are things I wish to discuss." Now what in the world could that be? "Of course, Transcend Yellow." He took the empty seat opposite her, absorbing his surroundings as he did so. Compared to Transcend White's office, Transcend Yellow's was elegantly appointed. It made Lucian realize that not all transcends were minimalists. The stone floor was almost completely covered by a white rug, made from some animal he'd never seen before. Lamps and candles added a warm aura. Paintings decked the walls in the eclectic style, which had gained popularity in the post-climate wars era of the late 21st century. Lucian even recognized a few of them, though they were almost certainly not originals. Besides the artwork, bookshelves lined the walls, each brimming with tomes. Of course, most people didn't own physical books. But here at the Academy, books were the only way to store knowledge, since electronics were forbidden. "Now," Transcend Yellow said, steepling her fingers, "no doubt you are wondering why I summoned you." "Yes, Transcend Yellow." He hoped he didn't sound as nervous as he felt. A transcend wouldn't act this way unless she wanted something. From her high cheekbones, aquiline nose, and full lips, it was obvious she had once been quite the beauty. Age had already worked on her face, with prominent wrinkles on her brow and at the corners of her eyes. Her gaze, fiery in intensity, demanded attention and respect. It was the gaze of a woman that had overcome many obstacles to rise high in life. "I've heard of your difficulties with the gravitonics trial," she began. "And no doubt you haven't had the opportunity to prepare for my trial tomorrow. If what they're saying is true, that you are a binder or a psionic, that would make dynamism your tertiary or even quaternary aspect. If you're willing, I'd like to offer you a bit of assistance." At first, Lucian didn't think he heard her right. Was this some sort of test? "Help with what, Transcend Yellow?" "The trial," she said, her tone taking on a bit of impatience. "I don't like repeating myself. Would you like help or not?" He almost asked if this was even allowed, but he didn't want to call her integrity into question. That was not something a novice did. There was only one right answer here, but if anyone got in trouble for it, it would be Lucian. "This isn't a test, is it?" She rolled her eyes. "Of course not. It's only fair, seeing as you had to participate in a later trial today. Your ether won't be as regenerated as your peers." Lucian didn't buy that, but refusing her outright was a good way to fail the trial. "If you're offering help, I'd be a fool not to take it. May I ask why, though?" "I sense great potential in you. I'm of a mind that potential should be celebrated, not stymied. True, you haven't been here long, but I've been watching your progress with great interest. Even if what you have done isn't exactly condoned, anyone would be a fool to not recognize your capacity. That capacity might be tempered into something useful under the right hand. I would not like a repeat of the gravitonics trial, and dynamism is just as dangerous, if not more so." She leaned back, seeming to think for a moment. "Transcend Grey should have given you some help as well, but given his condition—" "His condition?" She shook her head. "Never mind about that. So what do you say?" "I guess that makes sense." She stood, and with that action Lucian realized that they were starting right here, right now. "First, stream a dynamistic energy shield for me, as talent Kairu has surely taught you." Lucian blinked in surprise. "In your office? What if I mess something up?" Transcend Yellow, in response, pointed to the space before her desk, in front of the door. "Take great care not to mess up, Lucian. Let my books and artwork serve as a reminder that the manifold must be handled with care. That is something you should have remembered at the gravitonics trial. Shields up!" Lucian saw that he would have to do exactly as she said. More than that, he couldn't make any mistakes. So it was, under the pressure of her watchful gaze, that he formed his focus. He still felt drained from the previous trial, but some ether had regenerated. He only hoped that this wouldn't exhaust him too much. He reached for the dynamistic aspect, and per her instructions streamed a basic energy shield around himself. He'd come a long way in the months since his first training sessions with Kairu. Dynamism was one of his weaker aspects, but even so, his shield was passable for a novice of his short tenure. At least he thought so. The thin layer of energy reflected the yellow light cast by the lamps. He held the stream, not daring to let go until Transcend Yellow gave another order. The effort was taxing, but what choice did he have? It occurred to him that she might be trying to exhaust him before tomorrow. Maybe she didn't want him to pass. Whatever the case, he knew he was a puppet, and she the one pulling the strings. Without warning, Transcend Yellow's hands became awash in electrical energy. Yellow sparks flew from her fingers as she slammed her palms into Lucian's shield. The shield fizzled out with a thunderous crack. Transcend Yellow gave a coy smile. "When I say shields up, Novice," she said, "I mean it. Again." Without hesitation, Lucian raised his shield again, streaming his ether much more rapidly, producing a stronger barrier. It was so strong that Lucian was confident Transcend Yellow couldn't make a dent. However, his reserves were draining, and fast. Transcend Yellow watched, a cat, considering how she might gut the mouse she'd caught. When Lucian could hardly hold it any longer, she smiled. "Stop." He released his stream, and the shield dissipated. "You didn't attack." "Another lesson," she said. "When in a duel with another mage, the one who runs out of ether first loses. If you strengthen your shield but no one's attacking, you will lose. Defend yourself closely, yes, but awareness is the best defense." He could only wonder when he might ever need to duel another mage. He was aware that the talents did as practice. It was possible, he supposed, for there to be another mage war, or a battle with a rogue, or perhaps even a group of rogues. In that case, he would need to be ready. But it was hard to imagine that day ever coming. "So, how do I know when the other mage is about to attack?" In answer, Transcend Yellow's hands became wrapped in electricity. Lucian threw up his shield to block it. It was a weak attack sizzling against his barrier. "Like that," she said. "Watch. Learn. Gain experience. These things my talents learn to do very well. Depending on your performance tomorrow, you might even have the aptitude to be a yellow talent." "But dynamism is my weakest aspect." Her face became severe. "Never limit your beliefs. Some aspects will be harder to learn, yes, but it's our beliefs that limit us the most, not our natural inclinations." She watched him for a moment, letting the point sink in. "Do you understand?" Lucian nodded. He couldn't get over that she had hinted he might soon become her talent. That would give Kairu apoplexy. It seemed imprudent to ask her to clarify, so he did his best to make his face smooth and expressionless. The way Transcend Yellow looked at him, without a trace of a smile, suggested she was quite serious. "Now," she said, "do you know how to stream lightning?" Lucian shook his head. "That's too advanced for me." "There you go again," Transcend Yellow said. "With the manifold, belief makes reality. That is the most basic lesson. If that hasn't been drilled into your head yet, this academy has failed you. Never say something is too advanced or impossible. Anyone who believes in impossibility makes impossibility their reality. Either the sky is the limit, or the limit is the sky." She gave a half smile. "Which belief is more productive?" "The first one?" Transcend Yellow nodded. "Now I ask again. Do you know how to stream lightning?" "No," Lucian said, "but I would like to learn." She smiled as if pleased with that answer. "It's simple. Take all that effort you made into making a shield. Instead, imagine your stream manifesting as a single line of hyper-concentrated magic. Imagine the anchor point in your hand and the focal point on the object you wish to strike." Fear twisted in his stomach. She couldn't be asking him to stream lightning in her office. And he was already so tired, his ether so depleted. "I've almost exhausted myself, Transcend Yellow," Lucian said. "If I stream any more—" "Do it," she said, her tone brooking no argument. There was no arguing with a Transcend, whatever her motives. Transcend Yellow oversaw the trial tomorrow, and Lucian would likely fail if he didn't follow orders. Once again, Lucian reached for his focus. While he found it, it felt slippery, a sure sign he was tiring. Would he have enough ether to stream an unfamiliar aspect? "Do I attack you with it or something?" he asked. Transcend Yellow nodded, her manner somewhat impatient. You can't hurt me, Lucian. Do it now. With that order, Lucian streamed through his focus, imagining the dynamistic aspect. First came the anchor point of his hand, as instructed. He felt potential building there. Next came the focal point, which he formed right at Transcend Yellow's center. Whatever ether he had left, he concentrated there. But for all that buildup, only a shower of sparks streamed from his outward-facing palm. Stop doubting yourself, she admonished. Let it flow. This was too much. If he did as she asked, he would overdraw, something he was strictly forbidden to do. He released his focus and shook his head. I can't. I'm close to overdrawing. She looked at him for a long moment, and he was sure she was about to tell him to do it anyway. He didn't know what he'd do then. But in the end, she nodded, though her face seemed disappointed. Very well. Perhaps I got carried away. I don't wish to overtax you. I just don't want you to limit your beliefs. It would be a shame if you did that. She heaved a sigh that seemed strangely sad. There was something more going on, but he didn't know what. She returned to her desk and sat. That will be all, Novice Lucian. Return to your room and get some rest. It was all he could do not to heave a sigh of relief. Of course, Transcend Yellow. Lucian left the office, gently shutting the heavy wooden door behind him. He walked down the corridor, hoping that no one saw him here on the Transcends level at this hour. He didn't want anyone asking questions. He only felt safe once he was back in his room. He sat on his bed, wondering if all that had really happened. Why was she going on about his potential? And if that was something she had noticed, had the other Transcends noticed as well? He didn't have the time or energy for such questions. He blew out the candles and fell into an exhausted sleep. 19. Your stream isn't steady, Novice Damien, Transcend Yellow said, interrupting him in the middle of his trial. Any mage with half a brain could cut you off with a psionic block. His expression darkened as his brow scrunched further in concentration. After his energy shield steadied, Transcend Yellow gave a nod. Talent Kairu stood with shock spear in hand, electricity streaming along its length while flashing a predatory smile. It was the only time Lucian had ever seen her happy, if that terrifying expression could be considered happiness. Through the open archway of the entry hall, the nighttime chill gusted inside. Kairu charged. Damien cried out as his energy shield ate the impact of the yellow talent's shock spear. When the shield collapsed with a sizzle, Transcend Yellow clapped her hands. Enough, Novice Damien. Damien returned sulkily to the line of novices, his head hung low. Transcend Yellow nodded at Lucian. Novice Lucian, you're up. He stepped forward, feeling slightly guilty over the help he'd gotten last night. It wasn't like he could have refused it, but it still made him a little sick. Kairu was already twirling her spear. Even if the tip was blunted, the electricity sizzling along its length was all too real. Lucian felt inadequate as he drew his shock spear, extending it with a metallic whir. He didn't even bother streaming. Remembering Transcend Yellow's lesson, he needed to save every bit of ether he had just to survive. For that was the point of this trial, to last as long as possible against Kairu without dying. Lucian had the feeling Kairu would go extra hard on him. Because, why wouldn't she? Even more so because she had to have suspected the training Transcend Yellow had given him. Kairu glared, seeming ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Spear up, Novice, Transcend Yellow said. Lucian held the spear with both hands in a defensive posture. He remembered well how suddenly Transcend Yellow had attacked him the night before, so he began by streaming an energy shield, keeping it as weak as possible to conserve his ether. He could strengthen it once Kairu attacked. In his peripheral vision, he could make out Damien's hard stare and Rhea's stony mask. Kairu launched her attack. Electricity shrouded her hands and danced with her spear, swinging with far more intensity than she had with Damien. But Lucian was ready, anticipating the blow and strengthening his shield to match. It ate the impact easily, strong enough to make the yellow talent grunt and take a step back. She scowled, glancing at Transcend Yellow for further instructions. "Not bad," Transcend Yellow said. "Shields down." Lucian released his stream with relief. But as soon as the stream cut off, Kairu attacked again, perhaps at an unseen signal from Transcend Yellow. Lucian tried to raise his shield in time, but he couldn't do so before eating a nasty shock streamed from her spear, which sent him sprawling to the floor. The other novices gasped as Lucian rolled over a few times and was stopped by a pillar. Anger and shock coursed through his veins. Kairu stood a few meters away, her face gloating. She was all but daring him to get up again. But Transcend Yellow had not called the match for Kairu, meaning Lucian wasn't dead yet. It was a minor shock, admittedly, Kairu probably meaning to toy with him rather than delivering a death blow. Well, that would be her mistake. With Kairu bearing down on him, Lucian scrambled up, shock spear at the Primus position, point out at a 45-degree angle. It was a basic posture, but it was all he knew. "Never let your guard down, Novice," Transcend Yellow called. "Not until you're sure the threat has passed." Kairu took a swing, which Lucian easily parried with a clang. He backed away a few steps, granting some space. Kairu smirked. "It's not fair," he called. "You told me to let my shield down." "Do you expect things to be fair in a real fight? A harsh lesson, but a lesson you must learn." Kairu seemed to be waiting for his move. Lucian deepened his focus. It was time to go on the offense. But before he could attack, Kairu herself came forward, putting Lucian back in survival mode. Her shock spear spun in a wide and powerful arc, meant to maim. Before the weapon could connect, Lucian unleashed a primal shout. From the anchor point of his palm, he set the focal point aimed directly at Kairu. Then he streamed a wild burst of dynamistic magic. A fork of lightning shot right out of his palm directly at Kairu. Her face registered the slightest hint of surprise, but she strengthened her energy shield just in time to block it. A shockwave rebounded off Kairu's shield, pummeling him and staggering him back a few meters. He managed to keep his feet, but just barely. It was well that he did, because only a few more meters would have sent him into the central brazier. His ether reserves were near empty, and he got the feeling Kairu had plenty left. He'd have to play this carefully. As Transcend Yellow had said, the mage who ran out of ether first lost. Kairu's face was a severe mask as she approached. It was clear she hadn't expected this much trouble. Not from a novice she all but regarded as useless. Lucian knew she not only wanted to save face, but to put him in his place, and he didn't intend on letting her do that. From the sidelines, Lucian could see the novices watching, open-mouthed, while Transcend Yellow's dark eyes drunk in the sight greedily. With a growl, Kairu approached, stabbing with her electrically charged spear. Lucian tried to throw his shield up, but it was too weak. He was forced to retreat until his back was hot with the flames of the brazier. He braced himself to make his last stand, setting his spear in a defensive posture. Kairu's dark eyes were gloating as she paced back and forth a few meters ahead of him, circling her prey. Then she struck, stabbing with a flurry of strikes, each aimed at a different part of his body. Lucian sidestepped the first and parried the second, while his shield ate the third. She easily parried his counterstrike, then grabbed him by the wrist. Lucian tried to wrest free, but her grip was strong. The next thing he knew, the point of her spear was at his neck, while hot flames were at his back. He was undoubtedly dead, and he knew he was expected to yield. There they stood for a long moment, eye to eye. His back was hot. One more step backward and his robes would be eaten by the flames. But he would not give her the satisfaction of yielding. She scowled, pulling him harshly from the brazier. She turned her back on him and walked away. He had lasted about twice as long as Damien, so he had that going for him at least. "Why did you stream lightning, Novice?" Transcend Yellow asked. "Had you not, you might have lasted thrice as long against her." Her voice wasn't accusing, but at the same time Lucian found it hard to answer. He could feel the stares of the other novices, along with Kairu. "I don't know," he said. "I wanted to win, not just survive." Transcend Yellow smiled. "But the trial was to survive as long as possible. A bit of advice. If you're going to take a risk like that, you'd better be damned sure you win." She nodded toward the line of watching novices. "Your trial is over, Novice Lucian." Lucian hardly paid attention as Rhea and Marcus went through their trials. Rhea did well, of course, and even Marcus made a respectable showing, though notably neither lasted as long as Lucian had. The experience was foreign to him. He was used to being left behind, but outclassing Rhea and Damien was something else entirely. Maybe Transcend Yellow was right about his potential. Might he make talent the first year, as no other novice had? He couldn't let himself get distracted by such thoughts. Once they were dismissed, Lucian and the other novices made their way toward the dining hall. No one said a word until they had rounded the corner out of earshot of both Transcend Yellow and Talent Kairu. Both Damien and Rhea fell in beside him. "Did you listen to anything I said after the binding trial?" Damien asked. "What are you talking about?" "Don't play coy. You overdrew. Don't say you didn't. No novice can do what you just did." "Well, it looks like I did. And no, I didn't overdraw." "Yeah, right. I don't know how you did it, but just know that in this place, cheaters never prosper." Lucian saw that there was no convincing him. "Whatever." Ray's voice was accusing. "I'll be honest, you'll be lucky to even stay here after that trial." Well, he hadn't asked her opinion either. Maybe he had cheated, but not in the way they thought. Besides, it wasn't as if he had a choice to refuse Transcend Yellow's training. If he told them the truth right now, their heads would probably explode. Then they could lecture Transcend Yellow about fairness, not him. When they reached the dining hall, the long wooden tables were already filled with novices. He could only hope Damien and Rhea didn't blab about his performance, but he didn't have much hope of that. The last thing he needed here was some infamy. He sat away from his group. By the time he finished eating and cleaning up, he made his way back to the novice wing. That would at least keep everyone off his back. Lucian found a warm meditation chamber near his room. He sat on the stones, using a prong to stoke the hearth within. Once settled, he assumed his focus, allowing time itself to slip away. He went to a place where he felt nothing, physical or mental. That was the only place he could feel peace, and allow that peace to speed his ether regeneration. After a long time had passed, he returned to the entry hall, muscles stiff with idleness. He didn't know how long he'd sat quietly, but he felt more refreshed. Outside, from the field of white snow, a storm had blown through during his meditation. The chill spilled in through the entrance. Even the central brazier and torches couldn't take the edge off. Outside, several novices were sweeping snow off the steps. Lucian would have turned for his room at this point, but he saw Emma among them. Lucian found a broom and shovel leaning against the wall and joined the novices, no longer holding his focus. It felt as if there were a hole in his consciousness, something missing. Strange, How something he had once reviled was now a part of him. He reached for his focus again, and the meditative trance buffered him against the harsh cold. While the other novices shuddered and shivered, Lucian worked methodically. Even the despair of seeing how much snow needed to be swept couldn't reach him here. Emma sidled over and began sweeping beside him. "You're working like a droid," she said, her teeth chattering. "You okay?" "Fine," Lucian said, letting his focus go. The mental state was meant to strip oneself of all emotions, useful for streaming and meditation, but not for conversation with a friend. "I'm trying to mentally prepare for the trial tomorrow." "Same," she said. "Thermalism is one of my weaker aspects. I'd advise against talking about it." A few meters away, Rhea swept. If there was anyone who would rat them out to the talents for breaking the rules, it was her. "I will say this much," Emma said. "I don't know what will be harder, the trial or surviving Transcend Red if I happen to make a mistake." Lucian almost shuddered. His one interaction with Transcend Red hadn't been a pleasant one. There was a spitefulness to her he didn't much like. Unfortunately, he would have to deal with her tomorrow. He had streamed the wrong aspect during the gravitonics trial, so he hoped he didn't commit the same error. "Well, seems like we're going to have fun tomorrow." "You have nothing to worry about," Emma said. "It seems you're making some people jealous." Lucian had a feeling he knew who she was talking about. "Who?" "Damien was saying things about you." He resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "Things like what?" "Nothing directly accusatory. He's implying you might be overdrawing to pass these trials. He said no one of your experience should have been able to last that long against Talent Kairu." "Well, I did. He's just a sore loser. He can't stand being second to anybody." He looked around to make sure no one was listening. "I'll admit, I did overdraw during the binding trial. And during the gravitonics trial too, but only to stay alive." She stopped sweeping for a moment, as if in shock, before starting up again. Lucian had the feeling she would have had a stronger reaction if there had been no one around. "What were you thinking? I understand the gravitonics trial, but what happened with binding? Did Transcend Blue notice?" He shook his head. "I don't think so. But of course, that'll be impossible to know until the results are in." "And the Radiance trial?" "That was all me. For the dynamism trial, Damien's running his mouth. I didn't overdraw." He felt a tinge of guilt at that. He didn't want to talk about Transcend Yellow's private lesson, but Emma was the only one here he trusted. He couldn't bring himself to lie to her. "There's something I need to tell you. I'm not sure what to make of it." When he told her about the training, Emma's eyes went so wide that Lucian thought they would pop out of her head. "She summoned you?" "Yeah, that's weird, isn't it?" She didn't react for a moment, as if processing the news. Finally, she spoke. "Have any of the other Transcends done the same thing?" "What, give me private lessons? No." Her brows scrunched in thought. "She must see great potential in you. But to give you private instruction that would give you an edge on the eve of a trial? I don't want to question a Transcend, but that's an unfair advantage. Do you think she was testing you in some way?" "I asked her point blank, and she said no," Lucian said. "I didn't want to question her. When a Transcend says jump, you ask how high." "I understand," she said. She swept a large snowdrift down the steps. "Or when they say sweep out in the cold, you ask, how long?" Lucian chuckled. "I suppose that's how this all got started?" "I was minding my own business, walking back to my room to get some sleep. Then the talents go through the halls and handed us these." She held up the broom, shaking her head in disbelief. "You'd think we'd get a little leeway with the trials, but nope. I was in meditation, so I guess that's why they didn't bother me." "Wait, you're here by choice?" "Yeah, I guess." "You just wanted to hang out with me, didn't you?" So, about this Transcend Yellow business, Lucian said. It seemed like you were going somewhere with that before we got sidetracked. It's this. You had a rough start, right? But now, something's changed and people are noticing. You're rocketing past everyone right now. At this rate, you'll make talent before any of us. It doesn't feel that way, he said. There's still so much I don't understand. You might even make talent this year. He could hardly believe that. Remember the gravitonics trial? I almost got myself killed. Even when you fail impressively, she said. Hardly any training in gravitonics, and you make an impressive showing. Most everyone else would have probably died. She went quiet after that. From her tense expression, it looked as if she had something else to say. If there's something on your mind, you can tell me, Lucian said. There is. Remember how they seemed hesitant to train you at first? Where was she going with all this? How could I forget? You're proving them wrong. In a big way. Am I, though? Maybe you're skeptical, but you have a lot of talent. But those with great gifts are burdened with even greater expectations. It's not only Transcend Yellow who will be courting you to be her talent. Others will come out of the woodwork soon enough. Especially if you make history as the only one to pass the trials on the first try. Lucian couldn't believe what she was saying. Seriously? I nearly killed myself, and somehow that qualifies me to be a talent? Someone entrusted with not only learning more, but training the novices? Wait and see, Emma said. That might be a bold prediction, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. My advice is to keep your head down. If you continue doing well, that might paint a target on your back. Lucian thought of Damien. I'll try. Just imagine the other novice's perspective. You work hard, and then someone who's been here less than a year starts overtaking you. It can't be a good feeling. No, I guess not. If Transcend Yellow is vying for you already, how soon before others start making their moves? They might not even wait until the trials are over. Why else would she want to help you? He knew she had him there. I'm only a novice, though. Only in name. You're forgetting Vera, but trust me, Transcend White hasn't, and whoever else she's told. Vera, who was the most powerful mage in all the worlds. Yes, there was that minor detail. Lucian had almost managed to push it fully from his mind. You have a point, he admitted. Of course I do. I'm only looking out for you. Things can get dangerous when you're caught in the crossfire of powerful people. Lucian felt as if there was a story there, but he didn't get the opportunity to ask. We should turn in, she said. The job's done and we're the only ones still sweeping. Lucian looked around to see that she was right. The stairs were clean, and the still night had grown even colder. They went to the central brazier to warm up. Emma watched him from across the flames. Her eyes worried, but there was more than just worry there. He had to look away before old feelings resurfaced, feelings he had mostly suppressed in favor of his training. You okay, Lucian? He softened at the concern in her voice. I'm as fine as I can be. Are you sure? It seems we barely talk anymore. That was what this place did. It was late, and if anyone caught them here together, it would raise eyebrows at best. They should disperse to their rooms, but Lucian didn't want to go. The truth was, he did miss her. That night on Lightsail, on the ocean of storms, seemed so long ago, like it had happened to another person. Do you ever think about that night, on our way here? She recoiled a bit at the question. Sometimes. I've been trying to put it from my mind ever since. Some days I succeed, but other days, I just think about what we've lost by being here. She went quiet again, but she didn't leave either. Finally, she looked up at him. Such talk is dangerous. Maybe he didn't care. Maybe he wanted to do things his way for once. Did the talents and transcends believe that the men and women here forewent all romantic attachment? Now that he thought of it, he noticed Damien and Rhea often looked at each other a hair too long. Maybe it meant something, maybe it didn't. But nothing could ever move beyond looks and the most subtle of flirting. Not here. Emma came around the fire and touched his arm. That was daring a lot. More than he would have guessed from her, who'd always maintained distance. She said nothing more, leaving him by the fire. Despite its warmth, all he could feel was coldness within. 20. The thermalism trial was almost simple, for lack of a better word. For the sake of show, Lucian feigned struggle as much as the other novices. Even Transcend Red's nerve-wracking effect wasn't enough to break his focus, or make him slip. She hovered right behind him, practically breathing down his neck. It gave him the creeps. Damien didn't cast any dirty glances his way, even if Lucian executed the trial without flaw. Then again, Damien's performance had also been perfect. Rhea aced it too, while Marcus, who had some training in thermalism, did well enough. Despite Transcend Red's harshness, it was the most basic one so far. All they had to do was heat a pot of water to boiling, then freeze it, then sublimate it. That last bit was trickiest but achievable with a high burst of thermal magic streamed evenly throughout the ice. Lucian wondered when this would ever apply to the real world outside of heating bath water, but he was wise enough not to question it. The next night was the written examination of the atomicism trial. Lucian had been studying for it with every spare minute. The questions required detailed knowledge of atomic and chemical theory, as it related to atomicism. Of course, he wouldn't know the results of that test until the spectrum deliberated. That could take anywhere from a few days to a few weeks, from what he had heard. That left only the psionic trial. Transcend Violet was an enigmatic and reclusive figure that Lucian had only seen once, back when he had been summoned before the spectrum. The only ones who had access to her were her talents. That said, Lucian felt psionic magic was his strength. They met in the rock garden, located on the Academy's isolated western cliff. It was little used due to its small size, and it had an air of neglect and abandonment. "The goal of this trial is simple," Transcend Violet said in a lilting Scottish accent. Her pale face was serene, with curly black hair falling to the shoulders of her purple-tinged robe. The wind of the courtyard wove through her hair. Age hardly touched her features, besides the shallow crinkles at the corners of her eyes. She was beautiful, in a dreamy way, an effect only pronounced by her sharp blue eyes. Lucian could hardly believe it was almost over. All he had to do was finish this one with a bang, and then it would be out of his hands. She surveyed the novice group. "I have 4 large stones here," she said, nodding toward the rocks on the ground before them. "One for each of you. Do something with these stones that would impress me, using only psionic magic." She looked at each of the novices. "Who would like to go first?" "I will," Damien said without hesitation. Maybe he thought by going first, he would impress her. She stood aside, motioning for the rest of the novices to take a few steps back as well. There was a long moment as Damien gathered his focus. Then, with a sudden outcry, he thrust his hands forward, palms outward. His stone went rolling toward the cliff's edge, hurtling over the side in a wide arc. He opened his eyes and lowered his hands, his chest heaving with exertion. Transcend Violet nodded. "Good. Who's next?" Rhea stepped forward, doing much the same thing as Damien. Lucian's hunch was that she had meant to do it faster and harder, but her stone only rolled more slowly. Damien gave a smug smile, while Rhea shot him a withering glare. Marcus stepped up next. To Lucian's surprise, he managed to get his stone almost to the cliff before exhausting himself. He shook his head. then went to stand in his former spot. Now, all the attention was on Lucian. He took a couple of steps forward until the heavy stones stood a few meters before him. Lucian found his focus. The action was almost as natural as breathing. Lucian reached for the psionic aspect. He had no doubt he could do this. Emma's words echoed in his mind. "They're going to fight over you. Being caught in the crossfire of powerful people is a dangerous thing." A new thought occurred to Lucian. He could bungle this and not have to worry about them raising him to talent all year. That had to be a pointless concern. He wasn't going to make it anyway. Lucian could feel Transcend Violet watching him closely. If he did throw it, would she know the difference? Lucian couldn't answer that. But those gifted in psionics could often read into another's intentions. No, he had to give this everything he had. Holding his focus, he reached for the stone, latching onto its physicality. Then, Lucian released a rushing stream of psionic magic, pushing the stone up from the ground. It levitated in midair, rising higher and higher, faster and faster. Magic tore through him in a torrent. He kept pushing until the stone could hardly be seen in the gray sky above. Within seconds, he'd burned through his entire pool of ether. "Novice Lucian," Transcend Violet said, her voice tense. "That's enough." But already the stone was falling. There were shouts as the other novices realized what was happening, jumping out of the way. But before it could land, the stone flew in the direction of the ocean, far out of sight. Lucian hadn't done that. He opened his eyes to see Transcend Violet glaring at him, her arm extended in the direction of the water. Lucian guessed that this wasn't what she had in mind when she'd said to impress her. Damien, Rhea, and Marcus all stared at Lucian in shock. "This trial is over," Transcend Violet said. "Novice Lucian, walk with me." The other novices cast curious glances his way before heading back into the academy. Feeling a leaden weight in his stomach, Lucian followed. She stood close to the cliff's edge. One step or a bit of clumsiness was all it would take to make her fall. But from her serene expression, this was far from her mind. Lucian stood beside her, more than a meter away from the edge of the precipice. She broke the silence. "What possessed you to do something so dangerous, Novice?" Her voice was snappish and demanded an answer of him that wasn't a foolish justification. Lucian found himself at a loss for words. A ghost of a smile spread across her lips. "If you were aiming to impress me, well, you've accomplished that much. If your performance on the other trials was anything like this..." All Lucian could think about was his failure at the gravitonics trial. It was best not to mention it. It seemed Transcend Violet was separated enough from the day-to-day to not know of his failures. Emma's warning echoed in his mind. He would need to answer her carefully. "I was sure you were going to punish me." "Well, I can hardly do that when I encourage the behavior." She let out a sigh. "I must admit, I was getting concerned that you would raise the stone too high. Psionic magic becomes less efficient at distance. At least, active psionic magic that isn't branded." Lucian wasn't sure what that meant, but nodded all the same. "That was what grabbed my attention." She went on. "Despite the distance, you retained control of the stone, even when it was a good 50 meters above us. I was ready to step in at a moment's notice, and that's why I told you to stop. I didn't want anyone getting hurt." Lucian nodded. "That makes sense. If I overstepped anything, I apologize." "You did," she said. "But I can't deny that your powers have developed far beyond what any of us were expecting." It seemed she had more to share, but in the end thought better of it. "Tread carefully, Lucian." He almost did a double take at the use of his name. It wasn't like a transcend to be so familiar. But before he could react, she withdrew, heading for the northern path that snaked its way down the cliff. Lucian stood for a while, feeling a sense of faded shock. Tread carefully. How could he do that when he had no idea what he was even doing? One thing he was sure of, though. The trials were over, and with luck, he might get some decent rest from his labors. 21. The first thing Lucian did after the psionic trial was head back to his room to take a well-deserved nap. From the empty corridors and common areas, it seemed most novices were of a similar mind. He slept so long that he even missed dinner. When Lucian woke up, it was night. He went to the entry hall with a mind to go outside, despite the cold. Scion Gaius, of all people, was timekeeper. He didn't seem to notice Lucian as he lit the witching torch, signifying the last 30 minutes of a Volsung day. Lucian would have never guessed someone of Gaius's stature would be timekeeper, especially during such an important week at the Volsung Academy. Once done lighting the torch with thermal magic, Gaius made his way over to Lucian. Lucian lowered his head in supplication, as was fitting for someone of Gaius's station. "One day, novice Lucian, you might have the honor of lighting the time torches. It could be one day very soon." His tone was approving, a far cry from his usual dismissive attitude. It took a moment before Lucian could find the right response. "I'm not worthy of that honor." Before Gaius could say more, Lucian continued. "Are all talents responsible for the torches?" "Yes. A privilege, though not easy. Each day, Volsung Day that is, a talent must keep vigil and be timekeeper for the rest. It's a task too important to entrust to a mere novice." Lucian wondered why it was so important. Surely a simple clock would not be too much technology, even for the transcends. Sometimes their Luddism made no sense. "So you haven't slept in 54 hours? He nodded. "It isn't easy, but when you've done it before, and you've trained your mind, you can forego the need for sleep. For a time." He stifled a yawn. "My vigil ends at the passing of the witching hour. At that point, Talent Kairu will extinguish the torches and begin anew." "It doesn't sound like much of an honor," Lucian said, choosing not to filter his thoughts. Talent Gaius seemed in a rare, amiable mood. "It may seem that way on the surface," he said, "but keeping vigil is a rare opportunity to rest. You will one day learn how grueling the talent training will be if the transcends see fit to let you ascend." Staying up for over 2 standard days was a break? If that was so, then the training must be especially harsh. Is it true that no talent has been raised after their first trial? "That's true. I came close. Transcend White told me so herself. It was her vote that decided I needed to train another year." He gave a throaty chuckle. How angry I was. And how blind. She was right. Sometimes it's not our abilities that are lacking, but our conception of them, and our maturity. From the way Gaius was looking at Lucian, he seemed to question Lucian's maturity. Lucian wondered whether he should share his misgivings, but decided it was too great a risk. "I've come a long way," Lucian said. "Not only in my handling of magic, but my attitude. For the first time, I think I'm at peace here. That I could even make a life here." Gaius nodded approvingly. "That's good, novice. That is the most important step. A heart that is ready and willing to serve." A small part of Lucian quailed at that, but it was only a small part. Being 100% sure of something was a rarity. If he could commit himself, he had the rest of his life to figure things out. I wish to become a mage of the Academy, Lucian said. I wish to become a talent. Gaius watched him for a moment, seeming to weigh him with those inscrutable eyes. It's well that you wish that, Novice, for you are a mage already. It must be for more than survival, because survival is insufficient. It is only when you become a talent that you will find your true purpose. And when that purpose is found, it does make it easier to endure the hardships. Lucian's curiosity was stoked at that, but he knew it was prudent to remain quiet. Then I will work hard every day to make it a reality. I'm pleased, Scion Gaius said. You should be resting. Opportunities to do so are rare indeed. Tomorrow will be a day of contemplation, not only for you novices, but for the talents and transcends as well. There will be as many days of contemplation as the transcends need to decide who ascends and who must wait another year. And who leaves? Talent Gaius nodded. Yes, and who leaves? Never pleasant, that. But the Academy cannot waste resources on lost causes. This is the way of things. To Lucian, Talent Gaius didn't sound too sad about that, but it could be that he was inured to the reality by now. After 2 decades here, he'd have to be. How long will it take them to decide? Gaius shrugged. Who knows? Sometimes a day. The longest I've seen is 2 weeks. Usually it takes 2 or 3 days. We should know soon, then. That we will. I've heard you've performed beyond expectations. Don't let that go to your head. I thought I would be the first, too. He smiled. It's not only magic and controlling our stream that the transcends wish to teach us. There are ethical values, too, patience and humility being foremost. The transcends err on the side of conservatism when the decision isn't obvious. They've made mistakes before. What mistakes? Gaius shook his head. I've said overmuch. Sleep, novice. You will learn the results soon, I assure you. Lucian nodded and turned to go. When given a direct order by a scion, one was wise to obey. Lucian lay on his bed, wondering at the mistakes Gaius had hinted at. It was hard to imagine a transcend doing such a thing. The scion might have shared so much because he was sleep-deprived. Most saw the transcend's decisions as inerrant. That they could make a mistake was not something much talked about. Lucian's last thought was whether those mistakes might have something to do with Vera. Lucian woke to a knocking at his door. He couldn't have been asleep for more than a few hours, judging by his grogginess. He was surprised to see Transcend Blue standing there, of all people. He stared at Lucian shrewdly. Before Lucian could think to bow, the Transcend was speaking. I need you, novice. Follow. Lucian did his best not to betray any emotion, reaching for his focus to better control himself. He had expected a well-earned rest, but that wasn't in the cards, at least for now. Lucian followed Transcend Blue down the stone corridor, leading to the entry hall, wondering just what it was he wanted. Lucian wished he'd brought a heavier cloak. Lucian noted 5 torches lit, with Talent Kairu presiding over them in the corner. There were hours yet before dawn. Forgive me, Transcend, Lucian said. But might I ask where we are going? Transcend Blue continued as if he hadn't heard Lucian at all. When they went outside, the wind was cutting. Lucian could only hope they weren't going out here long. It wasn't until they stood below the boughs of the flame tree that Transcend Blue broke the silence. Whatever he had to say, it was clear he didn't want anyone to overhear it.
I have an offer for you, he said. I was quite impressed with your showing at the binding trial. You did quite well on most of your other trials too, from what I understand.
Lucian wasn't sure what to say. He remembered what Emma had said and could hardly believe her words were coming true. He had to be careful here. You are kind to say so, Your Eminence. Transcend Blue waved a hand as if to dismiss the honorific.
I'm a very direct man, so I'll cut to the chase. I'm willing to raise you to the mantle of talent.
There it was, plain as day. Emma had predicted it, but Lucian never expected it to happen. I'm nowhere near ready for that, Lucian protested. Besides, wouldn't I need the votes of the other transcends?
Don't worry about that. It is your part to accept this generosity, which I've never given to any other novice.
Did Lucian's opinion not matter? Transcend Blue seemed to think so. Transcend Blue continued.
This is an opportunity many novices would kill for, and I assure you, I won't offer it again. Many factors impact a decision on who to ascend, and your stars have aligned.
As he watched Lucian, his wizened face was severe.
You would be a fool to say anything but yes.
Lucian's shock hadn't dissipated. It was worse because Transcend Blue seemed to want a quick response. And being on a Transcend's bad side was a recipe for disaster. That's a very generous offer, Lucian said. I have to ask, though, why me? And why now? Especially with the gravitonics trial.
It's clear that your failure there was due to a lack of training. Considering that, you did as well as could be expected. Even better. You have done well in most of the aspects. That's a rarity. It's expected for a talent to choose his aspect at the end of his first year.
He looked at Lucian appraisingly.
But if you favor the blue, my vote is yours. Along with some personal training in the meantime, I only offer to my scion.
Transcend Blue watched Lucian for a reaction, but he was still too stunned to say much at all. He cleared his throat. That's a huge honor. At the same time, I'm not sure I'm worthy of it.
You weary me, novice.
Transcend Blue glanced back at the academy, as if to see whether they were being watched.
Don't take too long to consider. A couple of days at most. If I haven't heard from you, well, then I'm afraid I will vote a different way. You have such great potential in binding, it would be a shame to lose you to another. It was binding magic, after all, that saw the destruction of that iceberg several months ago.
With a conspiratorial wink, Transcend Blue departed, leaving Lucian open-mouthed and unsure of what to do. Once again, Emma had proved perceptive. Transcend Yellow had already given him personal training, something that would have been unthinkable to him before. Now, Transcend Blue was straight up saying his vote was for Lucian if he agreed to become a blue talent. But could he commit to making binding his chosen aspect? Besides, what happened if other transcends made a similar offer, as Emma thought might happen? Lucian had a lot to think about in the coming days. From what he understood, once a talent chose an aspect, it was for life. He couldn't make this decision without due research, but how could he know for sure in just a couple of days? It was too much to think about, and yet Lucian had no choice but to think about it. His very future at the academy depended upon it. He headed back to the academy and warmed himself by the central brazier. By this point, some of the early risers were up for nightly meditations. Lucian knew he should be joining them, but he instead headed for the kitchen to help prepare breakfast. No transcend would intrude on him there, but breakfast was ready and eaten in too little time. He headed to an out-of-the-way meditation chamber, using lesser-used corridors far from the entry hall and dorms. Once settled, Lucian sought his focus and the clarity it brought. It was becoming his refuge, his guide. It reminded him of what Vera had taught him, to seek his path in the heart of silence. He needed that guidance now, and he hoped to find it soon. Even if he managed to push intruding thoughts aside, he couldn't ignore his unease. His focus was like staring into a deep ocean, not being able to see anything. The answers were at the bottom, but he also knew countless monsters lurked in the darkness beneath. They were monsters he'd have to fight to discover the truth. His truth. Who he was, and which aspect was he best suited for. He knew the other novices would kill to have this problem, but Lucian would have killed to have it go to another. One thing he knew for sure. He was a mere novice, and his plans for his future paled in comparison to those of the transcends. There was little agency in this place, especially for a novice. He wondered how many of the talents even had a choice for their aspect. Most mages could only use one or two aspects with any degree of skill. Despite Lucian's growing pains, he was progressing well in all the aspects, more or less. That put him in a unique position compared to others. Transcend Blue was right in saying many novices would kill for the opportunity. With only a few words, he might even be the first novice to ascend during the first year. A female voice spoke from behind. "Novice Lucian." He jumped. It was an unwritten rule to never disturb a mage at meditation. It was one of a few times even a novice could find privacy. But clearly that rule didn't apply here. He turned to see Transcend Violet, her blue eyes watching him as if she wanted something. Her, too? "Yes, Transcend Violet," he said, standing and bowing. "Walk with me." Lucian followed her to the rock garden, where the gray northern sunlight did little to bring warmth. Transcend Violet seemed inured to the frigid air. Lucian had to suppress his need to shiver. "Is it too cold for you out here?" Transcend Violet asked. "A little," Lucian admitted. "Everyone is inside today," she went on. "This is the best place to speak. Have any of the others spoken with you?" Lucian felt himself in a bind as Transcend Violet watched him closely. Those sharp, blue eyes didn't seem to miss a detail. He couldn't lie. She was Transcend Violet, after all, a master of psionics. And those hypnotic eyes seemed to be doing more than looking at him. He found himself compelled to answer truthfully, to trust her, even if it was against his interests. "Transcend Blue did this morning," he said. He meant to keep the next part to himself, but he found himself blurting it out all the same. "He said he'd vote for my ascension if I chose to dedicate myself to binding." She gave a bitter laugh. "Did he?" She shook her head, her dark curls swaying with the effort. "Your talents would be wasted as a binder. Your gifting is with psionics. Even Transcend Blue must see that." All Lucian could do was nod politely, but it seemed Transcend Violet expected some sort of response from him. "Why do you say that, Your Eminence?" "I haven't seen any novice control a psionic stream the way you did yesterday," she said. "Many of my talents would be hard-pressed to do such a thing. Did you have training before coming here?" Lucian realized that none of them knew of his affiliation with Vera. None but Transcend White. He would have to answer with caution. "No, Transcend Violet." "Remarkable," she said. "Have you considered his offer?" "A little." "We began deliberation this afternoon," Transcend Violet said. "If you're interested in exploring the full extent of psionics, then I will vouch for you and come to some sort of agreement with Transcend Blue. Indecision, I'm afraid, will be your worst enemy." Lucian was surprised at the severity of her expression. This was no game. He had never asked for this, and all he wanted to do was run. But running was hard to do when you were surrounded by thousands of kilometers of icy ocean. He should have bungled the trial after all. "What should I say to Transcend Blue, then?" Lucian asked. "Or for that matter, any others who might approach me." How am I supposed to choose anyone when I don't know which aspect is the right one? A fair point, Transcend Violet said. Allow me to convince you. Transcend White was a psionic herself. It's often said the psionics are the most gifted of mages. And with your potential, you would go farthest with us. Your progress would be swift. Within a few years, you might be good enough to go on expeditions outside the academy. Lucian tried to hide his surprise, but he knew doing so was impossible with Transcend Violet. So soon? Anything is possible, Transcend Violet said smoothly. The only limit is your own beliefs and your willingness to learn. I can also offer extra instruction. Lucian almost choked at that, his mind going to a place it shouldn't have gone. Had he imagined her seductive tone of voice? The mere idea of it was madness. Before he could even respond, she continued speaking, as if nothing untoward had happened. As I said, the greatest crime would be to see your potential wasted, especially as a binder. She seemed to be standing closer to him. He tried to create more space, but it was hard to think straight. He could smell her perfume, a heady aroma that would make it difficult to hold on to any thought for long. What need did a transcend have for perfume? But there was something beyond that. She was doing something to his mind, flaring urges he had learned to suppress. The feeling intensified for a moment until he felt reduced to the state of a slavering dog. Just as he was about to give his answer, an answer that was beyond all thought and reason, the feeling dissipated, as if it had never been. Lucian blinked, bewildered by emotional whiplash. There are many things I can teach you, she said. Magic frowned upon by my colleagues, and yet always useful to have. After all, you never know when it might come in handy. Long after she had gone, Lucian stayed behind in the cold, hoping that would clear his head. Whatever she had done to him, that was power. Psionics wasn't only the mastery of kinetic magic, but manipulation of the mind itself. It wasn't supposed to be done to other mages. That was against the rules. But clearly, she had violated those rules. Was she trying to send a message that she could teach him to do the same thing? Plenty of male novices had joked about Transcend Violet in that way, but it was just banter. But this was no game. It was his future. Now that it was out in the open, the question was, would he accept the offer? Nowhere was safe. Just when it seemed he was getting his bearings, learning to accept his lot, this had to happen. Wherever he went, the Transcends would fight over him. He just didn't want to get ripped to pieces in the process. 22. Over the next few days, every Transcend except for White, Gray, and Red approached Lucian. Transcend Yellow gently reminded him of her generosity in giving him extra training. Transcend Green made a friendly offer while Lucian was sweeping the corridor. He said the Greens looked forward to him joining their ranks. He also mentioned several archaeology expeditions around Volsung. If Lucian wished, he could join him in his talents as soon as the weather permitted. Transcend Orange observed that Lucian had done well enough on the atomicism trial, and would give him personal lessons as soon as he was ascended, provided he opted to join the Oranges, of course. Transcend Gray's disinterest was understandable, given Lucian's performance at his trial. Transcend Red also wasn't surprising, because of her obvious dislike of him. Transcend White, of course, had no talents herself, only a scion. I don't know what I should do, he said to Emma one day as they walked the back courtyard. I would go with the aspect I'm most suited for, regardless of the politics behind it. That's the thing, Lucian said. I don't know what I'm most suited for. I used to think it was psionics, but Transcend Violet seems strange. Lucian hadn't mentioned his suspicions about what she'd done to him. It was so out there that he wasn't sure he would be believed. Every transcend thinks I'm best suited for their aspect. I mean, do you even know what you're best at after being here less than a year? No, Emma admitted. Radiance, maybe. You'll have to choose, though, and let them know soon. As the rest of the week passed, deliberations continued, and Lucian did not get approached again. The ball was in his court. He took long walks around the island to better avoid potential confrontations. The Transcend's overtures didn't go unnoticed by the novices either. Not every Transcend was as covert as Blue or Violet. Lucian noticed Damien and Rhea distancing themselves. Whispers seemed to take over any time he left a room. Talents were becoming friendlier toward him, even as he felt distance building between himself and the novices. Everyone seemed to think an unfair exception was being made for him, even if it wasn't decided yet. Emma told him there were rumors that he had overdrawn for all his trials. This was true in the case of the binding trial, and the gravity trial, if people were going to be nitpicky. Lucian tried to ignore it. There was little else he could do. Emma was the only novice still friendly to him. After a few days, the Transcends were still deliberating, and then a few days became a full Volsung week. It soon became the longest the Transcends had ever dedicated in living memory. Lucian knew he was the reason. Lessons were put to a halt as every day and night became a time of quiet contemplation. And then, on the 15th day, the Transcends emerged from the spectrum chamber. They began summoning the novices, one by one, taking about half an hour with each to go over their results. Rhea was one of the first summoned. She happily announced she was being raised to the talents. She chose to dedicate herself to the Greys, even if such a decision wasn't necessary for another year. No sooner had she made the announcement, she joined the talents at their table. Tradition raised an invisible wall between her and the novices. The change was sudden, and it was clear she had long been ready for her ascension. The Transcends almost raised Damien, too, at least according to him. He'd only failed 2 trials, gravitonics and dynamism. As the days passed, Lucian only grew more nervous. They couldn't get through all the novices in a single day. Most, of course, failed the trials. By the time it was Emma's turn, only 2 other talents had been raised. She received good marks for an untested, but the Transcends said she needed more training. Everyone seemed to be called before Lucian. Something was wrong. That feeling was only amplified as the stares and whispers followed him wherever he went. Eventually, they would summon him. Then, he would find out the truth. Would they raise him or not? He hadn't chosen any of the Transcends ahead of time. Had Rhea received a similar offer she was being quiet about? Did this happen to every talent? But then, 1 full week after the reviews began, only Lucian was left. One day, a few hours after he had gone to bed, Scion Gaius knocked on his door, his manners somber. "You have been summoned by the spectrum," he said, his voice full of gravitas. "Follow." The atmosphere in the spectrum chamber was tense, even tenser than the last time Lucian was here. The Transcend's expressions were grave, with exhaustion written on their faces. As Lucian walked forward to the central stone dais, he saw that it was not only the Transcends that were here. Each Scion was present too, except for Scion Yellow, who Lucian knew to be away from the academy. Kairu stood in her place. None of the novices had mentioned the Scions. Something was happening. Something different. They had saved him for last for a reason, and he was about to find out why. The realization made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. "Let this trial review begin," Transcend White intoned. The Transcends shifted in their seats, though none looked at him directly. "Novice Lucian, before we Transcend speak, we invite you to give an account of yourself, and why you feel you are ready to ascend to the rank of talent." The Transcends watched him like vultures as he cleared his throat. "It's just that, Your High Eminence, after much meditation, I've decided that I'm not ready to ascend, should that be the inclination of the Transcends. I respectfully ask that all such consideration be put off until next year when I'm better able to control my magic." From the silence that followed, it was as if the air had gone out of the room. Lucian didn't know how much time had passed, but just looking at all those stony expressions made him feel as if he'd made a terrible mistake. At last, Transcend White relented and spoke. "Transcend Blue, the floor is yours." Transcend Blue shifted in his seat, stroking his trim goatee.
"Novice Lucian, I regret to inform you that you have failed my trial. Despite an impressive performance, you overdrew. A mage's path is one of discretion and caution. As we iterate constantly, the path of balance must be walked. Such reckless streaming on your part has been proven to speed up a mage's fraying. Raising you to the mantle of talent is a risk too grave to consider."
The words came as a blow. Even if Lucian had expected that, he hadn't expected it to be put in such harsh terms. There was no point in defending himself. But there were 6 other Transcends who had yet to pass their judgment. "Transcend Grey," Transcend White said.
"Novice Lucian,"
he began, his voice raspy, his pallor pale.
"You have also failed my trial. You streamed 2 different aspects before identifying the correct one. Your trial began promisingly enough, but a simple mistake made in ignorance almost saw you killed. You indeed wrested yourself from the situation, but fluctuations in the ethereal background point to overdrawing on your part."
"Overdrawing was better than dying," Lucian said, unable to help himself. The mood in the chamber became icier, several of the Transcends shaking their heads, while Transcend Red smirked. Transcend Grey frowned before continuing.
"If that is your belief, then you should have remained on shore. But in your pride, you deemed yourself adept enough to pass the trial with little to no training. As such, you have failed, not only in your failure to complete the trial, but in your error of judgment."
Lucian bit his tongue. There was a moment's pause as the Transcends regarded him severely. "Transcend Green?" Transcend Green stroked his long white beard. Lucian relaxed, knowing there was no way he could have failed his trial.
"You have made an impressive showing at your Radiance trial. However, your stream was not as efficient as I would like for one of my talents. It took you too long to find the right frequency during the radio portion. And once you did, you streamed your ether inefficiently. That only proves your inadequacy with Radiance. You have failed my trial, though I admit you are a mage of great promise."
Transcend Green's tone suggested that Lucian had wasted that promise. What had happened to 2 weeks ago, when he had all but begged Lucian to consider the Greens? Something strange was happening. Lucian had performed as well or even better than the other novices at the trial. "Transcend Orange?" Transcend White said.
"You failed your written examination on the atomicism exam abominably," he said. "Never have I seen a worse performance in my 30 years as a Transcend."
Now how could that have been possible? Lucian had studied day and night when he wasn't practicing the other aspects. But questioning Transcend Orange would only make things worse. He knew that was a complete fabrication. But how could he challenge him? If this was a conspiracy, was there any point? Had the Transcends come to some sort of consensus, each agreeing to fail him one by one as punishment for rejecting them all? It seemed they had decided that if he hadn't chosen any of them, then none could have him. But that didn't explain their harshness. "Transcend yellow?" Transcend white said. She looked at Lucian for a long time with a mournful expression, though he couldn't help but feel as if she were toying with him. If she also denounced him, then it would all but confirm his suspicions. "Despite great promise," Transcend Yellow said sorrowfully, "I regret to say that you have failed my trial as well." She paused, as if allowing Lucian to respond. That slight smile she wore was simply too much to bear. "I did well. Anyone there could have said that. I lasted longer than either Damien or Rhea, and Rhea is a talent now." "While that is true," Transcend Yellow said, "you would have passed if not for one thing. There are certain talents who have come to me suggesting that you asked them for outside help with your trial. While all my talents deny helping you, it seems you knew exactly what to expect. Indeed, you performed too perfectly. My suspicions were stoked, and at my questioning, certain talents have admitted it." "That's a damn lie," Lucian said. "You were the one who helped me, Transcend Yellow." "Silence," Transcend White called. Transcend Yellow recoiled as if he were a viper, her face a perfect mask of affront. Lucian's face burned with anger, but there was nothing more he could say. Why would they believe him over one of their own? Lucian looked at Kairu, desperate enough to ask for her help, even if it was pointless. "You were there, Kairu. You led me to her office the night before the trial. Speak in my defense." She looked at the stones below. "I remember nothing of that nature." He knew Kairu hated him, but to this extent? He then realized that even if she wanted to defend him, which she wouldn't, there was no possible way she could side with him. To do so would be to defy a Transcend who was also the leader of her aspect. "You will stay silent for the remainder of this examination," Transcend White finally said coldly. "Do I make myself clear, Novice?" It took everything he had to push down the comeback that wanted to fly from his lips. "You do. Abundantly, Your High Eminence." He couldn't keep the anger out of his voice, but already Transcend White was moving on. "Transcend Red?" She gave a knowing smile, so poisonous it marred her beautiful features. "Lucian did well at my trial. Certainly not the best, but beyond acceptable. I pass him." Several of the other Transcends looked at her as if she had stepped out of line. She settled back in her seat, smiling primly, her robes and lips the color of blood. "Transcend Violet?" Transcend White said. "You gave Lucian his last trial. How did he fare in psionics?" Lucian only had to look at her sorrowful gaze to know that she, too, was going to fail him. "He began promisingly enough, until his psionic stream took things to dangerous levels. I had to step in to correct his lack of judgment." Her face was a mask of severity. "I fail him." What was the point of protesting? He was a mere novice. What was his word against theirs? If he outed them right now about their offers, they would flat out deny it. The truth didn't matter here. But why were they going so far, even to the point of lying, to cast him in the worst possible light? Why not just tell him he wasn't ready to be a talent, something he agreed with? They could have simply failed him, only they hadn't. They had gone far beyond that. "As spoken by the spectrum," Transcend White went on, "you have failed the talent trials. Normally, this is where the hearing would end, but we have further business with you." She gripped the arms of her chair and leaned forward menacingly. "Novice Lucian, your negligence is a great affront to this academy. We have seen your great potential, but that potential has corrupted your mind. Once before, we were blind to these things. Once before, we chose poorly. Our academy was broken in two, and the Mage War began. Only I, Transcend Grey and Transcend Green, remember those dark days. Far be it from us to ever repeat that tragedy. She rose and pointed a long, gnarled finger at him, her face a storm of anger. You are no longer a novice of this academy. Considering what has been said here, and considering malfeasance we've let slide until now, we strip you of your robe, title, and spear. You are expelled forthwith from the Volsung Academy. We sentence you to exile on the Isle of Madness, where you will await transport to the prison moon of Psyche. She sat back down, her features losing none of their intensity. All in favor? Let your voice be heard. Aye, came the single, unified response. That horrifying, discordant sound was like the utterance of a demonic beast, shattering Lucian to his core. His lips moved, but no words came. He didn't know where to begin. Can I say nothing in my defense? This is not a trial, but a sentencing, Transcend White said. Your trial was every day you lived and breathed in the academy. But now you are to leave this place forevermore, and you are to leave immediately. Wait a minute, he began. All of you lied to me. This is a conspiracy against me. But it was already too late. Scion Gaius, along with the swarthy Scion Grey, a man named Uzban, grabbed hold of his arms. Others he recognized, like Scion Isaac and Talent Kairu, waited in the wings. Will you come peaceably? Scion Gaius asked. Lucian tried to tear himself away. This isn't fair. All of you are traitors. Vera was right about you. He was already damned, so there was no reason he shouldn't damn himself further. And if anything would influence them, it was that. The Transcends recognized that name because their expressions were as if he'd doused them with ice water. Even Transcend Red's face was one of shock. But Transcend White's eyes smoldered. Enough! Take him away, Scion Gaius! A pressing force surrounded him, pushing into him. He reached for his focus, and while he found it, something blocked access to his ether. Somehow they had cut him off from his magic. He thrashed about, but with 7 scions plus Talent Kairu, there was nothing he could do but accept his fate. They're lying, Lucian said. All of them! All of them tried to make a deal with me. Gaius leaned forward and whispered in his ear. Do you not remember? I told you to tread carefully, and it would seem you've fallen through the ice. Lucian screamed, but that scream was cut off with a sharp pain in his head, followed by a loss of consciousness. 23. He awoke in darkness to the creaking hull of a boat. His head felt as if it had been hit with a hammer. A groan escaped his throat. The floor below him rolled, making it hard to sit up. No, not the floor. Deck. Rough wood ran beneath his numbed fingers. What was he doing here? He bit back the scream that wanted to tear from his throat. He fumbled along the curved bulwark of the ship. The surface under his hands was cold as ice, for good reason. Centimeters on the other side was the wintry ocean of storms, almost certainly laden with copious icebergs as the sea was freezing over. They were taking him out to sea now? It was impossible to tell how much time had elapsed since the trial review. All he knew was that it was dark, and it was cold. The only light came from a crack in what had to be a door. Shadow blocked part of the light. A person standing guard? Whatever the case, he was here. And there were 8 of them, and 1 of him, and his magic was blocked. Not just long odds, but impossible odds. And even if he managed something, he would find himself in the middle of the icy ocean. But he had to try something, because if this was happening, there was only one outcome. and Lucian did not want to go to Psyche. Feeling his way around a bit, he realized he wasn't in one of the cabins. A cargo hold, maybe, or a sequestered space within the cargo hold. His area was small, though larger than the brig on board the Burung. "You awake?" The voice was muffled through the door. Lucian couldn't tell who it was, but for some reason, he thought it might be Scion Gaius. "I'm here," he said. "Who are you?" The door opened, much to Lucian's surprise, revealing a white-robed figure holding an oil lamp. It was Gaius, then. While the light emitted was dim, it was blinding to Lucian's eyes. He threw up a hand to block the aura as Gaius approached, scraping a crate from nearby to sit on. As Lucian's eyes adjusted, he could make out 2 more shadows in the corridor beyond the open door. No chance of escape, then. Gaius set the lamp down and regarded Lucian in silence. Lucian straightened himself so he could address his captor on somewhat equal terms. "Why are you doing this?" Gaius turned his head, nodding to the 2 figures in the corridor beyond. They withdrew. "A bit risky to be alone with a dangerous individual like me," Lucian said. "You are dangerous," Gaius said coolly. "Make no mistake. Trust me, it never gives us pleasure to do this." Lucian had trouble believing this was reality. "Where are we going? I'm clearly on Lightsail. What is this Isle of Madness?" Gaius looked at him, his face incredulous. "You didn't see this coming, did you? This wasn't the end I imagined for you. I can help you make sense of it. It's the least I could do." Lucian bit back the pithy remark that had been forming on his lips. This might be his only shot of understanding what was happening, and why. He couldn't squander it. So, he nodded and remained silent. "Usually, when a mage is exiled, it's because they don't have enough talent," Gaius began. "In your case, it's the opposite. They fear you, Lucian. And if you give them signs that you can't be controlled, they mean to destroy you before you can ever become a threat." The idea was ridiculous. "What do you mean they fear me? My only crime was progressing too quickly." "In a way, they might have permitted that, had you played their game." He seemed to think a bit before continuing. "Transcend White lets me into her councils. She told me as much before making the decision. She was hesitant about accepting you in the first place, as I'm sure you remember. You knew you were facing a mountain from the very beginning. All novices do, of course, but yours was twice as high and thrice as treacherous. Worse, this was not told to you outright, and could only be discerned from subtle clues." He shrugged. "The purported reason for your exile is your abuse of the manifold in the trials. But of course that's not the real reason. You had a choice. 7 choices if we're including Transcend's Red and Gray, who might have accepted you had you shown initiative." Lucian watched Gaius's stubbled face and square jaw profile by the dim lamplight. The scion wore an amused smile. 7 choices, and you told them your answer loud and clear with your silence." He chuckled. "The scions must escort exiles to the Isle of Madness, where they await transport to Psyche. Usually, only 1 or 2 is all it takes. The Transcends saw fit to use all they could spare. Your one chance was committing yourself to an aspect early. By doing so, you would have fallen under that Transcend's protection, and they would have guarded you quite jealously. But if you would have none of them, then none had a reason to protect you." "The Transcends are supposed to be above such pettiness," Lucian said. "What did I do?" Wound their pride? No, Gaius said. As a practical matter, they don't see a place for you anymore. They are cognizant of the dangers represented by a mage with as much potential as you. Long ago, they chose to cultivate someone of similar ability who refused to play their games. Gaius shook his head. It didn't turn out well, for anyone. I know, Lucian said. Vera, Transcend White's twin? From Gaius's lack of surprise, it was clear he knew about her. He wasn't lying about being deep in his Transcend's counsels. No, Lucian. Zara Malice, Vera's scion. The words Gaius spoke seemed to be a different language. Zara Malice had been Vera's scion? What had happened 60 years ago at the Volsung Academy? Had Vera been a Transcend then, along with her sister? And did Vera leave with Zara to lead the Starsea mages in the war 6 decades ago? I'm not like Zara Malice, Lucian said, feeling lightheaded at such a revelation. That can't be the reason. Can it? You don't think so? Once upon a time, I would have agreed with you. But the days are dark for mages. 50 years since the war, and we are no closer to curing the fraying than we were back then. The last thing the Transcends want is for another one like her to rise. The League couldn't survive it, he shrugged. So they err on the side of caution. If there's even a 10% chance you're the next Zara Malice, they won't risk it, no matter your potential. But I wouldn't do anything like her. It's unfair. That's where you're wrong. You received training, however briefly, from Vera herself. And Transcend White hates her sister. If there's any wonder at all, it's that they didn't send you to Psyche right away. No one knows what instigated Vera and Zara to leave the academy. But it's thought Vera's influence began Zara down that dark path. And Vera has been missing for so long that until you showed up, Lucian, many believed her dead. Not Transcend White, though. Never her. Could such a thing be true? If she was believed dead, then that meant Vera had recently come out of hiding. For what purpose? None of it made any sense. And none of it mattered anyway. Lucian would be spending the rest of his days on the Mad Moon, assuming he could survive long enough on this so-called Isle of Madness. The name didn't sound promising for his prospects. Lucian should have picked somebody. Anybody. Even Transcend Red would have been better than the hell he would soon face. He had been such a fool. I suppose it's too late to change my mind? Gaius nodded. That it is, I'm afraid. Even if they accepted you back, you would always be the one they almost consigned to Psyche, and they would fear your retribution, however much you tried to smooth things over. Why are you telling me all this? Lucian asked. What's the point? Gaius shrugged. Do my reasons matter? I admit, what has happened to you is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Usually all the exiles are shipped off at the same time, but Transcend White made it a special point to send you off immediately. Gaius eyed him critically. You don't seem dangerous, but looks can be deceiving. The Transcends see things far beyond the capabilities of one such as me. You overestimate them. They're fallible, Gaius. If you had eyes, you would see that. Gaius didn't respond to this point. Lucian continued. If the Transcends are never questioned, then what's there to keep them in check? Well, Gaius said, I suppose you can get away with speaking such things since you have nothing to lose. Of course, the transcends aren't infallible, but more often than not, they are right. They were raised for that very reason. The two lapsed into silence. There was nothing but the creaking of the hull, the vessels swaying in the dark water, and the rush of water outside the hull. "What is the Isle of Madness?" Lucian finally asked. "I figured those bound for Psyche would be sent directly to the spaceport." "No," Gaius said. "Things are not done that way. The Isle might be the most desolate, remote, and forsaken place on all Volsung besides the ice caps. Escape is impossible. There are several thousand kilometers of ocean between it and the Ostcontinent. Unless you intend to water walk that distance, then you will be stuck there until a prison shuttle arrives to convey you to a prison barge." "And that barge will take me to Psyche?" "One day, yes. The barges make a circuit around the League. When it comes to Volsung, a shuttle will descend to the Isle directly. It could be days, weeks, or even months from now, but one day it will happen." "Is there food, water, and shelter at least? You said this place is remote." "The ocean currents keep the island warmer than most places this far north. There are edible plants and even game and fish. That said, it will be quite cold. There are warm springs and cabins built in the middle of the island. We'll be giving a supply of food to start you off with, along with a survival handbook in case the shuttle is late." "How kind of you." At Gaius's smug expression, Lucian's face twisted with disgust. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" Gaius rose from his crate and regarded Lucian in silence, his expression unreadable. Lucian wanted the white scion to leave him be. Lucian reached for his focus. Like yesterday, he could assume the tranquility with ease, but he couldn't find his ether. How had they cut him off? The thought crossed his mind that it was permanent, but that was too horrifying to imagine. But if that was the case, then they wouldn't have needed 8 mages to escort him to the island. That meant he would gain access to his ether once they left him. "How much longer until we get there?" Lucian asked. "Soon," Gaius said, turning for the door. His expression became distant, and for a moment, his lips moved as if he had something more to say. In the end, however, he shut the door, leaving Lucian in silence. 24. Lucian judged that several days had passed, though of course it was impossible to tell in the dark hold. The hull creaked so much that Lucian was afraid it would rend. He half expected the bulwarks to give way and for dark ocean water to immerse him in an icy tomb. Then again, that might be a kinder fate than what awaited him on the Isle of Madness. Still, he sat as far as he could from the siding, huddling for warmth. They fed him at regular intervals. The food was much the same as back at the academy, so he suspected he was eating the same meals they were. It was hard to keep them down, though, with the rolling of the waves. Winter didn't mean calmer weather on Volsung. Even if the ship were being perfectly steered by some computer program, didn't it stand to reason that with enough icebergs, that might not even matter? At least, Lucian didn't have to watch the journey. But that left him with nothing to do. He asked for a light and something to read, but was denied. He replayed his actions and the transcend's judgment over and over. He should have just gone with one of them, any of them. But back then, he would have never dreamed this would be his fate. Anger burned within him, anger and regret, mostly at himself for even coming to this place. There had been another option, after all. Thinking about Vera was worse than useless. Besides, what did he expect? For her to rescue him after refusing her training? Even if, against all odds, he managed to break the Scion's block and forge a psionic link across light years of space, no, he dug his own grave. Stupidly. And now he would die for it. Even Vera had hinted that going to Volsung might be his undoing. How prophetic her words had turned out to be. He drew his legs close and buried his face in his knees. For what seemed the 100th time, he formed his focus. But there was no magic to reach for. Someone always seemed to be standing guard outside the door anyway. The only time the door opened was for meals, or for a scion to have the unlucky task of relieving his chamber pot. By now, everyone at the academy would know what happened to him. He'd lost everything. His place in the academy, his mother, and now, even his freedom. And he had lost Emma. Thinking of her was painful. What stories were they telling back there? Would she believe them? All he wanted was for her to still believe in him. But how could she after this? He should have cried. In fact, he wanted to cry, but all he could feel was numb. There didn't seem to be any reason to go on. His only hope, the academy, was gone. Sometimes Gaius would talk to him, but never about anything serious. Lucian just wanted him to go away. But one day, Gaius opened the door, setting down a worn canvas backpack that seemed quite heavy. Lucian looked at it cautiously. Inside, you'll find a book on edible flora and fauna that can be found on the island. There are survival tips, too. Of course, you'll have your magic back. You should be able to stream as soon as we've pulled away. You may need to survive on your own for a while, at least until the shuttle comes. Its visits are rather intermittent. Lucian remained quiet. Gaius looked at him almost pityingly. How Lucian hated that. I'm sorry for the way this happened. I don't want your condolences. Gaius pursed his lips. Very well. Well, the pack is there. You have provisions for a week, a pot, utensils, among other things you'll find useful. We try to make it out here every couple of months to drop off supplies, if the shuttle hasn't come through. I don't know why you bother. Why not take me to the nearest cliff and push me off? Gaius's expression was grave. Certainly, some choose that path. Were it me, well, I suppose there's no harm in saying it. Suicide is a legitimate choice. It's what I would do, and what many mages choose for themselves in your situation. He chuckled darkly. You realize Transcend Grey has it. No one speaks of it, but it's plain as day. The rot seems to have only affected his skin, but it's only a matter of time before it warps his mind. Yes, he had always looked rather sickly. And yet, you let him stay there where he can be a danger to others. Funny how justice falls more swiftly on the powerless. I won't deny that. Of course, you're young and may want to live still. In that case, you must wait for the shuttle. Who knows? Life might be worth living, even on Psyche. The will to survive is an amazing thing. I don't need your lectures. Gaius stood there a moment longer, as if he had something more to say. In the end, he shut up and bolted the door behind him. As much as Lucian was afraid, it would be good to get out of this stinking hold. He would be outside, free to walk and do as he wished within the bounds of the island. At least, until he died. But Lucian didn't plan to die. He would find a way off that island, and if it came down to it, a way off Psyche too. It wasn't likely, but he wasn't going down without a fight. When the door opened again hours later, the vessel had come to a stop. The scions filed in, along with Kairu, who all stood next to Gaius with solemn expressions. What would they do, he wondered, if he sat here and didn't move a muscle? Something told him it wouldn't matter. They would chuck him into the ocean if that was what it took. Think about it, Lucian said finally. All 8 of you, the Transcend's chosen. Taking days of your time to move me here? He chuckled. A massive waste, isn't it? None of those stony masks responded, though he thought he could see Kairu glowering. The light was too low to be sure. You are dangerous, Gaius finally said. And we trust the Transcend's judgment. He nodded toward the open doorway leading into the corridor outside. The weather is good today, but we expect a storm a few hours from now. We are putting you off in daylight, but that too will be gone in about 10 hours. There's a trail leading inland from the beach. If you walk fast enough, you should make it to the cabins by nightfall. All right then. I can see myself out. He hoisted the pack onto his shoulders and tried to put on a brave face. He'd already gone through the bag's contents and was surprised to find a collapsed shock spear in there. He was sure having it was against the rules. He looked at Gaius, who stared at him with a neutral mask. Had he put it in there? If so, why? Of course, the opportunity existed for one last-ditch effort for revenge. But Lucian knew that was pointless. The Scions were only following orders, and fighting back would do nothing but secure his immediate death. The fact that the spear was in his bag told him there were dangers on the island, and he might need to face those dangers with more than his bare hands and limited knowledge of magic. He felt their collective gaze pressing in on him as he walked into the corridor. The Scions parted to give him space. The gray daylight from the bridge, though dim, was bright to his eyes. Through the windscreen lay the endless expanse of the ocean of storms under a slate-gray sky. To his left was the island, larger than expected, stretching far in both directions. Several rocky hills rose farther inland, and the sky in that direction was blue. Judging from the position of the sun, they were on the island's south side. There was no discernible vegetation. Even Transcend Mount had trees on its lower reaches. Perhaps they were even farther north than that. When Lucian walked onto the deck, the icy wind only confirmed that suspicion. Lucian! Gaius handed him a thick parka and snow pants, both heavily furred. Lucian doubted that fur was real, but it certainly looked warmer than what he had on. Take it, the Scion said. Just in case. Lucian put down his pack and threw on the heavy layers. The Scions gave him some thicker winter boots, thermal underwear, and fur-lined gloves. Even if Lucian was being sent into brutal conditions, he saw the Scions did not intend for it to be a death march. For the first time, he realized they did want him to survive long enough to see Psyche. That was either mercy or torture. It was too early to tell. Lucian took a ladder down to one of the rowboats, where 4 male Scions, including Gaius, rowed him to the rocky shore. As a test, Lucian probed for his ether, but it was as absent as it had been on board. It was clear the Scions were leaving nothing to chance. They watched from the deck. He met Kairu's gaze for a moment. He expected a smirk, but all he got was a stony stare. When Lucian stepped out into the surf, not a trace of water entered his boots. Good quality, then. As soon as he was ashore, the Scions pushed off, without so much as a good luck. He stayed on the shore for a few minutes, watching them row back out. He reached for his focus, not finding it any easier to stream. He supposed he could wait until he felt his ether again and take a parting shot, but the fact remained that there were 8 of them and 1 of him, and they likely knew how to defend against any such attack. Besides, that wasn't who he was. He wasn't mad. Not yet. He walked down the rocky shoreline, scanning for the trail. It didn't take long to find a set of steps carved into the hillside. He made his way toward it, climbing hand over hand. It took about 10 minutes to crest the first rise. He scanned the surrounding landscape, finding it bare, gray, and almost lifeless. There was some pink lichen, coated like paint over some of the rocks. Those rocks varied in size from his fist to the size of a house. This broken land made it seem as if a giant's fist had slammed it from the sky. Ice encased most of the shoreline. The place they'd rowed him in was one of the few ice-free places, while the sea itself was filled with icebergs. If they had waited another week, Lightsail might have made the journey in hover mode. Toward the north, the gray land stretched toward the horizon. The trail, at least, was clear of rocks and debris. It was then that Lucian noticed one of those odd-shaped rocks moving. A crab-like creature with a long, stalky neck scuttled sideways and hid in a crevice. Maybe he could eat those. He wasn't sure. He hadn't been able to read the survival guide too closely in the darkness of the cargo hold. He looked back at the ocean. In the distance, he could see the ship's sails full, pulling away from the Isle of Madness with surprising speed. When he reached for his focus, he found it easily, and for the first time since the Academy, sensed the presence of his magic. He heaved a sigh of relief. Lucian continued his way inland, walking as fast as he could. The sooner he reached shelter, the better. 25. After a couple of hours of walking, daylight was already failing. The sun had hardly shown itself above the southwestern hills. Now it was dropping back down. The wind blew cold, carrying with it small bits of sleet, even though there was no snow on the ground. Strangely, the rocks were warm through his thick-soled boots. At first, he thought it was from all the walking, but when he knelt to touch the ground, it confirmed his suspicions. It wasn't exactly warm, but it was warmer than it should have been. It had to be 10 degrees below freezing out here, if not colder. It was only after cresting the next hill that Lucian saw where all the sleet was coming from. A solid wall of white mountains expanded from east to west beyond the horizon. It was hard to judge the distance, but Lucian thought that wall must be at least 20 kilometers away. After walking for several hours, Lucian paused by a still pool to fill his canteen. He wanted to drink it straight, but he knew that wasn't a good idea. The water was lukewarm. How was that possible? Given the temperature, it should have been completely iced over. If it was due to geothermal energy, that might mean there were harmful chemicals in the water. But he hadn't had anything to drink all day, and his thirst won over good sense. He retrieved the pot from his pack and filled it. He reached for his focus, extending his hand to release a steady stream of thermal magic. For the first time in his life, he was streaming in the real world, not as part of some training or test. Despite the situation, he liked the feeling. His hands emitted a subtle red glow, and within a matter of seconds, steam curled from the top of the water, and a few seconds later, it was boiling. He let the water go for a couple of minutes before drawing the heat back with a reverse stream. He went too far. It began to ice over, forcing him to reverse the stream again. It felt nice to not have a talent watching over his shoulder, criticizing his every move. When he was confident that the water was room temperature, he filled his canteen with it. It had a gritty, metallic taste. Hopefully there was nothing in it that could poison him. He supposed he would find out soon enough. He had to get his water from somewhere. He continued walking, the land darkening. It wasn't dim enough yet to need a light sphere, but it was getting there. The trail grew rougher the deeper inland he walked. Even if Gaius had told him he was alone on the island, he got the sense he was being watched. Lucian remembered that the Transcends had exiled one of the Tested just a few months back for not meeting benchmarks. A novice by the name of Katya. Could she still be here? There were too many stray boulders, clefts, and cliffs that someone could easily hide behind. If there was someone or something out there, he'd have no way of knowing until it was too late. He remembered the shock spear then, retrieving it from his bag and extending it with a metallic whir. Upon close examination, he could see the point was not blunted. This was no practice spear. He used the weapon as a walking stick, continuing at a faster pace than before. He'd wanted to make the cabins before nightfall, but at this pace, he didn't know if he would make it. But it was at the top of the next hill that he found what he was looking for. Below was a valley with a ring of 5 stone cabins at the bottom. They were shabbily made, with flat earthen roofs and no windows. The trail led to the center of them and died away. There was nothing but those cabins, sitting low in the gathering gloom. Lucian almost didn't want to go down there, but where else would he sleep tonight? Certainly not out here, among the rocks, where anything might be lying in wait. He hurried on, trying to will away his nervousness. Within minutes, he was in the middle of the cabins, looking at one after the other. All the doorways were wide maws of darkness that could be hiding anything. "Hello?" he called out. "Anyone here?" Lucian streamed a light sphere. It was too bright, so he slowed the stream until it was the right luminosity. As he approached the first cabin, he set a focal point for the orb inside the cabin. No way he was going in there without a light first. The orb floated over his shoulder, illuminating the interior. There wasn't much. A cot with some furs, a bare earthen floor, a stone table. A smooth rock next to it served as a stool. Dust and gravel lined the floor. The wind and elements had made a real mess of the cabin, over weeks or even months. The door hung open, weather-beaten and wide open. Ice encased the hinges, having frozen the door in place. He withdrew from the cabin and made a survey of the rest, finding much the same thing. In one, he found the chitin shell of some many-legged animal that had molted there. In another, the cot had been overturned, and the stone table split clean in two. The others were intact, but the last one was pungent with the smell of spoiled meat, even if there was no clear source for the rot. Lucian chose the 4th cabin. He didn't see any water source, so he used his canteen to make a stew out of the food in his pack. He used magic to warm up the pot every few minutes before realizing that wasn't a wise use of magic. It would be much better to find some fuel for a fire and to keep it maintained. That was, if he could find anything here that burned. He ate quickly, finding there was nothing to keep him busy after. Outside, the wind blustered against the stones. Some of the gusts seeped in through the cracks, adding to the chill. He went to the cabin's hearth, finding nothing but ashes. That told him that something on this island could be used for fuel. There were no trees, at least not that he had seen. Could the fuel be that lichen that seemed to cover everything? He went outside, and after a few minutes gathered an armful of it, the brown bits that were dead. It was surprisingly heavy, so he hoped it burned a long time, if it burned at all. He threw it in the fireplace, forming his focus once again. He reached for the thermal aspect, hoping the stuff would catch. After just a few seconds of concentrated heat, the lichen caught quite well, to his surprise. Unfortunately, it had a nose-scrunching sulfurous smell. He would have to choose between staying warm or the constant smell of flatulence. With the frigid weather, the answer was obvious. The door was still stuck open from the icy hinges, so he had to stream again to warm them. Only then could he shut the door against the cold night. He hacked at the smell and could only hope it wasn't poisonous. He fed the flame, judging that what he had should see him through the night. He was already getting used to the smell, and the warmth of the fire felt good. He peeled off his gloves and warmed his hands as the wind howled outside. It looked like that storm was blowing through. He wondered who had built these little hovels. The mages of the academy, or the castaways they had sent here? Something told him it was the second option. He busied himself with tidying the cabin, such as he could. Anything to keep his thoughts at a distance. He straightened the cot and the woven blankets on top. Unfortunately, there wasn't so much as a broom to sweep away the dust and pebbles strewn about. He ended up using his hands and collected quite the pile of debris over the next hour near the door. Once done, he opened it and pushed it out. He washed his hands off with some water from the canteen, which left him only a few mouthfuls. He should have probably used his water more sparingly. It was a half-hour hike back to the nearest pond he'd passed, so there had to be something closer. It wouldn't make sense to build cabins here if there were no water source. Wherever it was, it would have to wait until morning, however long away that was. The blankets on the cot had a rank smell, but if his nose wasn't too close, it was manageable. He lay on top of them while remaining fully clothed. He wanted to be ready for anything. These blankets didn't seem synthetic, so they had to have come from some sort of reedy plant on this island. In his short time on the island, though, he hadn't seen anything like that. Then again, previous exiles might have brought them here too. Lucian got up to make sure the door was well and truly shut. Only then did he return to his cot, placing his shock spear still extended by his bed. When he closed his eyes, unwelcome thoughts returned. Loneliness was a knife tearing him from the inside out. When he fell asleep, he was tormented by nightmares. The wind kept waking him, and the isolation was unbearable. It permeated his entire being. He reached for his focus, to better not feel that sorrow, but it did little good. No one was here. No one would hear him cry. His mother was dead. Emma was back at the academy, and the new life he had been coming to accept had been snatched away. Within weeks, or even days, he would be on a prison barge to Psyche, assuming he didn't die here first. The sobs were small at first, but they soon became gut-wrenching. They tore through him so hard that he was in physical pain. He had never known such darkness, such horror. It was like standing at the event horizon of a black hole, 1 foot in, 1 foot out, the gravity ripping him to shreds. When he couldn't mourn any more, only numbness remained. A cold thought struck him. Was the shock spear really for his protection? Or to make a certain decision easier? The shock spear was Gaius's solution. Placed to the head or neck and streaming at himself would ensure he'd never have to endure Psyche. Lucian took the spear by the handle. Its carbon alloy point was incredibly sharp, engineered with atomic magic. He didn't even need to stream electricity. It would cut him sure and true, and within minutes, he wouldn't have to deal with this anymore. He remembered then something his mother had told him. You must always hope, Lucian. No matter how dark it gets, the human spirit can push through, as long as it finds a silver lining and clings to it with everything. Never forget that. He didn't know if he would find a silver lining, but one thing he did know was that he needed to try, if only for his mother's memory. He placed the spear next to the cot, rolled over, and went to sleep. 26. When Lucian awoke, the fire had burnt out, and the wind was howling even more fiercely. Lucian stoked the fire, throwing on more of the lichen while streaming thermal magic to get the blaze going again. He coughed at the sulphurous stench. Lucian cracked the door, only to see snow blowing sideways in the darkness. Even if that weather was cold beyond cold, nature called. He made it a few steps into the storm to relieve himself before rushing back inside. He used the rest of his water to make another soup, setting the pot over the fire this time to conserve his magic. As it cooked, his stomach growled at the savory aroma. He took the pot off the flame and set it on the stone table. In the cold air, it cooled rather fast. It was bland with no spices, but the warmth and sustenance were welcome. If this blizzard went on for days, he might run out of food. He needed to be out there seeking resources. Instead, he was stuck in here until it blew over. What he wanted most was a hot bath. Between the passage here, the long walk inland, and the reek of the fire, he was at his most disgusting. Hours passed, then days, and the blizzard still blew. On the second day, he ventured outside during a lull in the storm, scraping as much lichen as he could with his spear, having to use thermal magic to melt the thick snowdrifts. He made it back inside right before the storm returned with cold fury. Lucian passed the days by reaching for his focus, practicing isolating his aspects while studying his survival guide. If the academy would no longer train him, then he would have to train himself. Every day he picked a new aspect to concentrate on. It was only when he reached gravitonics on the 6th day that the howling wind died enough for him to open the door. A snowdrift as high as his head tumbled inside. Despite the height of the snow, the temperature was warmer than during the storm. The air smelled clean and odorless. He wondered how he'd ever find anything buried under this snow. Unless the shuttle came soon, he would die in this valley. He needed snowshoes, but there was nothing with which to make them. And even if there were, the instructions in his survival guide were a bit confusing. That was when he spied a column of smoke to the west, beyond the rim of the valley. Was that smoke natural? Or was there someone else on this island? Another person could mean food. Then again, it could also mean conflict. Lucian looked at his chimney. A thick column of smoke curled upward into the bright blue sky. Well, they would know about him, too. Either he could go investigate, or they would investigate him. If it turned out they were dangerous, he always had his magic. Then again, assuming they were exiled mages, they would have magic too, and they might be frayed. Could it be Katya? Lucian couldn't imagine who else it might be. If she were still alive after all this time, without a shuttle coming to get her, then maybe his odds weren't so bad either. He returned to his hovel, shut the door, and warmed himself by the fire. After a couple of minutes, he'd made his decision. He put the collapsed shock spear in his parka pocket. These last 7 days hadn't been easy, not in the least. But with the breaking of the storm and the blue sky, Lucian found a small kernel of hope. His spear was a weapon and a tool now, not an instrument of self-harm. The fact that there was another person here, or even people, changed everything. He couldn't wait any longer. The weather might not hold up and his food reserves were getting low. Lucian didn't see how it was possible to cross the deep snow. It was taller than he was, but he couldn't stay in this valley forever. He had to explore the island and find enough resources to survive, and that included finding other survivors. He filled his backpack with everything he'd unpacked. He made a fresh canteen of water from snowmelt and made sure every drop of soup was eaten. He fed the last of the lichen to the fire, relishing the intense warmth. As warm as his clothing was, it wouldn't hold up for many hours in this cold, especially once darkness fell, which would be soon. He wasn't sure how cold it was, but probably at least 5 or 10 below zero. At some point, it became impossible to tell. It was just damn cold. He drew a deep breath and went back outside. A landscape of deep snow stood before him, so deep that only the upper halves of the cabins were visible. Getting out of this valley wouldn't be easy, but it would be necessary. And he would need magic to do it. He extended his hands and streamed thermal magic. The snow in front of him melted instantly, collapsing into a thick puddle of slurry. It sloshed in his direction up to his ankles. Any more of that, and his boots would have been completely soaked, waterproofing or not. Besides, blasting the snow with heat would consume far too much ether. His pool was limited, and it needed to last long enough to get out of this valley, even defend himself if it came to that. It was a tall order, but an order he had to ensure. Outside the valley, the snow would probably be less deep. He might even be able to walk without using magic. This was real life, not the controlled setting of a trial. If he made the wrong choice, he could die. He thought about how to proceed. He could stream anti-grav discs and attempt to walk above the snow, but the distance was much farther than his trial on the beach. He was almost sure to run out of ether before reaching the top of the valley. Nor could he use binding to pull himself across the valley. The amount of ether required by a binding tether was a function of both distance and mass. Since the distance to the valley's crest was far, and his mass was far greater than anything he'd ever bound, he would run out of ether in seconds. And blasting the snow with thermalism was a no-go for the same reasons as binding himself. But then, an idea came to him. An idea so ambitious that it scared him. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized it was his only choice. Perhaps binding himself was impossible, but what if he could bind something with little to no mass? He'd read about a technique in the library called dual streaming. It was possible to combine the streams of two different aspects if they were complements. That was, if they either bordered each other on the septagon or were two spaces apart. It meant he could combine an anti-grav disk with a binding tether. A gravity disk itself had no mass other than the energy used to produce it, which was far less mass than himself. All to say, Lucian might be able to connect a binding tether to an anti-grav disk, setting the focal point for the ridge above, and then ride the disk to the top. This would allow him to skim above the snow, assuming he could stay on the disk. The binding output would only be costly in terms of distance, not mass. Theoretically, it should work, but dual streams were an advanced technique not taught to novices. It would burn through his ether reserves like crazy. Dual streams used quadruple the ether of a single stream, making them highly impractical in most situations. He'd even read about tri-streams that used 9 times the ether, but it was thought to be impossible for a mage to tri-stream without overdrawing, so the technique was forbidden at the Volsung Academy, at least according to the book he'd read. Theoretically, with binding and gravitonics being complements, Lucian could float across the valley quickly enough to make it to the rim before his ether ran dry. Assuming, of course, dual streaming was less costly on his ether than binding himself directly. He saw no other way to go about it, so he decided this was the way to go about it. Using the rough stones of the hovel's wall, Lucian climbed to the roof until he stood above the deep snow. The unbroken white covered the entire valley, about half a meter below where he stood. He began by streaming an anti-grav disk right above the surface of the snow. He made no deviation, remembering how slowing the speed of the stream during the gravitonics trial had doubled his gravity. To set the stream, he only had to maintain a thin flow of magic. The silvery disk floated above the snow, just a step away. He couldn't wait long. His ether was burning. He stepped onto the disk and was pleased to find it held. While maintaining the gravitonic stream, he reached for the binding aspect. As soon as he did so, he began burning ether at an alarming rate, so much that he shook with the effort, brimming with magic. He directed the new stream at the anti-grav disk, anchoring it. It connected with a burst of bluish-gray light. The streams now fused. He streamed a binding focal point on a distant boulder at the top of the western rise. Once both points were set, anchor and focal, he held it, the binding line brimming with energy. The longer he held it, the more his magic infused into the line, and the more magic, the faster he would go. Kneeling, he held the tether as long as he could. Then, he let it go. He almost fell off the disc as it glided smoothly above the surface of the snow, following the glowing blue binding line. It was working well. Almost too well. Whoa! As the disc picked up speed, the wind roared past his face. He couldn't help but let out a whoop, even as his ether burned away. If he ran out before reaching the rise, he would crash through the snow. Both of his hands glowed with silvery blue radiance. As long as he maintained both streams at this incredible burn rate, he had a shot of making it to the top. He knelt on the disc, his heart racing, and almost lost the focal point several times as his focus slipped. The longer he went, the harder the streams were to hold. He deepened his focus, streamed more ether, and fed each stream the necessary magic to be maintained. The disc flew along as if reeled by a fishing rod. As the anti-grav disc flickered below him, he felt himself sinking. He restreamed the disc, solidifying it, but the speed of the binding line slowed as the focal point began to fade. He restreamed that, closing his eyes to maintain his concentration. He was over halfway now, and almost completely out of ether. The dual stream was beginning to sputter, but he was so close. He didn't want to overdraw, but he might have to. There was always the risk this overdraw might be his last before the fraying gained a foothold. But he had good reason to overdraw. It might be his only way to not be stranded in the snow, something that could lead to his death. But nothing was more dangerous than temptation armed with a justification. He had to learn to get by without overdrawing, as difficult as that would be. He had known the risks before he started. Now, he had to see this through the right way. Now, most of the way to the western slope, both streams winked out. He crashed through into the snow, finding solid ground about a meter beneath. Just a meter. As he had suspected, the snow was thinner up here and would be passable. He got up and brushed himself off. He was lucky. He'd escaped with nothing more than a few bruises. Lucian stood and waded the rest of the way out of the valley. When Lucian made it to the top, he let out a breath and hopped onto the boulder he'd originally bound. He gazed onto the valley below, the ring of hovels basking in the dim northern sunlight. He couldn't look long, though. There was only so much daylight left, and Lucian didn't want to push it. He walked along the slope, and within the hour the column of white smoke was closer. He still couldn't see the actual ground it was rising from. The landscape was too rough and twisted. He'd only learn more by moving forward. If this expedition turned out to be a bust, he'd have to find shelter for the night and wait for his pool to regenerate. Even with a fire, he didn't know if he could sleep out in the open, especially if it started snowing again. The smoke was closer now, though the acrid stench of the lichen was absent. The wind might have carried the smell away. Another aroma, however, entered his nostrils, this one earthy. The temperature warmed quite a bit as he walked west. He could feel the warmth of the land through his boots. Thin rivulets of snowmelt ran down the shallow slope, coursing a path through deep snowdrifts. The moment he crested the next hill, a flat expanse spread before him, and he saw the source of the smoke. It wasn't smoke at all, but steam, from hundreds of interconnected geothermal pools spreading for at least a kilometer. And lazing in one of the pools about halfway across the field of hot springs were two people. Both were male and shirtless, one with long gray hair and a beard, and the other bald and portly. Their clothes were cast off on the ground nearby. It was too late to duck and hide. The gray-haired one was already waving at Lucian. "Hello!" The booming voice echoed off the ridges surrounding the pools. Lucian could do nothing but awkwardly raise his hand in acknowledgement. He walked forward, mindful of the collapsed shock spear in his pocket. The men weren't making a move to dress or defend themselves, but that alone didn't mean anything. It took about 5 minutes to weave his way through the pools. The hot steam was overheating him in his parka. He didn't want to take it off, just yet, though. Even if these two men were defenseless, it was likely they were mages too, and as long as they had their magic, a mage was never defenseless. Running was pointless since they knew where to find him. So the only real option was to meet them head-on and hope for the best. By the time Lucian was close, they were still idling in the bubbling water, eyes closed, like two walruses in the sun. The bald one looked disappointed as Lucian approached, while the gray-haired one laughed uproariously.
"Told you,"
the gray-haired one said.
"It's a man."
The fat one shook his head.
"Well, it's fresh meat anyway. Where are your manners?"
The gray-haired one smiled in apology.
"We aren't monsters, believe me. The edges society once smoothed have been quite roughened, I'm afraid."
Lucian wasn't sure how to take that. The portly man watched him with glinting eyes and a half-smile that somewhat creeped him out. The gray-haired one barked a laugh.
"Have a drink,"
he said, nodding toward a leather-skinned canteen.
"There's plenty for all."
The bald one watched Lucian as he took a swig from his own canteen.
"If you're wondering about my idle comment," the gray-haired one said, "my friend and I made a small wager."
"Is that so?" He gave a yellow smile.
"About whether you were a man or a woman. My friend here lost that bet. I have better eyes, but he was so sure."
"He looked pretty enough from a distance," the bald one said glumly.
"I'd watch yourself around Plato if I were you,"
the gray-haired one warned. At this, Plato tittered.
"Don't get any ideas," Lucian said. "I would never dream of it, dear," Plato said. "I'm perfectly harmless. Right, Linus?"
"Hardly. You chased that other one off. Katya was her name?"
"Wait," Lucian said. "Katya's here?" Linus looked back at Lucian, brushing a strand of gray hair out of his eyes.
"Not anymore. The shuttle came by a week ago. She decided to take her chances on the Mad Moon rather than with us."
"Ah, pity," Plato said. "You're not doing a good job of selling us. What must this poor young man think?"
"You're right, my friend, but honesty is the best foundation for friendship, no?"
At Plato's lack of answer, Linus continued.
"You must forgive us. It gets lonely out here, and we get so excited we flat out forget our manners sometimes. Welcome. Welcome to the Isle of Madness."
Linus gestured his hands widely in welcome, his blue eyes giving off a crazed gleam. These two weren't doing much for Lucian's confidence, especially as they both took mighty swigs from their canteens. Lucian knew from their rosy cheeks and general silliness that it wasn't water in there. Linus belched happily.
"What's your name, friend?"
"Lucian." Linus stood, doing nothing to hide his private parts. Modesty, it seemed, wasn't of value on the Isle of Madness. For his age, Lucian noted his body was lean and well-muscled.
"I see you admiring my form, young mage. Believe me, Juan Ponce was looking for his fountain of youth on the wrong world. These springs are delightful for one's complexion."
He extended a hairy hand, connected to an even hairier forearm.
"As mentioned, my name is Linus. Linus Wander, Isle of Madness inhabitant, and mayor for the past 4 decades.
Plato scoffed.
"Mayor of my fat, hairy arse, maybe?"
"Yes, and the mayor of any arse that plants itself on a single pebble of my island."
Linus cleared his throat.
"To our newest citizen, I apologize we didn't bring you your gift basket. The storm precluded us, though we were on our way there now. Only the springs called out to us. I'm glad you came this way, because that valley is nothing but death and despair. Plunk here didn't want to come at all."
"That's not my name," Plato said.
"Fine. We just call him Plunk because—"
We're the only 2 people on this island, idiot."
"So far," Linus said. "If we play our cards right, our duo could become a trio."
He turned back to Lucian.
This may look like pure paradise, but I assure you, life here is anything but. But if you know where to look and how to finagle the environs for food and shelter, it's not a bad life.
He frowned.
It could only use some more women.
Lucian was still averting his gaze. Are you going to, cover yourself up? Linus looked down, abashed.
Oh, my apologies. You're not used to our island customs. Nakedness, you see, is not considered taboo here. But for the sake of you, our guest, I'll cover myself.
When he sat back down in the pool, Lucian found it much easier to focus.
We saw your smoke a few nights back, as I said before.
Linus nodded toward a leather satchel next to the springs.
That was to be your warming gift, but good Plato here could not resist a plunking in these pools of the gods, as we are wont to call them.
It was your idea, actually, Plato grumbled.
Well, I agreed it would serve us greatly before heading into that bone-filled, snow-filled, ghost-filled valley.
What's wrong with the valley? Lucian asked. Linus gave a guttural laugh.
What's wrong? Well, I'll tell you what's wrong. It's the worst spot to shelter on this island, especially in winter. The snows will bury you alive. How did you even get here?
An anti-grav disc connected to a binding tether? Linus's mouth made a rictus.
Oh, I see. Well, good for you, then. We get by without magic. That's how we've lived to a ripe old age. Ether is a poison we've learned to do without.
I thought it was the springs.
Ah, that too. But mostly the lack of magic. A dangerous thing, that magic.
Plato held up a beefy hand as if to say Lucian wasn't ready for that part.
Enough serious talk. Hop on in. I promise the heat's not coming from Linus's piss.
Linus scoffed.
Yeah, because it's coming from your flatulence, sir.
Linus's expression twisted.
Whatever the source of this heat, it feels nicer than the cold air. Have yourself some refreshment, young Lucian. We have sea drink. That should loosen tongues as we all share our tales. You've been through much, friend. I would hear you laugh before daylight fails.
I'm not doing that, Lucian said. I don't know who the two of you are, anyway. And they couldn't be too noble if they'd scared Katya out of her wits enough to choose the Mad Moon over their company.
Why?
Linus asked, abashed.
If you're worried about us robbing you, don't worry. We have everything we need on this island.
He raised a questioning eyebrow.
Unless you have coffee?
I'm afraid not.
Alas, one of the past exiles had some. That was 10 years ago, Plato said. Be that as it may, drink with us, friend. It's impossible to know someone until you've gotten bloody drunk with them first.
His nose wrinkled.
And you smell like you walked out of a hippopotamus's ass. Rose lichen makes for good fuel, but you must soak it for a good 24 hours beforehand. It'll get rid of most of the spores that cause that dreadful stench.
Lucian saw he had no choice but to join them. If they wanted to kill him, they would have done so by now. He dropped his pack and stripped off his parka and pants. Now he stood in his dirty novice robes. The two old ones watched him for an uncomfortably long time, and Plato's eyes were hungry. "Do you mind?" Lucian asked.
"Look away, Plato," Linus said. "We must protect the modesty of this youth, even if it's from your own eyes."
Lucian wondered whether he might get into the pool with his robe on, but that would make for a wet trip back. He decided to take it off, but to leave his underwear on. Good as their word, the two old men averted their gazes, Plato even shutting his eyes tightly while he turned his head. Lucian slipped into the warm water. He couldn't lie to himself. It felt amazing. Whatever misgivings he had were erased as soon as the warm mineral water soaked into his bones. That said, he kept alert, half holding his focus so he would be ready for anything. "Good then," Linus said, turning back. His manner grew more serious.
Wash that hair, too. Looks like it was dragged through a trash compactor.
Lucian dunked his head under water, but only for a couple of seconds. He felt relieved to see the two old men had remained on their side of the pool.
So, Plato said, why are you here, Lucian?
The stout man tossed him a skin of what had to be the sea drink, which Lucian caught. He took a small sip, only to be polite. It was cloyingly sweet, with an alcoholic content that set fire to his throat. He only barely managed not to cough, to their laughter. He wanted to ask them that very same question. This island was supposed to be empty, and if Linus had been here 4 decades, as he had said, then how was he still here? Why hadn't the shuttle taken him to Psyche? And Plato looked to be the same age as him, and had lived here a long time as well. There was more to this island than met the eye, and Lucian meant to find out. So, he told the story of how he got to be here. There was nothing to lose by telling the truth. When he got to the part about the transcends stabbing him in the back, both of their faces darkened. Plato spat to the side while Linus punched the water.
That's the transcends for you, Linus said. A bunch of dirty old frauds.
I take it you had bad experiences with them too?
Bad experiences? Plato gave a grim laugh. Isn't that why we're all here?
That transcend violet is the worst, Linus said. Huge, pointy, twisty stick up her wrinkled ass.
He means transcend white, Plato said. She was transcend violet when we were novices.
Yeah, Linus said. What's changed? Katya didn't share all that much. She didn't take to our island lifestyle. Figured the going would be easier on Psyche. More fool, her. Suffice it to say, we're here for the same reason you are. Well, your whole bit about being exiled for being too good seemed a little untruthful, but we'll let it slide. We're all friends here.
I didn't lie, Lucian said. I should be back there right now. If I had chosen one of them to train with, I wouldn't be here.
Of course you think that, Plato said. But you don't know for sure. You wanted to be honest, and the honest path usually has a cost. Unfortunately, that cost is being forced to spend time with 2 hairy and irreverent sexagenarians.
Linus barked a laugh.
Well, I doubt he'll elect to remain with us, my old friend. Usually it works like this. 1, 2, maybe even 3 exiles come here at a time. Then the shuttle comes and they race for it as if it's a lifeline out of a stormy sea. You see, here there is no escape. Try to water walk across the ocean, and you'll never make it the 4,000 kilometers to Krygos. Even if the entire sea were to freeze, the distance is much too far. Between this Isle of Madness and the mystery box that is Psyche, most people opt for the mystery box. And we expect you will as well when the time comes.
They always choose the mystery box, Plato said darkly. They choose a literal hell over us. Confound it.
Well, sometimes they try to make it work, Linus said. We had one man stay with us a couple of years. Then it got to be too much for him. He jumped off a cliff.
Oh, I forgot his name. It was something weird, like Laurel.
No weirder than Plunk.
Plato, he said.
Well, it must be hard to survive here, Lucian said. He took another swig of the sea drink, only this time the taste hit him stronger. He started to gag. Linus gave that barking laugh again.
You look as green as sweet kelp, friend.
He took a swig from his own canteen.
The drink will grow on you, but it suffers not the weak-stomached. You need it to stay sane here, though. It'll also keep the scurvy at bay.
Doesn't appear to have worked for you on the sanity front, my dear Mayor, Plato said. Quite the opposite.
Linus rolled his eyes.
So, what do you think, young Lucian?
Of what? Linus's gesture seemed to take in everything.
This.
I'm not sure what to think. The Scions told me no one was on this island.
Ha! If the Transcends are clueless, the Scions are even more so.
Why are both of you here then? Plato shrugged. Couldn't cut the mustard, as we used to say. After 5 years at the academy, I couldn't keep up. The Transcends noticed and they sent me off. There was a good community of outcasts back then. Life was much rougher, though. Those who didn't die opted to go to Psyche, thinking at least on a prison world they might find a steady supply of food. He shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps it is a better life. But in the years since, we've made things much better. I've learned to be content in the middle of nowhere at the edge of this blasted world. There's even beauty if you have eyes to see it. There was a silence after this, and for once, Linus didn't seem to have a flippant remark.
As for me, the mayor said, where to even begin? I was a talent to transcend Grey. In those days, Transcend Grey was a fat old man. He's been dead for 3 decades now, I imagine. Well, one day I got into an argument with another talent. First it came to blows, then it came to magic.
Linus's face became stony as he remembered.
How I hated him. He was my rival. You might say, the both of us were competing for the position of being the fat man's scion. Well, push comes to shove, and we went too far. We streamed magic that would get us expelled.
So, both of you were caught? Lucian asked. Linus nodded, his gray beard dipping into the warm spring.
Aye, both of us were caught. But Rendar was raised to scion. He's Transcend Grey now.
At Lucian's shocked reaction, Linus chuckled bitterly.
Who knows, young man, Linus said. That might have been me if I'd kissed ass.
He stood, with a distant expression on his face.
I've had my fill of these springs. It's time we headed back before the daylight fails.
Transcend Grey is fraying, you know, Lucian said. Might be you'll see him here before too long.
Is that so?
His expression was grave.
Well, if that's true, I doubt we'll be seeing him. Once they fray, they either off themselves voluntarily, or go delving the manifold hoping to be the next Ariane.
Linus suddenly stood.
It's time we headed back. Daylight's burning.
Plato nodded, dunking his bald head one last time before standing up. To Lucian's relief, his prodigious gut covered his manhood. The living here couldn't be so bad if he could maintain that weight. Lucian stepped out of the pool. For the first time since getting here, he felt warm to the bone, and clean. He dressed, wrinkling his nose at his smelly clothing that reeked of sulfur.
You got anything back at those cabins?
Linus asked. This is everything. Linus nodded.
Good. Well, I thought we'd head back to the hideout. Show you the ropes, as it were. It's much more comfortable where we stay.
He shrugged his bony shoulders.
I mean, if we haven't scared you off yet.
Yes, there was that. Something about their story, about driving away Katya, didn't add up. If they did do that, why would they tell him? If they wanted him to follow them, they would have wanted to put their best foot forward. There was more to it, and Lucian would have to figure it out. Lead the way, and I'll follow. Linus nodded and set off. Plato shrugged and waddled after Linus, his short, stout legs doing a good job of keeping up with the taller man. Lucian hesitated only a moment before following. It looked like these 2 old ones would be his guides here, and for now, it seemed best to follow their advice. There was no way he was surviving on his own. Still, his most pressing question was left unanswered. How had they survived here for so long? And how had they eluded the prison shuttles? Both were mysteries that Lucian resolved to find out. 27. Going over land was easy after the hot springs. The gray rolling tundra was mostly smooth. Streams of water trickled through the carved gullies, forming cold pools next to the springs. There wasn't much in the way of life, aside from the pinkish lichen. A dark green moss coated the wetter bits of boulders, but there wasn't much else. The sky had become overcast, its heaviness promising even more snowfall. The speed and limberness of both men surprised Lucian. Even Plato seemed to be in good health and had no problem skirting up and down the hills with the nimbleness of a goat. He had 2 canteens, one of which had to be sea drink, and the other water. He drank from the water just as often as the sea drink. Plato happily whistled a catchy song that Lucian didn't recognize. The melody sounded old-timey, like music from a Mage War propaganda holo film. "How much farther is it?" Lucian called.
"Almost there," Linus said. "Patience, young grasshopper."
As good as his word, the trio crested a rise, and Lucian was treated to the sight of the wide gray ocean of storms. The expanse was chock full of icebergs. Far to the north, he could see an endless wall of white on the horizon. "Is that the ice cap?"
"It is," Plato confirmed. "About 20 kilometers north, give or take."
That explained the sheer number of icebergs and the cold, blustering wind. Neither Linus nor Plato paused at the magnificent view. There were mere hours of daylight left, judging by the sinking sun at their backs. They followed a trail down the cliff, and the wind was all but cut off.
"This is the best place on the island," Linus called back. "The cliff blocks most of the wind and storms. The trail goes down to the shoreline. There's all the sweet kelp, mussels, clams, and crab you can eat. Fish, too, if you don't mind getting your feet wet. The water soaks through the raft."
"Actually, they're not exactly crab," Plato corrected. "They're a native species of this world, called shellocs."
"Here we go again," Linus said with a heavy sigh. "Must you always be Mr. Actually?"
"Well, crab comes from Earth. Shellocs are a completely different species, of a different evolutionary line."
"If it walks like a crab and pinches like a crab, it's a crab."
"They're not the same."
They were like an old married couple. Lucian could only wonder if listening to them bicker for the rest of his days was his future. That was a depressing thought. Linus chuckled.
"What must Lucian think of us, clucking like old hens?"
"It's a nice view, at least," Lucian said.
"I'm glad you think so," Plato said. "Took us nearly 2 years to carve the trail into the cliff, and another year before we made the caves habitable."
"Quiet, Plato," Linus said. "Let's not spoil the surprise."
They rounded a bend, and Lucian saw it. The trail entered a great maw opening into the vertical rock face. As they drew closer, Lucian could see how vast it was, far more space than 2 people would ever need. Soon they stood at the entrance, which must have been a good 10 meters tall. The interior was spacious, with a central brazier that was down to coals by now. Lucian couldn't see much beyond it. Linus strode forward and threw a few greenish-looking logs on the fire. It didn't look like the lichen he'd used. Whatever it was, it didn't stink, and instead gave off an earthy, salty fragrance. Linus crinkled some herbs over the fire, and a fresh aroma, similar to jasmine, filled the air. He turned toward Lucian, smiling widely.
"Home, sweet home."
Deeper in the cavern, Lucian could see more tunnels. Torches, currently unlit, hung on the rocky walls. Lucian stepped up to the fire to warm himself. "This is incredible." Linus gave a jovial laugh.
"Well, there's little else to do here, I'm afraid. We still have to walk a decent distance for a bath to the springs, but here we can at least have a cold one."
He nodded deeper into the cavern.
"Come on, I'll show you."
Lucian followed Linus deeper within until Lucian heard the gurgle of a stream. Linus took a torch and lit it from the brazier, then walked toward the sound of water. They came to a fast-moving stream coming straight from the wall at about head level. It ran through a carved aqueduct of sorts hewn from the rock.
"Watch this,"
Linus said proudly. He pushed a heavy stone, which blocked the channel perfectly. The water backed up a bit and then changed course into a new channel. It tumbled over the aqueduct and into an empty pool below. That pool was about 1 meter deep. Lucian couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity.
We still take a trip out to the springs every few days, but Plato is trying to build a furnace so we can heat it.
Lucian couldn't help but be impressed. I can see why you haven't boarded the shuttle to Psyche yet. His stomach rumbled. What do you guys have for food? Linus nodded toward Lucian's bag.
Why don't we start with that? If I eat any more shellfish or kelp today, I'm going to puke.
Plato nosed his way forward. Do you have peaches? I love peaches. No, Lucian said. I'll share, though. The two older men rifled through his bag while Lucian looked on. Not for the first time, he was having doubts about these two, as they set aside 2 cans of beans and some rice. Man, they must hate you, Plato said. Katya had peaches. Lucian doubted that since he hadn't seen so much as a can of fruit in the Academy's larders. But perhaps the talents had given it to her, or had access to food the novices didn't. Within the minute, the men were throwing a mishmash of ingredients into a pot. Instead of water, they gave it a base of sea drink, combined with the contents of Lucian's cans. They threw in some peeled crustaceans that looked like trilobites. Lucian's stomach went queasy looking at those buggy sea creatures. But once the pot was cooking over the fire, he had to admit the smell was sweet and savory all at once. Plato handed him a large stone bowl, along with a spoon. They sat around the fire, keeping warm and talking.
Where you from, friend? Linus asked.
Earth.
No shit, he said. You seem a bit uppity. Just like an earther.
Lucian shrugged. Well, Earth is number 1 and always will be.
I see they're still indoctrinating the youth, Linus said. I'm from Chiron myself. Never been to Earth. Wouldn't visit that piss pot for 1,000 world creds.
You won't have the chance, creds or not, Plato pointed out.
Quiet, Linus said. Well, Chiron is everything Earth is except better. Blue skies? Yes, we have that, and without all the pollution. Breathable atmosphere? Got that too. Yes, the sky locust swarms are a problem still, but once they're exterminated, we'll have something more pristine and beautiful than Earth ever was.
Sounds like Chiron is the piss pot to me, Plato said. He looked at Lucian. I'm from Earth myself. Greater Macedonia.
Ha! And you're one to talk about piss pots.
Do you guys always fight like this? Lucian asked. Not always, Plato said. I grew up in Thessaloniki before the annexation. That war is over, Lucian said. Has been for years. I know that, Plato said. I got out in time. I have family in Nova Acacius now. Or at least I did 20 years ago. Who knows if they're still alive? There was a silence after that as they watched the stew cook. So far, these two didn't seem harmful. So what had driven Katya away? They had made some crude jokes, but for some reason Lucian felt as if it were a cover for something, though he could not have explained why he felt that.
Stew should be done, Linus said. Bowl over here, friend.
Lucian handed him his bowl. Linus poured a generous helping of the green concoction. He had to say, it didn't look too appetizing. He couldn't tell whether his stomach rumblings were from his misgivings or his hunger. He poked around in the green broth a bit, seeing a mixture of rice, beans, and small sea life. Lucian tasted the soup and found it wasn't half bad. It was better than the canned food he'd been eating anyway, and the consistency of the broth was almost like a gravy. It lacked basic seasonings, but at least had salt.
Not so bad, is it?
Linus said, beaming a wide smile. For the first time, Lucian noted that he was missing a couple of teeth. Not bad. I have to ask, though, why are you two the only ones here? The Academy must exile a few novices each year. Do they all decide to go on to Psyche? Life would be hard here, but isn't this setup preferable to a literal prison world? There was an awkward silence for a moment before Plato began to explain. We talked about it a bit before. That's a difficult question. Half of the ones we get are frayed already. so we can't take them on for obvious reasons.
They get themselves killed, Linus said,
all traces of his former humor gone.
Frayed mages are dangerous indeed. They stream recklessly, and the madder they are, the more they stream. A lot of people lose it when they get here, and let themselves go. We usually watch for a while, to make sure a potential recruit isn't mad before we invite them in.
What about me, then?
We didn't count on you trying to find us. We were testing you a bit when we first met.
Testing me? How?
There are little tells that someone's starting to fray, Plato explained. Mottled skin, tremors in the hand. They say things that don't make sense. They have emotional outbursts when you pick at them a bit.
That would explain their crude jokes in the beginning. It had probably been a ruse to find out if he was frayed.
That's what happened with the one before Katya, Plato went on. We never even invited him back here, though we made sure he was well fed. The stress of being on this island is enough for many mages to snap.
But the both of you have been fine for years, Lucian said. Forgive me for saying, but
shouldn't we have frayed by now?
Linus gave a somewhat maddened laugh, not doing much for Lucian's confidence.
I don't stream, young man. Not ever. Ether is poison.
That was impossible. If that was true, Linus should have died of manifoldic poisoning a long time ago. A mage couldn't stop themselves from collecting ether naturally from the ethereal background. Could they? Linus went on.
Sometimes they last a few months, sometimes even years. But if you can't learn to stop streaming, the fraying will find you. The temptation is too much. We had one man, perfectly sane, who woke up one morning and decided it was a great idea to water walk to Krygos.
He shook his head.
There was nothing we could do. Those who are frayed, we leave for the shuttle to find. And when the shuttle comes, we hide in here. The stone walls are thick enough to hide our heat signatures. You can hear it thundering down long before you see it. And if we're out and don't have time to come back, we have hideouts all over the island. Someone who's frayed doesn't have the wits to hide.
How often do they come? Lucian asked.
It's supposed to be every few standard months, Linus said. The last one was a couple of weeks back, the one Katya took. The prison barges bounce around from world to world, but the end of their route is always the Mad Moon. It's not just mages sent there anymore. The border and midworlds dump a lot of their human trash there, the worst of the worst, even if they're not supposed to. I imagine the Mad Moon is getting quite crowded these days.
Makes sense, Lucian said. And it sounds like a place most would want to avoid. And knowing all that, it especially didn't make sense that Katya would choose that over life here. Unless these two men were especially bad.
You're one of us, as far as I can see,
Linus said.
You're not mad, and that's all we ask. A few other things, too, but we'll get to that. Try not to use magic in the meantime. Some people think they can limit themselves, but even a small amount causes the fraying, as far as we can tell. It's best to not use it. The withdrawals are the hardest part. Magic is poison. When you've gone a few days without it, you'll start to feel pretty miserable.
What about ether? Lucian asked. It has to be released, or it can lead to death. My friend back at the academy almost died that way.
It can be done,
Linus said.
It must be done. It's not easy, but it's possible. After all, we two are living proof of it.
So, you're saying the academy is wrong?
Yes,
Linus said, without so much as blinking.
You never learned the purpose of the academy, did you?
At Lucian's blank look, he chuckled.
Of course not. You never made it that far. Though I have.
Plato filled up his third bowl, smiling as if hearing a familiar story for the millionth time. What's the purpose, then?
The academies are a way for the League to control the mages, to turn what would be a prisoner into an instrument of war. There hasn't been a major conflict since the Mage War 50 years ago. Even those scraps with these so-called swarmers are nothing compared to that.
I already knew that. Or at least I guessed.
Well, you're ahead of most, then,
Linus said. They're back, Lucian said. The swarmers? This was news to them both, judging by the surprised expressions on their faces.
Katya said nothing about that.
It's recent, Lucian said. My mother died in the first battle. He looked at Linus. It was in the Alpha Centauri system. His eyes widened at that.
What?
They were turned back, Lucian said. The fleet won. I don't know anything else.
So Chiron is safe, Linus said.
He looked up at Lucian, his long gray hair almost falling over his eyes.
Sorry about your mother.
It was quiet for a time, save for the crackle of the flames and the howling wind outside.
It may be the mage's time is coming, Linus said. Magic is too useful a tool for the League to ignore. With one atomicist, you can keep a ship going without the need to refuel, for example. Radiance can shield a ship from LADAR sensors, and thermalists from heat signatures, making it all but invisible. And in direct combat, magic is a terrible weapon. They want you to know how to use it, but don't want you to fray too quickly using it. This path of balance they speak of, it's all a sham. They just want to get the most magic out of you and the least amount of the toxin that accompanies it. There is no safe dose. But if you can figure out a way to cut it off at the source, to not let the ether trickle in, then you're set.
So, the whole thing about your pool overflowing leading to manifoldic poisoning, that's a lie? Lucian's thoughts returned to Emma then. My friend back at the academy had reekings. They said it was because she couldn't stream her excess ether away. None of that is real? Or have you guys just discovered something that no one else has?
I don't think we've discovered anything new, Linus said. Setting up a decent ethereal block, one that lasts for a lifetime, is highly dangerous. And if the League wants mages to use as weapons, it also has no incentive to teach mages how to not stream.
All of this was so confusing. This just goes against everything I've learned.
Could be there's some that need to stream, Linus admitted. The more powerful ones. But I know it's possible to stop, at least for some mages. Plato and I have both done it. I haven't streamed a drop of magic in years.
Lucian was skeptical of that, but he didn't want to deny it. There was a lot he didn't understand, and Linus seemed quite serious. Linus took a pull from his canteen.
The academy pushes recruits far beyond what they should be doing. Those who fail get sent here. The only ones that remain are those who can stomach the poison of ether better than most. Humans aren't meant for it, Lucian. The academy mages have struck a diabolical balance between power and insanity. They're sifting through all the recruits to find those who are trainable and call them talents. It's the same for the other academies too, Mako and Irion. They're looking for those who are willing and able to become weapons. And with the swarmers coming back, it's only a matter of time before the mages ship out again.
Did you two fight in the Mage Wars? Linus shook his head.
Thank God, no. That was before both of our times.
I knew we were being trained to fight, Lucian said, but against rogue mages, or groups of them banded together.
Linus nodded. And the swarmers or any other threat in the worlds the League needs to extinguish. There are rogue mages who escape the net and teach themselves to stream, right? Trust me, there are much more of those than mages at all the academies combined. Even with extensive testing, most mages slip through the cracks. Some get hunted down, but many more learn to stream on their own and elude capture. How?
The question hung in the air for a moment. I don't know.
They learn to control it,
Linus said. And that's how the two of you have lasted so long? By controlling it? Linus shrugged.
40 years long, on this island. It's not easy. I think about streaming every day. The taste of power is sweet, isn't it? But it's only power. If you can learn to forego the need for that, then magic will have no hold over you.
Lucian admitted that it did feel good to use magic. The idea of going without it was repulsive. So repulsive that he wasn't willing to admit Linus might be right. But it also helped him to figure out the rest of the puzzle. Katya hadn't left because these two were bothering her. These two had forced her to leave because she hadn't been willing to give up using magic. That's how there's only two of you then. The others can't resist the magic at their fingertips. Plato nodded, coming out of his silence. Precisely. That's something we usually break to people later, but it seems you figured it out on your own. This lifestyle doesn't appeal to everyone. That's the main rule here. No magic. No matter how much you want to stream, no matter how bad your withdrawals get. No magic. Lucian already felt himself protesting. How can you tell the difference between withdrawals and poisoning? Wouldn't the mages of the Academy say that withdrawals are a symptom of your ether pool overflowing? Linus laughed.
That objection is the main reason most mages can't detox. They crave their magic so much that they aren't willing to suffer months of agony to live with freedom for the rest of their lives. So they give in. As you said, that's why there are only two of us. This isn't easy.
How'd you figure this out? Lucian asked. You have the answer for the fraying, if I'm hearing things right. If mages could be taught to do this, then there would be no fraying. You can lead a horse to water, Plato said softly, but you can't make it drink. Linus nodded sagely.
I discovered it quite by accident. I was trying to kill myself. I hid from the shuttle one day 40 years ago and regretted not going. So, I held my magic in. It felt like holding my breath to the point of death itself. I was tortured with nightmares, seizures, and horrifying anxiety. But even in that darkness and despair, I could see a light I was completely blind to before. Like magic had been blocking me from seeing it. I gave up after a few days and streamed, but I always thought of that light. About a year later, I tried again, determined to succeed. I gathered enough food and water to see me through a few months, so I held my magic in again. Days passed, then weeks of hell. Many times I almost flung myself from the cliff. I almost gave in to the temptation. Magic was always there, always waiting. At last, I reached a breaking point. All that ether was collapsing on itself like a neutron star. And that neutron star, for lack of a better word, sort of transformed itself into a block. From that day forward, not a drop of ether has entered me. I woke up and wasn't dead.
Linus paused, staring into the flames reflected in his blue-gray eyes.
My head was finally clear, and I knew peace.
Lucian was surprised to see tears forming in Linus's eyes. It was silent for a time, save for the crackle of the flames and the wind whipping past the cave mouth outside.
Of course, I shared my findings, Linus said. I told everyone here I could, but few could handle it. Most of the time, the ones who tried failed, and then they streamed more than they did before. It wasn't long for them to fray after that. I realized my teachings were making some worse. I would try to save them, but they ended up dying all the same. Only Plato here went through the ordeal, that's what we call it, and lived to tell the tale. It took 6 months for his block to form.
He shook his head.
What was that like, old friend?
Agony. Fear twisted in Lucian's stomach. What is it then? What is magic? Why would it have this effect on us? Nobody knows, Plato said. Just as nobody knows why some become mages in the first place. Magic feels good to stream, but it's poisonous to use, like hard drugs. It may be worse than that, Lucian, Plato said. There is something insidious about it. Something that's been hidden. Hidden by what or who? I can't say. I don't think anyone will ever know. I've often wondered what it is exactly, Lucian said. Why have we never had access to it before? It's only the last century and a half or so, or even less. Some might have been mages, but hiding, Plato said.
No, Linus said. Not likely. You and I have talked about this many times, and we don't always agree about everything. I keep telling you it corresponds to when we first started using the gates. How do those work, if not by magic?
Are you saying the builders created magic? Lucian asked.
I suppose it's possible. Almost certainly they knew about it and used it.
And now they're gone, Lucian said. Makes you think, no? Plato asked. Magic is only magic. It's been here from the beginning, a byproduct of the creation of the universe, hidden until now, for whatever reason. Magic is the reality behind reality, the ethereal background, the manifold manifested, and it exists outside of time and space and the universe as we know it. It may even be God. It certainly bestows the power of gods. To say it was created, though, stretches my credulity. Okay, Lucian said. Suppose it's natural. Why us? Why now? Lucian wondered what Vera might have to say about all this. If anyone would have an opinion on the origin of the manifold, it was her. All this talk has reminded me, Plato said, standing up. It's long past time for bed. Lucian was tired too. To his surprise, the day had turned to night outside. The buzz from the sea drink had a way of making time pass. Lucian found himself wondering what they did with their days to keep from going insane. So far it seemed like mostly drinking and talking. I'm going to do it, Lucian said, deciding. I'm going to do this ordeal. Linus looked at him. Do you know what you're signing on for? No, Lucian said. If I can get through the ordeal, then that means I can last as long as you or Plato. After that, we can think about escaping. Assuming he really could form a block, as these two had, then, in theory, that meant he could get his old life back. At least, part of it. But it would mean he'd have to find a way off this island somehow. Linus looked at him for a long time, and then laughed. Escaping? And how do you plan to do that? It's impossible, even with magic. Lucian didn't know either, but there had to be something. But first, he had to prevent himself from fraying, and that meant getting through the ordeal on the first try. 28. Plato held up a cup of sea drink to Lucian's lips. Drink this. I don't feel bad yet. You'll need it, he said. Trust the process. There was nothing to do but drink. Only after 3 swallows did Plato nod, satisfied. You sure you're ready for this, son? Linus asked. The mayor was in one of his rarer serious moods. It had been about a week since Lucian moved into the cave. During that time, he'd had a taste of the Isle of Madness lifestyle. The long nights seemed endless when there was little to do but drink, and Linus and Plato had plenty to drink. Lucian soon discovered that whatever was in the beverage had a minor hallucinogenic effect in certain quantities. He could lie for hours, seeing past images of his life pass by in a kaleidoscope of vivid imagery, along with alternate realities of what might have been. He saw himself at the academy, raised to talent as a follower of Transcend Blue. He saw himself on the orbitally locked world of Halia, following Vera to explore Builder ruins under sheets of ice beneath a star-studded sky. And he even saw a reality where he wasn't a mage at all, a reality where his mother was still alive. He had been about to leave home to crew a freighter based out of L5, having failed his civil exam. But as always, the visions would end, and he'd return to the cave on the Isle of Madness. This reality, this truth seemed to make the least sense of all. Lucian warmed himself by the fire, ate some more stew, and lay on his hammock woven from ropes of lichen. Linus and Plato, to Lucian's surprise, hardly spoke to one another. Linus spent most of the daylight hours scrounging for clams and shellucks in the cold, icy surf. He had nothing but a fire built on the beach to warm him. He had taken Lucian with him several times, but it was cold and wet work. Lucian was shivering after a few minutes of wading into the shallow, icy lagoon at the base of the cliff. But Linus seemed inured to the cold. Lucian was huddling by the fire after a couple of minutes, having not found a single clam. Every time Linus emerged from the sea, frost clinging to his beard, he had a pot's worth. Plato rarely left the cave. During daylight, he sometimes went to the flat land above to tend to his gardens. The gardens were edible fungal stalks, tubes and lichen that grew in rocky crevices, damp with geothermal runoff. That only occupied a few hours of his time a week. His current project was building a furnace to heat the pool. Of course, any furnace would be primitive with the materials they had on hand. But once done, they wouldn't have to go to the hot springs when they wanted a warm bath. Lucian could hardly conceive how Plato could do such a thing. "Time," Plato said when Lucian asked. "Lots of time and experimentation. It's not like I have anything better to do." Plato showed him the work he'd done so far. It was nothing more than a chamber hollowed out from the stone wall with a removable stone door. The fuel would be packed within, and a simple valve caused the hot air to enter a small chamber beneath the pool. The stone surface would heat, warming the water above, if all went according to plan. "It won't be ready for a while," Plato said. "Depending on how efficiently I can get it to run, I might bore some airways around the cavern. That could give us some heating. That might not be doable, though." He smiled with pride. "Not even the Academy can boast central heating." "Not for lack of trying," Linus said, who was cleaning a pot of shellucks by the fire. "I don't understand the things you waste your time with." Plato pursed his lips. "Why must you always denigrate my work, Linus? I'm only doing this that we all might live more comfortably." "You do it because you're bored. Same reason I brew sea drink." "The two things can't even be compared," Plato said, with a laugh. "One gets you drunk. The other will better our living conditions." "I'd argue sea drink does both." "I should have done it this winter," Plato said, turning back to Lucian. "You'll have to forgive him. We've been away from society too long. Manners have fallen by the wayside." Lucian closed his eyes as another excruciating headache tore through him. The temptation to stream was almost too much to bear. All the mage's warnings about manifoldic poisoning ran through his mind. Why was he trusting Linus and Plato anyway? Weren't they kicked out of the academy for not being qualified? Same as him? Lucian knew he could never stop using magic if there were doubts. If the cost of staying here was not using magic, It was no wonder that most exiles chose Psyche. At least on Psyche, they could use magic, even if it would cause their minds and bodies to rot. Here, magic was the only prohibition, and Lucian didn't know if he had it in him to last a few more days, much more the rest of his life. Linus stood from his work.
Ah, time for another drink. You can see he's sick, Plato, and your talk isn't helping.
Plato huffed, but in a way that said he must have agreed. He helped Lucian over to his hammock. The world was spinning already as Linus handed him a mug of sea drink. A wave of nausea passed through him. "I know it's not easy," Plato said kindly, "but you've got to get it down." Lucian tried to open his eyes, but any time he did, the nausea was too much. He leaned over in his cot and heaved, though nothing came out. They had instructed him to fast, too. He couldn't decide if he were sicker or hungrier. Lucian took the cup and made himself drink. He tried not to taste the concoction. It left a sweet, grainy aftertaste on his tongue. "Water." "Only a little," Plato said, handing him a cup. Lucian was only able to get a couple of swallows down before Plato took it away. The worst part was Lucian knew streaming would make this horrible feeling go away. Holding his magic in went against everything he knew. For all he knew, this was going to kill him. But he was determined to try. He needed the help of these men, to not only survive the island, but escape it. "That's it, Lucian," Plato said. "Easy does it. Lie here for a while, and whatever you do, don't stream, I know." He held his breath, to keep himself from heaving again. "Why is it so bad?" "Because the minute you learned to stream on your own, you never went a day without it," Plato explained. "The mages never allowed you to not stream. I've never seen the symptoms take on so fast, though. For me, it was a week. For Linus, he says it took about 2 weeks. But you are already going through withdrawal. Either you were streaming a lot more than us back at the academy, or your ether regenerates faster than anything we've seen before." "So you're saying this isn't normal?" "Hard to say," Plato said. "The others who went through it developed symptoms later than you. Then again, some of them might have been cheating, streaming without us realizing." He smiled and clapped Lucian on the shoulder. "Well, it's clear you haven't been streaming on the sly. This sickness can be thought of as the poison leaving your system." And what if Plato was wrong? Lucian didn't have the heart to ask. The proof that it worked stood before him. Both Linus and Plato were old men, almost old enough to have participated in the Mage War themselves. They were alive during it, albeit as children. And here they were, still completely sane. Well, mostly. If there were signs of madness, it was only due to their isolation, which was understandable. Another wave of nausea tore through him. How could he survive this? Was this what a magic-free life would be like? Would it be worth living in the first place? If there was even a part of him that wanted to answer no, then there was no hope of making it through the ordeal. But how could he make himself want it? He almost told them then he wasn't ready for this, that he wanted to stream one last time. Both men were standing beside the fire, talking in low, indiscernible voices. When had that happened? Lucian had somehow faded out. It was already dark outside. He needed to use the bathroom. Plato had carved a toilet in the rock about a meter above the lower part of the aqueduct, closest to the ocean. Lucian sat up, barely managing to stand on his own. He didn't know whether it was his withdrawals or the sea drink, but he could hardly keep his feet. Linus rushed toward him.
"Got to loosen your guts, I'll wager. We better get you there quick."
Lucian tried to wave him away until he realized he wasn't going to make it on his own. Within a minute, Linus had guided him to the front of the cave, where it was much colder. Some of the harsh wind found its way in, all but sapping the heat from Lucian's fever. The privy was in a small cleft covered by a curtain of hanging moss. Linus parted the moss for him, allowing Lucian to go inside. There he sat, on the cold stone seat, the water flowing about a meter under him. Once finished, he could hardly stand. He'd never felt so miserable in his life. "You need help, boy?" Plato asked. Had he been standing there the entire time? "I've got it." He tried to stand, but he stumbled against the moss. In an instant, the older man caught him. "Easy there." After keeping Lucian steady, Plato brought him a bowl of warm water, steeped in some sort of plant with small white flowers. "Put your hands in here for a good 15 seconds, he said. "That's it, boy." Lucian tried to thank him, but his tongue was swollen in his mouth. It was hard not to be humbled by this. He was 21 years old, and he couldn't even take care of himself. He had to let both guide him back to his hammock. It went on like this for a while. Days, weeks, Lucian couldn't have said. After he counted the passing of daylight several times, his symptoms were at their worst, and he could no longer keep track of the days. He couldn't move from his hammock. And in the darkness of his fever dreams, magic beckoned to him. He didn't know how many times he resisted its siren call, how many times he almost gave in just to feel normal again. The men placed him on the floor at some point, on a bed of green moss which they freshened daily. Freshening was necessary because Lucian could no longer rise to use the bathroom. This loss of dignity was almost enough to convince him to stream, but they always told him to keep going, to push through, no matter how bad it got. Or at least, that was what he thought they said. But if he kept going like this, he was going to die. Hadn't they considered that? The time came where it was hard to know what was real and what was make-believe. He floated through dreams. He saw Emma, hauntingly beautiful. There were his comrades from the academy, frowning disapprovingly. Even Dirk was there, his face sneering with cruelty. There was his mother, too, her face younger than he remembered. There were periods of darkness. He relived his childhood, going back to that terrible day he learned his father had died. His mother was crying in the living room. He didn't have to ask the reason. His heart pounded with helpless fear. His mother looked at him with reddened eyes, holding out her arms. He ran and was somewhere else now. "Go kiss your father, Lucian." "No." Why had Lucian been so angry? He could no longer remember. He was leaving. Why did he have to go again? He hid his face against his mother's leg. He would not kiss him goodbye. He wouldn't. He saw his father's face. The eyes were now open, yellow and rheumy. The mouth expanded into a silent scream. There were other dreams, too. Countless hours spent alone in his room, surfing VR interfaces, looking for something to feel. School, where he had few friends and many enemies. Most of those confrontations had been his fault, stemming from his anger and shame. And there was his ex-girlfriend, Louisa, too. With her, he had been afraid of all she would see if he bared his soul, which was nothing at all. Alone. He'd spent most of his life alone, and now he was here, on this island, never to escape. One day, Plato and Linus would die. As good as they had made things here, they had perhaps a decade or two left. Was it worth staying alive here, all alone? And to do so without magic? The only thing that made him feel anything at all besides Emma? It was hard to know. He could stick to the sad reality he knew, or pick the mystery box, as Linus had put it. Maybe the mystery box was as bad as what he knew, or it might be even worse. But after losing everything, what else did he have to lose? Something told him the rest of his life did not lie on this island, as improbable as that seemed. He remembered Vera's words under the waves of the ocean. "Greater things are meant for you, Even from beyond, she had somehow spoken to him. Had that been her? Lucian couldn't say. He no longer knew what to believe. After the endless dreams, darkness finally came. At first, Lucian believed it to be death. It was a place without thought, without reason, without time. It was a place that might have been before the existence of the universe, and before the birth of magic itself. He saw 7 orbs burning like colored suns: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, gray. And in the middle was a mind-bending shape, a maddening abomination that made him want to scream. What was it? To the core of his being, it felt wrong, against nature. It was like an eye, but it looked nothing like an eye he'd seen. It stared into him, far harder than he could ever stare into it. "Reach," the voice whispered. "Take what is yours." It was back. The same being that had haunted him during his metaphysical dream had returned, visiting him in this dark and hopeless place. "I won't take it," Lucian said. "Would you deny my gift?" "It's not a gift. It's a curse." "Only to fools who use it wrongly. In the right hands, magic can be your salvation." His salvation? Did that mean it would help him leave this island? "I won't stream. I will make it through the ordeal." "The ordeal? Don't trouble yourself with that. You are meant for greater things." The echoing of Vera's words seemed too coincidental. "Who are you? What are you?" A long silence was Lucian's only answer. It seemed to stretch into eternity, until Lucian noticed a light, shining brighter than the rest. The blue orb. Another voice entered his mind, a voice that sounded female, and a voice he had never heard before. "It's close," the voice said. "Very close. Would you leave it now, when all you must do is reach out and take it? Find it, Lucian. More is at stake than you know. You were meant to come here. You were meant to find me." "What is at stake?" "A new time of madness draws nigh. All you know is in peril. Would you let your kind be wiped from the face of Starsea?" "Starsea? What are you talking about? Starsea is gone. Are you talking about the Starsea mages?" "I will tell you everything, but you must come alone." All 7 orbs shone with a sudden brilliance that was blinding. He screamed, the lights exploding like 7 supernovae. Light and heat consumed him as if the manifold were a torrent of magma burning him to ash and bone. And then it was done, followed by a moment of darkness. When Lucian opened his eyes, the ordeal was over. 29. Though the daylight outside the cave was dim and gray, to Lucian's eyes it might as well have been high noon. It seemed to take forever for his eyes to adjust to the light. A steady scraping sound emanated from the direction of the fire, where Linus was cleaning shellacks. Each scrape sent a peal of pain ripping through Lucian's head. The sound stopped when Linus looked up at Lucian. "You're alive." His voice said he found this fact surprising. He went to the aqueduct, filling a cup before coming to Lucian. "We thought you were going to die, to be honest about it." He held the cup to Lucian's lips. "Drink. The worst should be over." Lucian guzzled the water until it was gone, downing the cup in seconds. He had never tasted anything so good. When Lucian spoke, his voice was cracked from disuse. "Did I really almost die?"
Seemed like it, Linus said. How are you feeling?
I have a headache, Lucian said. Correction, I have a terrible headache.
That'll pass. Give it a few days. Drink plenty of water. Till then, stay in bed.
Linus broke into his wide, gap-toothed smile.
You made it! I'll be damned.
Lucian was wondering just how many Linus had watched die. Lucian knew he wasn't completely out of the woods, despite Linus's assurances. Lucian slept more after that. When he woke again, it was evening. His fever was back, but not quite as bad as it was before. The thought of using magic was tempting, but he knew doing so would undo everything he'd suffered. He had some sort of block in place, but he wasn't sure whether it was permanent. The smallest trickle of ether might be enough to disintegrate it. How many days had he been in this cave? He had lost consciousness somewhere around the 4th day, counting in Volsung increments. After the darkness, anything was a fair guess. He faded in and out of sleep until he felt well enough to eat. He had a light broth made from seafood and small bits of seaweed. He was no longer in his original clothes, but the same roughly woven tunics Linus and Plato wore, made from some plant the men called tundra flax. His undergarments were clean, meaning the men had been changing him like a baby. Why were these two going through so much effort just to keep him alive? Despite their eccentricities, they seemed to be good people. They helped without the expectation of a return favor. It had been a long time since Lucian had experienced that. Plato returned, brewing a tea made with some herbs gathered from his garden. It tasted vile, but after a few minutes, Lucian felt a sense of calm, while his headache disappeared. It made him wonder where this stuff was when he needed it. Locals call this Northland tea, Plato explained. The weeds grow wild here, in patches of lichen and damp places. Makes for an excellent pain reliever in the absence of morphine.
Addictive, too, Linus said. Almost as bad as magic.
Yes, Plato said, agreeing with Linus for once. It's best to limit it, and you were too sick before to make use of it. Believe me, this stuff does not help when the ordeal pains are at their worst. Lucian watched Plato. How many people have you convinced to go through this? The two older men shared an uncomfortable look.
Might as well be honest about it, Linus said. About 20 gave it a try, give or take. They either give it up entirely or, more rarely.
Lucian had only to look at their faces to realize the truth. You weren't joking about dying then. You could have told me.
Then you would have never tried. It may seem harsh, but the only way out is through.
And it beats the other option, dying on psyche, Plato said. Even if the chance of surviving the ordeal is 1 in 10, it's better than fraying. Lucian couldn't imagine anything worse than what he'd gone through. Glad to see you're agreeing on something for once. The throbbing in his head had returned, but at least it was dulled by the tea. I'm not completely through it, am I? We can't say for sure, Plato said. We haven't done enough tests to have measurable results. This time, we made sure you fasted and had a bit of sea drink first, he smiled. Perhaps that's the key.
See,
Linus said.
I told you so. And you said I was mad to give it to him.
What are you talking about? Lucian asked. You two don't know what you're doing, are you? Linus laughed.
You're only now figuring that out. The only thing I do know is that magic will kill you. Ergo, don't use it.
Plato nodded his agreement, but Lucian remembered his fevered dreams. There had been 2 voices. The first seemed to be the one that told him to find the aspects, and the other one he wasn't sure. At the end of the darkness, he had seen the septagon, and that had not been his focus. It had been something else. Madness. Sheer madness. He had to put this all behind him. He would live the life of a mage no longer. so far as it was in his power. As Linus and Plato had pointed out many times before, it was either this or Psyche, and he most certainly didn't want to go to Psyche. The next day, Lucian could get up from his hammock and take care of himself. He could use the bathroom, wash his face, and eat his food. Plato made him a weaker brew of tea, which helped him sleep and get through most of the long, dark hours. After a week, most of his ordeal symptoms were completely gone. He didn't dare reach for his focus. That might be too much temptation to stream, thereby undoing all his hard work. When he was down on the shore fishing with Linus, he suffered a sudden bout of nausea, which soon passed. As he was foraging for herbs with Plato, he was stopped in his tracks by a terrible migraine. As one brutally cold day passed into night and back into day, the intermittent symptoms faded, slowly but surely. Soon it was cold enough for the snow to not melt on the ground, despite geothermal heating, except where the springs were thickest. Linus showed Lucian how to craft snowshoes. He made them from the sturdy reeds growing beside the stagnant pools. After this was done, Lucian could walk on top of the deep snow. And so, the days passed. The daylight hours waned until there were about 4 hours of weak twilight each day. The nights were almost as bright, with rainbow auroras painting themselves across the sky. Lucian had never known such cold, and they were never out for more than an hour or two. The older men had stocked the cave for the long Volsung winter, in case the weather turned unbearably cold. A horde of shellocs, crustaceans, and oysters lay iced in winter snow, while plenty of plants from Plato's gardens had been harvested. Lucian did what he could to make himself useful. They had saved his life, and the only way to pay that back was by working. And he worked hard. He learned in weeks the skills of survival that had taken Linus and Plato years to develop. There was little hunting on the island, especially in winter, but Linus promised to take him hunting for rock shellocs when the weather warmed. Plato tended his winter garden by the hot springs, using irrigation channels warmed by the ground farther inland, where the snow had yet to reach. The channels split into smaller arteries, feeding patches of tubular plants. They grew fat purple fruits that Plato assured Lucian were safe to eat. After digging in the muddy soil, Plato showed Lucian a root vegetable. It looked like a strange cross between an eggplant and a toadstool. "Were you an engineer or a farmer before you were a mage?" Lucian asked. The plump man smiled.
Neither. Everything I've done here, I learned by trial and error. I've been here 20 years, Lucian. That's a long time to learn, and the best way to learn is to teach yourself.
Plato went on to describe the various plants that grew seasonally.
Little but frost fruits grows in this winter. In summer, you can expect more variety. If the frost fruit is warm under the turf by the springs, they'll bear fruit. Not even harsh weather can freeze these things.
For emphasis, he touched one of the tubes about his height. Its outside seemed more akin to rubber than anything living.
The frost fruit saved the first colonies back in the 2190s.
Plato often punctuated his explanations with short history lessons. It was such a waste for an intelligent man like him to spend his life here in exile. What could this brilliant man have done if he'd had freedom? The alternative, though, was worse. He could be on Psyche instead, his skeleton lost in some chartless crevice. "What's your story?" Lucian asked. "How did you come to be here? You've told me a bit, but not everything." Plato paused his gardening and smiled wistfully, and perhaps bitterly.
"You don't want to hear my story, Lucian. I came here in my 40s, and I don't expect I'll live to see warm lands again. My family, what's left of it, anyway, could be dead as far as I know."
He heaved a sad sigh.
"What's the use of thinking about the past? I've trained myself to stay rooted in the present.
He laughed, though there was no humor in it.
There are no shrinks here unless you count Linus's sea drink.
Lucian didn't. I don't understand. I don't mean to be harsh, but isn't life hopeless here? It's so gray, dismal, and cold. I don't think I could go on for 20 years like you. Lucian almost regretted saying that, but he had to know what gave Plato the strength to go on. To his relief, the older man nodded his understanding.
Nothing is ever the end unless you decide it is.
He pointed at a spot a few meters away, where a small rock shellach was scuttling sideways.
Take that creature, for example. It's known nothing but this island its whole life. This island is its whole world. As far as it's concerned, nothing extends beyond the sea that bounds it. We're cursed with knowledge, Lucian. We know there is a world beyond. Even if we were to somehow forget, every few months a new exile arrives. Most can't manage to make it in this place.
Then how have you made it here? Plato's expression darkened, and his brow furrowed in thought.
Many times I have thought of leaving. Fear keeps me here, I think. Linus is more optimistic than me, though his harsh laughter is a shield for sorrow. Of course, Psyche could be less brutal than this island, especially when you consider we must live without magic here. It's a matter of being content with less, to be grateful for the small things that make life livable.
Plato shrugged.
And work. So much work, you can hardly think. People who can train themselves to not want the things of the world might learn to live without them.
Lucian listened. Could he learn that same lesson? Or would he always be cursed with the knowledge of what could be?
Plato went on. I do what I can to ensure this island is a better place to live. Not only for me, but for someone in the future, if they decide to stay. In that way, I might save a few from being tempted by Psyche. I believe I will outlive everyone who decides to take the shuttle. At least only until I'm on my deathbed. But I won't say I'm not tempted every time I hear that crackle in the sky. Several times I've made the journey halfway to the shuttle, only to turn back for the cave. I came to this island at the ripe age of 44. I was a promising talent of the Volsung Academy, with my aim set on the Red Seat.
The Red Seat?
Transcend Red's station, Plato explained. It was between me and another woman named Umbra.
Is she the young one there now?
No, Plato said. She's different. Umbra died hunting a rogue on Astravan. No, it was between Umbra and me for the Red Seat. I made some mistakes, shall we say. Mistakes she was able to take advantage of, to the point where my very sanity was called into question. I'd rather not go into details. Things got desperate, so I did whatever I could to secure my place. I could not abide working for that damnable woman.
You were a red talent, then?
Plato nodded. In the end, I undid myself. I have no intention of going on to Psyche. I mean to live out the rest of my days here, in contemplation.
It sounded like a sad existence to Lucian. Then again, he was suffering the same fate. Plato's face was still grim.
Some live their entire lives in ultimate freedom. They can hop on a ship and go anywhere in the world they please. Yet they choose to remain where they are. Why is that? One could argue I'm freer than them if I see this island as my world. A world in which it's possible to find happiness.
And have you? From the lowering of his brow, Plato seemed frustrated by Lucian's line of questioning.
I've been trying for 20 years. Some days it seems like I have. Like today. I need conversation. Stimulating conversation, or I can't be happy. As useful as Linus is, he's not much one for deep thoughts. Great with the hunting and fishing. All people have their niches to fill.
But two people do not make a happy community. And we can't allow anyone to live with us who can't pass the ordeal. Plato clapped a hand on his shoulder. But I have high hopes for you, Lucian. The time of your final test is coming soon. What do you mean, final test? Wasn't the ordeal my test? Linus and I were waiting for you to recover before talking about it. Few enough make it through the first phase, so we haven't done the second test in years. But despite the winter nights, it must happen before the next shuttle comes. That could be days away. Plato looked at him seriously. Are you feeling well enough? I suppose, Lucian said. What is this second test? If it's anything like the ordeal, I don't know if I can handle it. No, it's nothing like that. It will be difficult in its own way. As far as Linus or I can tell, you've given up using magic. You haven't streamed since before the ordeal. All that's left is to test your resolve. Only then can we accept your place here. And the other option is the shuttle. Yes. They finished up the gardening and went back to the cave before dark overcame the island. Multicolored auroras danced above in the sky. Streams of pink, green, and violet-colored constellations. As beautiful as the lights were, it was far too cold to stay outside long. It was a relief to be back in the cave and before the central fire, warming himself. Over that fire, Linus was boiling a pot of shellac and herb soup. Lucian was getting tired of eating the same thing, but it was better than the fare served at the academy. Here, there were no restrictions to flavor or texture. Once dinner was over, the three of them sat around the fire, drinking and getting a decent buzz going. Sometimes life here wasn't so bad. Only sometimes, though. He wondered what it might be like to have Emma here, too. He hated thinking about her. It was the easiest way to feel sad and lonely. What was she doing now? Nightly meditations, most likely. Something got you down? Plato asked. Drink will do that to you if you're not careful. He's thinking about a girl, Linus said. I see it on his face. Why don't you tell us about her? It's not a girl. Ha! Look at him blush. It's the fire, Lucian said. Yeah, the fire right here, Linus said, pointing to his crotch. A young man like you, it's cruel to be put up here with us two. He chuckled. Those mages act all high and mighty, but there are liaisons on the sly. Always will be if you mix the sexes. The idea that he and Emma might have had something more was too painful to stomach. Are you done? Struck a chord, have I? Linus asked. Let it all out, son. You won't feel better keeping secrets. What about your secrets? Lucian asked. Whatever this next test is, I'm ready for it. Linus shot a frustrated look at Plato. You told him? It's about time, anyway. Linus looked from one to the other, then stroked his long gray beard. Fine, then. The sooner the better. It's been a while since we've had a shuttle. Have you been checking the village? Lucian asked. Someone else might have arrived. There's no smoke, Linus said. I've been walking far enough to see it every day. As far as I can tell, we are ready for our trip to the caverns. The caverns? That sounded foreboding. When do we go? We'll spend the rest of the night packing, Linus decided. Leave a few hours before dawn. With luck, we can make it there before we freeze our asses off. And what's the test? I'll say this much. If the mages knew what we know, they would have built their damned academy here. 30. They awoke in the middle of the night, packing enough supplies for 5 Volsung days. They didn't expect to be gone more than 2 or 3, but having a cushion in such weather was necessary. They filled their packs with smoked meat, potatoes, beets, frost fruit, various edible fungi, and seaweed bars. Besides this, they put on many layers of clothing, more than Lucian would have thought they needed. Each of them had a parka, inheritances from past exiles. They had some wear, but were still in good condition. Even so, it was damned cold outside. But the older men had caches of food and supplies stashed around the island. If a sudden blizzard fell upon them, they would have the resources for a fire, supposing they could get to a cache in time.
The test is on the northern side of the island in a system of caves, Linus explained.
How far away?
Depends how fast we can walk. One standard day if we are quick about it, and the weather isn't bad.
Are we ready? Plato asked. Lucian gave one last review of the cave that had become his home. He was going out into the cold, merciless world. Truthfully, he wasn't fully recovered from the ordeal, and all he could think about was what Talent Hamill had said all those months ago about Volsung winter. It was a coldness to freeze one's blood. Even as they set out under an aurora-infused sky, Lucian couldn't imagine staying out here an entire day. Whatever sunlight there was did little to warm them. Once they made it to the flatland above the cave, they trekked northeast, deeper inland, their snowshoes plodding on fresh drifts. Their tracks coursed through unspoiled snow across a world of silence. A few flakes drifted down lazily, though Lucian couldn't see how. There was not a cloud in the sky. The going was easy over the flat snows, though the shoes grew heavy. Dawn broke in the west, tinging the sky a sickly gray. A few hours later saw them still walking, single file, following the tracks Linus set. Linus never broke stride, like a man half his age might. The first obstacle came from a line of high, icy hills bisecting the island east to west. The orange sun peeked above the landscape only enough to show half its face, casting the white-clad hills in hues of bronze and copper. The wind was low today, a bit of luck, but even the soft breeze sent chills down Lucian's spine. Even if his body was warm, his gloves weren't enough to keep out the cold. He longed for a fire to warm his extremities, but that wouldn't come until tonight, long after the sun had set. They were halfway up the mountains when they broke for their first meal of kelp bars and smoked fish. Both had to melt in their mouths before it was even possible to chew. It made for unpleasant eating, but at least Linus allowed a small fire in the cleft of a rock, around which they huddled. Lucian saw a single column of smoke on the southern horizon. It looked to be rising from the direction of the village. "What do we do?" Plato asked, watching.
"Can't they last a week longer?"
Linus asked. It was clear from his expression that he didn't want to change course. But Lucian had a vision of an exile there, cold, alone, and hungry. They might already be running low on supplies, and the snow would be even deeper in the valley. All Lucian could wonder was whether it was someone he knew, someone like Emma. That thought alone was enough to make the decision. "We should go down there," Lucian said. "See who it is and spend the night in the cabins." "That would delay your test," Plato said. Lucian thought about the problem. "With this weather, they might be dead in a week. We can at least check and direct them to one of the caches." Linus chuckled.
"You think your girl is over there?"
"It could be anybody," Lucian said. "We can delay the test." The two older men thought about the problem for a few minutes, long enough for Lucian to feel the cold seeping into his bones. He was ready to get moving.
"We'll let you decide, Lucian,"
Linus finally said. The idea that it might be Emma, against all odds, decided for him. "I want to go down there," he said. "We can vet them for fraying. If they are, we can leave them behind. If they aren't, we can take them to the cave to await our return."
"And if they try to follow us?"
Linus asked. "Hard to do without snowshoes." "He makes a good point," Plato admitted. Linus thought for a moment, stroking his beard.
"Well, if we are going down there, we better do it now," About an hour of daylight left, and these icy hills can be treacherous.
Lucian tried not to think too much about who was down in the valley as he trekked across the snow in the direction of the smoke, though that was impossible. As small as the chance was, it could be Emma. That added urgency to his steps. By the time they crested the final rise that overlooked the cabins, the sun had sunk beneath the horizon, leaving a star-filled sky above them. They watched for about a minute. Only one of the cabins, the very one Lucian had used, had smoke rising from its chimney. Lucian went down slope, the two older men following him tentatively. As he suspected, the snowdrifts were higher, almost reaching the roofs of most of the cabins. Even with the snowshoes, he found himself sinking uncomfortably low in the snow. Lucian could see a path through the snow on the opposite end of the valley. That was where the exile had likely burned his way down. Someone skilled with thermalism, then. Once about 20 meters from the cabin, Lucian stopped. He looked back at his companions, who stood, waiting for the next move. "What now?" Lucian asked.
"This was your idea," Linus said. "First contact is on you."
Why did they think this was going to go so badly? Lucian supposed the exile might be frayed, but no novice at the academy had been like that, showing symptoms of rot in both mind and body. But maybe he was wrong. Maybe all this was a mistake. And after going through the ordeal, Lucian couldn't stream anymore, not unless he wanted to undo all his hard work. That meant he had nothing but his shock spear to defend himself with, and he couldn't even use magic to break through an energy shield streamed by an enemy mage. He took the spear from his pocket and extended it. Thinking for a moment, he collapsed it. Having it out would only panic whoever was on the other side of that door. Linus and Plato were right to be cautious. Whoever was inside could be dangerous. Then again, it could be a friend. Even Emma. They had already come all this way. It was time to finish the job. He turned to the older men. "Stay here. Or not. I'm knocking." Without waiting for an answer, Lucian walked to the door. Linus and Plato followed. 31. Lucian watched the door of the cabin, his heart beating faster. Lucian rapped 3 times, then took several steps back. He waited a good 30 seconds. Part of him wanted to turn and go. Perhaps even most of him. But curiosity got the better of him. "Hello?" Lucian called. "Anyone home?" There was still no answer. Lucian looked at Linus and Plato. Linus shrugged while Plato nodded toward the door. Lucian turned the knob and pushed in, revealing a dark interior lit only by the embers of the hearth. Lucian couldn't see into the dark corner where the bed was. Was there someone lying under the blanket? "Hello?" The form didn't move. Either it was asleep, or... Linus touched Lucian's shoulder, making him jump.
"Sorry. I can check if you want."
Lucian let him pass, feeling sick to his stomach. Linus walked to the bed and turned a body face up. It was hard to tell who it was in the darkness, but the form was male, and the face young.
"Suicide," Linus said. "Ground is too frozen to bury him."
Suicide? Lucian made himself go closer, even if it was the last thing he wanted to do. He looked down at the face and recognized the exile. "Marcus," he said. The realization was like a punch to the gut.
"You knew him?"
Linus asked. "He was in my trial group." He shook his head. "We must have been just a few hours late. The fire is down to coals. Had they come straight here, Marcus might have found something to live for. What a terrible waste. Could it have been an accident?" Plato knelt on the floor, picking up a shock spear lying by the bedside. "This was no accident. Applied to the base of the skull, most likely, with a simple dynamistic stream. But death is painless as it is quick. Lucian shuddered. He was newer than me. But he handled himself well regardless. Why in the world would he have been sent here? Of course, the Transcends could have exiled him for any number of reasons. It didn't necessarily have to be about his trial performance. Whatever the case, Marcus was no longer alive to tell the story.
There's not much we can do, Linus said. We can go through his supplies, take what we need and stash the rest nearby, in case they send someone else soon. The body we'll have to burn.
He wasn't afraid, Lucian said. At least, he wasn't a month ago. Had it been so long since he'd arrived on the Isle of Madness? The thought seemed unreal. Lucian remembered how he had considered the same choice Marcus made. The only thing that saved Lucian was seeing the steam of the springs in the distance. Surely Marcus saw that same steam. He might have even tried to get out of the valley, but couldn't. Perhaps the sheer effort of burning his way across the snow-filled landscape had pushed him past the point of no return. Lucian felt a chill, knowing that it could have been him. I doubt we have the fuel that'll make a fire that burns hot enough, Plato said.
I say we leave it for later, Linus said. It's cold enough to keep. We can bury it in the grove south of the springs, with the others.
The others? How many had these two buried over the years? Lucian didn't understand how they could talk about Marcus that way. Presumably he had a family, and others who loved him. Somewhere. What would the Transcends tell them about their son? The cold, hard truth, most likely. Or even more probable, nothing at all. That would be just like them. Lucian shook his head. I don't see what else we can do. Linus took Marcus's shock spear, collapsing and pocketing it.
We can never have enough of these. Great for fishing.
More canned food, too, Plato said, rifling through Marcus's pack. You think you can carry this, Lucian? He was one of us, Lucian said. An exile. And you would dishonor him like this? Linus and Plato stopped what they were doing. Maybe you didn't know him, but he was one of us. At least each had the grace to look a little guilty. Plato was the first to respond. When you've seen so much death, you become desensitized to it. I don't care what you call it, Lucian said. Just have more respect. Lucian walked out of the cabin. He couldn't stand being in there another moment. About 5 minutes later, the two older men emerged. Plato didn't ask Lucian to carry Marcus's stuff. Lucian looked at Linus. Do we have time to head north? Linus shook his head.
We'll have to use one of the other cabins.
They took the cabin opposite of Marcus's and hunkered down for the night. Soon enough, they had a fire going, with some of Marcus's canned food cooking over the hearth. They spoke not a word. Lucian couldn't emerge from his gloom. He kept thinking of Marcus's dead body, still lying in the dark cabin. He could only have been dead a few hours. It was almost too cruel to believe. After eating, they each settled down in their own corner. Plato won the toss to get the cot. The other cabins were in such a poor state that they couldn't be used, and they hadn't the fuel for multiple fires anyway. Linus and Lucian took up positions near the hearth. Despite the stink, it was better than being cold. And it was in that manner, with the cold wind howling outside and unwelcome thoughts running through his mind, that Lucian fell into a fitful sleep. When Linus woke Lucian, Plato was making breakfast over the fire. They ate quickly and within minutes were heading out the door without a single word being spoken. They set off north, the auroras and starlight their only illumination. The long night would last for tens of hours. It was so cold that every intake of breath shocked Lucian's lungs. He covered his mouth with a scarf to protect his face from the dry, frigid air. They left the valley, heading for the northern hills they had left behind the day before. They spent the greater part of the night scaling the ridge. Linus and Plato moved so quickly that Lucian had trouble keeping up. The wind picked up as they neared the top. When they crested the ridge, the cold gusts were painful in their intensity. In the distance, Lucian could make out the vast ice sheet, several kilometers tall, stretching from horizon to horizon. The sheer scale of that wall took his breath away. It was a cold, desolate wonder, infused with the rainbow reflection of the dancing lights above. All that was left before the ice cap was several kilometers of flat, gray tundra. "We call the area north of the mountains the wastes," Plato said. As inhospitable can be." Lucian could only wonder what to expect as they followed the slope downward. Thankfully, it was not as sheer as the southern face, so it only took an hour of walking and sliding to make it to the bottom. There was no life Lucian could see. No lichen, nor rock crabs, nor any of the tough life that eked out an existence south of the mountains. He might as well have been walking across the bare surface of an asteroid or comet, from the clarity of the clear sky and the frozen barrenness of the landscape. A dusting of dry snow swirled upon the flat, frozen ground, carrying sleet from the ice cap to the north. For as many layers as Lucian was wearing, it wasn't enough. They could not survive out here for long. They needed a fire, and Lucian couldn't stop his teeth from chattering. "Almost there," Linus said. "Don't get frostbite yet." "I'm glad for the extra padding," Plato said, patting his belly. His words were almost eaten by the wind. Lucian didn't have the heart to respond. To think there was such a place as Miami, with sultry air and hot beaches, seemed the height of fantasy. He tried to imagine himself there right now. If he'd had his magic, it would have been a simple thing to stream a heat shield, just long enough to warm up. That possibility no longer existed. Lucian spied a deviation in the land ahead, a slight depression that wasn't visible until they were almost upon it. The ground sloped downward and dropped off steeply. Below them was the opening of a cave, what Lucian supposed to be their destination. They hurried down the slope and entered the yawning mouth. Ice crystals clung to every surface. It was almost too dark to see, but at least there was no wind here. Linus and Plato went straight to the end of the cave, seeming to know their way despite the darkness. At the back stood a pile of corded lichen, leaning against the ice-encased wall. "Grab 4 good-sized ones, Lucian," Linus said. Lucian did as he was asked, setting the lichen down in a small nook that would trap the heat. Within moments, Plato had a blaze going with his flint, and they were warming their hands and feet before it. To Lucian, it was heavenly. It was life. But for all its warmth, the fire was not enough. Linus allowed another 2 lichen logs, and the fire burned brighter and hotter. They cooked their dinner, some of Marcus's canned food. Linus announced they would head deeper into the caves once they'd had some rest. Lucian had trouble sleeping, even if the nook had warmed enough to be somewhat comfortable. The wind sounded like the wail of a banshee. What was the point of even being here? He supposed he would find out soon enough. They awoke at daybreak, if the paltry gray light entering the cave could be called that. The fire had burned low, and the air was well below freezing. Lucian threw on more lichen and slept half an hour more. By the time he woke again, Linus and Plato were cooking a pot of stew over the fire. They scraped the pot clean before packing everything up. Little of the insufficient daylight outside found its way inside. Linus assembled a torch from his pack and lit it with the remains of the fire. It burned brightly, revealing the rocky chamber with ice collecting in its corners. For the first time, Lucian saw a dark tunnel descending at the far end. His stomach dropped at the sight. "We're going in there?" "It'll be warmer at least," Plato said. "Let's go." The 3 of them left the fire behind and headed into the dark tunnel. They walked for what seemed hours, generally downward. As good as Plato's word, the air warmed the further they descended. Lucian wondered why they couldn't have just slept here, even if the space was somewhat cramped. Lucian had to uncinch his parka. Sweat collected on his back until he had to remove it completely and carry it under his arm. In the end, they found a small nook in which to place their extra clothing. According to Linus, it was only going to get warmer the further down they went. Maybe that was why they hadn't opted to sleep in this tunnel. It wasn't long before Linus's torch wasn't the only source of light. A dim, bluish-gray luminescence glowed at the end of the tunnel. At first, Lucian thought it was daylight. It couldn't be, though, or the air would be far colder. Once they reached the end of the tunnel, Linus staked his torch in the sandy ground at the beginning of the widening cavern. The first thing Lucian saw was that this space was massive. Glittering blue crystals encrusted its sides and ceiling, lending ample light by which to see. The entire space could have fit the academy in its entirety. They stood on a high ledge, looking upon an underworld of blue stalagmites and stalactites, formed over eons, all of which were coated with those same blue-glowing crystals. But for all that ethereal beauty, it was not the main thing that grabbed Lucian's attention. At the bottom of a winding trail leading from the ledge stood a circular, domed edifice, supported by a ring of pillars, rising above steps encircling its entirety. The structure glowed with blue radiance, the crystals of the cavern seeming to feed off its light. Its interior shone with light blue brilliance, almost blinding to behold. Lucian did not doubt that this structure was left behind by the builders. But what confused him most was that despite its age, surely hundreds of thousands of years, it looked completely unspoiled. His mouth hung agape as he stared at it.
"Now you see," Linus said, with a knowing smile. "Not so bad, eh?"
"It's incredible," Lucian said. "But what does this have to do with a test?" The two men looked back at the structure. They seemed to be taking in the sight just as much as Lucian. "Everything," Linus said. "Inside those ruins, you will find out." Ruins was the last word Lucian would have used to describe that structure. Majestic would be one, magical even. From where else could that light be coming from? He felt something pulling at him within its confines, something familiar. Whatever it was, he had to go down and see it. Linus and Plato's faces shone from the light emanating off the structure's surface. Unlike Lucian, it didn't seem to hurt them to look at. That was strange. "Is there anything else you can tell me before I go in?" "One thing," Plato said. "Remain steadfast." "That's all?" "That's all." "We'll walk down together," Linus said. "But you must go in alone." Lucian followed the older men down, until only a few minutes later they stood before the massive structure. It was even larger up close than it had been from afar. Lucian felt small against it. The gaps between the columns shone radiantly, and the building seemed to loom over him menacingly. Now that he was here, he was afraid to go in. But he also knew he must go in. Something compelled him. As he neared the structure, he pondered Plato's words. Remain steadfast against what? This place was more than a building left behind by the builders. The word building seemed too common a descriptor for it. A wonder, maybe? Or perhaps it was a mausoleum of some forgotten alien lord, or perhaps some forgotten palace? The light shining within was evidence that this place was far from ordinary. Xenoarchaeologists had supposed the builders vanished long ago, as much as 1,000,000 years ago, by some estimates. If so, how could this building be intact? Then again, Lucian thought, the gates were still here, and they were surely as old. But the gates had not been subjected to the same erosive forces as this structure. How long had this place stood in this dismal cave? How had it come to be here in the first place? These questions ran through Lucian's mind as he approached the steep stone steps. Those stairs wrapped around the entirety of the domed edifice, seeming too tall for human legs. Perhaps the builders had walked on two legs like humans, but had longer limbs. Here on the cavern floor, the dome was taller than it had seemed from above. It hung over Lucian, and he felt small in its glowing light. At a guess, it was 50 meters tall and stood about that wide. Lucian tried to take in the details as best he could before making his way upward, the pillars towering over him. He counted 17 steps from the cavern floor to the entrance. There didn't seem to be any sort of design, artwork, or script written on the surfaces. Many archaeologists believed the builders lacked a written language, as no one had found anything of the kind. But this place seemed almost untouched by time. But even so, it didn't seem that there were words or artwork beneath the subtle glow emanating from every surface. Lucian peered beyond the columns. Bluish light radiated from within, making it impossible to see far. He walked toward that light, having to shield his face and squint his eyes. There was no sound or smell. Lucian got the feeling he was entering another dimension, a place where normal rules didn't apply. Could that light somehow be magic? What was this test exactly? After 10 or so steps, he could make out the lines of a pedestal, placed right in the center of the structure. Something seemed to be on top of it, the source of the mighty radiance. That light felt as if it were pulling him. Lucian walked on, compelled to see what the object was. Despite the pain in his eyes, he couldn't keep them closed. It was only when he was standing right in front of the pedestal that he could see the object. There sat a brilliant blue orb, shining like a miniature star. He had to have it. He reached for it with his right hand, but some unseen force repelled him just centimeters away. He struggled against it, but his hand could not proceed any closer. He gritted his teeth. It was so beautiful, so luminous, with whirls of cloud eddying across its immaculately curved surface. He pushed as hard as he could, his hand meeting resistance as steadfast as a diamond wall. Come on! He closed his eyes to give them a rest from the bright light. He worked his fingers around the orb, trying to find some space to force his fingers in. Lucian took a step back to examine the rest of the room for clues. Was this the test, then? To remove this orb and bring it back to Linus and Plato? That thought seemed reprehensible. The orb should be his, and obviously it was still here, meaning Linus and Plato had never managed to pry it loose. With that in mind, Lucian considered the orb longer. Something tickled at his memory about it, but he was so overcome by its beauty that he couldn't think straight. The blue light no longer pained him as he circled it like a vulture, seeking some way he might wrest it free. He wandered the interior of the building to make sure he hadn't missed some obvious detail. Perhaps there was a button or a switch that would allow him to access it. But there was no other ornamentation besides the pedestal and the treasure it held. No, not treasure. Could it be that this was one of the 7 orbs Ariane had described? The possibility seemed beyond belief. And yet, he had seen it in his dreams, and the voice had said it was close. How might he remove it then? If it were one of the 7 aspects of magic, then it was undoubtedly an artifact of great power left behind by the builders. If it was one of the orbs, and it was blue, might not binding magic convince it to come into his possession? If that was so, then he couldn't remove it without streaming, without breaking the commitment he had made to himself. That Must be the test, then. He could have this treasure if he so desired, but it meant breaking his commitment. The mere thought made his blood boil. It was so unfair. If he could only have this, then many possibilities would open to him. He might even use it to escape the island, along with Linus and Plato, though he knew not how. He sensed in some way that it was their ticket to freedom. Or was that only wishful thinking? The temptation to take it was powerful, more powerful than anything he'd ever felt in his life. How could he resist it? Would there be any harm to assuming his focus and only reaching to feel the binding field surrounding the orb? That wasn't streaming. He wouldn't be breaking any rules. If this site were ever discovered, thousands would descend upon it, and his only chance of possessing the orb would evaporate into dust. Even now it was pulling at him. It wanted to be free of its prison. How was it possible he knew that? The very idea wouldn't leave his head, that he might be the orb's rescuer. It was wrong to let such a beautiful thing shine in this place of darkness. He could become the orb's caretaker, its steward, perhaps even bringing it to a museum to get it appraised. One thing he did know, if he left it behind, he would regret it for the rest of his life. And yet, there was his promise, his commitment. Was that all for nothing? Still, he found himself reaching out as if he were a puppet of a master beyond his control. He closed his eyes, reached for his focus. No, he couldn't. He forced himself to look away from the orb, forced himself to take a few steps backward. With each step, the pull and the temptation grew more powerful. There was something special about this artifact, something mesmerizing. The idea of holding it in his hand and unlocking its power was too great to resist. If not that, he could stare at it, discovering its essence even as its light blinded him. He had to get away from here. Despite the logic of this thought, he couldn't help but remain transfixed. He became aware of the fact that the longer he stood here, the harder it would be to leave. How long had he already watched it? 5 minutes? Or 5 hours? Right here, right now, was his chance to commit, for good, to the life ahead of him. And a life without magic, without power, seemed a pale thing indeed compared to this. Would he be content staying on the Isle of Madness and making a new life for himself? Or would he die here, drawn to this orb like a moth to a flame? He tried to think of something, anything that might get him to step away. Living on this island would not be enough. He needed something more. Nor did he want to choose the path Marcus had taken. That meant there was only one option left: to take the orb. He closed his eyes and saw Emma's face. She was smiling, and it felt as if she were in front of him. What would she make of all this? And what would she tell him? He knew that answer without having to ask. She would tell him this wasn't right. She would tell him to back off. Trust yourself. The words came from seemingly nowhere, but they seemed to come from her. Lucian didn't trust himself. Somehow he knew if he streamed at this orb, it would be the death of him. And what scared him was he knew he would be smiling as it happened. This orb wasn't his. It never was. He turned his back on it and walked quickly to the entrance, between the columns and out of the radiance. The dim light of the cavern seemed like a world of darkness in comparison to the light and joy he'd left behind. Linus and Plato were waiting at the bottom of the steps, but Lucian could hardly focus on either. His vision swam before him, still half blind from the brilliance of the orb. He stumbled at the bottom of the steps, but Plato reached him quickly, breaking his fall. Lucian closed his eyes, trying to collect his thoughts. "Well?" Plato asked. Lucian blinked and marshaled all his mental energy to respond. The orb was still boring into his mind. He wanted to go back and attempt to extricate it again. The thought was madness. I'm done with this test, Lucian said. I'm done with being tested. Plato and Linus exchanged a glance, but neither said a word. In the end, Linus broke the silence.
What did you see, Lucian? What did you do?
I passed the test, he said. The orb has no hold on me. Linus and Plato shared another look, one of confusion, before they both looked back at Lucian.
Orb?
Plato asked.
What do you mean?
Did they not know? The orb. That wasn't the test, then?
Neither of us knows what you're talking about, Linus said. Nothing in there spoke to you?
Who would have spoken to me? They couldn't mean Emma's voice. How could they have known about that?
He must go back in, Linus said. Or else he can't have passed the test.
What of this orb, then? Plato asked. Should we not investigate? You really don't know what I'm talking about. There was this blue orb at the very center of the structure. You'll see it, clear as day.
I'm going in, Linus said. You two can wait here. I won't take long.
Linus marched up the steps and between the pillars. What was in there, Lucian? Plato asked. What happened? There was this pedestal on the very center, and from it an orb shining so brightly that I could hardly look at it. Plato's brow scrunched in confusion. Yeah, that's not supposed to be there. Are you sure? I'm not lying. No, of course not. It's just strange. If it was there, why not pick it up and show us? There's a barrier, Lucian said. A binding barrier, I think. Those are difficult to make, and break, Plato mused. Binding shields are much sturdier than dynamistic shields. He thought about the problem. But if that's true, then there must be a source for the magic. At that moment, Linus appeared at the top of the steps. He shook his head before starting down. When he reached Lucian and Plato, he said, Whatever you saw in there, it's gone. What? Lucian said. That's impossible. He started for the steps, but Linus grabbed him by the shoulder. No, your test is done, and I won't risk anything. It would seem your test is different from all the others, for some reason. I see your look. I don't doubt your story, boy. It's just mighty strange. Why was it different? What was I supposed to have seen? A vision, Linus said. A foretelling of your future. He gestured toward the building. That's why we call this place the Oracle, and why we didn't call it that until just now. Didn't want you to think we were crazy. Are you sure you didn't hear a thing and only saw this orb? Lucian nodded. I thought I might have heard my friend's voice in there, but it could have been my imagination. That seemed to give both men pause. In the end, Linus said, That could very well be, but the Oracle isn't anyone you know. Of that you can be sure. Maybe what you saw was a vision rather than a message. It didn't seem like a vision, Lucian said. It seemed very real. This was not meant to be a vision, but a revelation, Plato said. You should have learned your future, whether this island was your fate, as both of us did. Lucian looked up at them with surprise. That was what all this had been about? If the orb had been a revelation of the future, then it couldn't have been on this island, could it? He was only more confused. I should go back and see, he said. If it's only a vision, it can't hurt me, right? I wouldn't be so sure of that, Plato said. Nothing like this has ever happened before. We should be careful. When you took others down here for their tests, what happened to them? You're the only one to get this far in years, Linus said. Some told us it was their fate to stay here, others not. With you, though, we don't have a clear answer. I'm not sure what to do with that. Should I go back in or not? Lucian asked. It would be irregular, Linus said. It's up to you. Lucian looked back at the entrance of the Oracle. That same blue light emanated outward, giving the columns a sapphire luster. Lucian knew what he had to do, but what if he couldn't leave this time? But if there was a chance that this place would tell his future, he had to go in. He went up the steps once again. 32. When Lucian went inside the oracle, it was completely vacant. The pedestal was gone, along with the orb it had held. He blinked in surprise. Whatever happened, it must have been a vision, unless the pedestal had somehow retracted into the floor below. Lucian went to where the pedestal once stood, but there was nothing he could see. The smooth surface was as unbroken as any other part of the structure. He couldn't help but be disappointed. He'd had his chance to take the orb, and he'd ruined it. Now, it would never be his. He hurried outside the columns, finding Plato and Linus waiting for him at the bottom. He was glad to be out of that place.
Nothing?
Linus asked. Lucian shook his head. Empty. Plato nodded. That's what we expected. It was a vision. I don't see how this is possible, Lucian said.
It's magic, boy, Linus said. Sometimes it can't be explained. We should go. We'll figure out what to do with your vision when we get back to the cave entrance. I need some time to stew on it.
And by stew, you mean eat, right? Plato asked. I'm hungry. The three set off back in the direction of the cavern's entrance. Before the tunnel hid the oracle from view, Lucian turned back to look. It was no longer glowing, and its state seemed far more dilapidated than before. Most of the columns still stood, but they had lost their luster. Pockmarks riddled the entire structure as if corroded by acid. The steps were broken, and piles of rubble were strewn about. The roof held several large holes. Had it always looked like that? The glow obscuring the imperfections beneath? Lucian no longer knew what to think. Has it always looked that way? Lucian asked. His two companions stopped and looked back. What do you mean? Plato asked. It's been that way for as long as we've seen it, and it's likely been that way for tens of thousands of years. They both looked at him, but Lucian could only stare incredulously. Had his very perception of the oracle, with all its glory, been a vision as well? Lucian wanted nothing more than to be away from this infernal place. Something wasn't right about it. Let's move on, he said. They left the oracle behind, and with every step, Lucian felt the lighter. A snowstorm was blowing by the time they reached the cave entrance. Plato built up a fire, and the three crowded around it. With luck, they might make it to the home cave in time for dinner tomorrow. They heated a stew and ate around the fire. It was cold out here, but the last thing Lucian wanted was to seek shelter deeper in the cave. That would only bring him closer to the oracle and his vision of the orb. Linus threw on more fuel to better warm them as they settled down for sleep. But Lucian found sleep impossible. It wasn't only the cold. He couldn't get the oracle out of his mind, nor could he stop thinking about the orb. He could still go back. He could still try to figure it out. Now that the idea had taken root, he couldn't get it out of his mind. The passage down would take 3 hours, 2 if he ran most of it. If he waited too long, the opportunity would pass forever. 2 hours there, 2 back, and an hour to investigate. It was madness. Was he fraying already to consider such a thing? But he was already standing. He watched the 2 older men, both fast asleep by the light of the fire. Odds were they would notice he was gone, but he couldn't stop now. He had to see if the oracle had reverted to its former glory, or if it had only been his imagination. Before he could doubt himself, Lucian lit a spare torch and began his long descent into the darkness. About 15 minutes in, he paused and decided to go back. What if his torch went out in the tunnel and he became lost down here? What would happen if Linus and Plato discovered him gone? Despite these questions, he found himself running. He had to know. or he would be wondering what if for the rest of his life. There was something about that oracle. It was connected to everything. He didn't know, but he had to get down there to find out. If the orb had anything to do with Ariane's vision, he had to find it again. So he continued to run. At least an hour passed, and then 2. He was grateful for all the physical training he'd gotten over the last few months. Without that, he would have collapsed an hour ago. He was getting close. At last, he came to the final bend. He could see the blue light emanating from the crystal cavern ahead. His heart thundered in his chest. In moments, he would be confirming the truth. He sprinted until he was out of the tunnel. Upon entering the cavern, he smiled. It was as it had been. The radiant oracle shone in its full splendor, its marble columns and steps glowing while its cerulean-domed roof shone with sapphire beauty. Lucian didn't understand how it was doing this, or why. There was only one way to solve the puzzle. The orb was in there. It was waiting. Lucian hurried down the trail and within minutes was standing before the steps. This time, though, he didn't feel alone. Someone, or something, was watching him. Despite his fear, he climbed the steps. He tried to ignore the feeling that he might be a bug crawling into a fly trap. Once again, he stood within the hallowed space. The radiance again was blinding, emanating from the central pedestal. The orb awaited. He had a vision of Plato and Linus heading down the tunnel, having discovered his absence. He didn't know whether it was real, but it was enough impetus for him to step forward into the light. He was only a meter from the beautiful blue artifact. If he could reach out and grab it, it was just small enough to fit in one hand. But when he did reach, the orb repulsed him once again. This time, however, he meant to have it. Compulsion drove him. It was necessary. For the first time since entering the cave, Lucian reached for his focus. He felt his magic waiting beyond. There was a block, but there were weaknesses, cracks in the dam he could exploit if he truly wished. The orb would show him the way. He knew it. Why was he doing this? Assuming he attained it, what would he do with it? For all he knew, the orb burned hotter than a neutron star and would obliterate him as soon as the field dissipated. Maybe the builders had placed it here because it was too dangerous. Perhaps it was a religious relic, and the building a shrine. Whatever the case, it seemed to Lucian they meant to hide it. Why else would it be so deep underground on such a remote island? Then again, at the time ancients had built the shrine, it might have been above ground, visible for all to see. "Beautiful, isn't it?" came a musical female voice. Lucian almost jumped out of his skin as he pivoted, and there stood the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She shone with blue brilliance, her appearance like a goddess from myth, so perfectly formed as to be eerie. Her wavy raven-black hair fell past her shoulders, while her creamy skin was free of wrinkles and disfigurement. Her face was the glory of youth, but at the same time had a strange, ageless quality. When her steely blue eyes gazed at Lucian, they seemed to see far more than the surface. Those eyes saw into his very soul and knew that he wanted her treasure. He stood, paralyzed, unable to speak. She looked familiar, but Lucian did not understand why. "Who are you?" Lucian asked, his voice coming out cracked. It was a struggle to even meet her eyes. He was unworthy of them. "Who am I?" she asked, smiling. "I'm the one who called you here. I'm the oracle of this shrine. You can think of me as a spirit, a manifestation of the manifold." "A goddess?" "If you please." Lucian found another question on his lips, but at that point, she moved past him. Her hair brushed his arm, and in her wake, She left a sweet fragrance of apple blossoms and cinnamon. He lost his train of thought then, and took a couple of steps back to gain some distance, and hopefully his mental clarity. Her eyes met his again, before her attention returned to the orb. Its bright blue light reflected in her eyes, like sapphires in sunlight. "What is it, then?" Lucian asked, doing his best to keep his eyes off her and on the orb. "What is this place?" She placed her hand upon the orb. For her, there was no barrier. As she touched it, her entire body emanated radiance. When she removed her hand from the orb, the radiance receded. "Do not be alarmed, but I can see into your mind," she said. "I know your thoughts, your desires, your fears, your memories. And I will use that information to tell you a story that can make sense to you, in the language you can understand." Lucian found he didn't have a response. What could he say to such a thing? The oracle continued. "Long, long ago, the ones you call the builders, or perhaps the ancients, had an empire encompassing 1,000 suns. They called it Starsea. Like your kind, they discovered the manifold and learned to use it. They used the gates to settle the worlds. They used magic for various arts, star sailing, construction, and the craft of war." Her face twisted. Even that expression was beautiful. "But after a time, the madness visited them. As more awakened to the manifold, more were taken by the madness, and they destroyed each other. Their temples, their mansions, and their towers became dust, and their thralls rebelled." She smiled grimly and looked at Lucian. "Some, like you, were among the thralls. But that was long ago, and your kind looks different now. Starsea fell, a shadow now consuming itself. The broken empire could not be reforged. The time of legends passed into the time of madness, and the time of madness into the time of darkness. Each generation, smaller than the last, grew even sicker, even more devolved, even more depraved, even more ignorant. Until one day, centuries after the desolation, none of us remained." Us? So she was one of them. And what was the connection between this Starsea and the Starsea he knew, the short-lived insurrection led by Zara Malice? The oracle paused to allow Lucian to absorb this information. What did any of it mean? Despite the 1,000 questions he had, he couldn't bring himself to speak. To interrupt her was a travesty too great for words. "Their fall was as great as their power," she went on. "They did things with magic that humanity could never imagine. But, like humanity, the builders could not free themselves from baser instincts. And magic only served to magnify everything ugly about them. The galaxy became a dark place, even at the height of the time of legends. Power begets power. Conquest begets conquest. The lords of Starsea were locked in a bitter war with one another, only subservient to the immortal emperor. But at last, they had reached their limit." She paused, seemingly to give Lucian a chance to ask questions. He finally found his tongue, his former paralysis melting away. "What do you mean, they reached their limit?" Her eyes became distant, even sad. "The Alcassin came. Despite the ancients' power, no amount of magic could compete with that dread menace. The manifold turned against Starsea. The pristine worlds were sieged and ran with blood. The temples of Nai Shiren which had never felt the pain of war, crumbled into ruin. Hundreds of worlds fell to their onslaught. Starsea disintegrated before the Alcassan hordes. Lucian didn't understand a word of what she was talking about, though he sensed the sadness of her words, and almost mourned with her for those bygone days. "You were one of them," he said. "Right?" She gave a slow nod. "And I am now bound to this place." "Why?" She nodded at the orb. "I'm to guard that, until I find one who is worthy to bear it." Lucian realized that she was the key to gaining the orb. He had so many questions, but all he could think to ask was one. "What is it?" Lucian asked. "Is it one of the 7 aspects of magic?" She smiled, as if that were funny. "I feared a time might come where knowledge of them would pass out of all memory. It seems you know something about them." "There was a man," Lucian said. "Ariane. He delved the manifold and had a prophecy about orbs and aspects." She nodded, as if already privy to that knowledge. Lucian wasn't sure how that could be, but she seemed a being of incredible power and knowledge. "Do you not feel the desire to hold it, Lucian?" She knew his name, but he did not find that fact surprising. After all, she said she could see into his thoughts and memories. He looked at the orb again. "I do, but I've committed to not use magic, and I will have to stream if I take that orb." The oracle watched him. It was hard to read those beautiful eyes. "This is an artifact of great power, one of 7 in Starsea of its kind." She looked at it, with a strange mixture of pain and longing. "It was the dream of many to hold all 7. For a time, the immortal emperor did, he who ruled Starsea. But even in his great power, he was brought low by the people he subdued, despite the power of the orbs. Upon his death, the mages fought over his remains, and the 7 vigilants took the orbs, rendering Starsea asunder. But unknown in those days, when the orbs are separate, the madness takes hold. If all are held by one, the madness is kept at bay. There were none strong enough to regather what was lost, nor were there any vigilants willing to give up their orb for the greater good. When one died, another usurper took his or her orb, becoming the new vigilant. Thus, several of your centuries passed. This was the time of madness, where Starsea slowly but surely disintegrated. When the Alcassan at last came, there were none left who could resist them. Starsea was laid to waste, and the ancients were no more." "The Alcassan. Who are they?" "The ones you call the Swarmers." Lucian felt a chill at those words. The Swarmers he knew? Then they had outlived this Starsea Empire for hundreds of thousands of years, long enough to begin hunting humanity. If an empire of hundreds of worlds with inconceivable magic could not survive them, what hope did humanity have? Lucian decided to ask about something else. "You said if one person holds these 7 orbs, the madness is kept at bay. You mean the fraying, right?" "Yes," she said. "Gathering the 7 would end the maddening effect of magic. Each orb grants a further boon, too. Whoever holds one can stream the magic of its aspect without fear of the madness visiting." She nodded toward the blue orb before her, which Lucian watched with renewed awe. "This is the orb of binding. It is mine. But my dream of holding all 7 is as dead as I am. Only the power of this orb allows my spirit to abide, to await one worthy of bearing it." "And the other orbs do the same?" Lucian said. "If I were to have this, I could stream binding without fear of fraying?" The oracle nodded. This is so. It is not easy to wield. It requires competence, and the orb spirit must respect your power and your heart. But assuming so, its strength becomes yours. Lucian's heart raced with the implications. This was power beyond power. Yes, I can see how that might be useful. The oracle gave a sonorous laugh. An understatement. The Vigilants fought wars, with billions of dead on either side, for the mere dream of holding a single orb. Empires rose and fell in the bleeding carcass of what was once the empire of Starsea. The Vigilants were nigh unassailable in their aspect. Furthermore, each orb extends the life of the one holding it. But true immortality, that which is out of reach of all those cursed to dwell in the shadow realm, is not granted until all 7 are held. It is from this that the immortal emperor of old derived his title. I guess he wasn't so immortal if he was overthrown. She stared at Lucian as if he were supremely stupid. A being of his power does not simply die, Lucian. The immortal lives on in the manifold itself now. His spirit endures, for I can hear his whispers in the darkness of my mind. Her eyes focused intently on his. And I see that you have heard those whispers too. Lucian thought of that dark voice he'd heard during the metaphysical, and on this very island. A chill passed through him. Why am I hearing him? Lucian asked. Because, Lucian, you are a mage of unusual strength. And if my instincts are correct, I believe you are the chosen of the manifold. Lucian felt his hair stand on end. He didn't know what that meant, but he didn't like it. The what? Once every cycle, the chosen is born. The chosen is the only one with the power to gather the 7 aspects of magic, the 7 orbs, the jewels of Starsea, and end the cycles once and for all, or not. I don't know what you're talking about. But Lucian thought back to yet another conversation he'd had with Vera on the Burung. She had said the manifold had marked him in some strange way. Could this be the same thing, just with different words? The whole idea made him feel sick. I'm not saying you are the chosen of the manifold, the oracle said. Only that I believe you may be. Nonetheless, there is always one, just as our immortal emperor was the chosen of our cycle. But you are unusually gifted with magic, though you are still limited by lack of training. Surely your masters noticed unusual progress in all or most of the aspects of the manifold? Only toward the end of my training, but he trailed off. This can't be real. It is real, the oracle said. Just as real as you talking to an oracle of Starsea, who was the final vigilant of binding. Lucian felt as if he might faint. He needed a whole canteen of sea drink right about now. So, if this is me, I'm the only one that can end this cycle? He shook his head. What the hell is a cycle anyway? It felt wrong to curse in her presence, but Lucian was done mincing words. If she was going to tell him he was 1 in a billion's chance to be some sort of chosen one, then she had better give him the evidence. As I said before, each vigilant dreamed one day to hold all 7. But holding a single orb, or even 6, cannot keep decay or the madness completely at bay. At times, the vigilance needed to stream other aspects. The vigilance could be sure of no one's loyalty, as every mage of Starsea coveted the orbs. Friends and family, overcome with greed, turned against the vigilance. Some even succeeded in gaining the object of their desire, becoming the new vigilant. Tears streamed from her eyes. Lucian knew then she was speaking from experience. Had she been the one who was betrayed, or the betrayer? There might be ugliness beneath that beauty. You were a vigilant then, and then you became this oracle. How? And why? She hesitated a moment. When a vigilant dies, their orb bleeds out from their heart. And by heart, I mean the point where soul meets magic, the gateway through which the manifold streams, the mage's focus. Whether that death comes from the cut of a blade, from magic, the madness, or simply old age, the vigilant loses the orb, and the orb goes to whoever finds it next, even if that person possesses not a shred of the gift. They possess the gift as soon as they accept the orb as theirs. The gift being magic itself, Lucian said. So rather than die with the orb, you created this place, so none may have it. All of us agreed to such. I was the final vigilant of binding, just as the others were the last of their kind. The Alcassin were coming, laying waste to all. Even combining forces, we were too weak to defend the tattered remains of Starsea. She fell silent. So we made a pact, and we bound our word with magic, that our very orbs would destroy us, should we not go through with it, barring us from eternal rest and glory in the light realm, for such was the distrust sown between us. We forced ourselves to work for a far distant future, where the future chosen might find all 7 orbs, and end the Starsea cycle once and for all. Lucian could only think to ask one thing. How long have you been here, then? It was a long time before she spoke again, her face a mask of sorrow. Countless epochs, terrible epochs, passing in silence. I can't say how long it has been. I've been waiting for someone worthy to come, someone strong and wise enough to not fail, as the immortal Emperor did. What about the other vigilants? How do they factor into this? Those vigilants are now the oracles, what remains of Starsea. They each have their secret places, where they took their orb to hide. They wouldn't make themselves easy to find. After all, it is necessary to prove one's worth to gain each orb. This world was my home, my chosen place. As with the other oracles, you must prove your worth to me if I am to relinquish the orb of binding to you. You said if a vigilant dies with their orb, it bleeds out from their focus. What would happen if a vigilant died with an orb alone, with no one around to find it? I don't know, she said. I've often wondered that myself. It has never happened, for a vigilant was always surrounded by sycophants. I suppose it could have happened, as each vigilant departed the summit to create their place to guard their orb. However, the manifold sleeps with the sleeping of the orbs. The Starsea cycle comes to a pause, and mages are no longer born. What do you mean, comes to a pause? Magic itself ends, except within the confines of each oracle, and with the gates. Though one day, given time, their magic will end too. They are far too powerful to be affected so easily by the sleeping of the orbs. And since magic slept after we each went our separate ways, it's safe to say each vigilant accomplished their mission, staying true to their word given at the summit. Lucian was confused. But Magic hasn't ended, and humanity can use magic. A few of us, at least. The return of magic coincides with the beginning of a new cycle, the oracle said, as well as a new chosen of the manifold. Magic only returns when at least one of the orbs is active, which has been the case for greater than one of your centuries. If that was true, then it could only mean one thing, and Lucian reeled at the implications. That means, yes, she said. Somehow, somewhere, a human has found an orb. The Starsea cycle has begun anew. Magic has returned, the manifold imparting its gift on select numbers of humanity. The madness has also returned, and with the madness, the Alcassin. The thought seemed unbelievable. Someone had another orb. Who could it possibly be? Someone found an orb over a century ago, Lucian said. And that caused magic to be released again? The oracle gave a regal nod. Some mage out there had unlimited power with one of the aspects. Someone out there exploring the gates probably happened upon one of the oracles all those years ago. And by taking that orb, they had unwittingly released magic upon humanity, along with the madness, the fraying. The Starsea cycle had resumed, the desolation foretold by Ariane. It seems unreal, he finally said. Who could it have been? I don't know, the oracle said. Nor do I know which orb was found. Where did the orbs come from, then? Lucian asked. Where did the manifold come from? How did this immortal emperor find them all? The manifold is the unmoved mover, that which remains still when all else is in motion. That is why, only with focus, it can be sensed. As for the orbs, we don't know where they came from. They were from even before we ancients. They exist in both light and shadow, the meeting of the ethereal background to reality itself. They are the 7 aspects of magic, so far as they can exist physically in the shadow world. Somehow, the immortal emperor who lived far before my time discovered them, thereby preventing the madness from destroying my species while he held them. He was our chosen. He gathered them all before the madness could take hold, and wielded them in power and glory. But he could not save himself from the insurrection, nor his heirs save themselves from the Alcassin. She was quiet then for a long while. Lucian almost thought she wasn't going to say anything else. The real question, of course, is whether I should grant you my orb. If I do, you would be able to use binding magic without fear of being destroyed by it. But first, I must deem you worthy. And how would I do that? She smiled. I sense a purpose in you, potential for greatness I haven't seen since I imprisoned myself in this place. Why would you give it to me anyway? What would you have me do with it? That is what you are to tell me. Of course, you have every right to refuse it. I'm not following. The Starsea cycle has resumed since an orb was discovered after all 7 lay dormant. The cycle pauses when all 7 lie dormant. Who's to say how many times we've gone through these cycles of desolation? When one holds all 7, the madness is stopped, and the one who holds the orbs becomes the immortal, the chosen of the manifold. Nothing will kill them, save a grievous wound. She watched Lucian carefully, as if to see whether he was following. Magic has been dormant for over 1,000,000 of your years, Lucian. But now it has awoken. The cycle has resumed, and the madness will take your mages one by one, until someone holds all 7 orbs. Despite all this overwhelming information, Lucian understood the reason she had called him here. She thought he had the strength to find the orbs, to gather them. She thought he was the chosen of the manifold, just as this immortal guy was back in the time of Starsea. But what did she want of him? Did she expect him to be strong enough to be this chosen? There was absolutely no way. But even if Lucian wanted to say as much, he couldn't speak at all. This is what I wish of you, Lucian. I want you to find all the orbs, but not to become the cruel master of a new Starsea empire. She watched him closely, the intensity of her gaze unsettling. I want you to find the orbs and end the cycle, to end magic itself, to sever the connection between the light and shadow once and for all. 33. Lucian watched her in stunned silence. The sheer weight of that sentence almost made him laugh. End magic? You must be joking. I'm not, the oracle said. I've waited here untold years for one strong enough to bear the orb, one who might potentially be the chosen. I may never get another chance. What about Linus and Plato? Lucian asked. You know about them, right? Yes, but I sensed also that they would not be able to bear it. Linus is closed to using magic. Plato is the same. And neither are strong enough to bear the orbs. I sensed all that and more. Of course, you are not without your weaknesses, and what I ask may be impossible regardless. But if no one tries, then we are doomed to repeat the past. The Starsea cycle will continue until the stars burn out, and the universe is nothing but a cold, dark void. For more than 1,000,000 years I've waited for one worthy to come. But I will not grant you the orb unless you agree to find them all. You must commit to complete the work none of us could accomplish. Lucian shuddered at the mere thought that he might have to do this. He didn't know enough. He wasn't strong enough. It was too much of a burden. I don't know where the other orbs even are. And who's to say that the other oracles will be willing to give their orbs to me? What if the others don't want magic to end? Relinquishing the orb is the only way they can pass onto the light realm, she said. That is sealed by the magic of the pact we swore long ago. If they cannot give it to you, there is likely no one they can give it to. Pass. You mean die? She sighed. We mages exist in both light and shadow. When our minds pass out of the shadow realm, our focus remains in the light realm. That is where I will go as soon as my work here is done. I've only abided so long because I refused to give my orb to anyone unless I was certain they could accomplish the work. Like me, the others will sense your power. You must make them understand if they refuse to give you their orbs. But how would I even begin finding them? I can't expect to stumble upon them all accidentally as I did here. The oracles built their shrines all across Starsea, in places far and places wide, in places cold and places hot. Indeed, some do not wish for the orbs to be destroyed like me, Lucian. Perhaps most. Some wish for the rise of a new immortal emperor, a new time of legends, in the hope that, by the new immortal's power and magic, the new immortal might revive them. Is such a thing possible? Who's to say? The oracle asked. But that was never meant to be. Perhaps with all 7 orbs, there is magic enough to reverse death. to reverse a focus that's faded into the light realm itself. But such a thing would not stop the Starsea cycle. It would only stop it for as long as the Chosen drew breath. Even the immortal Emperor of Starsea fell at the height of his empire's glory.
I see, Lucian said, though he wasn't sure he did.
From the time an orb is found, it is only a matter of time before magic lays waste to the species that uncovered the orbs. As such, I don't know how much time is left. But there is someone out there who has obtained at least one of the orbs.
Another Chosen, then. The Oracle nodded.
There is only one Chosen, Lucian. It could be that this person is the Chosen, as you say, and you are not. In the end, the Chosen is the one who has the strength to gather the 7 orbs. Nothing more or less.
Then why not wait for that other Chosen to find you?
I don't know if that Chosen will find me, the Oracle said. And I don't know what they plan to do with the orb they have already found. Remember, a single orb does not grant eternal life, only longevity, and unlimited, pure ether of that aspect. Only possession of all grants immortality.
This had gone too far. Well, I can't do this. I am an exile of the Volsung Academy. I'm the least qualified of all to do this. Lucian looked at that orb and again felt the desire to own it. Would it be possible to accept this oracle's mission, but still follow the path of his choosing? The idea of the mission was laughably impossible. All of this was so outlandish. How could it be true? How could he even be sure of her motivations? I can't.
If not you, then who?
Who indeed? Transcend White? Too old, despite her power. The Oracle had already rejected Plato and Linus. He thought of Vera, but she too was old, like her sister. Even with the power of one of those orbs, how long might it stretch her life? Lucian didn't know the answer to that. What he did know was that an orb-bearer was out there somewhere. An orb-bearer who may or may not be the Chosen this Oracle was talking about. Lucian couldn't help but wonder what unlimited ether in the aspect of binding would allow him to do. A great many things. But he still needed the knowledge, and he was still restricted by certain rules of magic, such as having to see an object in the first place to be able to bind it. That made crossing the ocean an impossibility. Holding the orb would be an awesome boon, to be sure, but not something that would give him limitless power. He could refuse the oracle and stay on this island for the rest of his life. But he didn't want that outcome. The only other option was to take the orb of binding and escape in the only way he knew how, allowing the shuttle to take him to Psyche. There might be new opportunities there, opportunities that could not be imagined from his position here. He was out of options. The only option that gave him any sort of freedom was accepting the orb, along with the Oracle's mandate to destroy it, as impossible as that seemed. You never explained how I end magic itself, Lucian said. It seems you don't want me to take all these orbs and become a new immortal emperor. I don't think I want that either. I can't imagine a worse fate than having to live forever. I assume it's not as simple as breaking these orbs as soon as I find them? She shook her head. That's impossible. All 7 must be found, and they must be taken to the heart of creation. She cradled the orb in both hands, almost protectively. Where creation began, magic must end. Lucian almost turned around and left right there. The heart of creation? What did that even mean? The manifold in the light realm and the reality we live in, the shadow realm, came into being at the same moment. You must return to the point where it happened, the heart of creation. It is from where the orbs originated, and it is to there they must be taken. That is the physical path into the light realm, the only path that's possible.
The heart of creation? You mean where the Big Bang happened or something?
The very center of everything, yes.
This was only getting more insane by the minute. Lucian could have left long ago, and yet he wanted to hear what she had to say. He couldn't stop himself from listening. How? So, I get the orbs by some miracle, and by some other miracle I make it to this heart of creation. Then what?
There is a gate, the first gate. And through that gate is the heart of creation, the entrance to the light realm itself, from where the aspects of magic came. If you return the orbs there, then the connection between the light realm and shadow will be broken. Magic will end. Forever.
Yes, but how do I even get there? The universe is so vast, I wouldn't make it in a single lifetime. Not in a billion lifetimes, probably.
The first gate lies not in the actual heart of the universe. It merely leads you directly there. And at the heart lies the entrance to the light realm itself.
Okay, I think I see what you mean. So, where is this first gate, then?
It lies deep in dark space. The exact location has been lost, even to our kind.
Dark space?
The abode of the Alcassin.
This was becoming more impossible by the minute. Lucian didn't have the heart to even protest.
The Alcassin are the death knell. When magic awakens, so do they. And when magic sleeps, they sleep likewise. They are connected to the cycles. They grow stronger and stronger until the cycle ends. Only when magic sleeps again do they withdraw from whence they came. Their worlds, if indeed they even live on worlds such as we conceive, lie beyond the borders of Starsea at the Empire's height. It may even be impossible to pass through dark space, but it must be done if the orbs are to be returned to their rightful place, the light realm. That is the only way to stop the Starsea cycle.
It was an impossibility on top of impossibility. And through this first gate is the heart of creation.
Yes.
And how do you know that this place exists?
Because it is how magic first entered the universe. I've dreamed of the first gate, and know that it can be reached. That the first gate was here even before we ancients. Yes, Lucian, it is a slender reed, but it is all we have to ride out the storm.
Impossible. It would be far easier to gather the orbs and become the immortal than to return them to the light realm through the first gate, and gathering the 7 was impossible in itself. It's hopeless, isn't it? Lucian asked. Why not throw the orbs into some black hole or a star?
They would not be destroyed. In the case of a black hole, due to time dilation in its gravity well, you would only ensure the orb's preservation until the end of the universe. The gravity would not undo them anyway. And in the case of a star, they would simply become buried in plasma and impossible to extricate. They are magic, existing in realms of light and shadow. That means they must be taken to the light realm itself, into the reality that makes them no longer exist in the shadow realm. And that can only be done by taking them to the heart of the universe.
I would die in the attempt.
We oracles laid aside everything, our pride, our vanity, all for a shot to end the cycles, since none of us was strong enough to do it alone. We each went our separate ways. With the last of our resources, we built these hidden places. And here, we sacrificed ourselves to protect the orbs, until one day the chosen should come, who might end that which we never could.
You mean, never would? The oracle nodded, conceding this point. I'm not as strong as you, Lucian said, and you want me to bear the burden? That's rich. We have no other choice, for an orb has already been found, meaning that you, or that person, are the only hope to stop the Starsea cycle. When Lucian had been silent for a while, she approached the orb once again. As soon as you touch it, it will cease to be a physical object. It will become a part of you, only parting from your focus upon death or voluntary relinquishment. If I say I want it, Lucian said, how will you know my motives are pure, and that I'll use it for what you intend? She gave a sad smile. I won't know. I can only make my best guess as to your motives. I am wiser than most, but I have been wrong many times. The stars know that. Should you take it, you should seek the other oracles. They will have their conditions for relinquishing their orbs. Even if the oracles agreed that the orbs needed to be protected for the future, we disagreed on how the future chosen should use them. I only ask for your word, because one's word, when given in good faith and adhered to, is the greatest treasure of all. In the end, I suppose, we will discover which of us was shortchanged. Nothing of worth can be accomplished until one person chooses to trust another, and they return that trust in kind. Trust was a dangerous thing. It was the most powerful bond in the universe, until it was betrayed. And from the oracle's tale, she had most certainly betrayed trust before. Lucian realized something else. Perhaps she was only selecting him, not because he was the chosen, not because he was marked by the manifold, but because time had run out. He was her last choice, one forced upon her because the Starsea cycle had begun anew. That thought chilled him to the core. I don't want to do this, he said. You would give it to me, despite that? Nothing is a sure thing, Lucian. Even I don't believe there is much possibility of success. And yet, I know it's important to try, despite all that. Sometimes when we try, we end up surprising ourselves in the end. Something that seems impossible can become possible through sheer force of will. What he should have done was walk away. He should have done that a long time ago, because the longer he stayed here, the more convinced he became of her vision. The more he saw himself wielding the orb of binding and seeking the others, if not to destroy them, then to use them for his ends, whatever those ends happened to be. End the Starsea cycle, he said. End magic. Wouldn't that just destroy everything? Destroy the manifold itself? No, she said. Magic would die only in the shadow world. Magic is how mages manipulate the manifold, but the manifold would still exist. It would just become inaccessible. And of course, the Starsea cycle, the desolation of the madness, would end. Even Oriane says as much in his prophecy of the Seven. After all, we oracles are the Seven who gave him that revelation. Lucian looked at the orb of binding again, held in her hand, and he knew his answer, as insane as it was. He didn't even know what possessed him to arrive at that answer. Maybe it was the fact that, like her, he had no other choice. He didn't want to live on this island for the rest of his life, eating seaweed and seafood with Linus and Plato. Even if he died, this was something to try. Something bigger than himself. This could be his path, at least for now. It was what the manifold had set before him. He didn't understand why or for what reason, but there it was. Maybe it was time to admit Vera had been right about some things. If he went with the will of the manifold, it would be easier than going against. He let out a sigh. All right, Fine. If you're okay with me having no idea what the hell I'm doing, I'll take the orb. The oracle did not say anything, not for a long time. She stared into the distance, her face a mask of sorrow. Finally, she faced Lucian. Even after everything I've said, you still don't know what you ask, Lucian. That is what saddens me, and yet I will not refuse you. You are not our best hope, not by a long shot, but you may be the best I ever get to see before the end of this cycle. How this plays out remains to be seen. Lucian felt anything but encouraged by that, but better the truth that cut than the lie that inflated. It was an impossible task he had no idea how to complete, but maybe someday, in the future, he could find someone worthier to bear the burden. The wind was now blowing, swirling around the interior of the shrine. It rose to a roar and Lucian shouted, but the oracle did not hear him. She cradled the orb of binding in both hands as the swirling breeze came to a sudden stop. She touched the artifact with tenderness, her face bathed with its light. Lucian could see tears falling like melting ice. Was she crying because she was giving up a priceless inheritance that had been hers for eons? Because she believed there was no hope? Or because she knew things beyond Lucian's conception of the pain this object would cause him? Then there was the simplest answer. Her time in this reality, the shadow realm, would end upon his acceptance of the orb. That was a sad thought, enough for a few tears to come to Lucian's eyes. But she would finally be able to rest after hundreds of millennia. At least, that's what he told himself. He had no time to ponder these questions. She stood before him and held the orb of binding out. He reached, pulled by its gravity. At long last he placed both hands upon it. It was warm as it vibrated beneath his grasp. The light shone brighter and brighter, wrapping around him like a storm. It shone until everything was blue whiteness projecting in all directions. He screamed, the orb seeming to obliterate him from existence. And then the whiteness began to fade, and the world once again materialized in his vision. Broken pillars, shattered stones, cracked tiles, a half-collapsed roof. The interior of the shrine stood before him in its true, ruinous state, drab, gray, and forlorn. He looked around, bemused. Of the shining cerulean tiles, the resplendent pillars, the alabaster surfaces, there was no trace. And the oracle had vanished as if she had never been. But he still held the orb of binding, which was bleeding blue lines of light along his arms. Those long lines converged at his heart, uniting for a moment as a single point of light. And then that too faded. The orb was his, focus-bound, and would only be unbound upon his death or his relinquishment of it. He felt no different. It was almost as if he had imagined the whole thing. There was a part of him that believed this was a dream, that he would wake up any moment. The only thing that dashed that notion was the unreal weight that pushed down on his shoulders. He wasn't sure about this chosen business, but the oracle had certainly believed it pertained to him. He could only find out more by going forward. But of course, he hoped he wouldn't find out anything at all, and all of this was just some mad dream. Reaching for his focus, he meant to try his binding magic, but fear stopped him in the end. He was not ready to accept it. Not yet. Before he could think about it further, he left the ruins behind. He climbed the trail leading out of the chamber. His torch, left behind, had long burned out, so he chipped a glowing crystal off the side of the cave and used it to light his way. He turned around, one last time, wanting a final glimpse. But, as he suspected, The shrine was still in ruins. It had served its purpose, and no one for the rest of time would ever see it as he had. He felt sad that its beauty had passed, along with the oracle who kept it. Lucian didn't understand the implications. He imagined he never would. A voice entered his mind. It could only be her. Her final words that came to him as if in benediction. "Go now with my blessing. Seek the other oracles who will tell you more. And please, don't give up." Lucian wanted to will that sad voice away, but all it did was become an echo in his mind, a haunting refrain. He ran down the dark tunnel, the crystal in hand. He was back at the opening cavern in seemingly no time at all. When he took up his place next to the fire, both Linus and Plato were undisturbed. It was as if no time had passed at all. For all he knew, what was hours for him with the oracle was only minutes for them. He was too tired to wonder at it. He closed his eyes and slept. 34. Lucian felt a light kick to the shoulder, rousing him from sleep.
"Up you get," Linus said. "We've got a long way to go."
Lucian forced himself to get up, packing up camp while Plato got the morning stew ready. The events of the previous night ran through his mind. He would not have been surprised had it all been some insane dream. And yet, even now, as he packed, the orb of binding was bound to his focus, invisible but present, like a second heart. He couldn't deny what had happened. If it were a dream, it was like no dream he'd ever had. They ate quickly. Linus and Plato were probably thinking of the long walk ahead. All Lucian could think about was the oracle, her words, and the orb of binding. The only way he could be sure it had happened was by testing the orb, but that would mean breaking his block, and he wasn't ready to do that yet. They had a long way to travel. Testing would have to come later. They bundled up and warmed themselves as much as they could by the fire. Then they doused it with snow. After Plato rearranged the lichen logs along the wall, the three men set off. The weather was warmer than before, but that wasn't saying much. Or perhaps Lucian was only getting used to it. They set a fast pace, Lucian fighting exhaustion with every step. He made his mind blank as he followed the path the two older men set for him. They walked across the gray, snow-ridden flats, each kilometer much the same as the last. Nor did they stop when night fell, only a few hours after the sunrise. Linus did not pause, not for a minute. A fire would be hard to maintain in this blasted landscape, and there wasn't even the fuel to start one. They would be walking long into the Volsung night, not resting until they reached home. The promise of good stew, a crackling fire, and his hammock was enough to keep Lucian moving. Hours passed. They ate frozen fish and seaweed on the trail. When they reached the high hills, they took shelter in a cleft. Linus did a little digging and scrounged up one of their caches. Inside were lichen logs, which they used to start a fire. By now, Lucian's teeth were chattering, and his extremities were numb. Warmth was necessary if they wanted to make it back home with all their fingers and toes. They also heated some stew. Food was necessary to have the energy for the rest of the march. An hour later, they were off again. Trying to get up the slope was a battle of will, Lucian fighting exhaustion and cold with every step. But Linus had steered them well. They passed through the hills, emerging in the relatively flatter terrain beyond. The two men knew the way so well that they did not need torchlight. When Linus announced they were about an hour from home, their pace increased. It was only a quarter of an hour later that a massive boom reverberated across the landscape. Linus and Plato shared a worried look and hurried to climb a nearby hill. Once at the top, they scanned the southern horizon. An orange trail streaked across the aurora-infused sky, heading for the island. Lucian didn't have to ask what it was.
"Run!"
Linus called. Lucian ran. He found it hard to keep pace with the hardened old men. Even Plato, with his extra heft, had no trouble matching Linus's swiftness. The prison shuttle would have thermal scanners on board. A quick survey of the island would reveal all three of them out here in the open, ripe for the pickings. Only the shelter of the cave would keep them safe. Under the dancing auroras, they ran across the snowy hills, Lucian's lungs burning with cold. When they reached the top of the next hill, he spied the ocean beyond the cliffs. They had about a kilometer to go. He ran hard, his legs rebelling, wanting to quit. But he couldn't quit, even if the cold air felt like icy knives stabbing at his lungs. He had already lost the two older men in the distance, yet he pressed on. He had no choice. The orange streak had dissipated by now, but a contrail was still visible in the southern sky. Even now, the ship was surely roving the island, seeking prey. It would likely be over the central village by now. If Lucian were lucky, they would investigate it despite the lack of heat readings. If he were unlucky, they would continue their scan of the island's southern half. Lucian soon reached the entrance of the trail leading down into the cave. There was no sign of Linus or Plato, so they had to be down there already. He started down the path, but something stopped him. He couldn't run. If anything about last night was real, he couldn't stay here. Even binding magic wouldn't allow him to escape this island. Civilization was simply too far away. So, what was the answer then? To allow himself to be captured and be sent to a moon where there was absolutely no possibility of escape? He remembered then what Linus and Plato had called Psyche, the mystery box. He didn't know what he would get if he went there, but there might be some chance of escaping, of figuring out the next step. In all of Linus and Plato's years here, neither had figured out a way to get off this island. What made him think that he would? Then again, the same argument could be made for Psyche. It all hinged on this moment. Could he be the chosen, as the oracle had suggested? Was the best way to find the other orbs to leave this place behind? Psyche was at least movement, changing his circumstances. He knew it was madness, but at the same time, he couldn't stop himself. He turned away from the trail and walked inland. He was only walking half a minute when lights rose above the hill ahead, blinding him with their brilliance, accompanied by the roar of a spacecraft engine. He could only hope Linus and Plato were safe, their heat signatures hidden by the ground between them and the ship. Lucian did the only thing he could do. He lifted his hands and placed them behind his head, and he kept walking. When the ship's engine ebbed, Lucian knew they had spotted him. He walked toward the light, taking in the sight of the vessel shadowed against the aurora-filled sky. When the ship landed, a boarding ramp extended from amidships with a metallic whir. The boarding doors slid open, and a stream of men with Gauss rifles and energy shields clomped down the ramp. There were about a dozen of them. Would they shoot him on sight, or take him to Psyche? Lucian's heart thundered as he realized he might only have seconds left to live. "I surrender!" Lucian called out. The roar of the ship drowned his voice. "Don't move!" That was when something sharp pricked against Lucian's skin, right in his abdomen. He had enough time to look down and see a hole in his clothing, along with a dart. His head swam, and darkness took him. He awoke in a white-walled cell, lying on his back. Head pounding, he forced himself into a sitting position. He kept his eyes closed, fading in and out a couple of times before coming to full wakefulness. The cell was small, though not quite as small as the one on the Burung. He had a small cot, a toilet, and a sink. There was no window except for the small one at head level in the door. And in the background there was a strange whirring sound. An energy shield, maybe? He wouldn't only have to bust through the door to escape, but the shield lying beyond it. Lucian was not inclined to test his abilities against that. How long would he have to stay in this place, alone, without so much as a conversation to break the monotony. He could only hope that they hadn't found Linus and Plato. He could never forgive himself if they'd been captured. Panic clutched his chest, and almost by reaction, he sought his focus and fed it all his fears. It didn't make them go away, but it allowed him to see the problem from a grander perspective. And beyond the focus, he could sense the power of the manifold. It was a sleeping giant, an entity he had not touched in weeks. How easy it would be to reach for it now, to let it consume him until there was nothing left of his block. But there was more than himself to consider. There was the orb. He was now its steward, perhaps even this chosen the Oracle had been talking about. And he had to find the other orbs, as difficult as that would be, as impossible as that would be. The door slid open, revealing a soldier, clad head to toe in crimson plasma armor. His energy shield was engaged, forming a protective bubble of light around him. With both hands, he held a Gauss rifle, while his head was hidden beneath a conical helmet with a tinted visor. Lucian willed his heart to slow down. He needed to stay calm here. Nothing good would come from panic. He held his focus, deciding it was best to be ready for anything. He didn't want to use magic, but he would do so without hesitation if this soldier so much as twitched that gun in his direction. "You don't seem crazy yet," the soldier's young male voice came out, garbled and robotic. Lucian elected not to speak. He would do so only if the soldier asked him a direct question. "You're on board the LPB Worthless. That's League prison barge. You're being transported to Psyche per the treaty the government of Volsung has with the Volsung Academy." From the soldier's tone of voice, it was clear he was reciting a script. "Per the Treaty of Chiron signed in 2314, you have no right to a trial but must be informed of the reasons for your imprisonment. Those reasons are, you are a registered exile of the Volsung Academy, and per the Treaty of Chiron, a registered exile mage must be excised to the prison moon of Psyche, kept alive and hale in proper conditions aboard a reasonably kept prison ship, and safely put down on the moon's surface. Do you have any questions?" "Yeah," Lucian said. "How long until Psyche?" "A long time. For you and me both." The guard sounded bored, as if he would rather be anywhere but here. "The energy field surrounding your cell, in case you're wondering, will make your magic pretty much worthless. Prison barges have the biggest power plant of any League vessel, and those power plants make these shields impossible to break. And if you do manage to break out, which has never happened before, there's a century of the League's wardens to greet you with their shields and Gauss rifles, the best creds can buy. If you somehow take them out, the ship itself can't be overridden. Any course deviation must be verified by every first world. So, unless you have people in place on Earth, Chiron, Volsung, Oceanus, and Tethys, then the ship's course can't be altered." "Don't worry. I don't plan on trying." "That's a good boy." "You have a lot of confidence in this shield." "Why shouldn't I?" The soldier's voice sounded a bit nervous. It hadn't been Lucian's intention to make the man second-guess his beliefs, but questions often had a way of doing that. "Can you be any more specific about how long it'll take?" "Months." He looked back over his shoulder. "Any hint of trouble, well, things won't go too well for you. Good behavior gets rewards. We're not maniacs here, though some of the guards are, to be honest." The man was rambling, and Lucian was wondering what the point of all this was. "Anyway, it gets damn boring on here, even for us. Oh, yeah, I was supposed to ask, was there anyone else on that island, or just you?" "Just me," Lucian said. "There was another exile who committed suicide in the village." "Yeah, we found him," the guard said. "Well, that's all I wanted to know. As I said, if you don't raise a fuss, we might see about a slate to help pass the time. You need to stay quiet for a week, though. Think you can manage that?" "Sure." "Smart mage. All right, take it easy. Don't fray on us just yet." The cell door slid shut, and once again, Lucian was left to his own devices. Lucian found the guards' friendly nature strange. Maybe they found treating the mages well tended to have better results. It might even be more useful than the shields and cells surrounding the ship's perilous cargo. Well, Lucian knew there was little hope in escaping. He didn't think the guard was lying to him about anything. And even if Lucian had the orb of binding, he still didn't know how to use it, or even if it would give him the miraculous powers the oracle had mentioned. What those possibilities were remained to be seen. Lucian realized that there was only one way off this ship, and that was the Mad Moon. The main question was how to occupy his mind in the meantime. The only thing he could think about was his conversation with the oracle. Whether he liked it or not, this was the path he had chosen on the spur of the moment. For now, it was the way forward. But just as he had an orb, someone else out there had one too, or even multiple orbs, and they'd had it for well over a century. That person could still be alive today. The oracle said the orbs granted longer life, but also that it wouldn't grant true immortality until all 7 were held by the same person, and that person would be the chosen of the manifold. It was hard to swallow, but he had to believe it was true. He had boarded this ship, staking his future on it. For the first time in a long time, he would have the chance to think. And so, he thought. Even long after the first meal of a hot porridge was delivered through the wall. There were 6 more orbs out there, somewhere. And then he had to take those orbs to the heart of creation. He could find that through the first gate in dark space, where the Alcassin lurked. He repeated the details over and over in his mind until they had infused in his memory. 7 orbs, 7 oracles, and one other who had at least found 1 orb. Of all the places in all the worlds, Linus and Plato had led him into that cave. Or had something drawn him there? Conjecturing wouldn't lead to solid answers. He knew some mages believed in the orbs and had even gone off to seek them. Was it so hard to believe that one of those dozens of mages had found one? Thinking of Linus and Plato filled Lucian with sadness. In their minds, they must have thought they left him behind. If they were wise, they hadn't come after him. Lucian could only hope. Whatever the case, Lucian realized that something new was coming with Psyche, something he was not prepared for. No doubt, hundreds of mages, mad and sane, had made Psyche their unwilling home. It wouldn't be possible to know how to prepare for the Mad Moon until he touched down. The Cupid system was 2 gate jumps away from Volsung, meaning it would be at least a few months to get there. But if this ship was beginning its round by traveling away from Psyche, it might be well over a year before he saw the surface of the Mad Moon. Lucian was not sure which he preferred. The cell was small, yes, but it was also safe. For all he knew, he might die the minute he set foot on the Mad Moon. That would be convenient for the League. As soon as a mage stepped outside the airlock, it was only to breathe a poisonous atmosphere. Lucian realized they couldn't do that, though, at least according to that treaty the soldier had recited to him. Then again, if the League didn't intend to follow the treaty, they wouldn't waste massive resources to bring mages to Psyche in the first place. Then again, that safety only guaranteed his conveyance to the surface of the Mad Moon. It didn't guarantee his safety beyond that. Lucian played many scenarios in his mind in a non-stop stream. He even imagined Psyche might be a relative paradise, where mages had made the best of things. Why not? Linus and Plato had done that with the Isle of Madness. Lucian thought. He slept, and he ate. There was nothing else to his life. Despite the guard's promise, there was no slate. Compared to the drab walls of his cell, the gray skies and rocks of the Isle of Madness were a rainbow tapestry. At night, he would dream of the auroras, the sharp cold wind with its clean salt-laden scent. He could hear the scuttling of rock shellicks in the tundra, He could see Plato at his gardening, and Linus at his fishing. He hoped they were both doing well with whatever they had left of their lives. And of course, he dreamed of Emma, longing for her warm embrace in the coldness of his cell. He dreamed of the oracle too, and her words to him. It seemed like something that had never happened as the days and weeks ticked by. It became a dream, but a dream he chose to believe in. He had nothing else. He didn't dare stream. He had learned to live without magic, thanks to Linus and Plato's lessons, but he knew he would never know the truth of what the oracle said unless he streamed binding magic at some point. That meant waiting for Psyche. He would try then. Something told him in that brutal place streaming was a fact of life. One couldn't survive without it. But if the orb was real, then he would have an advantage over every other mage there. Perhaps his only advantage. If he died, however, none of it would matter. Lucian only knew a day had passed every time the lights dimmed. This happened 10 times, then 20, then 30. By this point, Lucian had thought about everything there was to think about. He talked aloud, if only to hear a voice. He was moved to tears at various points. Soon, there was no emotion left but numbness. He felt divorced from mind and body, as much an object as his cot, sink, or toilet. Unmoving, uncaring, adrift in a sea of imagination and dreams. He spent most of his time with his eyes closed, and in the darkness of his mind there was stillness and calm. He found a new purpose, to prepare his mind as much for Psyche as possible, to do what no mage had done before, escape. He reached for his focus, willing himself to hold it as long as possible. He sensed his pool and the manifold beyond it. He felt for each of the 7 aspects one by one. His block was still there, but he knew he could dissolve it at any moment. At some point, he would have to stream again, and he would stick to binding magic as far as it was possible. He needed to be alive and healthy to complete his mission. He always told himself to hold out another day, to wait, and to hold on to his focus from the moment he awoke to the moment he slept. He would hold it until the day of his arrival. He no longer paid attention to the light or his meals. He would eat and not be mindful of the taste, almost as if he weren't eating at all. He went through the ritual of the weekly shower the guards allowed him. He never met any other person, saw any face, for the guards hid their features behind their helmets at all times. Weeks bled into months. His beard had grown thick, falling to his chest. His hair was long and shaggy, nearly reaching his shoulders. What month was it now on Volsung? Winter was surely over, and the novices would again be training under a northern sun. He had a vision of Emma training, learning, on the path to becoming a talent of the academy. He hoped she never thought of him. He hoped she might forget him forever, and walk the path denied to him. And then, one day the door slid open, revealing an empty corridor. The buzzing of the energy shield, which had been a constant background drone for months, was gone. Lucian's heart raced, his mind not accepting this new reality. It had to be just another dream. This cell was his home now, his life. He had almost forgotten there was a wider universe out there. The only world he knew was the one inside his mind.
"Stand,"
came a forceful male voice from some hidden speaker.
"Walk outside your cell and do nothing more on the pain of death."
It was only with that command that Lucian realized the truth. They had arrived. Soon, he would be walking the surface of a new world. 35. Lucian stood, his legs shaking. He ventured out into the corridor, looking both ways only to see lines of metallic cell doors. There was no sign of any warden, only the empty corridor extending for at least 100 meters. Turn left, the voice said, coming from the speaker directly above Lucian. Continue to the end of the corridor until you reach the open pod door. Step inside and strap yourself in. Do nothing more on the pain of death. This was how they were going to do it then. Risk-free, not putting any lives on the line. If Lucian resisted, they would kill him. No doubt some had tried. But the fact that the ship was still here, and those mages weren't, told Lucian everything he needed to know. There was only one real option. He followed the corridor past 20 or so cell doors. The corridor ended in an alcove lined with view screens. Every one of those view screens looked out into a misty, violet-clouded surface. This must be it, then. Psyche. After the sensory deprivation of his cell, so much color was the most beautiful sight of his life. Tears filled his eyes. He didn't pause to look long. He didn't know if staring down at that hazy surface counted as doing something more that might get him killed. He stooped his shaggy head below the frame and entered the small, confined pod. From the small porthole in the pod, Lucian could discern only a small part of the surface. It was lost in a violet-tinged haze. If there were oceans or mountains down there, he'd have no way of knowing it. He wondered if every mage was being sent to the same place, or if they were just letting the pods fall where they may. For some reason, Lucian thought it was the second option. Even if they were shooting off a pod every 5 to 10 minutes, the rotation of the moon meant he'd likely never run into another prisoner from this ship. He sat in the pod's seat and strapped himself in. Despite the harness, he knew that this very well could be his last few minutes alive. As soon as he settled in, the pod door hissed shut. There was a moment's pause, followed by a foreboding creak. Finally, there was a hiss and a snap as the pod disengaged from the LBS Worthless. Trails of fire issued from the back of his pod, pushing Lucian against his seat. The purple surface crawled toward him, even as he was pushed against his restraints. It was only a matter of time until he entered Psyche's atmosphere. The pod shook as a corona of fiery light surrounded it. There was only the surrounding purple air, impossible to see into. Lucian clenched his hands and forced himself to keep his eyes open. Any amount of information could help him survive, assuming he could endure the landing. Something was already materializing from the haze, what looked like a pointed mountain peak. As he dove deeper into the thick atmosphere, more peaks revealed themselves. They were impossibly elongated and sheer, a nightmarish vision. There were entire ridges of them. They looked like needled teeth on the upside-down jaw of a primordial beast. The whole surface was like that. Though he was closer to the ground now, he could easily discern the curvature of the world itself. Psyche was a moon, and like most moons, it was a good deal smaller than Earth. He was falling more slowly than he had expected. The gravity wouldn't be much compared to Earth or Volsung. It was impossible to say at this moment, but it felt close to Martian gravity. He realized this might be less of a crash and more of a hard thud, judging by the air resistance rushing past the pod. Lucian had sunk below the tallest of the mountains. As their shadows fell across the pod, he realized Psyche would be a dark world. As he sunk lower and lower into the narrow valley between, the mountains loomed even taller, impossibly tall, their dark slopes sheer. Is this why they were placing him here? There was no chance he'd be able to escape from this valley, assuming he survived the landing. He sunk into deeper twilight. He could no longer see the tops of the wicked peaks outside the porthole. The atmosphere looked poisonous out there. He had to be getting close. He felt like a caged animal in here. Even if the surface was dangerous, he wanted out of this death trap of a pod. The pod's thrusters burned, pushing Lucian into his seat. He lifted for a moment before the craft landed lightly on the dark surface. The porthole revealed a dark, gloomy landscape. The only plants he saw were a few low things that might have been trees. They stooped over as if bearing an invisible, oppressive weight. Lucian couldn't see how anything could grow in this darkness. He unstrapped himself and weighed his options. He'd have to go outside at some point, and he had nothing but the clothes on his back and his wits to keep him alive. And of course, the orb. He could never forget the orb. If the air were poisonous, death would come for him either way. When he stood, he felt light on his feet. He had been right about the gravity, that it was close to Martian standard. Now, the only question was whether the atmosphere was breathable. There was only one way to find out. Before he could think about it, Lucian pressed the button next to the door. With a hiss, the door rolled back, and a rush of cool, dry air flooded in. Lucian held his breath for a moment, but the air did nothing to harm his skin. Given the way it rushed inside, he supposed the air pressure was quite high. But it didn't seem to be harmful in any way, at least not obviously so. He released his breath and inhaled. It was air. Normal, breathable air. It smelled of earth and rock, but the smell of vegetation was all but absent. He wasn't sure of the exact composition, of course, but it couldn't be too far off from Earth or Volsung. If there were any nasty surprises, like an undetectable but lethal amount of carbon dioxide, he'd have to wait for the results. For now, there was one thing left to do: to walk out and survive a new world. Epilogue. Lucian didn't know where to begin. He was in the same situation as the Isle of Madness when the Scions first left him. Only now, the Isle of Madness was an entire moon. And unless he somehow found a way to get off Psyche, the Starsea cycle would only continue, leaving desolation in its wake. He had a mission and a purpose. It was most likely impossible, but he'd lost everything: his mother, his friends, his home. His mission to find the 7 orbs and then find the heart of creation to stop magic in the Starsea cycle was all he had left. He was aware of the brutal fact that it was impossible, and he worried that his determination to see it through was already evidence of growing madness. He couldn't think about any of that now. He had a more immediate concern: survival. Lucian walked away from the pod. He headed into the dark rifts of Psyche, toward horrors unknown. This has been The Orb of Binding, The Starsea Cycle, written by Kyle West, narrated by Rob Rinkmann. Copyright 2021 by Kyle West. Production copyright by Kyle West. This has been The Orb of Binding, The Starsea Cycle, written by Kyle West, narrated by Rob Rinkmann. Copyright 2021 by Kyle West. Production copyright by Kyle West.